Chapter 1799. Qin Zhao's quote. There is no peach blossom for 3 lifetimes. I can only give you a cherry blossom. No matter how bright it is not as good as your smile. Images flashed quickly in Qin Zhao's mind. He was using his senses to sense which direction the desolate land Big Brother would go. If the direction was right, it would be very easy to find him. If the direction was wrong, it would waste a lot of time. If time was wasted, he might miss it again when he turned around. Just like this hidden place, the desolate land Big Brother had only left for 500 years. If Qin Zhao had gone in the right direction from the beginning, he would have found it. Images flashed past one after another before finally stopping at a certain spot. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked in one direction and said firmly, "It's in this direction. Let's go." Since he felt it himself, Qin Zhao believed in it. Without any hesitation, he immediately chased in this direction. Not long after, Qin Zhao saw traces of fighting on the way. He saw the traces left by the desolate land sword skill. Such a situation made Qin Zhao more certain. It seems that my senses are right. The desolate land Big Brother is going in this direction. If the direction is right, it will be much easier. I won't be blind anymore. Qin Zhao was moving forward quickly. It had been 500 years, and there could be many changes. Therefore, Qin Zhao had to race against time to find the desolate land Big Brother as soon as possible. In the depths of a secluded canyon, a man with a pale face and a battered body sat in a hidden place. His body was in a mess, but his hand was holding the sword tightly. He looked very cautious, always paying attention to the surroundings, and was aware of the wind and grass around him. It was obvious that this man had encountered a terrible situation. Cough, cough. My injuries are getting worse. Being able to escape to this place is already a stroke of good luck. If we encounter enemies again, I will definitely die here. Sigh, I've fought for so many years in the desolate land, but I still can't escape my fate. Desolate land seemed a little agitated. Cough, cough, As soon as he finished speaking, Desolate Land's brows furrowed. He turned his head and saw a figure dashing towards him. The figure's gloomy eyes were filled with murderous intent and a hint of playfulness. The newcomer was a life form bathed in flames. It was humanoid, but there were many differences. His fiery red hair stood on end, like a ball of flame fluttering in the wind. His skin was also fiery red. Even if he didn't release any flames, he still gave people the feeling that he was bathing in flames all the time. This was clearly a life form from the Hellfire clan. However, its aura was not very strong. It was clear that it had not become an immortal yet. It was only a 4th step heavenly venerate life form. This was a very ordinary life form from the Hellfire clan. To the Hellfire clan, it was the lowest level of existence. This kind of Hellfire clan was extremely weak. It was impossible for them to act alone. This one was a little strange. However, he was lucky to encounter Desolate Land. At this time, Desolate Land was seriously injured. He did not have much strength left. It would be good if he could reach the 3rd level. Under such circumstances, he could easily control Desolate Land. If Desolate Land had not been smart enough to escape, he would have died in the other party's hands. However, even if he managed to escape for a while, it was still in vain. He was still caught up. Desolate Land smiled bitterly. He could not even escape now. This was a dead end. There was no way he could escape. Moreover, he did not have much strength left. There was no way he could fight against this Hellfire clan life form. This was a hopeless situation, a truly hopeless situation. Although Desolate Land was not very calm in the face of death, he was not afraid of death. Of course, he did not want to die. Who would not want to live a good life if they could? However, at this point, there was no other way. This was a hopeless situation. Could Desolate Land be any more heaven-defying? The aura of death had completely shrouded him. The footsteps of death were closing in on him step by step. Hee, puny human, you can't run away. Do you think it's that easy to get rid of me? Hee, I think you should just surrender obediently. Don't waste your energy. The Hellfire clan life form sneered and walked towards Desolate Land. With the guarantee of strength, he could completely suppress Desolate Land. Yes, he could not run away. Desolate Land was not afraid. Instead, he walked out and stared at the Hellfire Clan life form. He was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Since I can't run away, I don't plan to run anymore. Even if this is a hopeless situation, I won't surrender easily. I won't surrender either. I won't let you do whatever you want of me. Even if I die, I will fight to the end. I could die standing, but I won't live kneeling. So, if you want to control me effortlessly, you'd better not dream about it. If you have the strength to do so, then kill me. As he spoke, Desolate Land stabbed the sword in his hand forward, pointing it at the Hellfire Clan life form. Although the sword chi was not strong, there was a sense of determination. This was Desolate Land's stubbornness. Even in the face of death, he would never admit defeat. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Fine, fine, fine. I'll fulfill your wish today. Killing you is a very happy thing in itself. I'm very happy to do so. Human brat, come and accept your death. With that, the Hellfire Clan life form's anger surged. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely and surged even more fiercely. Anger represented great power. If Desolate Land was at its peak, it naturally wouldn't be afraid of anything. However, Desolate Land was severely injured and its vitality was greatly damaged. Moreover, it was eroded by the Hellfire. Therefore, not only was Desolate Land not much strength left, but his body and mind were also greatly injured. This made it even more difficult for Desolate Land to use his strength. Under such circumstances, the situation was completely one-sided. There was no suspense at all. A ball of hellfire turned into a fire dragon and roared towards Desolate Land. In a flash, it was already in front of Desolate Land. Desolate Land had no way of dodging and could only brace himself to meet it head-on. Boom! How could Desolate Land block it? Attacked by this ball of hellfire, he was directly sent flying. His immortal body was once again severely injured. His body slammed heavily onto a rock. He felt as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart. It was excruciating pain. His immortal body was once again severely damaged. This time, Desolate Land struggled to get up from the ground. Now, he had almost completely lost the ability to defend himself. The difference was too big. In a situation where he couldn't escape, Desolate Land couldn't see any hope of survival at all. Even if he braced himself and fought, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds. He would definitely die in the hands of this Hellfire Clan life form. Desolate Land naturally knew this, but what could he do? He had no strength to resist at all. Weak human brat. You dare to be arrogant again? You think too highly of yourself? You don't even have the strength to resist. Where did you get the courage to be so arrogant? In my eyes, you're just a slightly stronger ant. I can do whatever I want to you. Your life is now completely in my hands. I could do whatever I want with you. Are you looking at me like that? Are you not convinced? So what if you're not convinced? You don't even have the strength to resist. You're just an ant, a chick. You're just going to be trampled on. The Hellfire Clan life form wasn't in a hurry to kill Desolate Land. Instead, it was like a cat playing with a mouse. It wanted to play with Desolate Land slowly until Desolate Land started to doubt his life. Killing people wasn't actually a form of pleasure. Killing people was just a matter of a moment. Everything would be over once it was killed. It was too short. However, trampling on a person was different. There were thousands of ways to trample on someone. It could be done as one pleased, and it could last for a very long time. You're just a small fry. You're just lucky. Do you really think you're that strong? No matter how much you boast, you're just a mortal universe fourth-step mortal spirit. What gives you the confidence to be so arrogant? Desolate Land retorted sarcastically without showing any signs of weakness. The Hellfire Clan life form felt extremely humiliated by Desolate Land's words. Therefore, he was furious. In his anger, he attacked Meng Huang once again, using all his powerful techniques at the same time. Desolate Land didn't have the strength to resist. Under the powerful attacks of the Hellfire Clan life form, Desolate Land was hit and sent flying once again. His immortal body was badly damaged. After falling to the ground, Desolate Land spat out a mouthful of blood. Desolate Land's situation was obviously not good. After receiving 2 heavy blows, his injuries had already worsened by a lot. At this moment, Meng Huang probably didn't even have a single bit of his strength left. His immortal body was pitifully weak, and his immortal power was almost depleted. Now, not to mention resisting, even standing up was a very difficult thing. This was true despair. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. It was as if his life was already in the hands of others. Sigh, I still can't escape this calamity. Today, I'm really going to die here. Sky Court, Qin Xiao, Senior Jingyang, Desolate Land will be leaving first. I wonder how you guys are doing now. I hope you guys can make a name for yourselves in the immortal domain. Either way, they were going to die. Since they were going to die, they might as well die with a bang. What was there to regret in life? At the very last moment, they had to die with honor. Kill. Desolate Land used the last of his strength and stood up. This time, he actually took the initiative to attack and kill the Hellfire Clan life form. Puny human who doesn't know his own strength die? The Hellfire Clan life form had a playful look on his face. Clearly, he didn't care about Desolate Land at all. Desolate Land was already prepared to die. Even if he died, he would take a bite out of the other party's flesh. Desolate Land had come with this resolve. He definitely wouldn't be able to win. Death was inevitable, but he wasn't afraid. Even if he died, he had to take a bite out of the other party. Only then would he feel at ease. At this critical juncture, a beam of immortal light suddenly appeared. Like a dazzling meteor in the night sky, it instantly streaked across the horizon and lit up the entire night. This beam of immortal light was the same. As soon as the immortal light appeared, it seemed to illuminate the entire world. Moreover, this beam of immortal light carried an extremely powerful immortal might. An extremely powerful sword qi descended from the heavens, whistling through the air as if it could destroy everything in this world. Just this beam of immortal light alone was enough to frighten anyone. Desolate Land couldn't help but freeze on the spot, as if he had been frozen in time. Chapter 1800. Qin Zhao's quote. Walking on the path you have taken, I want to find the traces you have left behind, even if it is just a shadow in my memory. However, this immortal light did not contain much immortal power, so it did not come from an immortal. The Hellfire tribe, being soon saw a figure rushing towards him. Based on the aura of the figure rushing towards him, he could tell that the figure was only a 4th step universe grade. His cultivation base was the same as his. It was extremely difficult to conceal one's aura in the Hellfire territory. Therefore, the person in front of him was undoubtedly a 4th step universe grade. How is this possible? How can a 4th step universe grade be so strong? Why would a ray of sword qi immortal light make me feel so fearful? The Hellfire tribe being was in disbelief when he saw the person approaching him. He had never felt this way before, not even when facing ordinary lesser celestials. How could he feel such fear in the hands of a 4th step universe grade? Boom! The ray of sword qi immortal light blasted down. Although the Hellfire tribe being tried his best to block it, this ray of sword qi immortal light was too powerful. It actually had the power to reverse the situation. The powerful force made the Hellfire tribe being unable to block it and sent him flying. The immortal power of the sword qi shattered the Hellfire tribe being's immortal body. This strike had shattered more than 30% of the Hellfire tribe being's immortal body. This strike had caused him serious injuries. Oh no, run! The Hellfire tribe being had completely lost all confidence after this exchange. He knew very well that he was no match for the person in front of him. If he continued to fight, only death would await him. Furthermore, he was afraid that he would die at the hands of his opponent in 2 or 3 more rounds. Therefore, the only thing he could think of now was to escape. However, how could it be so easy to escape? How could Qin Xiao let him escape so easily? Trying to escape? You'd better die. Qin Xiao snorted softly. He did not really have to kill this Hellfire tribe being. However, if this Hellfire tribe being was allowed to escape, he was afraid that it would cause a lot of trouble. The Hellfire tribe was the most numerous life form in the Hellfire territory. There was a huge group of tribes here. Once he escaped, it would be easy to inform the other life forms of the Hellfire tribe to come. Therefore, this Hellfire tribe member had to be killed. At this time, Qin Shao had also arrived in front of him. Without any hesitation, he attacked with all his might, pushing the Cosmos sword technique to the extreme. At the same time, he sent out his heart force. An invisible force instantly suppressed the Hellfire tribesman, making it impossible for him to escape. Qin Zhao's immortal sword pierced right through the Hellfire tribe member's body as he was suppressed by heart force. Two powerful forces simultaneously launched a fierce attack on the Hellfire race being, destroying his immortal body. The intense Hellfire became even more vigorous, as if it was releasing its final light. Under the intense fire, the immortal body of the Hellfire race life form was burned to ashes. Very soon, the Hellfire clansman died to Qin Zhao's sword with a cry of agony. He was completely incinerated by the Hellfire. This Hellfire tribe member was actually quite strong, but unfortunately for him, he met Qin Shao and died in 2 moves. Desolate Land, who'd thought he'd die without a doubt, froze on the spot. He stared blankly at the familiar figure in front of him, a look of disbelief on his face. "It's Qin Shao. I'm not dreaming, am I? Brother Desolate Land, it's me." After killing the Hellfire tribe member, Qin Shao strode over excitedly. He grabbed Desolate Land's arms and smiled at Desolate Land. Desolate Land was one of Qin Zhao's most respected people. In Qin Zhao's heart, his position was extremely high. Apart from his master, Hong Chang-ku, and Jing Yang, no one else could compare to him. Although Hong Chang-ku was his master, he hadn't taught Qin Shao much. He'd only been there because of their relationship as his master. However, Qin Shao had a lot of feelings for Desolate Land. In order to save Desolate Land, Qin Shao had risked his own life to enter the Hellfire territory. Qin Shao wouldn't hesitate even if he'd die. Now that he'd finally seen Desolate Land, how could Qin Shao not be excited? Qin Shao, it's you, it's really you, ha ha ha. Desolate Land shook violently and became extremely emotional. After confirming that it was Qin Shao, Desolate Land was ecstatic and couldn't stop laughing. He was extremely happy. He wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. It really was Qin Shao. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since they'd last seen each other. It was just that even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Qin Shao would actually step in to save him in such a desperate situation. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was too unbelievable. Just now, he'd really thought that Desolate Land was going to die in the next second. However, he'd been saved. Furthermore, the person who'd saved him was Qin Shao. He'd always been thinking about Qin Shao. "Yes, big brother Desolate Land, it's really me. It's all right, it's all right." Qin Shao nodded solemnly. The matter that he'd been worried about could finally be resolved. Although they were still in the Hellfire territory, the most important thing was that Desolate Land was still alive. As for the rest, he didn't have to worry so much. Desolate Land gradually calmed down after being excited for a while. After calming down, Desolate Land looked at Qin Shao doubtfully and said, "Qin Shao, I can see that your aura is still at the 4th step universe grade. Did you also injure your vitality? Haven't you recovered? However, your aura seems to be the aura of the Immortal Tao. In that case, you've actually cultivated the Immortal Tao to the 4th step universe grade in just a few 100,000 years." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, big brother Desolate Land. We encountered an attack by an unknown force last time, and my vitality was also severely damaged. Until now, I haven't fully recovered, so my cultivation base hasn't recovered. After I entered the Immortal Domain, I began to cultivate the Immortal Tao. Fortunately, I've had some gains in the past few 100,000 years and cultivated the Immortal Tao to the 4th step universe grade." Qin Shao was obviously much more humble when he said this. If he hadn't had a stronger foundation than Xiang Min, he could have become an Immortal Ascension immediately. To him, becoming an Immortal Ascension wasn't difficult at all. As long as he wanted to, he could become an Immortal Ascension at any time. However, Qin Shao had a lot of things to consider, so he wasn't in a hurry to become an Immortal Ascension. Even so, Qin Zhao's cultivation speed was still heaven-defying enough to make others speechless. Li Shi, You're indeed the number one person in the primordial chaos universe. Ha ha ha, this is your style? It seems like Qin Shao can also shine in the great thousand domains. Great, this is great. This is great. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Desolate Land also laughed happily. He was really happy from the bottom of his heart. With this good news, he immediately cast aside all the hardships he had suffered all these years. Qin Shao shook his head and laughed. Big brother Desolate Land, don't praise me. The sacred domain is not like our universe. It's too difficult to shine in the sacred domain. I'm far from reaching that level now. In terms of talent and potential, I can't even stand at the top in this small domain, let alone in this immortal domain. The 8 great sacred domains in the great thousand domains are not simple. This is the place where geniuses gather. In comparison, I don't have any advantage. Therefore, there's nothing to praise. I'd better walk my own path of cultivation steadily. That's enough. Desolate Land was silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. He understood the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. Yes, this was not the primordial chaos universe after all. It was the vast and boundless great thousand domains, the supreme sacred domain. How could he imagine the power of the sacred domain? It was simply too difficult to make a name for oneself in the saint level. How could it be easy for him to shine and heat up? By the way, Qin Shao, how did you find me? This shouldn't be a coincidence, right? You must have been looking for me and had accurate information. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to save me, Desolate Land suddenly asked. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, big brother Qin Shao, I spent a lot of effort to find you. I had accurate information to support it, and I also had the sensing of my soul stone. Big brother Desolate Land, we exchanged soul stones when we were in the primordial chaos universe. Although it's a soul stone from the primordial chaos universe, it doesn't have much use in the immortal domain. However, that was only to say that it was useless. It wasn't completely useless. If you're close enough, you can still sense it. I've been in the ecstasy fire realm for almost 3,000 years before I finally found you, big brother Desolate Land. I was lucky enough to find my way. I also found the traces of the Desolate Land sword technique you left behind, so I was able to find you, big brother Desolate Land. Just by hearing Qin Zhao's words, Desolate Land knew how difficult it was. But even so, Qin Shao still entered the ecstasy fire realm to save him regardless. Desolate Land naturally knew how terrifying the ecstasy fire realm was. He had stayed here for hundreds of thousands of years. If it weren't for his good luck and intelligence, he would have died many times over. Thank you, Qin Shao. Desolate Land had a lot to say, but he also knew that it would be meaningless to say more. After a moment of silence, he thanked Qin Shao sincerely. This wasn't the first time Qin Shao had saved his life, but it was probably the most desperate. After all, Qin Shao was only a 4th-step universe grade now. Desolate Land knew very well how much risk he had to take by entering the ecstasy fire realm. Qin Zhao's actions were equivalent to gambling with his life. Big brother Desolate Land, there's no need for thanks between us. It would make us seem like strangers, Qin Shao said. Desolate Land smiled. A word of thanks was actually too light. However, he also knew that Qin Shao really treated him like a brother who had gone through thick and thin. This friendship of life and death was what warmed his heart. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Qin Shao, tell me about your current situation. I think you're doing pretty well. To be able to obtain such accurate information, I'm afraid the primal chaos source rock isn't enough. There must be a huge power behind it. Desolate Land didn't continue to harp on this. Instead, he changed the topic. Naturally, there was nothing to hide in front of Desolate Land. Qin Shao told Desolate Land about his current situation in detail. Besides his current situation, he also told Desolate Land about how he had become a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Then, he introduced the basic situation of the Immortal Protectorate, the situation in the southern wilderness, and the situation in the Fuma mountain range. Desolate Land naturally didn't know about these things. After listening to Qin Zhao's introduction, they finally had a rough understanding of the Immortal Protectorate. They also knew where they were now and what Qin Zhao's current status was. Chapter 1801. What a great experience. No wonder you're the #1 person in the primordial universe. You're really amazing. TSK, the official disciple of the Fusu Immortal Palace, has created many records. You're a peerless genius. Very good, very good. I'm really happy for you. Qin Shao, you're the pride of the primordial universe. You're the pride of all of us. As long as you're here, the primordial universe will have hope. We might be able to create our own world in the great thousand domains. You're where our confidence lies. After learning about Qin Zhao's current situation, Desolate Land laughed heartily again. He was in an extremely good mood. He was genuinely happy. Speaking of which, he had watched Qin Zhao grow up step by step. From being weak, he had slowly become strong. From being humble, he had slowly climbed to the top. He had created many records, miracles, and legends. He had composed many epic songs. Step by step, he had gone from being humble to being the strongest. In the end, he had saved the primordial universe and become the origin source master of the primordial universe. He had become the supreme ruler of the primordial universe and a master of everyone. Desolate Land had great respect and admiration for Qin Shao. Now, this kind of admiration was even stronger. To be able to make a name for himself in the immortal realms in such a short period of time and gain a decent reputation, this was indeed a very difficult thing to do. However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao had still done it. He had shone his light on the Fusu mountain range. Desolate Land saw too much hope in Qin Shao. This was Qin Zhao's hope. At the same time, he was also the hope of the primordial universe. This hope would definitely shine on them, and they would be able to borrow its light. Qin Zhao's strength represented the strength of the primordial universe. The strength of the primordial universe would definitely lead them to become stronger. They were a family after all. What Desolate Land respected the most was that Qin Shao had spared no effort to find them after he had become capable. 9 Dragons is really lucky. He was actually the first to be saved by you. He even joined a major power and has already ascended to immortality. TSK, I didn't think that among us, it would actually be the first of the 9 dragons to step into the Empyrean realm. We old fellows have been working hard for an entire universe era. I've also been secretly competing with each other. I've always dreamed of reaching this realm, but I didn't expect the 9 dragons to beat me to it. In terms of talent and potential, the 9 dragons are probably the weakest among us. But because of you, Qin Shao, you were the first among us to break through to the celestial venerable realm and become an immortal. That's why I say that life is sometimes really interesting. Cultivation resources are indeed very important. Desolate Land did not say this out of envy or jealousy. Instead, it was sincerely happy for 9 dragons. The ascension of 9 dragons to immortality was a grand occasion for the primordial universe. The first person to break through to the Empyrean realm in the primordial universe would definitely be the Lord of Death. However, the Lord of Death had disappeared long ago. No one knew where he was now, whether he was dead or alive. There was no way to find him at all. The second person was naturally Qin Shao. Originally, the Heavenly Court had the highest chance of becoming the third person. Unexpectedly, the third person was 9 dragons. 9 dragons was indeed lucky to have landed in the territory of Futai mountain range. Therefore, he was the first to be saved. Big Brother Desolate Land is right. Cultivation resources are indeed very important. Actually, for us to be able to reach this step in the primordial universe, we're considered geniuses even in the sacred realm. Even if we're just ordinary geniuses, we're still geniuses. Our talent and potential are actually quite good. 9 dragons might be the weakest among us, but in the sacred realm, he's actually quite good. If a force is willing to nurture him and provide him with a lot of resources, it won't be difficult for him to break through and become an immortal. Big Brother Desolate Land, your luck isn't bad either. It's not easy for you to persevere in the fire domain for so many years. There's no news of the others. I've only found you and 9 dragons now. Qin Shao nodded and said with a smile. He had to admit that 9 dragons' luck was indeed quite good. Desolate Land also smiled and nodded. Haha, that's true. Compared to mortal guest of the heavenly court and the others, my luck is quite good. Sigh, speaking of them, I'm really a little worried. In the past, we've always fantasized about the sacred realm. We all thought that it was a holy land, a land of light, a holy land that we yearned for even in our dreams. But after arriving in the sacred realm, we realized that it wasn't the case. It turns out that the sacred realm is also so cruel. The law of survival has been interpreted to the extreme. Qin Xiao, if you'd come a little later, I would have been dead for sure. My luck is quite good. I've been hiding all these years and barely managed to survive until now, until you came to save me. We haven't found the heavenly court and the others, and we don't know where they are. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it may be. Sigh. Qin Xiao could only sigh inwardly at the mention of this matter. He was also very anxious. He also knew about the situation. He also knew that the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be. But there was nothing he could do. All he could do now was wait for information. He could only take action when he had the information. Otherwise, how could he search for them in the vast sacred realm? Desolate Land suddenly waved his hand and said, Qin Xiao, don't worry. I know this matter can't be rushed. I was just sighing casually just now. Well, I think it's better to think about things from a positive perspective. I believe the heavenly court's mortal guest and the others will be protected by the heavens. They'll be fine. Maybe they're the same as you. They've all joined an immortal sect in other realms. Qin Xiao nodded. Right now, he could only think on the bright side. He was willing to believe that his elder brother and Master Jingyang were all fine. Let's not talk about this for now. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. It's a long way to go to leave the conflagration realm from here. Desolate Land changed the subject. Yes, elder brother Desolate Land. It's indeed a long way to go to leave the conflagration realm from here. I'm afraid it'll take me at least 2,000 years to travel at full speed. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Fortunately, we didn't enter the depths of the pyroclasm domain. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to leave. Otherwise, it'll be even more difficult. Right now, we're still in the outer realms of the conflagration realm. 2,000 years isn't too short in the conflagration realm, but it's not a big deal. Since I was able to arrive here safely, I'll definitely be able to get out alive. By the way, elder brother Desolate Land, you must have been injured by the conflagration realm. Hurry and take this fire resistance pill. With that, Qin Xiao waved his hand, and a fire resistance pill appeared in his hand. Desolate Land didn't know what the fire resistance pill was, but he knew very well that Qin Xiao wouldn't harm him. Therefore, without any hesitation, Desolate Land took the fire resistance pill from Qin Xiao's hand and swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed it, Desolate Land immediately felt a clear current rush through his body. This kind of feeling was like suddenly drinking a cup of ice-cold water in a scorching hot day. It was a wonderful feeling. The pain brought by the conflagration realm had always been tormenting Desolate Land. His immortal body, soul, and even were all eroded and persecuted. As soon as Desolate Land swallowed the fire resistance pill, the spring-like power surged through his body. It directly annihilated the remaining conflagration realm and made it cease to exist. The fire resistance pill slowly healed the parts of his body that were injured by the conflagration realm. Therefore, Desolate Land's body and mind were greatly comforted and nourished. It was very comfortable. This feeling was wonderful. Desolate Land could clearly feel his immortal body recovering rapidly. His strength was also rapidly returning. One fire resistance pill made Desolate Land feel much better and his injuries much better. Qin Xiao, is this the fire resistance pill you were talking about? It's really good stuff. My injuries are much better now. Haha. Desolate Land moved his body and said happily. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Yes, this is the fire resistance pill. It's specially made to restrain the conflagration realm. After being afflicted by the conflagration realm, taking a fire resistance pill will basically solve the problem. Brother Desolate Land, you've been hurt by the conflagration realm all these years. You're fine now. However, Desolate Land's injuries are still very serious, and your vitality has been greatly damaged. Therefore, if you want to recover, it won't be easy. Right now, you've only recovered 30% at most. So, Big Brother Meng Huang, you should enter my inner world first. I've also prepared some things for you, Desolate Land, that can help you recover faster. When we return to Linfu City, I'll find a way to help Desolate Land fully recover. Moreover, I should be able to let a powerful faction recruit you, Desolate Land. Qin Shao, I don't know what to say. Desolate Land suddenly became a little speechless. Qin Shao had given him too much. Since you don't know what to say, then I won't say anything. In short, everything is in my heart, and I'll remember it. I won't be unreasonable about this matter. I'll have to trouble you. Qin Shao. Based on my current situation, joining a large force is indeed the best choice. After all, there's no way I'll be recruited by the Fumu Immortal Palace. Qin Shao said, Brother Desolate Land, it's actually not a big deal. For us now, it's just a springboard for growth. We should have a bigger stage in the future. Let's make ourselves stronger first. Only then can we go to a bigger world, right? A bigger world? Just the territory of the Fu Wei mountain range was already very difficult to walk out of, but Qin Shao had already thought of a wider world. This was probably what it meant to have broad horizons. Desolate Land was also somewhat encouraged. He smiled and said, Yes, let's work hard together and quickly become stronger. I also want to go to a bigger world. Haha, Qin Shao, it's about time. Should we go? It was time to go. Qin Shao did not say anything more. He was about to leave with Desolate Land. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, a powerful aura surged toward them like a dark tide. After sensing this powerful aura, Qin Shao and Desolate Land's expressions suddenly changed. Something's coming. It's not good. We have to leave here quickly. Qin Shao said to Desolate Land with a slightly serious expression. Chapter 1802. Danger was coming. That was how it was in the conflagration realm. One couldn't relax at all, and danger lurked everywhere. You had no idea when danger would come. Perhaps, just as you want to relax for a second, danger will come at that second. The fact that the realm of enmity fire was so infamous that it could strike fear in people's hearts and claim the lives of countless exalted immortals was proof enough of its power. Brother Desolate Land, enter my inner world and leave this place to me, Qin Shao said seriously to Desolate Land. However, Meng Huang hurriedly refused. He said solemnly, No, Qin Shao, since danger has come, how can I leave you to face it alone and fight alone? If we're going to fight, we'll fight together. If anything happens to you, I'll die too. Rather than that, why don't we fight side by side and carve out a way to survive? Qin Shao shook his head. Brother Desolate Land, listen to me. You've only recovered 30% of your strength at most. With your current strength, you won't be able to fight at all. I'll put you into my inner world. That way, I'll be able to fight without any worries. Brother Desolate Land, don't worry about me. Since I was able to come here to save you, I'll definitely be able to get out. Although I'm not very strong, I have many immortal treasures on me. If necessary, I'll use them. If you want to threaten my life with just these dangers, then what confidence do I have to come here? I've come prepared this time. Trust me, there's no time left. Desolate Land looked at Qin Zhao's serious face. He knew that if he stayed, he would only be a burden to Qin Shao. Not to mention that he only had 30% of his strength left. Even if he was at full strength, he wouldn't be of much help. After all, the aura coming at them was clearly that of an immortal. In the face of an immortal, Meng Huang naturally didn't have the strength to resist. Although he was still a little worried about Qin Shao, Desolate Land also had a lot of helplessness. It was the pain of being too weak. However, there was nothing he could do. Meng Huang could only nod his head. Entering Qin Zhao's internal world was indeed the best choice. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and put Desolate Land into his inner world. After doing all this, he was no longer in a hurry to escape. He could only see balls of raging flames roaring in his direction, like a fireball shooting over at high speed. However, these weren't fireballs. They were Conflagration Tribe members. Obviously, the Conflagration Tribe member who was killed just now had used a secret technique to inform the others. Therefore, there were more than 20 conflagration tribe members. Judging from their auras, they were all first-step celestial venerables. If he fought them one by one, Qin Shao wouldn't be afraid of any first-step celestial venerable celestial. However, the other party's advantage in numbers was too great. There were more than 20 people. That was a crushing advantage, and it made Qin Shao feel a little hopeless. Qin Shao knew that he would definitely not be a match for the Hellfire Tribe beings who were fighting against more than 20 lesser immortals. This was going to be a tough battle. Moreover, the terrain was too unfavorable. There was no way to escape. The way out was completely blocked by more than 20 conflagration tribe members. Therefore, Qin Zhao's only choice was to fight. Even the possibility of escape was cut off. The bi-flames on these bi-whole life forms were strong, indicating that they were extremely angry. The conflagration tribe was a very united tribe. The death of another tribe member would naturally enrage the conflagration tribe members. Under the flames, there were many angry and ferocious faces. Despicable human brat, how dare you kill my conflagration tribe members? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The conflagration tribe member who was charging at the front snorted angrily. The rest of the conflagration tribe members followed suit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 20 conflagration tribe members charged at Qin Shao, forming an impenetrable killing net. The front, middle, and back of the formation cut off all possibilities of escape. Under such circumstances, even if Qin Shao used the invisibility talisman, he wouldn't be able to escape. The invisibility talisman could only make a person invisible, but it couldn't completely hide a person. Invisibility was just that others couldn't see it. However, the person was still there. Therefore, in many cases, the invisibility talisman was ineffective. Under such circumstances, unless Qin Shao used the teleportation talisman to leave, it would be too difficult for him to escape. Qin Shao still had 2 teleportation talismans on him. He could use one of them. However, Qin Shao couldn't bear to use it so easily. This thing could save his life at a critical moment. If he used it, he would have one less life-saving means. If he didn't have these life-saving means at a critical moment, he might not be able to turn the situation around. The teleportation talisman couldn't be used carelessly. There's no other way. Let's give it a try. Now that he had saved the Desolate Land's big brother, it was a lot easier. My goal now is to escape, and I won't continue to fight. As long as there's a chance to escape, that's enough. Qin Shao thought to himself. With a thought, the ice pincer armor appeared and enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Qin Shao looked like a mechanical warrior. Her whole body was covered with ice pincers. When fighting against the Hellfire Tribe, the frost pincer armor was a life-saving divine artifact. Streams of powerful nightmare fire with terrifying immortal might blasted towards Qin Shao. These nightmare fire were powerful enough to easily destroy Qin Zhao's immortal force barrier and directly bombarded Qin Zhao's body. If not for the protection of the frost pincers, Qin Shao would definitely have died under those waves of attacks. Once the hellfire invaded the body, it would wreak havoc. The more nightmare fire invaded the body, the more terrifying its destructive power was. After being invaded by the nightmare fire, Qin Zhao's strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Naturally, he would be defeated even faster. Fortunately, with the protection of the frost pincers, Qin Zhao's threat was greatly reduced. Of course, this only meant that the nightmare fire's threat was greatly reduced. The situation was still not optimistic. Qin Shao held the immortal sword in his hand. His eyes were incomparably cold. Instead of retreating, he advanced and met the nightmare fire head-on. There were too many nightmare fire attacks. Qin Shao had no way to resist the attacks of so many Hellfire Tribe members at the same time. After dealing with the first attack, there were still more than 10 attacks that landed on Qin Zhao's body. Fortunately, the frost pincer's armor blocked the power of the nightmare fire. However, it only blocked the strange power of the nightmare fire. The immortal might still landed firmly on Qin Zhao's body. If Qin Zhao's immortal body wasn't strong enough, his immortal body would definitely be damaged under such attacks. Qin Zhao's strong immortal body coupled with the protection of the Frost Pincer's armor, did not suffer any damage under this wave of attacks. Although he could block this wave of attacks, there was nothing to be happy about. If the battle dragged on, he would definitely not be able to survive. The Frost Pincer's armor would be broken if it was attacked too many times. Once it lost the protection of the Frost Pincer's armor, the Nightmare Fire's slow invasion would also hurt Qin Zhao's immortal body. For the time being, Qin Zhao seemed to be able to fight. However, it could not be maintained for too long. This was very clear in his heart. I must take advantage of this period of time to break out of the encirclement. I have a speed-type immortal treasure. As long as I can break out of the encirclement, there is still a great chance that I can shake them off and escape. It is indeed not an easy task to charge out a three-layered formation. These Hellfire tribe members are fierce and bloodthirsty, but their intelligence should not be very high. Right now, I can only use my wits. As long as I can rush to the front of the last formation, I should be able to tear an opening with one last fierce attack. What I should think about now is how to break through the first two lines of defense. If I go all out now, the Hellfire tribe members will definitely attack me en masse, cutting off all possibilities for me. As Qin Zhao fought with great difficulty, he also pondered how to deal with the Hellfire tribe members. If he went all out, Qin Zhao could use the Lightning Wings and Cloud Shadow. With these immortal treasures and a speed-type immortal art, Qin Zhao could shake off the Hellfire tribe members with his speed. In terms of strength, Qin Zhao had Heart Force as his trump card. If he went all out, he could easily defeat a single Hellfire tribe member. Therefore, as long as he made it to the final line of defense, Qin Zhao would have a great chance of tearing an opening if he went all out. But now is not the time to reveal his full strength. If he didn't do so, Qin Zhao naturally wouldn't have much power to resist and would only be trampled. Thankfully, he had the frigid pincers and a strong immortal body. Otherwise, Qin Zhao wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught. Boom! Several times, Qin Zhao was sent flying. As Qin Zhao was sent flying, he intentionally adjusted his direction. It seemed unintentional, but in reality, he was carefully approaching the third line of defense. But in terms of performance, Qin Zhao was the weaker party and the one being trampled. As he showed weakness, he would naturally paralyze the Hellfire tribe members. Frigid pincers. Human brat, it seems like you do have some background to be able to possess such a valuable immortal treasure like the Frost Pincers. You have some strength as well. Looks like you're a genius. But it's all useless. How dare you kill a Hellfire tribe member? Death is your only option. There's no need to put up any more pointless resistance. You're too weak. The frigid pincers can protect you for a while, but not forever. It's just a frigid pincers. Breaking it will only take a little more effort. The Hellfire tribe member who'd spoken just now shouted again, his killing intent unparalleled. I'm going to die either way. It's impossible for me to surrender, Qin Zhao said through gritted teeth. Despicable and shameless humans, you really deserve to die. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Hateful human, let's see how long you can last, the Hellfire tribe member said angrily. His attacks became even more ferocious. The other Hellfire tribe members also attacked with unusual ferocity. They wanted to kill Qin Zhao as soon as possible and pay with blood. Qin Zhao acted weak while carrying out his plan. The intelligence of the Hellfire tribe members was indeed average. Qin Zhao quickly moved from the first line of defense to the second. He only needed one more step to reach the third line of defense. Once he reached the third line of defense, he could tear an opening if he attacked with all his strength. He'd endured such a blow just for this moment. And this moment was getting closer and closer. Boom! Qin Zhao was once again sent flying. Using the momentum of his fall, Qin Zhao smoothly completed his plan. Finally, he rushed out of the second line of defense and reached the third. Chapter 1803. Kill him. The Hellfire tribe beings on the third line of defense shouted and attacked Qin Zhao with all their might when they saw him flying over. Qin Zhao, who looked like he was on his last breath and had almost lost the ability to resist, suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes. Now was the time. Qin Shao suddenly unleashed his lightning wings and cloud shadow at the same time, like a ferocious beast, charging over at an incredible speed. Huh. Despicable human. You are indeed up to no good. Stop him. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Kill him. Despicable human. Don't even think about escaping. Die. The Hellfire Tribe beings were fearless as they stood in front of Qin Shao and attacked with all their might, trying to stop Qin Shao. The Hellfire Tribe beings behind also charged forward at full speed, trying to surround and kill Qin Shao. In terms of speed and strength alone, it would not be easy for Qin Shao to tear a hole in it. Heart Force Kill. Qin Shao pushed his heart force to the limit when he arrived in front of one of the Hellfire Tribesmen. He charged at the Hellfire Tribesman. The Hellfire creature tried to block Qin Shao with a ferocious expression, but Qin Zhao's Heart Force attack caused it to lose control. It let out a miserable cry. Heart Force could kill without leaving a trace. Although Qin Zhao's Heart Force had yet to reach the Heavenly Venerate level, it was still a fourth-step universe grade and infinitely close to the Heavenly Venerate level. Of course, these Hellfire Tribe beings were all first-step Heavenly Venerates. Qin Zhao's immortal power alone was definitely not enough to affect them completely. Fortunately, Qin Shao still had a Soul Power Stone in his possession. With the help of the Soul Power Stone, Qin Zhao's Heart Force could reach the level of a human immortal. Thus, Qin Zhao's full force Heart Force attack was still able to deal with a single Hellfire creature. Qin Zhao's Heart Force attack rendered the Hellfire life form completely incapable of attacking. It was as if it had been shackled. On the other hand, Qin Shao did not hesitate and attacked with all his might. He activated the Qinkuan sword technique to the extreme and unleashed all his immortal force and immortal pressure. He slashed the Hellfire Tribes being ruthlessly. The powerful force broke through all obstructions and sent the Hellfire Tribe being flying. Being hit by Qin Zhao's all-out attack, the Hellfire race's life immortal physique was mostly destroyed. He lost half of his life and almost died under Qin Zhao's sword. Fortunately, Qin Shao was only a fourth-step universe grade. Although his strength could suppress a lesser celestial, he had yet to become an immortal, so his immortal aura was still a little weak. However, Qin Shao did not care about this. It made no difference to him whether he killed the Hellfire Tribe being or not. What he needed was to tear open an opening that would allow him to escape quickly. Now that the hole was opened, Qin Shao did not hesitate and immediately rushed out of the hole. The cloud shadow technique, coupled with the lightning wings, was indeed very fast. Even though Qin Shao had yet to become an immortal, his speed was not any slower than the lesser celestials of the Hellfire Tribe. Therefore, Qin Shao rushed out of the opening and quickly put some distance between himself and the Hellfire Tribe beings, who had yet to react. After Qin Shao escaped, the Hellfire Tribe beings seemed to come back to their senses and roared furiously. Despicable and shameless human tribe rat. Don't even think about escaping. Everyone, hurry up and chase after him. We definitely can't let this brat escape. Kill him. You must kill him. The Hellfire Tribe beings were furious and felt extremely humiliated. It was as if this was a form of humiliation for them. More than 20 lesser celestials had besieged a human tribe rat at the fourth-step universe grade, yet that brat had still managed to tear open an opening and escape. If this wasn't a humiliation, then what was? Therefore, they were even more furious. The Hellfire Tribe beings roared and chased after Qin Shao as fast as they could. However, Qin Zhao's speed was too fast, and he had an obvious advantage over the Hellfire Tribe beings. Therefore, even though the Hellfire Tribe beings were chasing after him, the distance between them was still slowly increasing. The Hellfire Tribe beings roared furiously when they could not catch up. Success! Qin Shao was delighted when he saw that the distance between him and the Hellfire Tribe beings was increasing. His plan had succeeded. However, Qin Shao had suffered a lot for the sake of his plan. He had been beaten up badly by the Hellfire Tribe beings just now. It had not been easy for him to pretend to be weak all this while. Furthermore, this set of frosty pincers was on the verge of shattering under such an onslaught of attacks. If he had held on for a while longer, this set of frosty pincers would have started to shatter. Fortunately, he had bought 2 sets of frosty pincers. Even if this set was shattered, there would still be another set. This was not considered a dead end. 80,000 primal chaos source stone for a set of frosty pincers. Just thinking about it made one's heart ache. However, as long as he could save the big brother of the desolate land, Qin Shao would not hesitate to pay 80,000 primal chaos source stones for a set. The Hellfire tribe beings behind him were roaring and shouting. All sorts of noises could be heard, but this did not threaten Qin Shao in the slightest. Qin Shao did not care about these Hellfire tribe beings. Instead, he fled this place as fast as he could. As long as he left this hidden place, he would be able to swim freely in the vast ocean. When the time came, he would be able to shake off these Hellfire tribe beings and truly escape. Right now, he could not be considered to have truly escaped if he had not shaken off these Hellfire tribe beings. After all, even if these Hellfire tribe beings could not catch up to him, if they continued to stick to him, they would be a huge hidden danger. These Hellfire tribe beings could notify other Hellfire tribe beings. Therefore, once they stuck to him, he would definitely have a terrible ending. This was something Qin Shao was very clear about. He had to shake off these Hellfire tribe beings as fast as he could. Otherwise, even if he could escape for a while, he would not be able to escape forever. The exit was just ahead. Soon, Qin Shao saw the exit. It was as if he had seen a ray of light, instantly illuminating the darkness. Soon, as long as I leave this place, I will be able to shake off these Hellfire tribe beings completely. Qin Shao moved forward as fast as he could. Escaping in such a sorry state was something that Qin Shao had never experienced before. The closer he got to the exit, the brighter the light became. Hurry up and stop that despicable human brat. We can't let him escape. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to catch up to him. Ah, that despicable human brat. He has a speed-type immortal treasure. We are at a disadvantage. We can't catch up to him. What should we do? What should we do? Don't chase me. You can't catch up to me. Don't waste your energy. Qin Shao felt a little happy in his heart. He turned back and laughed at the Hellfire tribe beings. Just now, he had been humiliated by these Hellfire tribe beings. Now, he was paying them back a little. Such provocative and somewhat sarcastic words made the Hellfire tribe beings roar even more angrily. Oof, despicable human brat. Do you really think you can escape? There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no way you can leave here today. Just as Qin Shao was about to leave, 2 thunderous roars suddenly sounded. Several flaming lights flickered in front of him, stinging Qin Zhao's eyes. Hearing this voice and feeling the scorching light, Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed. His heart sank, and he looked over. 5 Hellfire tribe beings suddenly rushed out from the exit, and all of them were first-step heavenly venerate lesser immortals. But these 5 Hellfire tribe beings formed a formation to block the exit. At this time, they attacked Qin Shao with all their strength, forming an unbreakable wall. If Qin Shao wanted to rush out, he had to deal with these 5 people. And these 5 people almost formed a hole. If he wanted to use the method just now to break out, it was obviously not very effective. The possibility of tearing another hole was very small. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. If he delayed any longer, the Hellfire tribe beings behind him would catch up. For a time, Qin Shao was directly sandwiched in the middle. Sometimes, the situation was like this. You could fall from the sky to the earth all of a sudden. It seems that I really underestimated the Hellfire tribe. They are very smart and cunning. I thought all of them had rushed in. I didn't expect that there were still 5 people guarding the exit. With the lesson just now, these 5 people are obviously much more cautious. They formed a formation so that I can't tear another hole. In this way, the possibility of me wanting to force my way out is too low. There's almost no hope, and the Hellfire tribe beings behind have already caught up. If I attack, it will definitely delay some time. Even if I can really tear a hole, when the Hellfire tribe beings behind catch up, I will still be surrounded and killed. I'm afraid the same method can only be used once. Those Hellfire tribe beings won't give me a second chance. I really can't underestimate my opponent, but there's no other way. Even if I didn't underestimate them, I would still use this method. It's just that now I'm forced to the point of no return. It seems that I can only use the teleportation talisman. If I knew this would happen, I would have used the teleportation talisman just now. Qin Xiao shook his head. The world was really unpredictable. If he had used the teleportation talisman just now, he would have escaped long ago. Of course, that didn't fit Qin Xiao's style of doing things. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Qin Xiao wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Using the teleportation talisman right away was a form of surrender. Die, human brat. Shameless person, accept your death obediently. The Hellfire tribe beings surrounded him, their monstrous hell fire seeming to burn everything. Under such an onslaught, the void couldn't help but tremble slightly. Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. It seemed that there was no other way. If he delayed any longer, he would die. Therefore, he'd better use the teleportation talisman to leave first. Just as Qin Xiao was about to use the talisman, an immortal light suddenly flashed in front of Qin Xiao's eyes, causing Qin Xiao's expression to change slightly. An immortal flew over on a sword, overflowing with sword energy and immortal aura. Before he arrived, his attacks had already been launched from afar, attacking those Hellfire tribe beings. This immortal looked to be in his early 30s, wearing a relatively cool light armor. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his sword energy flew in the air. He looked quite imposing. Young Master Qin Xiao, I'm here to lend you a hand. Wait for me to push back these Hellfire tribe beings, and then we'll leave quickly. Lord Qin Xiao, please cooperate with me. That way, we'll have a better chance. The immortal directly transmitted his voice to Qin Xiao. Hearing this, Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. He knew me. Chapter 1804. But at this moment, it didn't matter who they were. They only needed to confirm whether they were friend or foe. Since they were friends, they would cooperate for now. Moreover, the three major forces had all sent people into the enchanting fire realm. Therefore, it was normal for them to be from the three major forces. There was nothing strange about it. With this in mind, Qin Xiao did not think too much and replied, "Thank you. How do you want me to cooperate with you?" Lord Qin Xiao, in a moment, I will attack the 5 Mara Fire tribe with all my strength. You will attack them at the same time. I know your heart force techniques are not bad. Use your heart force to attack the 5 of them, and help me restrain them and affect their strength. The Mara Fire tribe will need some time to kill their way here, but we don't have much time either. We have to make the best use of our time and succeed in one go. Otherwise, if those Hellfire race beings surround us, our situation will not be good. It won't be so easy to escape from here. Qin Xiao nodded. All right, let's attack together. Time was indeed tight. Qin Xiao didn't say anything else. While the 5 Mara Fire tribe were still focused on the newcomer, Qin Xiao pounced on them like a fierce tiger. Humph, there's a comrade and a human immortal. Since you're here, let's die together. A mere human immortal. We have the advantage in numbers. There's nothing to worry about. You're just throwing your life away. Kill them. As long as they're humans, we'll kill as many as they come. Despicable humans, they all deserve to die. The Mara Fire tribe didn't care about the newcomer at all, even if he was a human immortal at the second step. They had the advantage in numbers, so they had the confidence to do so. Heart force kill. Qin Xiao didn't fight the 5 Mara Fire tribe head-on this time. Instead, he saw an opportunity and used his heart force to attack the 5 Mara Fire tribe at the signal of the newcomer. Qin Xiao's heart force was stretched thin against 5 lesser mortals at the same time. If it was only dealing with one person, then it was completely possible to take that person down. It was obviously not that powerful to deal with 5 people at the same time, but it was enough to cause them quite a bit of trouble. This influence could restrain the 5 of them to a certain extent, and it would also have a significant impact on their strength. In this way, their strength would be greatly weakened. It was as if a chain had been placed on them, binding them. This feeling was as if the 5 of them were tied up with a rope. At the same time, the attacker's attack also arrived in front of him. As expected of a second-step celestial, venerable human immortal, the moment he attacked, his aura was indeed extraordinary. His sword, Qi sword, and his immortal might was vast. Golden Sword Chi with great power shot towards the 5 Hell Fire Tribe beings with unstoppable force. The 5 Hell Fire Tribe beings didn't have much power to resist, and they were all sent flying by the attacks. Fortunately, the powerful force was shared by the 5 Hell Fire Tribe beings. If it hit 1 or 2 of them, they would probably be killed on the spot. With the 5 Hell Fire Tribe beings sharing the power, they were only sent flying with serious injuries. They fell to the ground and lost their fighting strength. This hole was completely destroyed by the incoming person's attack. Lord Qin Shao, go quickly. After breaking the opening, the attacker didn't hesitate and immediately shouted at Qin Shao. Qin Shao naturally did not have any hesitation and immediately approached the person who had come. As soon as he got close, Qin Shao felt a force wrap around him. A golden sword appeared under the man's feet. With a thought from the man, the golden sword turned into a golden light and flew into the distance. The sword controlling technique was a common technique used by many speed immortal techniques. It was a relatively advanced sword controlling technique. Its speed was naturally much higher than Qin Zhao's lightning wings and cloud shadow technique. In addition, the attacker was a human immortal whose cultivation realm was much higher, so his speed was naturally much faster. Since he had the absolute advantage in speed, it was naturally much easier for him to escape. Therefore, without any suspense, he quickly shook off the Hellfire Tribe beings and escaped. After running for a while, Qin Shao found that the Hellfire Tribe beings didn't chase after him, and he was secretly relieved. With such a speed, the Hellfire Tribe beings really couldn't catch up with him. He was safe. It was a close call, but not dangerous. This time, he almost used another teleportation talisman. This kind of life-saving talisman was one less talisman after all. Lord Qin Shao, we should be safe now. I found a relatively secluded place not far ahead. Let's go there first. The attacker looked at Qin Shao with a smile and seemed very polite. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said gratefully, "Thank you. How should I address you?" "Lord Qin Shao, you're too polite. This is what I should do." The attacker hurriedly waved his hand and introduced himself. "My name is Hua Zhu, an ordinary human immortal of the Immortal Court. More than 2,000 years ago, I was sent to the Hellfire Realm to look for your friend, Lord Qin Shao, but I couldn't find him. I'm so lucky to meet Lord Qin Shao today." "Haha, Lord Qin Shao, I know you have a lot of immortal treasures with you. In fact, even if I didn't show up, Lord Qin Shao could have easily escaped." Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "I could have escaped, but it's also a painful thing to use a life-saving immortal treasure. No matter what, you saved me, so I should thank you. This time, the Immortal Court has done me a big favor again. I owe you one more favor. Hua Zhu Rin Xian, since you can take us out of here smoothly, I, Qin Shao, will also owe you one." Hua Zhu Rin Xian was taken aback. He hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "I wouldn't dare. I'm just following orders. Lord Qin Shao, you owe the Immortal Court a favor. I don't dare to fight for it. The Immortal Court belongs to the Immortal Court. What's yours is yours. I, Qin Shao, have always been clear about gratitude and grudges. When it comes to favors, it's a favor." Qin Shao smiled. It wouldn't be easy to get out of this place without a hitch. Therefore, if Hua Zhu Rin Xian could really take him out of here smoothly, he should owe him a favor. What he was afraid of was that Hua Zhu Rin Xian's strength alone was not enough to do so. Hua Zhu Rin Xian seemed to be in a difficult position. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. He did not know how to refuse. Since he could not refuse, he might as well not talk about it. Hua Zhu Rin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Lord Qin Shao, I heard you say that Lord Qin Shao has already saved your friend?" Qin Shao did not hide anything. He nodded and said, "Yes, I have indeed saved him. He's now in my inner world. My friend is seriously injured and his vitality has been greatly damaged. It's not convenient for him to stay outside." "Ha ha, that's great. Then, let me congratulate Lord Qin Shao for successfully saving your friend. It's really worth celebrating." Hua Zhu Rin Xian was very happy for Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded. Qin Shao was indeed very happy to be able to save his big brother from the desolate land. It was indeed a joyous occasion. The two of them flew for quite a while before stopping at a secluded place. Just as immortal Huazhu had said, this place was very secluded and was a good place to hide. Of course, Qin Xiao did not want to hide now. Instead, he wanted to find a way to leave the enchanting fire territory. Huazhu Rinxian, you are more experienced and should know more about the enchanting fire territory than I do. Therefore, I want to hear your opinion. How do you think we should leave the enchanting fire territory now? Given our current position, even if we take the shortest route and travel at the fastest speed, I'm afraid it will take us at least 2,000 years to leave the enchanting fire territory without any delay. With such a long time and such a long journey, I'm afraid we will encounter many dangers along the way. Qin Xiao did not rest as soon as he arrived. Instead, he directly asked Huazhu Rinxian about serious matters. Huazhu Rinxian frowned slightly with a grave expression on his face. After a moment of silence, he said, Lord Qin Xiao, I have to say something first. You must have killed someone from the enchanting fire tribe before, right? Seeing how many enchanting fire tribe members hate you so much and want to kill you, this hatred must be because you killed someone from the enchanting fire tribe. Qin Xiao did not deny it. He nodded and said, Yes, I did kill someone from the enchanting fire tribe. Huazhu Rinxian shook his head slightly and said, Lord Qin Xiao, this is where the trouble lies. Where the trouble lies. Qin Xiao was somewhat puzzled. It's like this, Lord Qin Xiao. You should know that the enchanting fire tribe is a very united tribe. In the enchanting fire territory, the enchanting fire tribe is the absolute overlord. They're the rulers here and have the most number of lives. The enchanting fire tribe is very unfriendly to humans and does not welcome humans into the enchanting fire territory. Therefore, once a human intrudes into the enchanting fire territory, most of them will die in the hands of the enchanting fire tribe members. You killed an enchanting fire tribe member, and we have seriously injured several others just now. Therefore, we have a grudge against the enchanting fire tribe. Those who are still alive will definitely not give up. If they can't find us, they will definitely inform the other enchanting fire tribe members and mobilize more enchanting fire tribe members to find us. Therefore, our situation will become very bad. After listening to Huazhu Rinxian's explanation, Qin Xiao's expression suddenly became grave. After a moment of silence, Qin Xiao said seriously, Huazhu Rinxian, according to what you said, it will be much more difficult for us to get out of here. Now, all the enchanting fire tribe members in this area will come out to find us, catch us, and kill us. Therefore, a large number of enchanting fire tribe members will appear in this area. Once we appear, we will be easily discovered. Once we are discovered, a large number of enchanting fire tribe members will be attracted and we will be attacked by them. Once we reach that point, our situation will indeed be very dangerous, very bad. Such a situation had indeed caused Qin Xiao's mood to become abnormally heavy. Thinking about it, Qin Xiao knew how difficult it would be to leave this place. The difficulty was probably several times higher than when they first came in, or even higher. Although they still had some immortal treasures, they were probably not enough to face such a predicament. It was quite frustrating that killing an enchanting fire tribe member would cause such a big reaction. Chapter 1805. Huazhu Rinxian nodded solemnly with a serious look on his face. Yes, Lord Qin Xiao. It's not easy for us to leave this area. The Enmity Fire Tribe is very vengeful. Lord Qin Xiao must have known about this before. So now, this area is very unsafe. In a short period of time, many Enmity Fire Tribe beings will pour into this area. I'm afraid we've fallen into a quagmire. If we don't walk well, we may sink deeper and deeper. If we walk well, we may return to the shore. Now, it depends on how we can get out. Yes, it was a quagmire. If you fell into a quagmire, you would either sink deeper and deeper or get out. But once you fell into a quagmire, it would not be easy to get out. Qin Xiao was also aware of his current situation. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to find a way to get out of here. Huazhu Rinxian, do you have any good suggestions? Qin Xiao asked. Huazhu Rinxian said, If Lord Qin Xiao trusts me, I can give it a try. Although I'm not familiar with the Enmity Fire territory, I've been here once before. This time I stayed for more than 3,000 years. As for this field, I know a little about it. Although there are many Enmity Fire Tribe beings, the Enmity Fire territory is too big. Even in our region, it's still extremely vast. So, as long as we're careful and choose the right route, we can avoid those Enmity Fire Tribe beings. It's just that it's quite difficult to choose a good route. Man's calculations are not as good as God's. So, our route must be adjusted at any time. I don't have much confidence. I can only say that we'll act according to the circumstances. But I think we can't take the safer route, because I'm afraid the Enmity Fire Tribe won't let go of any safe route we can think of. Qin Xiao nodded. He felt that Huazhu Rinqian's words were reasonable. The information he had received before was a detailed introduction of the Enmity Fire territory. With the experience of countless ancestors, he naturally summarized some relatively safe routes and areas. Some of the more dangerous areas were also listed as references for future generations. Of course, these were summarized by the experience of the ancestors. The situation in the real world would be somewhat different. After all, the Enmity Fire Tribe beings were not controlled by others. They could move freely, and they might move to another place. But in general, the situation was not different. Just now, Qin Xiao was also thinking about this problem. If he followed his previous route, it might be even more dangerous. The Enmity Fire Tribe being's population was large, so they could only watch and patrol. Some of the relatively safe areas would probably be heavily patrolled by the Fire Tribe. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. Of course, this kind of thing was not absolute. It could only depend on one's own luck. If one's luck was bad, it would not be safe. Huazhu Rinqian waved his hand and took out a map. He pointed at a place on the map and said, "Lord Qin Xiao, look, we are in this area. We are very close to the inner area of the Enmity Fire territory. This direction is not good. Yes, if we want to leave the Enmity Fire territory, a straight line is the shortest way. But it is also not good. If we go straight, we will pass through several dangerous areas. It is too dangerous. So, after thinking about it, I feel that there are 3 routes we can take now. The first one is like this, the second one is like this, and this is the third one. Lord Qin Xiao, take a look at these 3 routes. Let's discuss them together. Perhaps there are some areas where I have not thought it through." The 3 routes drawn by immortal Huazhu were rather winding. They took many detours. Such a route, even the shortest one, would probably take at least 3,000 years to get out of here. The longest route would take them at least 4 or 5,000 years. Qin Xiao looked at them seriously and shook his head slightly. "I think these 3 routes are about the same. There is not much difference. What we need to see is probably our luck. As for the first route, it bypassed half of the commonly traveled areas, but half of it also had to pass through some dangerous areas. This route seems to be okay. However, it is also conceivable that this route will be very dangerous. It is dangerous. The second route is more coincidental, but it also takes many detours. The third route is the longest. I think these 3 routes are about the same. If I have to choose, I am more inclined to the second route. Huazhu Rinqian, what do you think?" "Ha ha ha." After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Huazhu Rinqian laughed and said, "Great minds think alike. Lord Qin Xiao, I'm also more inclined to the second route. In that case, let's take the second route." Qin Xiao nodded. If Huazhu Rinqian was also inclined to the second route, then they would take the second route. After deciding on the route, the 2 of them set off. With Huazhu Rinqian leading the way, their speed was much faster. After all, Huazhu Rinqian was a human immortal, so he could explore more areas. If there was danger, he could detect it in advance and think of a way to avoid it. Unless they encountered a human immortal from the Hellfire Tribe, Huazhu Rinqian could avoid ordinary Hellfire Tribe beings of the Hellfire Tribe in advance. Now, he and Qin Xiao had no other missions. Their only goal was to escape from the Hellfire territory. Therefore, even if they had to hide, it was not a big deal. As long as they could ensure their safety, everything would be worth it. In terms of time, they were not in a hurry. Even if it took tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, it was not a big deal. Therefore, this time, the 2 of them did not move fast. When they encountered danger, they would take a detour to avoid it. They would rather take a detour than provoke it. Even if the power they found was very weak, they would not expose it easily. However, one thing was certain. The number of Hellfire Tribe beings had indeed increased, and they could see them from time to time. This further indicated that the Hellfire Tribe beings were indeed looking for Qin Shao in this area. Huazhu Rinqian's experience and ability were much better than Qin Zhao's. Therefore, with him leading the way, they had indeed avoided many dangers. Otherwise, if there were dangers from time to time, even if they could deal with them, it would definitely cause a big commotion. If there was a commotion, it would attract other forces. And in terms of time, they would definitely be delayed. Lord Qin Shao, we are still in the outer area of the Hellfire territory for the time being. It is relatively less dangerous. If you don't have anything to ask for and don't care about time, you can walk slowly and carefully. If you avoid danger when you encounter danger, you'll be able to survive. If that one wasn't so unlucky, it could have survived. However, the danger of the Hellfire territory lies in the fact that there are too many uncertain factors and too many unexpected situations. Therefore, no matter how safe the method is in the Hellfire territory, it is actually full of unknown dangers. Once danger comes, it will be trouble. We seem to be relatively safe for the time being, but we have to be mentally prepared for danger. We have to be ready to fight at any time. Huazhu Rinqian said to Qin Shao with a serious face. Qin Shao was naturally aware of this and nodded. The two of them continued to move forward. They walked for several years. During these years, Huazhu Rinqian had avoided all dangers. The two of them did not even fight once. Qin Shao had never encountered a situation where he did not have to fight for several years. Qin Shao sighed in his heart. It seemed that experience and strength were indeed very important. Huazhu Rinqian's realm was high, so he could perceive a wide range of things. Some dangers could also be detected in advance and avoided in advance. Coupled with some experience, it was only natural that he could avoid many natural dangers. With two evasions, it was naturally peaceful and safe. It was indeed much easier to follow Huazhu Rinqian. Of course, it was still a long time before they left the Hellfire territory. Therefore, it was not too early to be happy. If they did not leave the Hellfire territory completely, anything could happen. Qin Shao had never doubted the dangers of the Hellfire territory. Lord Qin Shao, we're about to enter a dangerous area. Our route is to pass by the edge of this dangerous area. In theory, it should not be too dangerous, but we must be prepared. If we expose ourselves here, we may be besieged by other creatures of the Hellfire tribe, Huazhu Rinqian said with a serious face. Qin Shao nodded and became more spirited. Entering a more dangerous area, the feeling was indeed not quite the same. In terms of aura, it was obviously more dangerous. The air seemed to have become terrifying, stimulating the pores of the pores. After traveling in this dangerous area for a year, the two of them came to a complex terrain. Huge mountains appeared in front of them. Huazhu Rinqian stopped, pointed to a secluded path formed by a gap in front of them, and said to Qin Shao, "If we go through here, we can quickly leave this dangerous area. If we don't go through here, we'll have to go around this mountain range. This mountain range is very dangerous. There are many natural forces, many restrictions, and even the tribal territory of the Hellfire tribe. So I don't dare to fly directly. It's too dangerous. We are too big of a target and will be easily discovered by the creatures of the Hellfire tribe. So, Brother Qin Shao, you could decide which one to take. Relatively speaking, it's safer to go around. However, this mountain range is too big. If we go around, it will probably take us another 300 years. If we encounter danger, it may be even more than that. But if we go through this secluded path in the gap, it may be more dangerous. After all, once we go in, there is no way out. If there are creatures of the Hellfire tribe lying in ambush, we will be in a very bad situation." Qin Shao pondered for a moment, and he was also thinking about this problem. If they went around, it was not a big deal to spend another 300 years. However, an extra 300 years meant an extra 300 years of danger. The secluded path in front of them seemed a little dangerous, but generally speaking, the creatures of the Hellfire tribe would not set an ambush in it, right? After all, the Hellfire territory was so big that the Hellfire tribe would not set an ambush everywhere, unless they were really unlucky. Chapter 1806. It was a long and narrow path in a narrow gorge. It twisted and turned, and its depth and length were unknown. There were steep cantilevers on both sides, reaching into the sky with no end in sight. Even if they flew in the air, it would take a long time to fly out of the cliff. The path was not wide. It was only about 10,000 feet wide. Once they entered the path, they felt as if they had entered a cage. Once they entered, there was no way out. If they encountered a life form from the Hellfire tribe, they would have no choice but to fight it head-on. Therefore, choosing this path was actually quite dangerous. However, the possibility of there being a life form from the Hellfire tribe guarding a place like this was indeed very low. The two of them walked through half of the path safely. It was very calm and peaceful. Halfway through the journey, the two of them felt a lot less pressured. It seemed that they had chosen the right path. Qin Xiao and Huazhu Rinxian could not help but speed up. However, the two of them did not rejoice for long before an unforeseen event occurred. Figures bathed in hellfire came whistling out of the cliffs on both sides. They quickly surrounded Qin Xiao and Huazhu Rinxian. There were quite a number of them, nearly 30 of them. This number was even more than the number that Qin Xiao had encountered before. Although these life forms from the Hellfire tribe were also first-step celestial venerables, there were too many of them. Therefore, the appearance of these life forms from the Hellfire tribe was a huge blow to Qin Xiao and Huazhu Rinxian. Lord Qin Xiao, it seems that our luck is not very good. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Huazhu Rinxian said with a look of self-blame. While blaming himself, he stared at the life forms from the Hellfire tribe, ready to make up for his mistake. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Huazhu Rinxian, this has nothing to do with you. I chose this path. If anything, it's my fault. Besides, there's no right or wrong. We don't even know which path is better. Everything depends on luck. I can only say that our luck is a little bad, but there's nothing we can do about it. Humans can't always have good luck. There will always be times when they are unlucky. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to say anything else. We shouldn't be dealing with it properly. There aren't too many enchanting fire tribe beings here, so if we combine our powers, we may be able to take them on. What I'm afraid of is that they will inform the nearby Hellfire tribe. If more reinforcements come, then our situation will be even worse. This was really something that made people feel helpless. Qin Xiao could only sigh in his heart. There was nothing he could do. Let's fight. However, it wasn't a big deal. If he really couldn't do it, he still had a life-saving immortal talisman. There was no need to worry about dying here. Therefore, the best thing to do now was to end the battle quickly and leave this place as soon as possible. Lord Qin Xiao, leave this place to me. I'll use my full strength later. Lord Qin Xiao, take the opportunity to tear a hole and leave. Under such circumstances, we can only run. If we don't escape from this nether path quickly, we'll definitely be trapped here. While the whole race is still weak, we still have a chance. Once they gather their strength, we won't have a chance. Huazhu Rinxian was still blaming himself for this matter. Qin Xiao didn't blame Huazhu Rinxian. After all, he was the one who made the decision to take this route. Therefore, how could Qin Xiao abandon Huazhu Rinxian and escape by himself? Although Huazhu Rinxian was a second-step celestial venerable human immortal, his strength was indeed much stronger than these first-step celestial venerable human immortals. However, it would be difficult for him to fight against 30 Hellfire tribe beings alone. It was too risky for Huazhu to stay behind alone. No, I'll fight alongside you. You'll be at a disadvantage if you fight alone. If we work together, we won't have to fear these Hellfire tribe beings. Qin Zhao's expression was resolute. Immortal Hua wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. In the end, he nodded, indicating that he agreed with Qin Zhao's words. Since that was the case, they'd fight side by side. Lord Qin Xiao, there's no need to continue fighting them. We just need to charge out. Let's tear that opening open. Same as last time. Use your heart force to support me. I'll attack with all my strength, then you attack. Huazhu Rinxian transmitted to Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded. He had the same idea. With such cooperation, the two of them could unleash their strength to the maximum. Needless to say, the combined power of the two of them was naturally formidable. Two humans, quickly accept your deaths. Despicable and shameless humans, I'll tear you to shreds. Kill them. These hellfire creatures roared in rage and pounced on Ji Hao. Kill. Qin Shao and Huazhu Rinxian didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. Huazhu Rinxian took the lead, sword light flashing in all directions. Waves of immortal might rippled through the air, transforming into a series of sharp blades that seemed ready to slaughter everything in their path. Qin Shao followed closely behind. He wasn't the main force right now. His role was to support Huazhu Rinxian, so that Huazhu Rinxian could charge out of the encirclement. Heart Force kill. When he arrived in front of the Hellfire Tribe beings, Qin Shao pushed his Heart Force to the limit and launched a silent attack, simultaneously dealing with 6 or 7 Hellfire Tribe beings in front of him. What's going on? What the hell is this power? What a strange power. Could it be Heart Force? Damn it. There's still a Heart Force cultivator here. Kill them all. Qin Zhao's Heart Force was indeed a trump card. As soon as he used it, the Hellfire Tribe beings found it very difficult to deal with. However, Qin Shao was dealing with 7 Hellfire Tribe beings at the same time. His strength was spread too thin, so the effects were naturally much weaker. Although the effects were lacking, it was enough to affect the Hellfire Tribe beings' strength and cause them great pain. Get out of my way. Huazhu Rinxian slashed down with all his strength, immortal light flashing and sword energy surging to the heavens, surging into the 4 seas. Huazhu Rinxian's sword was extremely domineering and powerful. It was like a ball of raging fire, burning brightly and fiercely. This sword art was very powerful to begin with, and Huazhu Rinxian had cultivated it to great perfection. He could bring out all of its power. He'd also infused metal and fire immortal power into it, both of which excelled in offense. When the two were perfectly combined, their power was even more terrifying. Therefore, under the slash of human immortal Huazhu, the 7 Hellfire Tribe beings were sent flying without any suspense, and all of them were severely injured. The 7 Hellfire Tribe beings were sent flying by the force of the blow, tearing open a large hole in the ground. As soon as the hole opened, Qin Shao and Huazhu tacitly rushed out through it. They weren't going to fight recklessly to begin with, they just wanted to run away. Don't let these 2 humans get away. Stop them. The other Hellfire Tribe beings were even more enraged. They roared and charged forward, wanting to stop Qin Shao and Huazhu. After charging out, immortal Huazhu looked back and laughed. Haha, it looks like things won't be as troublesome as I thought. This hole was torn open with a single tear. It won't be that easy for you to catch up to us. I'm a human immortal after all, and I've cultivated a speed immortal technique. How can I let you catch up to me so easily? Wouldn't I have to commit suicide then? His cultivation level was 1 whole level higher than those Hellfire Tribe beings, so he had the advantage. At that moment, a thunderous snort suddenly descended from the sky, only to see a powerful figure rush out, blocking in front of Qin Shao and the other person. He was also from the Hellfire Tribe, but the powerful aura he exuded was incomparable to the Hellfire Tribe beings of the lesser immortal realm. His aura was obviously much stronger, and his immortal aura was even more vast. Qin Shao and Huazhu Rinxian were slightly surprised as they sized up the newcomer. They couldn't help but look at each other. They could read some information from the look in each other's eyes. It's over. Unexpectedly, a second-step human immortal from the Hellfire Tribe came out and blocked their path. They thought they could escape after tearing open an opening, but they hadn't expected this to happen. You really shouldn't be so cocky. What you fear comes true. There's not even a human immortal Hellfire Tribe being hiding here. It looks like the Hellfire Tribe was prepared for the Nether Path and set up an ambush here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much power hidden here. I've really miscalculated this time, really miscalculated. Huazhu Rinxian's face was full of pain and self-blame. The situation was very bad. Lord Qin Shao, I've really screwed you over this time. I'll do my best to hold him back later. Lord Qin Shao, don't worry about me. Hurry up and leave this damn place, Hua Zhu said with shame. Before he'd even finished speaking, he'd already charged at the human immortal Hellfire tribe being. Clearly, he wanted to protect Qin Shao with his life and create a chance for Qin Shao to escape. Qin Shao was also thinking of a countermeasure, but there didn't seem to be any. The current situation didn't allow for any countermeasure at all. Therefore, Qin Shao could only think of using an immortal talisman to resolve this urgent situation. If the battle dragged on, it would only be more disadvantageous for them. Perhaps there would be even more Hellfire tribe beings that would come. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hesitate any longer. They had no other choice now. Since they had no other choice, they had to use whatever they had to. No matter how precious it was, they had to use it. Huazhu Rinxian, hurry up and leave with me. If we fight head-on, we'll die. My only choice is to escape. After transmitting his voice to Huazhu Rinxian, Qin Shao didn't give immortal Hua Zhu a chance to speak. He immediately activated the teleportation talisman. A powerful light shrouded the two of them in an instant, grabbing them into the void. Clearly, Qin Shao had used the teleportation talisman. Under such circumstances, only the teleportation talisman would work. With a flash of light, when the two of them walked out of the void again, it was still a desolate land before them. They were still in the Hellfire domain, but in a different area. Fortunately, he was safe now. He had escaped a calamity. Unfortunately, he caused Qin Shao to lose a teleportation talisman. Now, he only had one teleportation talisman in his hand. Huazhu Rinxian couldn't help but look around. After confirming that it was safe, he stared blankly at Qin Shao and asked, "Was that a teleportation talisman?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Huazhu Rinxian. I used a teleportation talisman just now. That's why we were teleported here." Chapter 1807. Lord Qin Shao must have come prepared this time. He must have prepared some life-saving immortal treasures. The teleportation talisman is also within my expectations. Lord Qin Shao really went to great lengths to save his friend. This teleportation talisman is worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. Even I can't bear to buy one. Huazhu Rinxian chuckled. He was only a human immortal. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a teleportation talisman, but it was still a luxury for him. Moreover, if one were to encounter a true expert, the teleportation talisman and the invisibility talisman would be useless. If these two immortal talismans had such a great life-saving function, everyone would want them. Therefore, these two immortal talismans weren't very practical. As for Qin Shao, they were more practical for him because he was still too weak. At Huazhu Rinxian's level, if he really encountered danger, his opponent would definitely be very strong. The stronger a person was, the more tricks he had and the more immortal treasures he had. Since there were invisibility talismans and teleportation talismans, there were naturally many ways to restrain these two immortal talismans. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's see where we are now, Qin Shao said. Huazhu Rinxian nodded. Business was more important. He took out a map and compared it with the map. Soon, he found their current location. Huazhu Rinxian pointed to a place and said, "We are probably in this area now. We have deviated quite a bit from our previous route and are closer to the inner region of the enslaved fire territory. Therefore, we have to pull back the route. Otherwise, it will only be more dangerous." Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. The teleportation talisman could save one's life at a critical moment, but it also had a drawback. It was just that he didn't know where it would take him. Of course, this wasn't the teleportation talisman's fault. It was Qin Shao's fault. After all, Qin Shao was only a 4th-step universe grade and had yet to become an immortal. Therefore, his control over the teleportation talisman was naturally very weak. Without a strong control power, it was natural to let the blink of an eye follow him. The machine moved to a position. Because of that, everything was out of control, and Qin Shao didn't know where they were. If he gave the instant talisman to Huazhu Rinxian, he would be able to control the direction more accurately. Even if the location was difficult to control, the direction could still be controlled. This was something that could not be helped. Qin Shao did not think too much about it. Qin Shao said, Hua Zhu Ren Xian, I'm afraid it'll take us at least 10 years to get back to where we came from. This area was still all right. There were no dangerous areas. So, do you think we're going in a straight line and don't need to make a detour? In my opinion, it's not impossible to go through it in a straight line. Hua Zhu Ren Xian took a look and said, it's possible to go straight through. If we take a detour, it might not be better. The current situation here is unknown to us. Therefore, as long as the difference isn't too big, it doesn't matter. Since the two of them had the same opinion, it was decided. After confirming the route, the two of them continued on their journey. Qin Shao had already used an invisibility talisman and 2 teleportation talismans. Fortunately, he was relatively well prepared. He still had 2 invisibility talismans and 1 teleportation talisman on him. Of course, it was also fortunate that he had Hua Zhu Renxian's help. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. With Hua Zhu Renxian around, they had indeed avoided a lot of dangers and saved a lot of trouble. The journey was relatively peaceful. After walking for 50 years, they entered a strange stone forest. The strange stones here were very peculiar. They had all sorts of vivid shapes and could be considered a work of the gods. It was as if they had been meticulously carved by a master sculptor. After entering this strange stone forest, Qin Shao inexplicably had a bad feeling. After walking for a while, Qin Shao couldn't help but slow down. He raised his eyebrows and said to Hua Zhu Renxian, don't you feel that this place is a little strange? Hua Zhu Renxian looked around and nodded slightly. He said in a deep voice, it's a little strange. I felt it just now, but I didn't take it to heart. Although it's a little strange, I didn't sense any danger. I didn't sense the existence of other life forms either, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. There are quite a few strange places in the ecstasy fire domain. Some places just feel strange, but in fact, they're not dangerous. I've encountered such a situation once before. Sometimes, feelings aren't always accurate. Therefore, we'd better move on and see if there's any danger. For the time being, I don't sense any danger. Qin Shao had been carefully looking around. Although his ability to sense danger might not be as good as Hua Zhu Renxian's, Qin Shao didn't sense any danger either. The surroundings indeed looked very calm. There was no dangerous aura, nor was there any aura of other life forms. If there were powerful life forms around, they wouldn't need to hide and would just rush out. If there were weaker life forms, they wouldn't be able to escape their detection. After all, it was very, very difficult to hide one's aura in the Enron fire territory. Therefore, once they got close, they would definitely be exposed. There was no danger, only a strange feeling. This place was indeed strange. However, there were all kinds of strange things in the vast thousand worlds. Strange things weren't rare. Thinking of this, Qin Shao relaxed a lot. Since there was no danger, he didn't have to worry about it, and just moved on. This strange stone forest was very big. The two of them had been walking in it for 2 or 3 years, but they still hadn't walked out of it. This strange stone forest was strangely peaceful. It was so peaceful that it was somewhat unusual. During this time, Qin Shao and the others didn't even see a single life form. It was as if this place was completely dead. There was no life. This situation was very strange. Logically speaking, there shouldn't have been no signs of life for so long. After walking for so long, there were no signs of walking out of this strange stone forest. Qin Shao had always felt that it was very strange. The more he walked, the stranger he felt. Therefore, he had no choice but to stop. He looked at Hua Zhu Renxian with a somewhat serious expression and said, it's very strange. It's very unusual. The quieter it is, the more likely it is to hide more danger. If we continue to walk like this, we'll feel a little uneasy. What do you think? Should we continue like this? Hua Zhu Renxian's expression also became serious. He thought for a while and said, it's indeed strange and unusual. I've encountered such a situation before, but it didn't last this long. We walked out in less than a year. Now we've walked for so long, but we still can't see the end of this strange stone forest. We still don't know when we'll be able to walk out. During this time, we haven't seen a single life form. It's just like a dead area. This phenomenon does give us a very bad feeling. I also feel a little uneasy and restless. However, if we stop and turn back now, we'll waste a lot of time. Although we can afford to waste time now, the longer we stay in the enslaved fire territory, the more dangerous it will be. If we continue to walk forward, we may soon leave this place. Of course, there may also be some dangers waiting for us in front. I'm not sure. Lord Qin Shao, you make the decision. Anyway, I'll follow your orders. Even if there's danger, I'll try my best to protect you. Lord Qin Shao. Even if I have to sacrifice this doppelganger of mine, I won't hesitate. You're too serious, Huazhu Rinxian. If I cause you to sacrifice this doppelganger of yours, I'll feel very sorry. Don't say those discouraging words. We'll definitely leave this place alive, Qin Shao said seriously. He wasn't afraid of danger. After all, he still had the teleportation talisman. Moreover, in addition to the teleportation talisman, he still had the ultimate weapon, the teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman wasn't like the teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman couldn't cover a long distance. Once the teleportation talisman was used, if it was used well, it could basically leave the enslaved fire territory directly. The teleportation talisman was Qin Zhao's ultimate weapon. Since they had already come this far, there was nothing to be afraid of. Qin Shao had never been a timid person who liked to retreat. They had already chosen the path. There was no danger yet, so there was no reason to retreat. Therefore, Qin Shao still said, "Don't retreat. Since we've already come in, let's keep going. It's never my style to retreat without a fight. Let's go. Let's keep going. Maybe it's just strange, but not dangerous. After all, we've been walking for so long, but we haven't encountered anything." Huazhu Rinxian nodded slightly and said, "Well, okay. I'll listen to you, Lord Qin Shao. Let's go." The two of them continued to move forward. After another year, they still hadn't walked out of this strange stone forest. However, the strange aura became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. Streams of strange aura suddenly gushed out from the strange stones, surged into the sky, and gathered at the top of the firmament. The strange light and the strange aura instantly enveloped the entire strange stone forest. The airflow surged, strange and eerie. The strange aura was also rapidly changing color. Under the light and aura, Qin Shao instantly felt that he had been thrown into a quagmire and was sinking into it. His force wrapped around him and bound him. Not only that, but this force was also eroding his immortal body and was about to destroy it. This sudden change made Qin Shao and Huazhu Rinxian's expressions change drastically. "What's going on?" Qin Shao frowned deeply and looked serious. He felt as if he had fallen into a death spiral and was rapidly approaching death. Huazhu Rinxian frowned deeply and said with an ugly expression, "I don't know what's going on either, but I can't move my body anymore. My immortal qi is greatly suppressed and completely restrained. What a terrifying force. What a strange place. Furthermore, I can feel that this power is rapidly becoming more and more terrifying. It's very difficult for us to fight back now. If it continues to become more and more terrifying, we'll soon completely lose the ability to fight back. When that time comes, we'll be slaughtered. Therefore, we must think of a way to escape as soon as possible. This place is too strange and terrifying. I don't know what kind of place this is. We didn't have any information about such a terrifying place. It seems that we're really unlucky this time." Chapter 1808. Was there really no way to resist? Qin Shao had tried to resist as well, but he did feel his body becoming more and more restrained. It was like falling into a swamp. The more he struggled, the deeper he would sink. It wasn't just the restraint of power, but also the erosion of a strange power. As time passed, his immortal body and immortal power would be eroded away. Even his soul and what would be eroded away. This eroding power was so familiar. Qin Shao looked up at the sky. The aura of light was slowly turning red. It was like a ball of fire that was slowly burning. At first, it was only red, but then it would slowly explode. In such a situation, a thought suddenly emerged in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Shao looked at Huazhu Rinxian. Huazhu Rinxian also sensed something and looked at Qin Shao in shock. The two looked at each other and knew they were thinking the same thing. Hellfire, Huazhu Rinxian said with some surprise. Lord Qin Shao, the situation is not good. I think I know what the hell this place is. This should be the Hellfire Formation Field. The Hellfire Formation Field? Qin Shao frowned. There was such a place? He hadn't heard of it. Huazhu Rinxian nodded solemnly. Yes, the Hellfire Formation Field. The Hellfire Domain is an ancient secret realm that has existed since ancient times. The Hellfire Domain is special in that it is filled with hellfire everywhere. The life of the Hellfire tribe was unique to the Hellfire realm and could only be found in places with hellfire. That's why the Hellfire tribe thrives. It's also very difficult for the Hellfire tribe to leave the Hellfire Domain. There are also some ancient formations left behind in the Hellfire Domain. These are naturally formed formations, not the work of the Hellfire tribe. These ancient Hellfire formation fields are said to be the means by which the Hellfire Domain punishes intruders. It's said that the Hellfire Domain in ancient times was filled with Hellfire formation fields. However, there are simply too many intruders. In fact, there is no lack of ascendant immortals and even ancient sages. These existences are too powerful. They've broken many of the formations of the Hellfire realm during the battle. Therefore, there were very few Hellfire formations left in the Hellfire Domain to this day. Basically, it won't be recorded. The Hellfire Formation Domain is terrifyingly powerful. Even Ascendant Immortal might not be able to walk out of this Inferno Formation zone unscathed. I already feel that I have no strength to resist. Even if I struggle with all my might now, I'm afraid that I won't be able to walk out. By the time the entire Hellfire Formation Domain is bathed in hellfire, we'll be burned to death. Even with the frost pincers, it won't last long. Listening to Huazhu Rinxian's words, one could smell a trace of despair. It was no wonder that Huazhu Rinxian reacted this way. In fact, Qin Shao had also sensed the aura of despair. It was indeed too terrifying. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where he was unable to resist after entering the Hellfire Domain for such a long time. The Hellfire Formation was in the process of being activated. Once it was fully activated, all of its power would erupt and become extremely terrifying. The situation could be said to be extremely urgent. It was a critical moment. Huazhu Rinxian, do you think we can leave this place with a teleportation talisman? Qin Shao asked in a low voice. Huazhu Rinxian shook his head and said, I'm not too sure, but I think it'll be very difficult. If teleportation talismans could allow us to leave, the Hellfire Formation Domain wouldn't be so infamous. After all, many immortals can afford a teleportation talisman. Even I have a teleportation talisman on me. I bought a long time ago and have always kept it on me for self-defense, but I've never used it. If a teleportation talisman could solve this problem, I wouldn't have to do this. However, perhaps we can give it a try. After all, I've never tried it before. I just feel that it won't work. It won't work? Qin Shao frowned deeply, but after thinking for a while, he decided to give it a try no matter what. I'll give it a try. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Qin Shao pursed his lips hard. Without hesitation, he took out his last teleportation talisman and activated it. The power of the teleportation talisman was released instantly. At that moment, powerful immortal power erupted and enveloped Qin Shao and Huazhu Rinxian in an instant. A powerful force was breaking through the void. However, the power of the Hellfire Formation Domain surged and stabilized the void, preventing the power of the teleportation talisman from breaking through. The situation was not as smooth as the previous few times he had used the teleportation talisman. Qin Shao knew that Huazhu Rinxian was right. The teleportation talisman really couldn't help them leave this place. The space here was completely confined, and a terrifying power filled the entire Hellfire Formation Domain. It was naturally extremely difficult to break through the void and leave. After all, the power of the teleportation talisman was limited. If it was really that powerful, the teleportation talisman wouldn't have been sold for only 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. It was precisely because of the limitations of the teleportation talisman that it wasn't expensive. Ordinary human immortals could afford it. In fact, many lesser immortals could also afford a teleportation talisman. As expected, the power of the teleportation talisman was quickly suppressed until it dissipated completely. A teleportation talisman was gone just like that. This was equivalent to 10,000 chaos source stones going down the drain. How painful was that? However, Qin Xiao didn't have the time to care about these gains and losses. His life was the most important thing now. No matter how many chaos source stones he had, they were not worth mentioning in front of his life. The teleportation talisman was useless. Needless to say, the invisibility talisman was also completely useless. The frost pincers could protect him for a while, but not for long. It was even more impossible to fight head-on. At this moment, Qin Xiao felt that he couldn't use much of his strength. Soon, he would be completely confined and wouldn't be able to resist at all. Was there no other way? Huazhu Rinxian, do you have any ideas? Qin Xiao asked again. Huazhu Rinxian said with a solemn expression, I do have some immortal treasures on me, but they can't take us out of this hell fire formation region. Lord Qin Xiao, I don't know about your condition, so I'm not sure if there's any way to get you out of here. We don't have much time left. The formation will be fully activated soon. Hellfire is already coming out of the void. Soon, the entire hellfire formation region will be completely devoured by the raging hellfire. When that happens, we'll be buried in the terrifying sea of hellfire. We won't be able to hold on for long before we'll be burned to ashes. Qin Xiao said, I've already used up all the teleportation talismans. Now, I only have one left. Do you think it'll be useful? Teleportation talisman? Huazhu Rinxian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Haha, Lord Qin Xiao, I didn't expect you to have such a good item on you. Tisk TSK, you're indeed an official disciple of the fuming immortal palace. You're really generous. Teleportation talismans are extremely expensive. Even I can't afford them. With the teleportation talisman, there's at least a 70% chance of success, even if it's not 100% certain. The teleportation talisman can basically leave the Hellfire Formation region if it's controlled well. It seems like we don't have to despair. There's always a way out. We can give it a try. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, You know that I'm only a 4th step universe grade. I can't even control a teleportation talisman, let alone a teleportation talisman. It's even more impossible to use a teleportation talisman. That's why I didn't dare use the teleportation talisman to leave the Hellfire Formation region. If we're unlucky, we might be teleported directly into the inner region of the Hellfire Formation region. It would be really difficult for us to get out then. However, we have no other choice now. We can only give it a try using the teleportation talisman. However, I can't control the direction at all. We can only try our luck. If we're unlucky, we'll still be in danger even if we leave the Hellfire Formation region. However, they really didn't have any other choice. Even if they might encounter danger after leaving this place, it was still better than dying here. They had to solve the problem at hand before thinking about other things. Go all out. Lord Qin Xiao, Huazhu Rinxian suddenly said, If you trust me, you can let me control the teleportation talisman. Although I haven't used the teleportation talisman before, I don't have much confidence. However, I feel that I should be able to control the general direction. This way, even if we can't leave the Hellfire Formation region smoothly, I think there's a very high chance that we can avoid entering the inner region of the Hellfire Formation region. Of course, I'm just suggesting it. If Lord Qin Xiao doesn't trust me, you can do it yourself. I don't have much confidence either. Giving the teleportation talisman to Huazhu Rinxian? For Qin Xiao, it was basically handing his life over to Huazhu Rinxian. After all, without the teleportation talisman, Qin Xiao felt that he would definitely die here today. There was no possibility of escaping at all. Therefore, once the teleportation talisman left his hand, it was tantamount to handing his life over to someone else. Indeed, Qin Xiao had always been unwilling to hand his life over to someone else. However, Huazhu Rinxian's words made sense this time. After all, Huazhu Rinxian was a human immortal with a high cultivation level. If he activated the teleportation talisman, he might not be able to control it precisely, but he should be able to control it roughly. He didn't dare to guarantee anything else, but it shouldn't be a problem to guarantee that he wouldn't enter the inner region of the Hellfire Formation region. However, for Qin Xiao, he was completely at a loss. He had no confidence at all. Therefore, Qin Xiao had to consider this problem carefully. If he activated the teleportation talisman, he would be taking a big risk. If he gave it to Huazhu Rinxian, he would have a much greater chance of success. However, what if Huazhu Rinxian had bad intentions? One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should also guard against others. Of course, this thought only flashed through Qin Xiao's mind. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Of course I trust you. It's not a big deal. It's not really a desperate time. I'll leave the teleportation talisman to you." With that, Qin Xiao really handed the teleportation talisman to Huazhu Rinxian. However, although Qin Xiao seemed to be very relaxed, in fact, he was sweating in his heart. In fact, Qin Xiao's words had a deeper meaning. He said it deliberately for Huazhu Rinxian to hear. He wanted to let Huazhu Rinxian think that he actually had other tricks up his sleeves, not just the teleportation talisman. In this way, he could also intimidate Huazhu Rinxian with words. If he really had bad intentions, he could make him put them away. Chapter 1809. Whoosh, whoosh. Beams of hellfire gushed out as if they were born out of thin air. Streams of fire spurted out, causing a chain reaction that blossomed in the entire hellfire array region. They were like scorching hot flowers, appearing so dazzling and brilliant. In an instant, it spread across the entire hellfire array like a landslide and a crack in the earth. In a very short time, the hellfire formation domain would be buried in an endless sea of hellfire, burning endlessly. Voila! As the sea of fire surged, an abnormally powerful light suddenly bloomed. It was like a pair of invisible hands had reached out and forcibly tore open a hole in the void. With unparalleled tyranny, it tore open a hole in the wall with unstoppable momentum. As soon as the hole was opened, light flashed, and everything returned to normal. After entering the void, Qin Xiao felt his vision darken. However, it only lasted for a moment. When the two of them walked out of the void, they were already far away from the Hellfire Array region. After taking a closer look, Qin Xiao finally saw the situation in front of her clearly. In the distance, there was a mountain range. There were huge peaks, forests, and rocky mountains. Beneath his feet was a valley. This valley wasn't very big, but it was very beautiful, so beautiful that it was a little breathtaking. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of flowers. These flowers were a deep blue, not just a touch of blue. Instead, it was the kind of blue that went from top to bottom, from light to dark blue. It was so blue that there was a hint of purple in it. There was a sense of hierarchy, and the entire valley was filled with them. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of flowers. The overall visual effect was very stunning. It looked too beautiful, so beautiful that it was suffocating. How could there be such a beautiful place in the ecstasy fire realm? That didn't make sense. Mystic realms were dangerous places. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be any beautiful places. If there really was one, then they should be careful. The more beautiful something was, the more terrifying it could be. Therefore, Qin Xiao shivered and became nervous and cautious. She stared at the flowers around her. Those flowers looked very calm. They were quietly blooming, and there was no abnormal movement. Even so, Qin Xiao did not dare to be careless. Not good. Huazhu Rinxian suddenly cried out in alarm and hurriedly said, "Lord Qin Xiao, let's go, let's go. Let's leave this valley quickly. Don't let those flowers touch you." These flowers were soul-devouring flowers. Once touched by them, they would leave behind pollen liquid that would devour a person's soul. It was extremely terrifying. Once you come into contact with it, you will be in danger of losing your life. Quick, quick, I'll take you away from here." Huazhu Rinxian's shout seemed to have awakened all the soul-devouring flowers as they began to move. Those flowers opened their pouches one by one, releasing blue pollen. The pollen surged into the void like rays of light. The flowers in the entire valley bloomed completely. Countless pollen poured into the void and quickly filled the entire void, turning it into a blue ocean. She was beautiful to the point of being dreamy, but behind this kind of beauty was an extremely terrifying demon. Yes, they've all bloomed. The pollen has filled the entire void. It's impossible for you to leave safely. Seeing such a scene, Huazhu Rinxian cried out again. However, he did not hesitate. He grabbed Qin Shao and flew into the void, quickly leaving the valley. The soul-devouring flowers on the ground grew rapidly one by one. Like wisteria, they grew at lightning speed and extended their branches into the void. Countless soul-devouring flowers were like the hands of countless devils as they chased after Qin Shao and the other man. The pollen continued to be released, and more of it entered the void. Although Huazhu Rinxian tried his best to leave this place, the pollen had already covered the entire void. Therefore, once he entered the void, his body was inevitably enveloped by the pollen. The pollen was all-pervasive, and immortal energy could not stop it at all. Therefore, a lot of the pollen directly seeped into Qin Shao and Qin Zhao's bodies. As time went by, more and more pollen seeped into their bodies. Not only was the pollen a threat, but the soul-devouring flowers also chased after them crazily. Once entangled by the soul-devouring flowers, one soul would be devoured alive, and he would not even have the chance to resist. A flower vine wrapped around Qin Zhao's foot and immediately pulled them back. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He swung the sword in his hand and cut off the flower vine with the power of the universe. Although the flower vine was cut off, his foot was still entangled. A soul-devouring flower bit Qin Zhao's foot, and a stream of flower liquid seeped into Qin Zhao's body. The amount and speed of the pollen seeping into his body was not fast. However, after being bitten by the soul-devouring flower, a large amount of soul-devouring power instantly poured into Qin Zhao's body, making him very uncomfortable. He could clearly feel that his soul was being devoured, and it was very painful. Qin Shao waved his hand and threw out a few immortal treasures. The immortal treasures exploded one by one, releasing a powerful energy. Under the explosion of these immortal treasures, a large area of soul-devouring flowers was immediately destroyed. Let's go. Huazhu continued to speed up and left with Qin Shao. Fortunately, Huazhu Rinxian's speed was indeed good. Fortunately, the sea of flowers was not very big, so in the end, he managed to leave the valley with Qin Shao without any danger. However, the two of them were also eroded by the soul-devouring flowers. They both felt that their souls were slowly being devoured, and there was no way for them to stop it. If this continued, their souls would be completely devoured. Once this happened, the two of them would definitely die. The soul was the most fatal part of a person. Once there was a problem with the soul, it would be an irreparable injury. The soul was also the most vulnerable part of a person. Once the soul was extinguished, that person would be deader than dead. Qin Shao did not have any immortal treasures to protect his soul, so it was relatively speaking his most vulnerable part. Now that his soul was being eroded by a terrifying power, it was a very dangerous thing for Qin Shao. If he did not find a way to solve it quickly, his life would be in danger. I've seen information about soul-devouring flowers in the intelligence reports, but I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to encounter one. In the list of immortal treasures that Fatty Kai gave me, there was nothing specifically to deal with soul-devouring flowers. Other than this, is there any other way to deal with the soul-devouring flowers' poison? Under the pain, Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply. He was still thinking about this problem. The soul-devouring flowers' poison attacked the soul. The only way to protect one's soul was by the strength of one's own soul. If one's soul was strong enough, they could protect themselves. In terms of soul, Qin Shao was somewhat confident. His soul was strong enough, and he believed that it was not weaker than Huazhu Rinxian. It might even be stronger. After all, Qin Shao was a heart force cultivator. The cultivation of heart force lay in both the heart and the soul. The stronger the heart, the deeper the cultivation of heart force. The cultivation of heart force would also strengthen the soul. Thus, Qin Zhao's soul had always been very strong. Right, heart force. Qin Zhao's heart stirred. Could he use heart force to deal with the soul-devouring flower's poison? Using heart force to protect the soul? Other powers had no effect on the soul-devouring flower's poison. So Qin Zhao could only think of heart force. No matter what, he could only give it a try. Qin Zhao didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, heart force poured into his soul and attacked the soul-devouring flower's poison. To Qin Zhao's pleasant surprise, heart force really could deal with the soul-devouring flower's poison. It really did have some effect. Although it was still a bit difficult, it was indeed effective. I'll use heart force to envelop my soul and protect it first. I'll slowly fight against the soul-devouring flower's poison. Once I return to Linfu City, I'm sure I'll have a way to deal with it. It was obviously an extremely difficult task to completely remove the soul-devouring flower's poison from his body. Thus, after some thought, Qin Zhao came to a decision. Since there was no way to remove the soul-devouring flower's poison from his body for now, he would first protect his soul and then slowly deal with it. With this thought, Qin Zhao did as he was told. After a period of hard work, he finally succeeded. In the end, it was just as Qin Zhao had imagined. It was indeed feasible. I've succeeded. This way, I'll be much more relaxed. I'll only need to defend and not attack. As long as I can protect my soul, that's enough. As for the rest, let's wait until I return to Linfu City. Right now, I really don't have the energy to deal with these things. At this time, Huazhu Rinxian and Qin Zhao had already walked quite far away and stopped at a quiet place. Huazhu Rinxian had a pained look on his face. He was also suffering from the soul-devouring flower's poison. Huazhu Rinxian didn't care about himself. Instead, he looked at Qin Zhao with a fearful expression and asked, "Lord Qin Zhao, how are you?" Then, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Lord Qin Zhao. I really didn't know it would turn out like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked you to let me control the teleportation talisman. Being poisoned by the soul-devouring flower's poison is very scary." Qin Zhao put on a pained expression and waved his hand, saying, "Huazhu Rinxian, you don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. It's also difficult for you to control the teleportation talisman accurately, so we can only say that it's our bad luck. Let's not bother about this. Let's think about how to cure the soul-devouring flower's poison. Huazhu Rinxian, since you know about the soul-devouring flower, you must know something about it. Do you have a way to cure it?" Huazhu Rinxian thought for a while and suddenly laughed happily. "Huh, who said we were unlucky? It seems that the heavens still care for us. I suddenly recalled that 1,000,000 years ago, I encountered a treasure called the soul-nourishing serum at an auction, and I bought it. The reason I bought it that time was because it can cure many kinds of poisons. I remember clearly that it can cure the soul-devouring flower's poison. Although I haven't tried it, it should be true." Chapter 1810. Qin Zhao wanted to say something, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Huazhu Rinxian decided to test the waters himself, so Qin Zhao could only watch. After taking the bottle of soul-nourishing source serum, Huazhu Rinxian's condition quickly improved. It was obvious that the soul-devouring flower poison was dissipating. It didn't take long for the soul-devouring flower poison in Huazhu Rinxian's body to vanish. Huazhu Rinxian was overjoyed. He smiled at Qin Zhao and said, "Lord Qin Zhao, I've tried it. It's very effective. Here, take it." Qin Zhao took the bottle from Huazhu Rinxian and said with a smile, "Thank you, Huazhu Rinxian. You saved my life today. I owe you a favor. Although I don't like to owe others favors, it seems that I'll definitely owe you one today. The soul-devouring flower poison is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, it won't kill me immediately. It'll take some time for it to harm my soul. With this soul-nourishing source serum, I feel much more relaxed. I don't have to worry about anything anymore." "Huh, Huazhu Rinxian, how about we drink some wine first?" Huazhu Rinxian said, "Lord Qin Zhao, you'd better take this soul-nourishing source serum and detoxify the soul-devouring flower poison first. After detoxifying the poison, I'll accompany you for a good drink. I just checked the map and found that we're pretty lucky. We're already close to the edge of the bonfire realm. We'll be able to leave the bonfire realm in 100 years at most, and there won't be much danger at the edge of the bonfire realm. Therefore, the rest of the journey should be very easy for us. In fact, we can even use the Heavenspan device to leave. If we use the Heavenspan device here, it's possible that we'll attract powerful life forms. The danger is negligible. Of course, even if we want to leave safely, a few decades will be enough. If you want to drink wine, you can drink it on a flying device after we leave the bonfire realm. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled, saying that's different. The meaning is completely different. I want to drink with you now because I want to thank you. That's just my personality. I'm never willing to owe anyone a favor. There's nothing wrong with my body for now. It won't affect me to take the soul-nourishing origin elixir later. Let me give you a toast to express my gratitude to you. I will definitely owe him a favor, but I still have to express my gratitude. I want to drink now. I want to propose a toast to you. How about that? Huazhu Rinxian glanced at Qin Shao. After a slight hesitation, he nodded with a smile. Good, good, good. Since the Lord Qin Shao is in such a good mood, I will not dampen your mood. Qin Shao smiled and took out 2 jugs of wine. He tossed one to Huazhu Rinxian and said, I brought this wine from my hometown. I don't know if it suits your taste. It tastes a little different from the wine here. You could try it. Come, Huazhu Rinxian. I, Qin Shao, propose a toast to you. I won't say any more words of thanks. I will remember this favor. With that, Qin Shao waved the wine jug in his hand and gestured to Huazhu Rinxian. Huazhu Rinxian also raised his wine jug and clinked glasses with Qin Shao. He said, Lord Qin Shao, you are too kind. It's a little too much to say that I owe you a favor. These things are what I should do. This is where my duty lies. If I can't bring you back alive, Lord Qin Shao, it'll be my dereliction of duty. If I fail in my duty, the punishment I will receive will be very terrible. Therefore, no matter what, I will do my best to protect you, Lord Qin Shao. Even if I have to sacrifice this clone, I will not hesitate to do so. Qin Shao nodded and raised his wine jug again. He didn't need to say anything. Then, Qin Shao raised his head and drank the wine in big mouthfuls. He didn't bring much wine from the primordial universe. Usually, Qin Shao couldn't bear to drink it himself. He had never let others drink it. Although it wasn't necessarily delicious, there were many good wines in the immortal domain. However, for Qin Shao, drinking wine was also a form of mood. When he was in a good mood, the wine would become very delicious. The wine from his hometown contained special emotions, so it was naturally delicious when he drank it. After drinking half the jug in one go, Qin Shao stopped and pursed his lips. He savored the aftertaste. When drinking wine, one shouldn't drink too quickly. If one drank too quickly, it would be difficult to taste the wine. Wine was more suitable to be savored slowly. That way, the taste would be better. Drinking like a bull wasn't drinking wine. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Huazhu Rinxian nodded and said, In terms of taste, it's indeed not very good. I have drunk countless wines, and compared to good wine, this wine is indeed lacking by quite a bit. However, in terms of taste, it's indeed quite special. At least, you can't drink it in the immortal domain. Since it's my first time drinking it, I think it's quite good. It's worth drinking. Qin Shao raised the wine jug in his hand again and said to Huazhu Rinxian, Ha! Since you think it's worth drinking, this jug is your task. This is an ordinary jug. It can only hold a few kilograms of wine. It's very little. Come, let's finish this wine first. I'll take this soul-nourishing source serum. Then, we'll leave this damn place. I believe we won't encounter such a situation again. We'll leave the Emperor's Fire domain smoothly. This time, Qin Shao, was able to leave the Emperor's Fire domain so smoothly because of your contribution, Huazhu Rinxian. I'll ask the Immortal Court for this merit on your behalf. Come, let's drink. Haha, cheers. Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Qin Shao. It's my honor to be able to fight side by side with Lord Qin Shao, Huazhu Rinxian said with a smile. The two of them finished the 2 jugs of wine very quickly. Qin Shao didn't take out more wine. Instead, he took out the soul-nourishing source serum Huazhu Rinxian had given him. After drinking the wine, He was ready to detoxify it. Although Qin Shao had the protection of the heart force, he didn't need to detoxify it so quickly. However, since Huazhu Rinxian had already detoxified it, he might as well detoxify it. After all, it was a good thing. Lord Qin Shao, I've only dripped 3 drops into your body. Your injury should be more serious than mine, so I've calculated that 5 drops should be enough, Huazhu Rinxian said. Qin Shao nodded. He had calculated this before, and it was the same as what he had calculated. 5 drops. Qin Shao had dripped 5 drops of soul-nourishing source serum into his mouth. This small bottle probably contained a dozen drops at most. After Qin Shao had dripped 5 drops, the small bottle was almost empty. After watching Qin Shao swallow the 5 drops of soul-nourishing source serum, Huazhu Rinxian's face flashed with a sly smile. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he looked at Qin Shao. He was no longer as respectful as before. Qin Shao quickly noticed the change in Huazhu Rinxian's expression. This change made Qin Zhao's expression darken. He stared coldly at Huazhu Rinxian. At this moment, Qin Shao felt a terrible power surging in his body, eroding his immortal body. The impact made Qin Shao feel incomparable pain. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Given Qin Zhao's willpower, it was enough to make him cry out in pain. It was obvious how terrible the impact was. Qin Shao couldn't help but tremble. His legs felt weak, and he couldn't stand up for a while. This isn't detoxification. It's poison. A terrible poison, even more poisonous than the soul-devouring flower poison. Huazhu Rinxian, you've schemed against me. You're not from the Immortal Court, are you? Who are you? Qin Shao stared fixedly at Huazhu Rinxian. How could he not understand the situation? What he had just swallowed wasn't the soul-nourishing source serum, nor was it the antidote. This was enough to explain everything. Huazhu Rinxian had schemed against him. This was a great conspiracy. He had been deceived by Huazhu Rinxian from the beginning. Damn it to the extreme. Ha ha ha. Seeing Qin Zhao's incomparable pain, Huazhu Rinxian burst into laughter, revealing his fox tail. He looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression. With a sly smile, he said mockingly, Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, no matter how smart and talented you are, so what? You still fell into my trap, and fell into my hands. It's too late to realize it now. It's all too late. It's settled. You can no longer defy the heavens. You're right. I'm not from the Immortal Court, and my name is not Huazhu. However, you don't need to know my name. A dead man doesn't have the right to know my name. How is it? Is it painful? What I gave you was a terrifying poison called the purple darknet. This poison can kill even exalted immortals, as long as there's enough of it. I specially prepared this poison to deal with you. It's just a small bottle, but it cost me a total of 30,000 Chaos Origin Stones. It's not an injustice for you to die from the poison of the purple darknet. You're right. I've been deceiving you from the beginning. This was a meticulously planned trap from the start. I wanted to gain your trust and lead you into it step by step, until the final step, when I made you drink the poison of the purple darknet. You lost the ability to resist and were at my mercy. In order to deal with you, I've put in a lot of effort. After spending so much time, I finally poisoned you. It wasn't easy for me to kill you. Don't you think you should be proud? Proud? Proud of being killed? What kind of bullshit theory was this? Qin Shao sneered. I understand now. You saved me from the start because you knew I would have a way to escape even if you didn't attack. You coincidentally saved me at that time. You've already calculated this. You met me in this way and gained my initial trust. This is a good start for your plan. You didn't attack me directly from the start because you knew I had many immortal treasures on me. You were afraid you wouldn't be able to kill me if you attacked me directly, right? Aha! Human immortal Huazhu laughed wantonly again. He nodded and did not deny it. Yes, you are right. That is indeed the case. Since I'm here to kill you, I've naturally investigated you. I know you bought many immortal treasures from the treasure of Mirror Paradise. Though I don't know the details, I know you must have come prepared if you dared to enter the ignited fire realm alone. You must have prepared some life-saving talismans like invisibility talismans and teleportation talismans. Therefore, if I came out to kill you directly, the chances of success would be next to none. Chapter 1811. Qin Zhao's quote. There's no peach blossom, but I want to give you 3 lifetimes. The greatest quality of a person was to trust another person. The greatest sorrow of a person was to trust another person. If you trusted the right person, it would be a great fortune. If you trusted the wrong person, it would be the greatest harm. It would even ruin your own life. To be betrayed by someone you trusted was a kind of sorrow, a kind of pain, and it would drive you crazy. It was not an exaggeration to say that this kind of feeling was worse than death. Huazhu Rinxian seemed to enjoy this kind of situation very much. He enjoyed the feeling of making others go crazy and suffer. This was a kind of sense of superiority and victory that came from having others in the palm of his hand and stepping on them. Huazhu Rinxian smiled and looked at Qin Xiao jokingly. How is it? Are you very angry now? Do you want to tear me into pieces? Being tricked and deceived by me. This must be a very uncomfortable feeling, right? Uncomfortable? Qin Xiao sneered and said, There's a good saying that there will be no disappointment if there are no expectations. Only the higher your expectations, the greater your disappointment. I trusted you, so I was deceived by you. What if I didn't trust you at all? Did you really think that your deceit would hurt me? It's true that I was tricked by you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I will be sad and in pain. Huh? What did she mean? Huazhu Rinxian couldn't help but frown deeply. He looked at Qin Xiao and sneered. You're about to die, and you're still so stubborn? If you didn't trust me completely, you wouldn't have listened to me and let me lead you all the way. You even dared to put me in the hands in the end. You call that not trusting me completely? Qin Xiao, oh Qin Xiao, don't quibble. For a dying person like you, fighting for this little bit of dignity is meaningless. Quibble. Qin Xiao smiled and looked at Huazhu Rinxian with pity. Her smile was so sarcastic. What are you laughing at? Huazhu Rinxian's frown deepened. He vaguely felt that the situation was not quite right. Qin Xiao smiled and said, I'm laughing at your arrogance, so you think that everything is under your control. Do you really think that I'm stubborn? Do you really think that I didn't suspect you? Do you really think that I trust you completely? Do you really think that I won't guard against you? Do you really think that I've really been poisoned by you? 5 questions were thrown out like 5 thunderbolts, giving the human immortals a great impact on their minds. His questions were filled with strong confidence to be heard Qin Xiao. These 5 questions even shaken Huazhu's confidence. Was it not true? Did he really underestimate Qin Xiao? It's impossible. It doesn't exist. Isn't everything under my control? Splash. But soon, Huazhu Rinxian realized that he had been too arrogant. Qin Zhao's painful expression changed, and he stood up from the ground. Then, he casually spat out a ball of white liquid from his mouth. As soon as the white liquid touched the rock, it quickly corroded the rock. Soon, a huge pit was formed. The ball of liquid that Qin Xiao spat out was obviously the so-called soul-nourishing serum that Huazhu Rinxian had just taken out. Seeing this, Huazhu Rinxian knew that he had been scheming against Qin Xiao. He did not expect that Qin Xiao had already seen through his plan. He did not expect that Qin Xiao did not drink the poison that he gave to Qin Xiao. Instead, Qin Xiao was waiting for him to reveal his true colors. How could this be? You didn't drink it? You're actually fine. Mortal immortal Hua Zhu's expression changed drastically. His expression turned cold and unsightly. He glared at Qin Xiao, his voice trembling with anger. His plan had actually been foiled. After getting over his anger, Huazhu Rinxian quickly calmed down. He stared at Qin Xiao and asked, When did you start suspecting me? Qin Xiao said, Huazhu Rinxian, in your opinion, your plan is indeed flawless. I'm afraid that most people will fall into your trap and be controlled by you. To be honest, I didn't suspect you at first, although I did think about it. I'm not very familiar with the situation in the Immortal Court, but it's not like I don't know anything about it. I also know a little about some of the people in the Immortal Court. I vaguely know that there's indeed a person called Huazhu Rinxian. You lied that you were Huazhu Rinxian. In terms of character settings, you could indeed fool me. I didn't suspect you when you saved me at first. But later, your actions made me start to suspect you. My actions? Huazhu Rinxian looked at Qin Xiao with a puzzled expression. He thought about it carefully and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his actions. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, your actions. You did a good job of hiding it and acting like it. However, there were some things that would be revealed inadvertently, and those things were very difficult to completely conceal. Perhaps you didn't even notice it. You thought that you hid it well, but in fact there are some things that you didn't hide. For example, there's a murderous aura in you, although you tried your best to hide it. But occasionally, you would inadvertently reveal some of it. Of course, it's not a big deal for cultivators to have murderous aura. Even if your murderous aura is a little heavy, it's nothing. It's just that your murderous aura is obviously heavy, but in front of me, you try your best to appear very kind. Naturally, I feel that it's a little inappropriate. Perhaps you will say that you are deliberately trying to please me, so that's why you are acting like this. This can be explained. Well, this is just one thing. If it's just for this, I won't suspect you of anything. The second thing is that you're actually more familiar with the Hellfire domain, but in the beginning, you said that you weren't familiar with it. But you inadvertently showed that you were familiar with the Hellfire domain. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been guiding me along the path you chose. Yes, that's right. Indeed, you have been giving me the initiative all this time. But before you put the choice in my hands, you would unintentionally guide me on which choice is the best. Therefore, I will naturally follow your guidance and choose. It seemed that I chose it myself, but in fact, it was you who guided me. Your purpose in doing this is to exhaust all the life-saving trump cards in my hands. Under your guidance, I used 2 teleportation talismans and 1 teleportation talisman. If the first time was a coincidence, then the second time was also a coincidence. I don't believe that such a coincidence happened in such a short time. So, when I was in the Hellfire domain, I carefully thought about this matter, and I began to suspect you. I've thought about everything that happened since I met you and gathered all the suspicious points together. If there were only 1 or 2 suspicious points, then perhaps I was overthinking it. But with so many suspicious points, I don't think I was overthinking it, and I don't think it was a coincidence. The only possibility is that you have an ulterior motive. Things are often lost in the details. I, Qin Shao, didn't walk out of the universe and live until now for nothing. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Huazhu Rinxian finally understood why he had lost. Sometimes it was true that those closely involved couldn't see clearly. But once the puzzle was solved, he felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. Huazhu Rinxian had to admit, "Qin Shao, it seems that you were right. I have indeed underestimated you. You're sharp enough to notice such small details, and you're even able to link them together. You're indeed very experienced. However, there is still one thing I don't understand. Since you already suspected me in the Hellfire domain, why did you still dare to give me the teleportation talisman? Weren't you afraid that I would leave on my own and not take you with me? You should know that if I didn't take you with me, you would have definitely died in the Hellfire domain. If that happened, wouldn't it be even easier for me to kill you? I wouldn't even have to waste this bottle of poison. This bottle is worth 30,000 Chaos Source Stones. I'm not lying to you. The price for this is very high." Qin Shao continued, "I did suspect you. Since I knew that you were scheming against me, what do you think I should do? Naturally, I should beat you at your own game. So, when I gave you the teleportation talisman, I told you something. I knew that you could have taken the talisman and left alone, but I think my words dissuaded you. You are good at scheming, so you must be a little suspicious. You must ensure that nothing goes wrong. That's why you acted this way instead of killing me directly. It's precisely because I know this about you that I said those words, so that you wouldn't dare to act rashly and leave alone. Because you were afraid that I really had other means to save my life. Your goal was to ensure that you killed me. Since that was the case, you would definitely act according to your original plan. That's why I dared to give you the teleportation talisman. It was also a gamble. You're right. I know very well that if I were to control the teleportation talisman, there would be a high chance that I would fall into the inner area of the Hellfire domain. If that happened, it would be difficult for me to come out alive. Rather than that, I might as well make use of you." Ha ha! Human immortal Hua Zhu suddenly burst into laughter. There was a hint of playfulness in his laughter. He looked at Qin Shao with a sinister smile and said, "So what if you know so clearly? So what if you weren't poisoned? So what if you reached the periphery of the hellfire domain? No matter what, you're just a fourth grade universe grade. I'm a second step heavenly venerate human immortal. My cultivation level is 3 levels higher than yours. Even if I didn't scheme against you, do you really think that you could escape from me? I only schemed against you because I wanted to play it safe and ensure that nothing goes wrong. I just wanted to use up all your life-saving trump cards. Now that you don't have the teleportation talisman and the teleportation talisman, you have no means of escape. Even if you don't have the invisibility talisman, I already have a way to deal with it. Your invisibility talisman is of no use to me. Besides that, what other life-saving means do you have? Do you really think that you can escape this calamity? Ha ha! You're still too naive. No matter what, you can't escape from me. If you had escaped by yourself in the Hellfire domain, you might have had a chance to survive. However, you're so arrogant that you decided to beat me in my own game instead of running away. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, although you're recognized as a peerless genius, you're too conceited. If you don't run away, then die. What other means do you have? Bring them all out. I don't believe that you can escape from me today. Qin Shao, come and die. With that, Huazhu Rinxian prepared to kill Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid at all. He stood there calmly and stared coldly at Huazhu Rinxian with a murderous look on his face. What's going on? Chapter 1812. You Qin Shao, you. Qin Shao, you poisoned me? In the wine just now? You poisoned me? Huazhu Rinxian roared at Qin Shao, his face contorted in agony. The pain quickly spread throughout his body as soon as he circulated his immortal power, and the poison took full effect. Strange scent of bone-gnawing powder. How did you get your hands on such a terrible poison? Strange scent of bone-gnawing powder is colorless and odorless, so it's very difficult to detect. Moreover, it won't take effect immediately after drinking it. It won't take effect as long as you don't circulate your immortal power. But once you do, the poison will take effect and attack fiercely. I've been wise all my life, but I've been foolish this time. Not only did I fail to scheme against you, I was also tricked by you. Qin Shao, I've indeed underestimated you. I've really underestimated you. Huazhu Rinxian's face was livid and ugly. He'd always thought that Qin Shao was a sad person, but he was the one who was truly sad. What kind of irony was this? His lifetime's worth of wisdom had been destroyed in a single day. He'd schemed against others all his life, and countless people had fallen victim to his schemes. Who would have thought that he'd fallen at Qin Zhao's hands today? How laughable was this? You didn't underestimate me. You overestimated yourself. You were too conceited. You thought you could easily defeat me, so you'd be defeated by me. Qin Shao snorted coldly. Qin Shao had experienced too much deception and scheming. Moreover, Qin Shao had always been very perceptive. Very few things could escape his notice. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao was able to grasp a seemingly small detail. 1 or 2 details might not be a big deal, but when there were too many of them, they were definitely out of the ordinary. Strange scent of bone-gnawing powder wasn't a terrible poison, because it was very difficult to kill an immortal, especially a human immortal. This poison alone was not enough to kill him. However, Qin Shao did not expect to rely on this poison to kill Huazhu Rinxian. This was obviously not very realistic. The biggest effect of the bone-gnawing poison was that it could make the opponent fall into extreme pain for a period of time, almost losing the ability to resist. Even though this period of time was not long, it was enough for Qin Shao to kill Huazhu Rinxian. The bone-gnawing strange fragrance poison could be slowly removed with immortal power, but it would take a certain amount of time. This type of poison wasn't as scary as Huazhu Rinxian's poison, and it wasn't expensive either. This poison was given to Qin Shao by Fatty Kai. At first, Qin Shao didn't understand it and didn't think that this poison would be of much use. He didn't think that this poison would be of much use. He didn't think that this poison would actually be of much use. Who are you? Assassin? Shadow Pavilion? Qin Shao asked coldly again. Among the top 10 forces in Linfu City, the Shadow Pavilion was a specialized assassin organization. Moreover, even the Fumu Immortal Palace didn't dare to interfere with the Shadow Pavilion. Therefore, as long as you could afford the price, they would dare to assassinate the people of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Oof. Do you think I'll tell you? Even if I say that I'm from the Immortal Court, you'll have to believe me. Huazhu Rinxian knew that he was going to die, so he didn't care anymore. As an assassin, it was a basic requirement to be prepared to die at any time. Assassins were definitely not afraid of death. If they were afraid of death, they wouldn't be qualified to be an assassin. If they were really from a specialized assassin organization like the Shadow Pavilion, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of death. Qin Xiao was just asking and testing to see if the other party was a professional assassin. If he was a professional assassin, then he was most likely from a Shadow Pavilion. Previously, he had been assassinated by an assassin from the Shadow Pavilion. Fortunately, he was saved by Princess Nangong Ling. Therefore, it was not surprising that it was an assassin from the Shadow Pavilion this time. But this time, who was the mastermind behind the scenes? Speaking of people who wanted to kill him, Qin Xiao, there were probably only two. One was Dao Hefeng, and the other was Hao Guxian. Other than these two people, Qin Xiao couldn't think of a third person who had such a deep hatred for him and wanted to kill him. Moreover, the price to hire a human immortal assassin must be very high. Ordinary people didn't have the ability to hire such an assassin. Only these two people had the possibility. Last time, it was Dao Hefeng who hired an assassin from the Shadow Pavilion. This time it was him again. However, Qin Xiao knew that Huazhu Rinxian wouldn't have an answer to this question. A professional assassin must have professional ethics and wouldn't reveal any information. Moreover, he probably didn't know the situation of the employer behind the scenes, so it was useless to ask. If that's the case, then you'd better die, Qin Xiao said coldly. He wasn't interested in talking to this assassin anymore. Moreover, Qin Xiao wasn't sure how long the effects of the drug would last, so it was better to kill him as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Seeing that Qin Xiao was going to kill him, Huazhu Rinxian tried his best to resist, but the more he resisted, the more pain he felt. The more one used immortal power, the more terrifying the effects of the strange fragrance, biting bone powder, and the more painful it would be. The more pain it was, the less one could use their strength. Therefore, although Huazhu Rinxian tried his best to resist, he couldn't. His strength was completely restrained, and he couldn't use it at all. Unable to fight back, the human immortal Hua could only stare at Qin Xiao with a ferocious and crazed expression, like a wild beast that had gone mad. Dying. Qin Xiao didn't show any mercy. He attacked directly and slashed his sword at Huazhu Rinxian. Although Huazhu Rinxian was a second-step, celestial, venerable human immortal with a strong immortal body, he couldn't resist at all and was killed by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's all-out attack was extremely powerful. Even so, Qin Xiao didn't kill Huazhu Rinxian with one attack. It took Qin Xiao 10 moves before he finally killed Huazhu Rinxian with his sword. I've never liked assassins. After killing so many people, retribution will always come. Your death is not to be regretted. Looking at Huazhu Rinxian's corpse, Qin Xiao curled his lips and said, Qin Xiao had never been soft-hearted when killing people who deserved to be killed. He wouldn't let go of those who wanted to kill him. After killing Huazhu Rinxian, Qin Xiao took out all the things in Huazhu Rinxian's body. These were his spoils of war. All the wealth of a human immortal was worth looking forward to. However, Huazhu Rinxian was only a clone and didn't have many treasures on him. An immortal sword, probably a mid-grade one. A teleportation talisman, worth some money. As for the rest, they were all worthless trinkets. It seems that this clone is really poor. After checking the spoils of war, Qin Xiao wasn't surprised. But it didn't matter. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to care so much. After putting away all the spoils of war, a strange token attracted Qin Xiao's attention. He held it in his hand and studied it carefully. The token was blood-red in color, and it was shaped like a ball of flame. There was a strange, ancient word carved on the token. Qin Xiao recognized it as the word blood. Blood? Qin Xiao frowned and pondered for a while. A thought popped into his mind. Could it be the Blood Union? The Blood Union happened to be one of the top 10 factions in Linfu City. The Blood Union was a rather mysterious organization. It was said that it was also an evil organization that dealt in assassins. Apart from assassins, they also had other businesses, unlike the Shadow Pavilion, which specialized in assassins. Qin Shao didn't have much information about the Blood Union. It was very mysterious. Why does the image on this token feel a little familiar? Qin Shao frowned again. Memories involuntarily flashed through his mind as he searched for any memories related to this. After thinking for a while, an image suddenly flashed into his mind. Qin Shao couldn't help but jump when he saw it. Huge warship, ancient saint Yuluosha. The last image that flashed through Qin Zhao's mind was the scene when ancient Saint Yuluosha had descended. Ancient Saint Yuluosha of the Blood Temple sect had captured baby Mo. Qin Shao vaguely remembered that when ancient Saint Yuluosha had descended, there was a symbol on the huge warship that was exactly the same as the one on this token. How can it be exactly the same? Coincidence? No. It can't be a coincidence. The pattern represented the emblem. The token and the huge warship are both symbols. So, there must be a connection between the two. Could it be that this assassin is from the Blood Temple sect? But could the power of the Blood Temple sect extend to the immortal domain? I provoked the Blood Temple sect in the endless universe ocean. And in Linfu City, there is no such force as the Blood Temple sect, only the Blood Union. Could it be that the Blood Union and the Blood Temple sect are inseparable? Thoughts surged in his mind, making this matter seem a little complicated. The many doubts made Qin Shao feel as if he could see layers of fog. He felt that there was more to this than met the eye. There might be some shocking secret hidden behind it. However, Qin Shao couldn't think of a reason for this situation. Since he couldn't think of anything, he didn't want to think too much about it. Qin Shao shook his head and put away the token. Forget it. Let's not think about it now. I want to find the Blood Temple sect, but I'm too weak now. I can't afford to provoke the Blood Temple sect. Sigh, if I can't become an ancient saint, I won't have the strength to find the Blood Temple sect and save baby Mo. Strength. Everything needs strength. And now I'm still too weak. Forget it. I'd better leave the enchanting fire territory first to avoid any more trouble. Qin Shao quickly put away his thoughts and left quickly. It wasn't good to stay here for long. Although it was much safer now, he couldn't stay here for long. Gagne Ridge, in a luxurious palace. A group of flirtatious and beautiful women, wearing revealing clothes, were dancing gracefully in the grand hall. It was incomparably beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. At the bottom of the hall, on a huge and magnificent throne, a man in loose brocade clothes was lying on the lap of a flirtatious woman. Around him, for different beauties carefully served him. Just looking at it was a kind of extreme enjoyment. However, the brocade-robed man's brows suddenly furrowed into a deep frown, forming the character Great Chuan. Mfa. Suddenly, the man in brocade clothes pushed away the four flirtatious women beside him and stood up furiously. His face was full of ferocity as he roared wildly. This sudden outburst of anger scared the flirtatious women so much that their faces turned pale and they knelt on the ground. Ah. Damn, Qin Shao, you're so ruthless. My clone actually died in your hands just like that. I'm a second step, heavenly venerate human immortal, but I actually died at the hands of a fourth step universe-grade mortal. Disgrace, this is simply a great disgrace. I hate it. I can't accept it. I must take revenge. Chapter 1813. Green mountains, clear waters, and a gentle spring breeze. It was a beautiful experience. Everything seemed to have been a long time coming. Phew, I'm finally out of that damn place. I'm safe now. Qin Shao could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His body and mind relaxed. When he walked out, he felt as if he had just escaped death. After all, he had experienced many dangers in the hell-fire territory over the past thousands of years. He had almost died in there. Fortunately, in the end, he had turned the tables on human immortal Huazhu, allowing him to leave the hell-fire domain so smoothly. Speaking of which, if the assassin had not appeared, it might not have been so easy for Qin Shao to get out of the Hellfire territory so smoothly. To a certain extent, Qin Shao did indeed have to thank the assassin who had plotted everything. This matter sounded a little funny, but that was indeed the case. Some things, if used well, could bring a lot of benefits. He breathed in the fresh air outside and felt it was so fresh. It was missing the gloomy and cold aura of death in the Hellfire territory. It's time to go back. If I can save Brother Monghuang alive, it will be worth it even if I spend all 270,000 Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao smiled and prepared to return to Linfu City. But just as Qin Shao was about to take out his heaven-flying device, he suddenly felt a violent earthquake. The whole earth was shaking violently. What was going on? Such a huge commotion was truly a little frightening. This was the immortal realm. It was so obvious that the whole earth was shaking violently, as if it was about to turn over. How much energy did it take to do this? Therefore, Qin Shao was really frightened. He looked around carefully to see what was going on. At the same time, he prepared the teleportation talisman. If anything happened, he would use it to leave this place immediately. Fortunately, he had obtained a teleportation talisman from the assassin. Otherwise, it would not be enough to rely on the invisibility talisman. Apart from these two immortal talismans, Qin Shao had no other life-saving means. He had just left the bonfire realm. He couldn't be so unlucky as to run into another situation, could he? As the saying goes, when a person is down on his luck, even drinking cold water would get stuck in his teeth. Qin Shao had always thought that his luck should be very good, but at this moment, it seemed to be a little wrong. Boom! A large mountain suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of rock shot out in all directions, and smoke rose everywhere. A huge creature suddenly walked out from the mountain. It was a humanoid behemoth that was thousands of feet tall and had 6 huge arms when it stood upright. Its entire body was covered with a thick layer of black hair, and its pair of fiery red eyes were like 2 balls of fire that were constantly burning. 2 long fangs were protruding from its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Such a huge demonic beast was enough to make people tremble in fear. A gloomy aura emanated from the behemoth, suffocating people with its oppressive aura. Just this aura alone was enough to show how terrifying this behemoth was. It made Qin Zhao's heart tremble involuntarily. What a terrifying demonic beast! 6-armed great ape. Qin Shao stared blankly for a while, then finally recognized what kind of demonic beast it was. 6-armed great apes are said to be the descendants of ancient giant beasts. They are extremely strong and like to sleep underground. It's very normal for them to sleep for several epochs. 6-armed great apes are born immortals, and their bloodline inheritance is very powerful. Adult 6-armed great apes can generally reach the level of a 3-step celestial venerable great immortal. The more experienced ones can even reach the level of a great immortal. An ancient 6-armed great ape has a very high chance of becoming an ancient saint and standing at a supreme position. Since this 6-armed great ape is so huge, it must be an adult. Judging from its aura, it should be a 3-step celestial venerable great immortal. My luck is really unparalleled. I just stepped out of the enchanting fire territory, and I didn't expect to run into this 6-armed great ape that just woke up. If it wants to kill me, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist at all. Even if I have the teleportation talisman, I might not be able to escape. Qin Shao complained in his heart. How could he be so unlucky? He was already unlucky enough to enter the enchanting fire territory this time. If this happened again, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now, Qin Shao could only pray that the 6-armed great ape would not attack him. Therefore, Qin Shao stood there, not daring to make any movements. He just stared at the 6-armed great ape. If the 6-armed great ape insisted on attacking him, he had no other choice. Before the 6-armed great ape attacked, he did not dare to make any rash moves. He stood there in a daze, as if he had been frozen. His actions showed that he had no intention of provoking the 6-armed great ape. Boom! Boom! The six-armed great ape walked out of the mountain completely. The 1,000-feet-tall creature was like a moving mountain. Every step it took on the ground would cause the ground to tremble slightly. The six-armed great ape was known for its infinite strength. It could easily destroy a mountain with a single punch. The six-armed great ape had just woken up and was looking around. Its eyes quickly fell on Qin Shao. Those huge eyes that were as big as a basin emitted a scorching light, falling on Qin Zhao's body. Being stared at like that, Qin Shao felt as if there were two balls of raging flames that were about to burn him up. If it looked at him a few more times, it would be very uncomfortable to be burned. The six-armed great ape kept staring at Qin Shao, but did not make any movements. Although it did not make any movements, being stared at like that made Qin Shao feel very uncomfortable. He could not help but feel a little flustered. He had a bad feeling that something bad was going to happen. Qin Shao could not help but secretly clench his fists. He had already prepared the teleportation talisman and the invisibility talisman. The first thing he would use would be the teleportation talisman. If the teleportation talisman failed, then he would try the invisibility talisman. If there was no other way, then he could only fight with his life on the line. Qin Zhao's nerves were tense, and his heart was almost in his throat. Facing a powerful three-step celestial master demonic beast was really despairing. Not to mention a three-step celestial master. Even a two-step celestial master with some experience was enough to make Qin Shao despair. Facing the six-armed great ape, there was only a dead end, unless the teleportation talisman and the invisibility talisman could play a big role and save his life. However, Qin Shao was not confident at all. He had no confidence at all, so his heart was naturally tense. "How long have I been asleep?" The six-armed great ape suddenly spoke. Its voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, making Qin Zhao's ears very uncomfortable, as if they were about to explode. Was it asking him? Upon hearing this question, Qin Shao was stunned. He looked at the six-armed great ape with some confusion. It shouldn't be asking him, right? After a while, the six-armed great ape muttered to itself, "One universe era? Or two universe eras?" He seemed to be very confused. He frowned slightly and thought for a while, then shook his head. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, I've slept enough. Since I've slept enough, then it's time to move around and find something interesting to do. Sleeping was already boring enough. Now that I've woken up, I can't be so bored anymore. However, I'm lucky to find a human here as soon as I wake up. What did that mean? These words didn't sound good. Before Qin Shao could think too much about it, something happened to him. The six-armed great ape's eyes fixed on Qin Shao again. "Human boy, you're lucky to have met me. I'm very bored, so I want you to have some fun with me. You won't mind, right? Have some fun? Have some fun? How? What could he have fun with such a huge ape?" Qin Shao didn't think that there was anything fun about him, so the so-called fun was probably him being played. This was obviously not a good task. However, Qin Shao also knew that he couldn't refuse. Once he spoke, he would probably anger the six-armed great ape even more. If he really angered it, he was afraid that a great disaster would befall him. But what could he do if he didn't refuse? The answer? It felt like he would be played to death. He couldn't agree, but he also couldn't refuse. This was really a dilemma. Haha, let me think about it. How should I play? This human boy is too weak. He's a mortal who hasn't even become an immortal. I'm afraid he'll be played to death if I play with him for a while. I can't play him to death immediately. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. If I want to play, I have to play for a while more unless I find something more interesting. Before I find something, I can't play this human boy to death. I have to think carefully how to play better. If I want to play, I can't play him to death immediately. It's so difficult, really difficult. But I'm extremely smart. There's no problem that can baffle me. So, I can definitely think of a good way to play. I definitely can. Think carefully. The six-armed great ape was talking to itself again, but Qin Shao was very uncomfortable to hear these words. In that case, it was still going to play him to death. It was just a matter of time. But no matter what the problem was, Qin Shao didn't want to be played to death by a six-armed great ape. Such a death would be too sullen and humiliating. Qin Shao would rather die at the hands of a demon than die at the hands of a human. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. He didn't want to speak at first, but now it seemed that he had to. Senior Great Ape, forgive me for being so bold. I'm just passing by while cultivating. I have no intention to offend or disturb your cultivation. I'm just an insignificant human, a mortal who hasn't even become an immortal. In Senior's eyes, I'm just an ant. Senior, you're a lofty, great immortal. If you want to trample an ant like me to death, you could do it with a single thought. If you want to play, Senior, I'm afraid I'll spoil your fun because I'm too weak. There are many immortals in the realm of enslavement. I'm sure you could provoke them to your heart's content. No matter what, Qin Shao had no choice but to try and see if he could draw the six-armed great ape's attention to the realm of enslavement. However, the six-armed great ape wasn't so easy to deal with. It cackled strangely and said, "Human boy, you're young and weak. I didn't think you'd listen to so many things. You want to trick me? Do you think I'll listen to you? I can play however I want. Everything is up to my liking. How can I let you interfere?" Chapter 1814. Run. At this moment, there was only one thought in Qin Zhao's mind. He had to run away quickly. Otherwise, he would not have a chance. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not care about anything else. He took out the teleportation talisman and was about to give it a try. Although Qin Zhao's intuition told him that it would be difficult to escape even if he used the teleportation talisman, he had to give it a try no matter what. He activated the teleportation talisman. Suddenly, a powerful immortal power gushed out from the teleportation talisman. This power was about to tear a passage in the void. Humph! Teleportation talisman? It's just a small trick. How dare you play such a lowly trick in front of me? The six-armed giant ape seemed to have expected Qin Shao to have some tricks up his sleeve, so it did not care at all. Seeing Qin Shao use the teleportation talisman, it looked at him with disdain. Hearing the six-armed giant ape's voice, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that it was impossible for him to use the teleportation talisman to escape, just as he had expected. However, no matter how impossible it was, he had to give it a try. He had to give it a try. Just as the void was about to be torn open, a giant hand penetrated the void and appeared in front of Qin Shao in an instant. Like a dark cloud that covered the sky, it instantly enveloped the entire space. The giant hand grabbed Qin Shao and held him firmly. The power of the teleportation talisman was directly shattered by the giant hand. It forcibly pulled Qin Shao out of the void. Qin Shao did not have the slightest ability to resist at all. As soon as the immortal power gushed out, it would be smashed into pieces. He had no power to resist at all. Once again, he fell into the shadow of death. Qin Shao stared fixedly at the huge six-armed ape in front of him. He was like an ant being grabbed by the six-armed ape, allowing it to do whatever it wanted. His life was firmly in the six-armed giant ape's hands. This was probably the first time that Qin Zhao's life was in someone else's hands. This was really a feeling of being completely powerless to resist. She was completely in the palm of his hand. Moreover, all the possibilities that Qin Shao could think of, there was no way to see a glimmer of hope. This was an adult six-armed giant ape. Its strength was definitely extremely powerful. Not even an ascendant immortal would be able to do anything to him in a short time. Moreover, even if an ascendant immortal were to take action, the giant six-armed ape would have enough time to crush Qin Shao to death. Only an exalted immortal, or perhaps an ancient sage, would have a chance at survival. But was that even possible? In the entire Futu Immortal Palace, there were probably no more than 3 people who could do it. Palace Master Fu Shi, Phoenix, and Sky Pride? Who else? But these 3, how could anyone come to save him? He hadn't even told Lil Yu that he had come to the Bonfire Realm. Even if he told Xiao Yu, it would be of no use. Therefore, waiting for someone to save him was just a fantasy. Qin Shao didn't think too much about it. Instead of thinking about these illusory things, it was better to think about the situation at hand. Was there really no way out? Would there really not be any more miracles this time? Alas, Qin Shao, who had always refused to admit defeat, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He also felt a lot of bitterness and helplessness. No matter how hard he struggled, it was pale and powerless. He couldn't shake off this giant hand at all. Qin Shao couldn't remember when he had felt so humble and weak. Cultivation was really a never-ending road. After climbing over a mountain, you would find that there was a higher mountain behind. You thought you were standing very high, but you would soon find that there were countless people who were standing higher than you. Only by constantly moving forward and constantly improving yourself would you slowly be able to peek into the strength of this world. The heart of an expert wasn't afraid of any difficult challenges. They wanted to push themselves from being weak and humble to the peak of power. Even if they knew that there was a great challenge, they would still charge forward without hesitation. Obviously, Qin Shao had the heart of an expert. He wanted to become strong. He had his own goals and pursuits, and there were also things waiting for him to do. Baby Mo had been taken away by Prime, Saint Yu Luo Sha, and Yao Shiwilian had been taken away by Sovereign Galen of the Sword King's sacred sect. They were all waiting for Qin Shao to save them. Apart from them, Qin Shao also had a sacred mission and responsibility. He had to lead the people of the primordial universe to become strong. If he wanted to achieve these many things, the prerequisite was that he had to become strong enough. Right now, Qin Shao was still too weak, far too weak. In the sacred realm, his path of cultivation was just the beginning. However, this path was too long and too difficult. There were endless dangers. He had to overcome each difficulty, overcome each danger, and escape from death time and time again. He had to experience transformation and sublimation time and time again before he could reach the end. Along the way, Qin Shao had also experienced far too much. However, this time, he felt as if he had reached the end. He was powerless to resist. He was too powerless. This kind of powerlessness made him feel like a newborn baby. He was so weak and pitiful. This feeling of powerlessness caused Qin Shao's strong self-confidence to begin to crumble. Little ant, I see despair in your eyes. The six-armed giant ape looked at Qin Shao playfully. A giant, I was much bigger than Qin Shao's body. Being stared at by this giant eye, Qin Shao felt as if he was being sucked in. Was he in despair? Yes, Qin Shao was really showing signs of despair. Shouldn't he be in despair? He shouldn't be in despair. However, he didn't have the slightest strength to resist now. He had also cut off any possibility of survival. Indeed, there was no way out. At least, Qin Shao couldn't think of anything, not even a trace of hope. Qin Shao wouldn't be like this even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance. Qin Shao wasn't afraid of death. He was in despair, not because he was afraid of death, but because there was really no way out. However, Qin Shao's eyes were still so resolute. There was no sign of cowardice or compromise. He said coldly, "Even if I die, I won't despair. It's not that I can't resist at all. It's just that resistance is useless. But for me, as long as I can still fight, I won't admit defeat until the moment of my death. If you want to kill me now. You want to play with me and trample on me. I won't let you do as you wish. You won't let me do as I wish." The six-armed ape laughed even more heartily. It seemed to enjoy the feeling of trampling on others, the feeling of having someone under its thumb. Then let's see what kind of ability you have to stop me from doing as I wish. Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect such a weak human boy to have such courage. Interesting. The more interesting it is, the more I like to play with you. Yes, I've already figured out how to play with you. Qin Shao would rather die now than be toyed with to death. However, the six-armed ape wouldn't kill him at all. Kill himself? Not to mention that his immortal energy had been sealed. He couldn't even commit suicide. Even if he could do it, Qin Shao would not do something like suicide. Suicide? That would be too petty of a death. If he had to die, Qin Shao would die standing. He would die with an indomitable spirit. The six-armed giant ape grabbed Qin Shao and strode into the bewitching fire domain. The giant ape was walking at an extremely fast pace, causing the ground to rumble with every step. Everyone was frightened. "Master," a clear, pleasant voice sounded in Qin Shao's ears. Their consciousnesses connected, and he immediately sensed something. The sudden voice gave Qin Shao a start. He didn't recover from a shock. "Master, it's me. It wasn't until the second voice sounded that Qin Shao came back to his senses. Great joy surged from his heart. This wasn't an illusion, it was real. The voice might be wrong, but the feeling of being connected by flesh and blood and their consciousnesses couldn't be wrong. Although they were still far apart, he could clearly sense the other's presence. He knew where the other was and the approximate distance between them. Baby Mo. Qin Shao was overjoyed. It wasn't Xiao Gu's voice, but Baby Mo's. If it had been Xiao Gu, Qin Shao probably wouldn't have been so happy. Because Baby Mo had been captured by an ancient sage, Qin Shao never thought that Baby Mo would be able to escape and find him. No matter how strong Mo Bao Bao was, he was only equivalent to a third-step heavenly venerable. How could he possibly escape from the hands of an ancient sage? Unless ancient sage Yu Luosha had let Baby Mo go. But that wasn't very likely. What was going on? But this was a good thing. Qin Shao didn't want to think too much about it. He would find out when he asked Baby Mo later. Master, are you in danger? I'm coming to save you. Baby Mo's voice sounded again. There was a hint of urgency and anger in his tender voice. But this anger was that of a little girl. It was especially cute and didn't have much lethality. Qin Shao replied awkwardly, Yes, Baby Mo. I've been captured by a six-armed ape. He wants to take me into the hell-fire domain. A stupid ape dares to bully Master. I'll beat him up later. Master, just bear with it. I'll catch up to you soon, Baby Mo said angrily. Qin Shao smiled. In terms of strength, Baby Mo might not be as strong as the six-armed ape. But Baby Mo was an ancient sage beast after all. His bloodline was there. Just as divine might alone was probably enough to crush the six-armed ape. So as long as Baby Mo attacked, he should be able to force the six-armed ape to retreat. This was the hope of survival. It was said that there was always a way out. Sometimes it was true. This time, Qin Shao really thought that he was at the end of his rope. There was no way out. He couldn't see any hope. He couldn't dream of anything unless a miracle happened. But unexpectedly, a miracle really did happen. And this miracle was a pleasant surprise to Qin Shao. He hadn't expected that the one who would come to save him would be Baby Mo, the person who had always been on his mind. Baby Mo had been forcefully taken away by the ancient sage not long after he had acknowledged him as his master. Qin Shao had wanted to wait until he became an ancient sage before thinking of a way to save Baby Mo. But this would be a long process. He would have to wait for a long time. How difficult was it to become an ancient sage? Qin Shao had no idea how long it would take. During this long waiting process, many unforeseen events could occur. But Qin Shao had no choice and could only do so. Chapter 18:15. Human brat. You're not going to resist anymore? I thought you had some backbone, but it seems like you're just a coward. After walking for a while, the six-armed giant ape seemed to have noticed some changes in Qin Shao. It looked over with its huge eyes and asked jokingly. Qin Shao ignored the six-armed giant ape. Baby Mo was getting closer and would probably catch up in a few dozen breaths of time. Therefore, Qin Shao could not be bothered to waste his energy on the six-armed giant ape. Qin Shao ignored it, and the six-armed giant ape also ignored it after a few glances. After all, it was just an ant that he was toying with, so there was no need to pay much attention to it. He had already thought of how to play with it, and it was very interesting just thinking about it. However, after a while, the six-armed giant ape suddenly stopped in its tracks. It raised its head and looked into the distance with a serious expression. It sensed an extremely powerful aura rapidly approaching. This aura was so powerful that its soul could not help but tremble slightly. This was an invisible pressure from the natural order of life, and it made its soul tremble. This feeling was like a small snake seeing a huge dragon. So powerful, so terrifying. The six-armed giant ape's body could not help but stiffen, and it began to tremble. This fear came from its bones, and it was uncontrollable. It was an automatic reaction under the pressure of the natural order of life. What kind of powerful existence had appeared? Under the deterrence of this power, the six-armed giant ape actually forgot to move. It was as if it had been frozen, and it stood there in a daze. Soon, A figure flew over from the distant horizon at an extremely fast speed. His speed was way too fast. This speed was probably faster than a low-grade flying device flying at full speed. A monstrous divine aura pressed down on the six-armed giant ape, as if a supreme god had descended. The immense pressure from the natural order of life made the six-armed giant ape lose all ability to resist. In the face of this supreme divine aura, it only hesitated for a moment and then knelt down on one knee. This power had far exceeded the limits of its resistance. It did not want to do this, but it could no longer control itself. The suppression of a life form, the suppression of the vast divine might, the suppression of the soul, the suppression of the will, and the suppression of all aspects. He was powerless to resist and could only submit. Baby Mo, bathed in a ball of divine light, finally arrived in front of the six-armed ape. She looked angrily at the huge six-armed ape and said, "You stupid ape, how dare you capture my master? I'm very angry, and the consequences are very serious. Hurry up and release my master." "What?" Hearing Baby Mo's words, the six-armed giant ape looked up at Baby Mo in shock, and then looked at Qin Shao, who was being held in his giant hand. It was puzzled and confused. A noble ancient sacred beast was the king of all beasts. With a single command, none of the beasts dared to disobey. How could such a noble saint beast recognize a lowly human as its master? Furthermore, this lad of the human race was so pitifully weak. In fact, he wasn't even an immortal yet. How could this be? It doesn't make sense at all. I can't figure it out all. How could this be? Since when did sacred beasts live without dignity? Even an ancient saint would find it difficult to make a sacred beast recognize him as its master. Therefore, the six-armed giant ape was completely dumbfounded, and its face was filled with disbelief. Baby Mo became even angrier. Her four little hooves stomped angrily in the air, creating brilliant halos of light. However, this meant that she was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. The cold snort actually frightened the six-armed giant ape quite a bit. After its whole body shivered, it did not dare to hesitate and immediately let go of Qin Shao. Once he was released, Qin Zhao's entire body finally relaxed. The feeling of escaping from death was truly wonderful. Once again, she had escaped from the gates of hell. It was not easy. Qin Shao leaped and landed steadily on the ground. The darkness had dissipated, and light could be seen again. This was her luck. After saving her master, Baby Mo was still angry. She glared at the six-armed giant ape. "You're a bad person. You're a stupid ape. You hurt my master. I can't let you go. I'm going to teach you a lesson. You're not allowed to fight back later. Otherwise, I'll be even angrier. Do you hear me?" Being hit and not being able to fight back, Qin Shao could not help but laugh. Baby Mo was really cute. However, her life force level was too high. She suppressed the six-armed giant ape to the point that it did not have much will to fight back. It could only lower its head and admit defeat. Baby Mo was about to attack angrily when Qin Zhao's voice sounded. "Forget it, baby. He didn't really hurt me. Just forget about it. Let him go. Forget it." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Baby Mo could not help but stop. She blinked her eyes at Qin Shao, as if she did not understand why Qin Shao was doing this. However, she still had to listen to her master, even though she was somewhat unwilling. Baby Mo pouted and said to the six-armed giant ape, "Stupid ape, you're lucky this time. My master is kind enough to let you go. Next time I won't be so kind. I'll definitely teach you a lesson. I'll let you off this time. Hurry up and scram for me. Scram as far as you can. Scram without stopping." The six-armed giant ape did not dare to say anything else. It immediately ran away as if it was escaping. Its huge figure quickly disappeared from the Pyrolite territory. It had completely entered the Pyrolite territory. It was only when the six-armed giant ape's figure had completely disappeared that Qin Zhao's heart was finally at ease. This meant that she was completely safe. How delightful. "Master, I've missed you so much." Baby Mo was a happy baby. He had been very angry just now, but now he was jumping for joy. His face was full of joy. With an excited look, he threw himself at Qin Xiao, wanting to throw himself directly into Qin Xiao's arms. Seeing baby Mo so excited, Qin Xiao smiled and opened her arms, ready to welcome baby Mo. However, just as baby Mo threw himself in front of Qin Xiao, he suddenly came to an emergency stop. He stopped at the last moment and did not really throw himself into Qin Xiao's arms. Qin Xiao's arms, which were about to hug baby Mo, froze in midair. She looked a little embarrassed for a moment. She could not take her hands back, but it also felt weird to just let them stay there. Qin Xiao looked at baby Mo and found that baby Mo's cheeks were flushed. It looked very shy as it covered its face with its short front hooves. There was no need to mention how adorable she was right now. Seeing his cute appearance, Qin Xiao could not help but want to touch baby Mo's head. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao's hands were already moving. It was a completely subconscious action. However, before Qin Xiao's hands could touch baby Mo's head, baby Mo dodged like lightning. He took a few steps back and kept a certain distance from Qin Xiao. This action caused Qin Xiao to be a little stunned. Is there a need to avoid me like this? This feeling was really a little strange. Master, I heard that men and women should not touch each other. So let's not do it. Baby Mo's young voice suddenly rang out. It was clear from his voice that he was very shy. Qin Xiao was speechless. Men and women should not touch each other. That was true, but there was no such thing as beasts not touching each other, right? All right, even if there was a saying that beasts should not touch each other, how old was baby Mo? Could it be that he was already starting to mature? Thinking of this, Qin Xiao could only smile awkwardly. All right, then I won't. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, baby Mo nodded happily. He nodded his head like a rattle drum, looking very cute. This kind of cuteness made Qin Xiao's heart melt. How could he be so cute? By the way, baby Mo, how did you escape from ancient Seiju Luosha's hands? Did you escape on your own, or did ancient Seiju Luosha let you go? Qin Xiao asked, returning to the main topic. Qin Xiao was very puzzled by this question. Baby Mo said, how could that bad guy be so kind? Of course I escaped on my own. Master, isn't baby very smart? That bad guy is really, really bad. He always wants to bully baby and make baby acknowledge him as master. Baby doesn't want that. Baby hates bad guys the most. That big bad guy, baby hates him to death. Baby doesn't want to listen to him. Baby doesn't listen to him, so he bullies baby. Baby's heart is bitter, but I can't tell anyone. Sob, sob, sob. Cough. Why did he start crying all of a sudden? Qin Xiao was also a loss. She wanted to go up and comfort him, but she could not touch him. Just as she was about to speak, baby Mo stopped crying and continued. It wasn't easy for baby to find a good opportunity. When that big bad guy went out, I escaped. Master, isn't baby very smart? She was crying just a moment ago, but now she was smiling and asking for credit. Was this a woman's nature? Qin Xiao nodded and said, yes, it's very insightful, very insightful. It's good that you escaped. In the future, Master won't let others take you away again. Yes. Master is still the best to me. Baby Mo nodded, looking very obedient. However, Qin Xiao felt ashamed at his heart. As a master, he was very incompetent. Right now, he did not have the strength to protect baby Mo thinking about it. It was indeed quite shameful. Therefore, when she thought about what she said just now, Qin Xiao could not help but feel a little embarrassed. This also greatly encouraged Qin Xiao. It made him even more aware that he had to quickly become stronger. Given his current strength, he was simply too weak. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Only then would he have the qualifications and confidence to say what he said just now. If he encountered the previous incident again, then he would have the strength to protect the people around him. It would not be like the previous time, when he could only watch helplessly as baby Mo was taken away by ancient Seiju Luosha. How sad would that be? Qin Xiao hoped that such sadness would not happen again in the future. However, if he did not want it to happen again, the prerequisite was that he had to be strong enough. This was the basic condition. If he did not even have this basic condition, then there was no need to mention those things again. It was unrealistic. Master, let's go. Baby will follow you in the future. Baby is so happy to be able to follow Master. Baby will feel safe and can sleep soundly. Baby Mo stuck out his pink tongue at Qin Xiao and said happily. Now that she had found Qin Xiao, it was as if she had found her home. Qin Xiao was her home. He was her umbrella and her harbor. Chapter 1816. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded. It was time to go back. The rewards this time are really great. Not only did they save the big brother of the desolate land, but they also had a pleasant surprise. Qin Xiao was about to take out the flying device when Baby Mo's happy face suddenly changed. The smile on his face suddenly stopped and his face darkened. Seeing the change in Baby Mo's expression, Qin Xiao could clearly feel the fear in Baby Mo's heart. Qin Xiao's expression changed. She immediately knew that the situation was not good. Only ancient sage Luosha could make Baby Mo react like this. Did she really catch up? Qin Xiao knew that Baby Mo had escaped. Qin Xiao had also thought about this problem, but she felt that ancient sage Luosha might not be able to find her so quickly. After all, this was the immortal region. It would not be easy for ancient sage Luosha to find someone in the immortal region. Ancient sages were indeed unparalleled powerful. In the Great Thousand Worlds, they were existences that could dominate the Great Thousand Worlds. However, in the immortal region, they should not have reached the point where they could cover the sky with one hand. Moreover, ancient sage Luosha should not be in the immortal region. Her divine power did not have the might of an immortal, and she did not walk the immortal Tao. Therefore, to a large extent, the possibility of her being from the immortal region was not high. Master, run! That bad guy is coming. Baby Mo's voice trembled slightly as he said to Qin Xiao anxiously. He looked very panicked and scared. Her delicate appearance really made one's heart ache. After Baby Mo finished speaking, he did not give Qin Xiao time to react. He directly carried Qin Xiao on his back and then quickly left. Baby Mo's flying speed was indeed frightening. If a mid-grade flying device did not fly at full speed, it might not be able to catch up to Baby Mo. Although he escaped at such speed, Baby Mo was still filled with fear. Qin Xiao and Baby Mo were connected by blood and flesh, so Qin Xiao could completely sense Baby Mo's feelings. This kind of feeling was also transmitted to Qin Xiao, which made Qin Xiao feel a little inexplicable fear. This wasn't someone a third-step heavenly venerate like the six-armed giant ape could compare to. This was a supreme prime saint. Qin Xiao didn't know how powerful an ancient sage was, but he could imagine it. Even a sliver of the will of an ancient sage was more than enough to kill him. Before an ancient sage, he was so weak that he could not even be compared to an ant. Not to mention escaping, even the meaning of resistance was hard to come up with. Qin Xiao had experienced the might of an ancient sage before, and he knew how powerful it was. How could he possibly escape from an ancient sage? Even if he did everything possible, it was still impossible. Qin Xiao couldn't escape, neither could Baby Mo. Therefore, when he knew that it was Luosha who had caught up, Qin Xiao could only hate himself. He hated himself for being so useless and weak. His mood instantly sank to the bottom of the valley, as if he was covered in ice and frozen. His heart was completely empty. There was no way to describe this feeling with any adjectives. Rumble. Sure enough, there was no suspense. Baby Mo couldn't run for long before waves of supreme divine might descended, enveloping the entire world in an instant. The ancient sage's might was so vast that it could level the heavens and shake them. Even the heavens had to give way. In an instant, the ruler of this world seemed to have been replaced by someone else. Under this mighty ancient sage's might, everything was completely subdued, and no one could summon the slightest thought of resistance. Under this ancient sage's might, Qin Xiao could clearly feel that his heart, soul, and will were completely suppressed, making it difficult for him to summon the strength to resist. As soon as he had the strength to resist, the mighty ancient sage's might would suppress him, making Qin Xiao feel extremely uncomfortable. How strong was Qin Xiao's will? But under this supreme ancient sage's might, he had almost completely collapsed and lost the strength to resist. What did it mean to completely lose the strength to resist? To put it simply, As long as ancient Seiju Luosha gave the order, Qin Shao would do as she said, even if she wanted him to commit suicide or kill baby Mo. At this point, it meant that your person no longer belonged to you, and you no longer had the ability to control them. This was the true terror of ancient sage's might. Therefore, in the face of this ancient sage's might, Qin Shao had almost completely lost the strength to resist. He only had a sliver of strength left to hold on with great difficulty, making a final struggle. But the disparity in this struggle was too great. The ancient sage's might had descended and sealed the 3,000 domains. Baby Mo suddenly seemed to have fallen into a swamp. His speed became extremely slow, and he moved forward with great difficulty. Too strong a resistance and suppression force bound Baby Mo tightly, making Baby Mo appear to be in great pain. What kind of pain was it to want to break free, but be unable to do so? It was like watching death walk towards you step by step, but you were powerless and unable to break free. Under the ancient sage's might, a huge figure appeared from the void, covering half the sky. It was incomparably huge. This figure was none other than the energy clone of Prime, Saint Yu Luosha. Qin Shao had seen Prime, Saint Yu Luosha once before, and the memory of that encounter was still incomparably deep. It had long been imprinted in his heart, and was difficult to erase. Indeed, it was too deep. He would probably never forget it after seeing it once. Just this huge figure alone made Qin Zhao's soul tremble involuntarily. The energy clone also had unparalleled ancient sage's might. One thing for sure was that ancient Seiju Luosha must have come as well, but she didn't want to show herself. Just one energy clone was enough to suppress everything. Even Baby Mo would find it difficult to resist. Bad guy, big bad guy, I hate you. Baby Mo also knew that he couldn't escape, so he cursed angrily. Qin Shao stared at the huge figure in front of him. It felt as if the sky was lying there, making him unable to resist. This was the sky that couldn't be defied, the sky that couldn't be offended. What a deep relationship between master and servant. Little Qilin, you really know how to run. I just went out for a trip, and you came to the immortal region and even found your master. The huge figure spoke, and a thunderous voice poured into Qin Shao and Baby Mo's ears. This voice was deafening, and it contained a powerful deterrent force that shook Qin Shao to the point of almost vomiting blood. Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. Baby Mo was very angry and kept cursing. Cursing an ancient sage was a great disrespect. Angering an ancient sage was a road to death. But Baby Mo didn't care. If she was angry, she could curse. She wasn't afraid of what ancient Seiju Luosha would do to her. She wasn't oppressed. Even after so many years, she hadn't suffered at all. Little Qilin, I've imprisoned you for so many years, but your temper hasn't changed at all. But that's fine, I like it. I have the patience and time to slowly tame you. One day, you'll follow me obediently. Ancient Seiju Luosha didn't seem to care about this. Instead, she spoke very gently to Baby Mo. Black Bao gritted his teeth. No way, I won't follow you. Stop dreaming. It's impossible. It will never happen. It's impossible in this lifetime. I'll only chase after my big brother Qin Shao. He'll always be my master. I won't have a change of heart. Never, ever. There'll only be one master. My master's place in my heart is completely occupied. There's no room for anyone else. Cough. Hearing Baby Mo's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Why did these words sound so ambiguous and ambiguous? But Baby Mo was so pure that he shouldn't have any complicated intentions. Baby Mo was still an immature child. Hey, your master? The giant figure chuckled and looked at Qin Shao. Those huge eyes were like two enormous black holes that could swallow everything. Under this gaze, Qin Zhao's body trembled even more violently, as if his spirit was about to collapse. Your master is too weak, too weak. He's not even comparable to an ant. If I want to kill him, I can do it with a single thought. How can such a master be worthy of you? The one you should be following should be a powerhouse like this saint. Only the strong are worthy of better things. The weak deserve to be bullied. Baby Mo, you're still young. I'll slowly train you and bring you back to the right track. This lowly mortal should just die. The giant phantom wanted to kill Qin Xiao, and with a thought, it wanted to kill him. Baby Mo also sensed Yu Luosha's murderous intent. Furious, she exploded with a roar of power. Holy light surged out and enveloped Qin Xiao. A powerful wave of natal strength burst forth. If you dare kill my master, I'll fight you to the death today. Baby Mo looked fearlessly at the giant figure, unafraid of death. She summoned the power of her natal combat arts and the might of her bloodline inheritance. She was ready to risk her life to fight the giant figure. Although she'd still lose, if Baby Mo really didn't care about his life, she'd die here today as well. Baby Mo was an ancient sacred beast with a supreme bloodline and a powerful inheritance. If he died, it'd be a great pity. If he died, he'd be worthless. Ancient sage Yu Luosha wanted Baby Mo alive. A dead Baby Mo was meaningless to him. If he'd wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? At this moment, Black Baby was really going all out. However, the giant figure only smiled coolly and didn't seem to mind. Baby Mo, you're still too inexperienced. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. If I want to kill someone, you can't stop me at all. If you want to die, I won't allow it. You won't die. But if I kill a mortal who's less than an ant, I'll lose some of my prestige. Forget it. I'll spare this lowly mortal's life. However, I can spare his life, but I won't let him leave so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible hand grabbed Qin Xiao and lifted him into the air. Qin Xiao was horrified. What was the meaning of this? Baby Mo was so angry that he wanted to rescue Qin Xiao, but another powerful force held him firmly in place. He couldn't break free at all. Baby Mo couldn't resist at all in front of ancient sage Yu Luosha. Qin Xiao glared at the giant figure, the hatred in his heart reaching its peak. However, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't resist at all. In fact, he couldn't even speak. Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. I won't stoop to killing you. However, whether or not you'll survive will depend on your own fortune. Ancient sage Yu Luosha's voice rang out in Qin Xiao's ears. Then, with a sweep of her power, he was brought to the horizon. Master. Chapter 1817. Qin Xiao's quote. You don't know the length of your fate, nor do you know the level of your fate. You can't even grasp your own fate in your hands, but you refuse to bow your head and accept your fate. This is the stubbornness of a fool. Baby Yu Luosha. No. The faint voice echoed in his heart again and again, gradually fading away, but did not disappear. His consciousness seemed to be swallowed up by a world of darkness. It slowly became blurry and finally disappeared completely. After an unknown period of time, he felt a trace of light shining into this world of darkness, and the world began to have a trace of light. Gradually, more and more light appeared, and the darkness quickly receded. His consciousness slowly returned. When his consciousness returned to a certain point, it suddenly burst out, breaking the darkness in an instant and returning to a clear state of mind. Qin Xiao woke up from his stupor and quickly looked around with habitual vigilance. He had to confirm his own situation first. There were towering trees all around, and he should be in a forest. The surrounding trees were all red in color and looked a little strange. Fortunately, these trees were very quiet, and he did not feel any danger. Of course, he could not be careless with trees. There were many tree-type life forms, and tree-type life forms could be very terrifying. Although they were very rare, it did not mean that they did not exist. They still existed. After carefully looking around and checking his own body, Qin Xiao stood up. Although he did not know how long he had been unconscious, his body was fine. Although his body was fine, the eerie aura here made all the hair on Qin Xiao's body stand on end, and he could not help but feel inexplicably nervous. Obviously, the aura here was too cold. This was definitely a scary place. Although the surroundings were very quiet, it was still scary. Where is this? Qin Xiao frowned slightly and took out the map of the nightmare fire domain. Vaguely, Qin Shao felt that he should have been thrown into the nightmare fire domain by ancient sage Luosha. After taking out the map, Qin Zhao's face instantly turned pale. The most central region of the hell fire domain. Qin Shao had already guessed that the situation was not good. At first, Qin Shao thought that they might have been thrown into the inner area of the bonfire domain. However, the situation was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The entire realm of hellfire could be roughly divided into 3 major realms. One was the outer domain, one was the inner domain, and one was the central domain. The central area was, of course, the most terrifying place. It was the center of the hellfire realm. The central region was known as the region of death. Even if an ascendant immortal were to recklessly enter the central region, there was a high chance that he or she would die inside. This was why the central region was so terrifying. As for the inner area, it was indeed extremely dangerous for Qin Shao. If he went in, he would basically die. Even a great immortal wouldn't dare enter the inner reaches without careful consideration. Not even ascendant immortals dared to casually enter the central region. But now, Qin Shao had been thrown into the central region of Hellfire Realm. This was akin to throwing Qin Shao straight into the jaws of death. This was a place of absolute death. How could he walk out of here alive? Just the thought of it was enough to break him down. I thought I'd escaped death, but now I've been thrown into an even more terrifying predicament. The central region of Hell Fire Realm. They really think highly of me. Qin Shao. What's the difference between this and killing me? Even ascendant immortals can die here. With my current strength, how am I supposed to walk out of here? Baby Mo had been taken away again. He'd finally managed to leave the Hellfire Realm, but now he was thrown straight into the central region. This series of blows really broke Qin Shao down. What should he do? He had a feeling of helplessness. He had a feeling that he had been completely defeated and could not muster up any strength. So what if he resisted? In the end, he'd still ended up in this situation. In the face of such a powerful enemy, he was so weak that he couldn't even compare to an ant. He was just a lowly mortal. This wasn't sarcasm or ridicule, but the pain and helplessness of the weak. I really am a weakling. I can't even protect my followers. I can't even protect my friends. I can't even protect myself. Prime Seiju Luosha was right. The weak should be bullied. I'm a weakling. So what can I do in the face of such bullying? I can't fight back. I can only be humiliated and bullied. I can only watch as Baby Mo is taken away again and again. His depressed mood was spreading. Qin Shao leaned against a tree weakly, allowing a wave of heat to enter his body. Perhaps Qin Shao had never felt so dejected before. This time, he'd truly been dealt a heavy blow. Even someone as strong as him was on the verge of breaking down. He allowed the depression to take hold of his heart. A gloomy and cold aura enveloped him. It was as if this place was hell, and anyone who entered would be dead. There wasn't any hope of survival in this place. Even Qin Shao, who had an incomparably strong faith, was no exception. He couldn't see any hope of survival. He couldn't see any light, couldn't see any way out, and couldn't think of any possibility. In fact, this feeling was even stronger than when he'd been captured by the 6-armed giant ape. This was the central domain of the bonfire domain. Even if Baby Mo came in, he might not be able to save him. Although Baby Mo was the descendant of an ancient sacred beast and had a strong deterrent effect on other demon beasts, he didn't have the same effect on other alien races. For example, the bonfire tribe wouldn't be affected by this deterrent effect at all. Therefore, with Baby Mo's strength, he didn't have much confidence in being able to save Qin Shao. Furthermore, Baby Mo had just been captured by ancient Seiju Luosha, so he naturally wouldn't be able to escape in a short period of time. This fantasy had long been shattered. The 3 great factions had the intention of befriending Qin Shao, but Qin Shao wouldn't really wait for the leaders of the 3 great factions to come and save him. Ascendant Immortals entering the central domain of the bonfire domain were definitely taking a huge risk. Which Ascendant Immortal would risk his life for something like this? No matter how important Qin Shao was, he wouldn't be able to reach such a level. Qin Shao knew this very well and wouldn't fantasize about it. A third step, heavenly venerate great immortal, would be completely useless. He would also die if he entered. Ascendant immortals would only be able to take a gamble and wouldn't have absolute confidence. Unless the palace master of the Fumu Immortal Palace personally made a move, this would be even more of a fantasy. All possibilities have been severed. This was precisely why it was so despairing. Even a great immortal would feel despair if he entered the central domain of the bonfire domain, let alone Qin Xiao, who was only a fourth-step universe grade. Of course, besides feeling despair, Qin Xiao was also heartbroken. His spirit had suffered a huge blow. He had just been reunited with baby Mo when he had been captured by ancient Seiju Luosha. Qin Xiao could still remember every word that ancient Seiju Luosha had said. It was as if they were still ringing in his ears. Weakling, 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 bang. Qin Xiao's fist suddenly smashed heavily against a tree. However, this tree was very tough. Qin Xiao's forceful smash only left a shallow fist mark on it. Qin Xiao had struck out in anger. Although he hadn't used any immortal power or immortal might, just Qin Xiao's own strength alone was already very powerful and terrifying. Under the power of the true intent of power and his own strength, it wouldn't be difficult for this punch to kill a fourth-step universe grade. No. Qin Xiao suddenly raised his head and roared. His fists were clenched tightly as surging power surged in his body like a raging inferno. Waves of powerful power surged up and gave him even greater conviction. It gave him the conviction to not admit defeat. No one is born a powerhouse. Powerhouses start as weaklings and become stronger step by step. Only by accumulating strength over time can they reach heights that others can only look up to. Everyone's starting point is indeed different. Their starting points are indeed as different as heaven and earth. However, no matter how different one's starting point is, the path to becoming a powerhouse is extremely difficult. No matter how high one's starting point is, it will still be difficult to stand at the true peak. I, Qin Xiao, came from an extremely humble background. However, I was still able to walk step by step to where I am today. In the primordial chaos universe, it can be said that I went from the lowest to the highest peak before finally becoming the origin source master of the primordial chaos universe. I came from an inferior background, and my starting point was also inferior to others. However, in the end, I was able to reach a level that no one else could. Every period of cultivation is like a reincarnation cycle. I completed a reincarnation cycle in the primordial chaos universe. Now that I have entered the vast thousand domains, I have set sail again in the immortal domain and started cultivating anew. I started from a humble beginning. Why can I walk to the highest peak? I have never lacked confidence. I have never admitted defeat. I will not be defeated by anything. So what if it is difficult this time? Who said that it must be a hopeless situation? Even if it is a hopeless situation, I should not admit defeat. I don't believe that this is my fate. Even if it is, I will not accept it. My life has always been in my own hands. No one can take it away from me. I am a determined cultivator, but I am also a fearless warrior. I have been fighting all the way from the primordial chaos universe. I have defeated one powerful opponent after another and created miracles after miracles. I have turned the impossible into possibilities. This is how cultivation is. Only if you can turn the impossible into a possibility will your life undergo a certain transformation and sublimation. Although I am now in the central region of the enchanting fire domain, and it seems like a hopeless situation, I will not be defeated. As long as I don't admit defeat, I believe that a miracle will happen. If your heart wavers in the slightest, you will be defeated. Prime Seiju Luosha can manipulate me, tease me, humiliate me, bully me, but he can't be bothered to kill me. It's just because I'm too weak in his eyes. Therefore, he is more willing to tease me than kill me. That would be more fun for him. Although he can't be bothered to kill me, he still left me a way out. As long as I'm still alive, I still have hope. As long as I don't admit defeat, I will definitely be able to find a way out. No matter how difficult it is, what do I have to fear? Prime Seiju Luosha, if you don't kill me this time, I won't be grateful. If you don't kill me, You will be digging your own grave. One day, I will take revenge for this humiliation. Prime Seju Luo Sha, your humiliation has encouraged me and urged me to become stronger as soon as possible. Baby Mo, I am sorry. Master did not have the ability to protect you and made you suffer. Just wait for Master. One day, I will definitely save you. I will make Prime Seju Luo Sha pay for all the pain you have suffered. Even if you are a tall mountain, I will climb it. Chapter 1818. Have you heard? Qin Shao was killed by an assassin. Moreover, it was an experienced 2-star killing god. How could this happen? Is Qin Shao dead? That can't be right. Who would be so bold as to hire an assassin to kill Qin Shao? Qin Shao is an official disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. He is a peerless genius who is highly regarded by the Fumu Immortal Palace. Who would dare to kill him? It's absolutely true. How can I talk nonsense about this kind of thing? However, Qin Shao is not dead. It is said that the assassin was killed by Qin Shao. That's impossible. 2-star assassins are all second-step heavenly venerates and human immortals. How could they die at the hands of Qin Shao? No matter how strong Qin Shao is, he is only a universe 4th-step heavenly venerate. Yes, you must be lying to us. How is this possible? I'm not lying to you. I don't know the details, but this is definitely true. I can guarantee it with my integrity. Who will be so bold as to hire an assassin to kill Lord Qin Shao? Dao Hufeng? Hao Guixian? Don't talk nonsense. Assassins were divided into 6 ranks. Their titles determined the strength and reputation of an assassin. From low to high, they were ranked from 1 to 5 stars. Besides the 5-star titles, there was also an ordinary assassin who did not have any stars. 1-star assassins had to have the strength to kill a 1st-step heavenly venerate. 2-star assassins had to have the strength to kill a 2nd-step heavenly venerate or human immortal. If that was the case, the strongest 5-star assassin would possess the strength to kill ancient sages. 5-star assassins were also the strongest assassins. Assassins were a special profession in the immortal realm, the 8 great sacred realms, and the vast 1,000 domains. There was also a more resounding title for assassins. Most of the time, they were not called 1-star assassins, but 2-star assassins. They were called killing gods. 1-star killing gods and 2-star killing gods. Those who had attained the star rank were called killing gods. 5-star Azura was also used to being respectfully called the king of Azura. Other than the honorable title of the god killer king, there was another title that was even more terrifying, the god of death. The will of the Grim Reaper meant that anyone who saw him would die. Only those who had killed an assassin in the ancient Saint Land were qualified to be called the Grim Reaper. To be able to kill even ancient sages, there was no doubt that he was worthy of the title of the Grim Reaper. For some reason, the news that Qin Shao had been hunted down by assassins in the Ecstasy Fire Realm had spread throughout Linfu City. Such explosive news quickly spread throughout Linfu City. Within a day, the news had spread all over the city. Everyone knew about it. Qin Zhao's fame was too great. Naturally, such an important matter about him would attract a lot of attention. After the news spread, many people started to investigate in secret. However, in the end, they couldn't find out where the news came from. Yuan Quan, who had spread the news, had already been eliminated. He hadn't left behind any clues, so it was impossible to find out who he was. This matter caused a sensation in Linfu City. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it had spread like wildfire throughout the city. As for who had hired the assassins to kill Qin Shao, there were only 2 possibilities. Either it was Dao Hufeng or Hao Guixian. However, Hao Guixian was more likely to be the culprit. As for Dao Hufeng, although he had previously hired an assassin to kill Qin Shao, that was before the election. After the election, Dao Hufeng had kept a relatively low profile and hadn't done anything. Hao Guixian had naturally been pushed to the forefront of the storm. Although no one dared to offend Hao Guixian or the Haochu clan, there were many private discussions about this matter. The Haochu clan's reputation had also taken a big hit. Hiring an assassin to kill someone was a very dishonorable thing in itself. It was even more dishonorable that such a thing had happened to one of the top 10 factions of Linfu City. If the top 10 factions of Linfu City had to hire an assassin to kill someone, wouldn't they become a laughingstock? However, the popularity of this matter was quickly suppressed by another shocking news. Soon, a new piece of news was released, causing an uproar in Linfu City. The latest news is that Lord Qin Shao has entered the inner area of the Bonfire Realm. It can't be, right? Is he crazy? Does the inner area of the Bonfire Realm have a death wish? Yeah, it's crazy. That's the inner area of the Bonfire Realm. Even third-step celestial venerables wouldn't casually set foot in there. The outer area of the Bonfire Realm is already very dangerous. Entering the inner area means certain death. No matter how strong and talented Lord Qin Shao is, he hasn't matured yet. What triggered him to enter the inner area of the Bonfire Realm? Is it a train? It seems that no one knows the exact reason, but there must be a reason. It shouldn't be for cultivation. Lord Qin Shao has always been very steady. He doesn't seem to be so impetuous and frivolous. Could it be that someone set him up? Yes, I'm also thinking of this possibility. It's also possible that he was plotted against. Alas, is heaven really jealous of geniuses? Lord Qin Shao won't really die in the inner area of the Bonfire Realm, will he? The possibility of surviving in the inner area of the Bonfire Realm is very small. The news has been sent back. I guess Lord Qin Shao has entered the inner area of the Bonfire Realm for some time. Maybe he's already dead. Ba, you jinx. Don't you know how to speak? Lord Qin Shao is my idol. He won't die so easily. He's a peerless genius, and the Fuda Immortal Palace values him very much. Maybe the Fuda Immortal Palace has already sent people to save him. That's a good idea, but it's not easy to enter the inner area of the Baihua territory to save someone. The Fumu Immortal Palace has the ability to do so, but they'll have to send a lot of people. I don't think it's possible that the Fumu Immortal Palace would pay such a price to rescue a disciple who just joined them. Logically speaking, it's unlikely. But don't forget that Lord Qin Shao has an admirer, Princess Xiaoyu. What if Princess Xiaoyu asks the palace master for help? Maybe there's hope. Yes, there's still some hope. But let's not care about this. We'd better pray for Lord Qin Zhao's safe return. It'll be a pity if he dies. The news that Lord Qin Shao was in trouble was discussed by the people of Linfu City. Later on, someone found out that the news was released by the Haogui clan. This was a very thought-provoking matter. The previous storm hadn't subsided yet. Why would the Haogui clan release such news? Could it be that they wanted to use this new news to cover up the old news so that people wouldn't discuss the old news? If that was the case, wouldn't it be a bit like revealing 300 tales of silver here? It would make people think that the person who hired the assassin to kill Lord Qin Shao was Haogui Xian, right? But even if that was the case, not many people dare to talk about it. The news that Lord Qin Shao was in trouble once again caused an uproar in the city. Many people felt sorry for Qin Shao and prayed that Qin Shao would come out alive. Of course, there were also some people who hit him when he was down, making cynical remarks and taking pleasure in his misfortune. The most anxious people were naturally Fatty Xiao Dao Kai and the others. Qin Shao was in trouble. Fatty Kai, you always have a lot of ideas. Think of something this time. Xiao Dao Kai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As soon as he heard the news, he called Fatty Kai over. He also called Wild, Nine Dragons, and Mo Wang Bei over. Fatty Kai, aren't you usually the most talkative? Say something today. Don't pull such a long face. Wild also urged. Fatty Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Brothers, don't be so agitated. Listen to me first. I'm also very anxious and worried. But this matter really isn't that easy. If I had a good idea, I would have done it long ago. I wouldn't have waited for you. Don't rush me." The inner area of the Bonfire Realm is a forbidden area for humans. It's a land of death, a place with no chance of survival. Even if a great immortal enters, he may not be able to come out alive, unless an exalted immortal is willing to take the risk. In theory, it's quite possible for an exalted immortal to enter the inner area to save a person. But it's also a great risk. Many exalted immortals have died in the inner area. With just a few of us, do you think it's possible for us to invite an exalted immortal to take the risk? Xiao Dao hurriedly said, "Don't the three great powers have exalted immortals? They're trying so hard to please Big Brother Qin Shao that they've sent exalted immortals to receive Qin Shao. Let's go find them, explain the situation to them, and ask their exalted immortals to rescue Big Brother Qin Shao." They're trying their best to befriend Big Brother Qin Shao because they think very highly of Big Brother Qin Shao and want to win Big Brother Qin Shao's favor. Now that they've done Big Brother Qin Shao a favor, if they can save Big Brother Qin Shao, Big Brother Qin Shao will definitely repay them for the rest of his life. Fatty Kai still shook his head and said, "Don't be too naive, Xiao Dao. Befriending them is one thing. Big Brother Qin Shao is indeed very important to them, very important. But there must be a limit to how important they are. Once the limit is exceeded, they won't do it again. Asking an exalted immortal to take the risk is already beyond the limit. So the exalted immortals of the three great powers won't do it. Even if the risk isn't great, it's still not small. If there was such a risk, there was a chance that he would die in the gravitational fire domain, just to get Qin Zhao's favor and gratitude. Do you think any exalted immortal will take such a risk?" Xiao Dao fell silent. Everyone fell silent. In fact, Xiao Dao wasn't too naive. It wasn't that he didn't understand this. It was just that he was in a hurry. He really had no choice and couldn't care so much. So, no matter if it was possible or not, he wanted to give it a try. "Fatty Kai, for what you're saying, we can't do anything. Can we just wait here for news? Can we only pray here?" A man said a little angrily. Fatty Kai also said helplessly, "Oh man, don't be agitated. I didn't say we won't do anything. But at least we have to have a plan and a goal, right? Now we have nothing. What do we do? We don't know at all. What we want is for Brother Qin Shao to come back safely. It's better to rely on ourselves than on others. If we go to those forces, I'm afraid it'll be useless. If we do it ourselves, we're even weaker. Now, I have two main ideas." "Ideas?" Hearing Fatty Kai's words, everyone immediately gathered closer and stared at Fatty Kai with wide eyes. As expected of Fatty Kai, he really had a way. Chapter 1819. The central area of the bonfire domain was always immersed in gloomy and cold. It was a land of death and was known as a forbidden zone for humans. Qin Shao, who had regained his faith, stood up and looked straight ahead, unafraid of any danger. He was like a warrior who had already put his life on the line and would not rest until he was dead. He was not afraid of danger, but he would not rush out blindly either. That would be suicide. A person who had gone through hardships not only had strength, but also had wisdom. In theory, the possibility of Qin Shao walking out of the central area of the bonfire domain alive was zero. Not to mention Qin Shao, even if a great immortal came in, it was almost impossible for him to walk out alive. Even a great immortal would have to take great risks. Even if there was a miracle, it was hard to imagine that Qin Shao could walk out of the central area of the bonfire domain alive. Qin Shao was facing death, but he was not afraid of it. He wanted to fight. Even if he died, he wanted to die with a bang. Moreover, he had a strong self-confidence supporting him. As long as he did not give up, there was still hope. If he gave up now, there would be no hope at all. I don't know how dangerous the central area of the bonfire domain is. Perhaps no weakling like me has ever walked into the central area of the bonfire domain. Even if they did, they would have broken down long ago. Once one's faith crumbles, death will definitely come quickly. If I want to find a glimmer of light in death, I must be absolutely calm and not panic. Otherwise, I will die even faster. However, I may not encounter danger so quickly. Although the central area of the bonfire domain is extremely dangerous, my realm and strength are still too weak. Here, I'm not even an ant. Perhaps, if I am careful, there is still a chance of survival. Of course, I have to be prepared for everything. Qin Shao thought carefully for a long time, try his best to think of all aspects and come up with a plan. After making up his mind, Qin Shao left without hesitation. He chose a general direction and headed in. No matter what the road ahead was, his steps were incomparably firm. Fuda, Immortal Palace, Sacred Mountain. He stood in the middle of an illusory mountain range, shrouded in holy light and overflowing with celestial grace. Just by standing there, one would feel as if they had come to a real paradise. At the peak of the holy mountain, a small but exquisite palace stood in the middle of the divine light, surrounded by dazzling colors. Even an ascendant immortal would not be able to force his way through the layers of barriers. A ball of flame suddenly flew in, and the layers of barriers automatically opened up a path. Xinza Shenghui also temporarily moved aside, opening up a path. This was not a ball of flame. Inside the raging flames was a mighty phoenix, a divine beast phoenix. The phoenix landed on a very large jade platform. Under the brilliance of the immortals, the white jade platform shone brightly and dazzlingly. On the other side of the jade platform, there was a figure in a pure white robe standing there. From the background, the white-robed man looked very slender. The loose white robe dragged on the ground, enveloping his entire person in this pure white, without a trace of dirt. His snow-white hair hung loosely, reaching halfway to his waist. If it were not for the occasional breeze that blew the white hair, one would think that it was one with the robe. From the back, it looked like a piece of white paper. It was illusory, but it was real. The formless holy aura made the heaven and earth bow down to him. In this place, he was the supreme ruler. Big brother. The phoenix walked behind the white-robed figure and called out. The white-robed figure slowly turned around. This was a handsome face that would make any man jealous. His skin was as white as snow, and his slender face was somewhat delicate, with a trace of resoluteness. Not only was he handsome, but he was also somewhat beautiful. If any woman saw him, they would probably feel a trace of jealousy. His body was suffused with a holy light that attracted people. This person was the ruler of this land, the founder of Fuda, Immortal Palace, the master of Fuda, Immortal Palace. Second brother, you're here. The palace master smiled slightly at the phoenix, as if he had expected her to come. The phoenix said, Big brother, I didn't keep an eye on Princess Xiaoyu, and she ran away. You know Princess Xiaoyu's character. She's a little unyielding. This time, she's determined to go to the fire territory, and I can't persuade her. These days, she's not in the mood to cultivate. I want to chase Princess Xiaoyu back, but I'm afraid that she'll do something extreme, so I came to ask you what to do. The palace master smiled gently and said, Let her go. Just follow her heart. We shouldn't interfere too much with her, or we'll only get what we want. If we don't let her go, I'm afraid she'll have an inner demon. Once she's gone to that point, it'll be more difficult and troublesome for us to get her back. Why don't we let her go now? With Xiaoyu's character, once she's decided, she'll be very determined. Forget it. Let her go this time. But big brother, the phoenix was a little worried and said, Princess Xiaoyu's strength is still very weak. Even if she has some immortal treasures you gave her, she can at most hold off the great immortal for a while. She still needs to wait for you to save her. The fire territory is too dangerous, and Princess Xiaoyu wants to go to the central area of the fire territory. That's a place of no return. I don't know what's wrong with that Qin Xiao. How did he enter the central area of the fire territory? Isn't he courting death? Big brother, Qin Xiao is a good seedling. It'll be a pity if he dies in the central area of the fire territory. It's not a big deal if he dies in the outer area, but it's a pity. He can only blame himself for being useless. It's not fair to die in the central area. Such a good seedling. Our Fusu Immortal Palace has only seen one or two in all these years. That's why I came to you, big brother. How about I find Princess Xiaoyu and take her to the central area of the fire territory to save Qin Xiao? In this way, it'll be the best of both worlds. After hearing the phoenix's words, the palace master smiled, but then shook his head slightly and said, Second brother, you're too protective of these two little guys. Too protective? The phoenix looked at her big brother in confusion. Shouldn't he be? One was the only personal disciple of his big brother, and the other was a peerless genius. Both deserved to be protected. Seeing the phoenix's puzzled look, the palace master continued. Everyone has their own opportunities. Qin Xiao is no exception. and Xiaoyu is no exception. The master can show the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual. Although I've taken Xiaoyu as my personal disciple, I can't interfere too much with her cultivation. The only thing I can do is to give her more cultivation resources and better guidance, so that she can walk faster and more easily on her path. Let her unlimited potential be stimulated, so that she has a greater chance of reaching the peak of her life. As for Qin Xiao, you don't have to treat him too differently. All the persuasion is not a bad thing for him. If he can walk out of a disaster, it will be a metamorphosis and a qualitative leap for his life. The central area of the fire territory is indeed too dangerous, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's a dead end. Phoenix, if you're still worried, you can do this. Follow them secretly, but don't act rashly. Only when Xiaoyu and Qin Zhao's lives are in danger, you can act. Even if you act, don't let them find you easily. Xiaoyu's trip to the fire territory this time is a trial for her. She hasn't experienced any big storms, so this is a good opportunity to let her experience it. This time, she goes with the belief of saving people. She's in the best condition, so she'll definitely have a better effect. The Phoenix nodded. This was good. However, the Phoenix quickly shook her head. What do you mean by shaking your head? The palace master asked. The Phoenix said, Brother, I want to ask if Xiaoyu is stupid. She wants to save Qin Xiao at all costs. She knows that she's not strong enough, but she still insists on going to die. The palace master turned around and looked at the void. After a long while, he slowly spat out a few words. Perhaps this is love. Love? The Phoenix was slightly stunned. After a long while, she shook her head again. I don't understand this thing. A bare stone peak, like a stone tablet, stood there. At the foot of the peak, there was a cold pool in the shape of a mango. Over the years, it emitted a thick cold mist, which filled the whole area, forming a vast world. Such a cold mist made it so that no life could survive in this area, turning it into a dead land. At the bottom of the cold pool, in an extremely cold place, there was a demonic beast the size of a small mountain, sleeping soundly. This demonic beast was covered in white ice armor. Its whole body was silver white. Its appearance was not so ferocious, but it gave people a cold feeling. This demonic beast gave people the feeling that it must be an extremely terrifying and powerful demonic beast. A demonic beast that could appear in the central area of the fire domain was also very powerful. The demonic beast suddenly opened one of its cold eyes, and a ray of light shot up to the sky. How could such a weak human mortal appear in the central region? Forget it. She's so weak that I don't want to fight. Go back to sleep. The demonic beast quickly closed its eyes again and went back to sleep. On the other side, a figure rushed out of a cloud of cold mist. After leaving the cold mist, the figure could not help but shiver, and a chill rushed to his heart. Cold, it's really cold. This should be the terrible cold mist. It's too cold. If I still can't get out, then I'll definitely freeze to death inside. Fortunately, this area is not too big. This figure was none other than Qin Xiao. At this moment, he still felt cold all over and even his soul. This was the first time that Qin Xiao had felt this. If he had been frozen for a while longer, his soul would have been frozen to death. I should be lucky that I didn't go too deep. I walked from the outer area for a while and then came out. If I didn't go in the right direction, I might have died in there. The dangers in the ecstasy fire realm are truly bizarre. Let's keep going. At least, I haven't met any other powerful life forms in the past 100 years. I met a few in dangerous places, but they were all daunting but not dangerous. I'm lucky. It seems that as I thought, as long as I'm careful, some powerful life forms won't bother to deal with me. Let's keep going. After sorting out his feelings, Qin Xiao continued to move forward. What he didn't know was that he had brushed shoulders with death again. Chapter 1820. Although it had been safe for 100 years, Qin Xiao still couldn't bring himself to be happy. At his current speed, it would take at least tens of thousands of years for Qin Xiao to leave the central region of the enchanting fire domain. Just leaving the central region would take a long time, let alone the vast, enchanting fire domain. The difference between surviving for 100 years and surviving for tens of thousands of years was not as simple as a few hundred times, but 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Under such circumstances, the possibility of Qin Shao leaving the enchanting fire domain alive was infinitely close to zero. Qin Shao naturally knew this, so he moved forward cautiously, not daring to relax at all. Good times didn't last long. When Qin Shao walked out of a forest, he heard a commotion in front of him. Looking over, he saw two enchanting fire tribe beings fighting. Judging from their auras, they should be second step celestial venerables. In terms of cultivation realm, they weren't very high. Facing a second step celestial venerables, Qin Shao had some fighting power, so he wasn't that desperate. But facing two celestial venerables at once, he would definitely lose. Most importantly, with two enchanting fire tribe beings, he could summon more enchanting fire tribe beings. Therefore, when he saw the two enchanting fire tribe beings, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He turned and ran back into the forest, quickly escaping. The two enchanting fire tribe immortals immediately sensed the situation and looked over at the same time. Luo Ku, was there a human just now? That's right. There was a human, and a lowly mortal human at that. Ha! A lowly human mortal actually ran into the central region of our enchanting fire domain. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Luo Ku, we haven't played with a human for a long time. If we have the chance, we must play with him properly. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch that human boy. Let's go. Qin Shao turned and fled into the forest, wondering if the two Inferno Immortals would catch up. However, before Qin Shao could ponder over this question, he felt a powerful aura chasing after him from behind. This caused Qin Zhao's expression to darken, and his face to darken slightly. The situation wasn't good. They were really catching up. The thing that he was most worried about still happened. Looks like good luck can't last forever. The trouble that should come will come in the end. We can't avoid it. Qin Shao shook his head secretly, feeling bitter in his heart. There was no other way. He could only go all out. In the central area of the Hellfire domain, it was impossible to expect it to be peaceful and safe all the time. That was unrealistic in itself. This was the center of the Hellfire realm. How could it be so quiet? The enchanting flame territory was known as a forbidden area for humans. It represented endless danger and was a place that caused people to tremble in fear. If he could let Qin Shao leave safely, that would be a joke. In fact, Qin Shao had already expected to encounter danger. This was something that was inevitable. Qin Shao pushed the lightning boots and cloud shadow to the extreme, fleeing at the fastest speed possible. With all his strength, Qin Zhao's speed could barely reach the level of an ordinary human immortal. However, the two Inferno Immortals were obviously faster, and the distance between them was slowly closing. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before they caught up with Qin Shao. Qin Shao also saw this situation and was anxious in his heart. However, no matter how anxious he was, there was nothing he could do. He could only go so fast. There was no way he could go faster. Although he couldn't escape, he could still fight. However, Qin Shao knew very well that if he fought with two Inferno Immortals here, it would bring about terrible consequences, regardless of whether he had the ability to withstand them. Once he started fighting, he would definitely not be able to get rid of them. That would be a dead end. In the current situation, Qin Shao couldn't find a good solution at all. Unless he could get rid of the two Inferno Immortals, perhaps the situation would be slightly better. With Qin Zhao's current speed, there was no way he could do that. It seems that it's time to use an invisibility talisman. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He was really forced into a corner, so he had to use his last life-saving immortal treasure. Now Qin Shao only had two invisibility talismans left. This was his last life-saving trump card. Using one would really reduce his safety. However, there was no other way. Qin Shao directly activated the invisibility talisman. A strange force wrapped Qin Shao, and soon Qin Zhao's body disappeared from sight. Hey, where's that human boy Luo Ku? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? No, he didn't disappear. He turned invisible. That human boy must have used an invisibility talisman. That's why we can't see him. Invisibility talisman. Yes, an invisibility talisman can make a person invisible. Immortal body and aura are completely hidden, and there's no way to detect them. However, just because they're invisible doesn't mean they don't exist. They still exist, just that we can't see them. They're such a good thing. What do we do now? If we can't see that human boy, how are we going to find him? Even if we can't see him, let's keep looking. As far as I know, the invisibility talisman only lasts for a year. He can't run far in a year. Let's chase him and not let him run away. Yes, it wasn't easy to meet that human boy. We can't let him run away. I haven't played with him yet, so we can't let him go. Let's keep chasing. Let's see where he can run a year. After using the invisibility talisman, Qin Shao clearly felt that he had entered a parallel world. Nothing in this world would be an obstacle to him anymore. He could move forward unscrupulously. In a year, I have to hurry up and shake off these two Inferno Immortals. Fortunately, there are only two of them, so I have a lot of space. I still have a good chance of escaping. Qin Shao observed the two Inferno Immortals as he fled. Although there was only a year, Qin Shao could run very far if he ran with all his might. It wasn't that easy to catch up with two Inferno Immortals. However, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. With only a year, there was a limit to how far he could run. After all, this was the inner area of the Inferno realm. Here, he was greatly restricted in all aspects and couldn't move as fast as outside. Moreover, there were many places that he could clearly sense danger, so he definitely had to avoid them. A year had passed very quickly while he was on the run. Soon a year was up. The invisibility talisman's effect is about to disappear. Fortunately, I've already shaken off those two Inferno Immortals. Before long, the invisibility talisman's effect disappeared completely and Qin Shao reappeared. Qin Shao didn't stop and continued to move forward at top speed. He had to widen the distance between him and his pursuers. After another year of traveling at an extremely fast speed, Qin Shao was finally able to catch his breath. It was very dangerous to walk like this in the Inferno realm. The bigger the commotion, the easier it was to attract danger. When escaping, Qin Shao couldn't care less and had no choice but to do so. But if he kept running like this, it wouldn't work. He'd get into big trouble very soon. Therefore, Qin Shao slowed down a little before continuing forward. Not long after, Qin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed. His expression changed and his eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed a bad aura coming over. Something was wrong. Sure enough, before Qin Shao could react, he saw a figure pouncing toward him like lightning. It was one of the two Inferno Immortals he'd met just now. Why haven't I shaken him off? I haven't seen him in the past 2 years. Why did he suddenly pop up? Qin Shao frowned deeply. He thought he'd shaken off the two Inferno Immortals. But unexpectedly, he hadn't shaken them off, and they'd caught up to him. There was nothing he could do. Qin Shao shook his head and sighed. There was nothing he could do but keep running. Qin Shao didn't dare fight even one Inferno Immortal. If he were to fight, then once he was stalled, there would be other Hellfire tribe members coming to slow him down. At that time, it would be a dead end. If he ran now, he still had a chance. Ha, human boy, you can't run away. You're just a lowly mortal. How can you escape? Don't be delusional and daydreaming. Coming to the ordinary realm of our Inferno realm means death. There's no chance of survival. You think you can escape with an immortal treasure? The invisibility talisman is powerful, but you're too weak and slow. You can't get far. It won't be hard for us to find you. Human boy, you'd better surrender obediently. The Inferno Immortal laughed wantonly, a playful look on his face. He quickly chased after Qin Shao, and the distance between the two of them was rapidly closing. Qin Zhao's expression darkened. He knew the situation wasn't good. It was indeed very difficult to escape. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Qin Shao would naturally not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. He could only flee at all costs. Not long after, another Inferno Immortal appeared in front of Qin Shao and flew in his direction with a sneer. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The pincer attack from both sides made it impossible for Qin Shao to escape. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao could only change directions and flee. But as soon as he changed directions, the two Inferno Immortals also changed directions. No matter how Qin Xiao tried to change his direction, it was useless. He was still in the range of the pincer attack. How could he escape? Qin Xiao's gaze became incomparably cold. He could not help but ponder in his heart. Don't tell me that we really have to fight until the end? If I can really solve it with a fight, then it's easy. But I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to solve this crisis. I don't have the ability to fight two immortals. There seems to be a passageway over there. The aura inside is a bit unusual. What's going on? Forget it, let's go in first. At least I don't sense any dangerous aura from the passageway. Maybe there's a chance of survival in there. Otherwise, I won't be able to shake off the two Inferno Immortals. Now, I have to take a risk. Qin Xiao had no choice but to do it. He had no choice but to give it his all. Chapter 1821. The light was getting brighter and brighter, but the light was extremely soft, kind, warm, and even had a hint of fragrance. However, the light was too bright and soon annihilated everything. Qin Xiao's eyes were blank, and he could not see anything. Fortunately, his consciousness was not affected. Qin Xiao could feel that he was fine. It was just that a force that was not very strong sucked him into the passage. He originally wanted to enter the passage to take refuge, so he was sucked in and did not resist. Qin Xiao was also forced into a corner, so he could only do this. There's a fragrance. Qin Xiao's nose suddenly wrinkled. When he came out of the passage, a strange fragrance went into his nose. Qin Xiao landed quickly. Only then did he see the surroundings clearly. He found that he was in a valley surrounded by dangerous peaks. The peaks were so high that he could not see the top. They went straight into the clouds like an independent, small space outside the sky. In this valley, Qin Xiao indeed felt that he had come to an otherworldly peach garden. It was completely different from the gloomy scene outside. Outside, it was dead silent and incomparably desolate. It was a forbidden area for humans, a place with no life. However, it was different here. Here, birds were singing and the fragrance of flowers were fragrant. It was verdant and lush, presenting a beautiful scene. Peach blossoms with blooming stamens and peach blossoms with a strange fragrance bloomed all over the valley, as if they were competing for beauty. At first glance, one could tell that the peach blossoms of various colors were carefully cultivated. They were very beautiful. Every one of them was like a beautiful fairy untainted by the mortal world. They were so beautiful and moving. Even people who did not like peach blossoms would be moved by them. If it was someone who liked peach blossoms, they would probably be obsessed in an instant. Seeing that there were peach blossoms in front of him, as if he had entered a sea of flowers, Qin Xiao could not help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. Qin Xiao was not touched by the beautiful scenery, but by the peach blossoms. The peach blossoms were so familiar, and the scene was so familiar. Gu Linghua liked peach blossoms, and so did Yao Xuelian. They had both planted a sea of peach blossoms. They liked to take Qin Xiao to walk in the sea of peach blossoms, enjoy the beautiful scenery of peach blossoms, smell the fragrance of peach blossoms, and talk about love. What a beautiful memory. Peach blossoms were like a magpie bridge between men and women. They built a bridge of the soul and connected the feelings of love. The beauty of peach blossoms did not lie in themselves, but in the meaning they contained. Therefore, Qin Xiao also had a special feeling for peach blossoms. At this time, seeing the valley full of peach blossoms, she couldn't help but feel touched. After being stunned for a while, Qin Xiao quickly recovered and became vigilant. Looking back at the tunnel, Qin Xiao was pleasantly surprised that there was no movement in the tunnel. The two hell-fire race beings didn't catch up? What was going on? Although this was a good thing, Qin Xiao didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. This good thing probably contained some hidden circumstances. Valley, peach blossoms, and independent space. Thoughts suddenly came to Qin Xiao, one after another, making some guesses. This is the central region of the hell-fire domain. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a beautiful and peaceful place. If there is, there must be a master. And this master must be terrifyingly strong to be able to own such a territory in the central region of the hellfire domain. The two hellfire race beings didn't dare to come in. This is even more obvious. This place is definitely not simple. I escaped the pursuit of the two hellfire race beings, but mistakenly entered an even more terrifying place. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake her head and sigh helplessly. But there was no other way. Since she had already entered, she could only wait and see. Even if the two hellfire race beings didn't dare to come in, they wouldn't leave easily. Perhaps they would guard outside. So if she went out now, she would be courting death. Moreover, Qin Xiao felt that the situation might not be so bad. After all, this place looked so beautiful and peaceful. There wasn't a trace of hostility or murderous aura. It was a beautiful country. Therefore, the master of this place shouldn't be a bloodthirsty person. Therefore, he might not necessarily die here. If she retreated, she would die. If she advanced, there was still a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, she felt a lot more comforted. Now she had no choice but to take a risk. The worst result was death. If she went out now, it wouldn't be any better. Therefore, it was better to stay here and take a look. Maybe the situation wouldn't be so bad. After making up her mind, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate. She walked forward along a small path and slowly walked in the sea of peach blossoms. From time to time, peach blossoms would float down. The ground was already covered with peach blossoms, forming a red world. It was so beautiful that one couldn't bear to step on it. Qin Xiao tried her best not to step on the peach blossoms and walked forward carefully. Who dares to break into the peach blossom valley? Suddenly, a fierce shout was heard. The voice was a little childish and didn't sound like an adult's voice. Hearing the shout, Qin Xiao was stunned. Her nerves instantly tensed up. She looked over and soon, her eyes fell on the two figures who appeared not far in front of her. Seeing these two figures, Qin Xiao could not help but be taken aback. He was rather surprised. It was probably because the two people in front of him looked like they were only 6 or 7 years old. In terms of height, they were only about 1 or 2 meters. She was dressed very adorably and looked very delicate. It was a boy and a girl. The boy was dressed a little like a little page boy. The girl had 2 braids. Her eyes were as big as gems, shining brightly. Her round cheeks were pink and tender. Her cheeks were rosy and tender. She looked very cute. They were completely like 2 children, so Qin Xiao was naturally surprised when she saw them. But what surprised Qin Xiao even more was that she could clearly feel the strong, immortal power emanating from the 2 children in front of her. Third step, celestial, venerable realm. Both of them were at the great immortal realm. From the looks of it, it was really hard to connect the dots, so it created a huge impact. Therefore, Qin Xiao was also a little stunned. She looked at the 2 people in front of her and didn't come back to her senses for a while. The 2 people in front of her were obviously very young and cute. There was no trace of murderous intent or hostility on them. Therefore, Qin Xiao couldn't help but lower her guard. From the looks of it, he shouldn't be in danger. If she was in danger, she was afraid that they would attack her directly instead of talking to her in such a tone. But why was there a human in the central region of the bonfire territory? It was strange, too strange. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that Qin Xiao didn't respond for a while, the boy pointed at Qin Xiao and said. His voice was a little harsh, but there was no majesty on his face, which seemed a little out of place. Only then did Qin Xiao come back to his senses. Although they were 2 children in front of him, Qin Xiao didn't dare to be careless. After all, the 2 children exuded the aura of great immortals. Maybe they were just pretending to be great immortals, but were actually great immortals. Therefore, Qin Xiao bowed respectfully and said, 2 little seniors, I'm Qin Xiao, a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. I was chased by the Bonfire Tribe and had no choice but to come here by mistake. I really didn't mean to offend you. I hope you can forgive me. I didn't mean to disturb you. The 2 children looked at Qin Xiao with strange eyes, as if they wanted to see through Qin Xiao. After sizing them up for a while, the boy sneered and said, You're lying to children. Do you really think we're 3-year-old children? We're already 7 years old. Do you think you can fool us? You haven't even become an immortal yet. How could a weak 4th step universe grade enter the central region of the bonfire territory. Do you really think this is your backyard? Do you think you can come in as you please? Even if you did come in, would you still be alive now? With a bonfire tribe chasing you, would you still have a chance to escape? Why don't I believe it? After saying that, the boy turned to the girl beside him and asked, Wah, do you believe it? The girl shook her head and said, We're not 3 years old. Of course we don't believe it. Qin Xiao was speechless when he heard the shocking conversation between the two of them. Were these two really only 7 years old? Who were they trying to fool? A 7-year-old third step heavenly venerate? Who were they trying to fool? Qin Xiao had lived for millions of years. How could he not believe it? However, Qin Xiao did not dare say much. He could only explain. Seniors, I'm really not lying to you. I was indeed thrown into the central region of the bonfire territory and chased by 2 second step heavenly venerate from the bonfire tribe. I ended up here by mistake. Those 2 bonfire tribe immortals should still be guarding outside. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. The boy waved his hand dismissively and said, I'm not going. What's there to see? Anyway, we don't believe you. We won't believe you no matter what you say. Our Peach Blossom Valley has not had any life form for so many years, let alone the human tribe. You're the first person to barge into our Peach Blossom Valley, big fella. Let me tell you, you're finished. At the end of his sentence, the boy looked at Qin Xiao with a serious expression. He didn't look like he was joking. Qin Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. What did he mean by big fella? What did he mean by I'm finished? What was going on? You'd better leave the Peach Blossom Valley now before our Valley Master gets angry. Otherwise, even the immortals can't save you. The little boy continued. As he spoke, he pointed at the passage behind Qin Xiao. There was no need to say more. Well, if you don't leave now, you'll be finished. The girl nodded in agreement. These words came out of the mouths of 2 children, and they said it so firmly. This scene was really a little strange. Although they did not mean to threaten him, Qin Xiao felt a little nervous. What should he do? Did he really have to leave? If he went out, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? He would die. If he did not leave, it would be dangerous. What should he do? Qin Xiao helplessly shook his head. He clenched his teeth and once again said, 2 little seniors, this junior really has no other way out. I hope that the 2 of you can make things easy for me. Please help me report to your Valley Master and see if he can allow this junior to temporarily stay. This junior will be extremely grateful. The little boy seemed a little unhappy. He waved his hand hurriedly and said, Why don't you understand what I'm saying? If I tell you to leave, then leave quickly. Why are you so long-winded? Our Peach Blossom Valley has never let any life form in. You're no exception. Chapter 1822. Only death awaited him. Qin Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He would also die if he went out. What was the difference? The 2 servants were third step, celestial, venerable immortals. One could imagine how powerful the master of the Peach Blossom Valley was. He was at least a 4th step, celestial, venerable, upper immortal. Moreover, to be able to occupy a territory in the central region of the enchanting fire domain and be a human, even if he was only an upper immortal, he should be extremely powerful. It should be known that upper immortals risk their lives to enter the central region of the enchanting fire domain. Countless upper immortals had died in the central region of the enchanting fire domain. To be able to dominate a territory here, one could imagine how powerful he was. It was even possible that he was an ancient saint. Ancient saint. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. A single thought from an ancient sage was more than enough to wipe him out. Could it be that the master of the Peach Blossom Valley was really an ancient saint? However, if he really met a human ancient saint, Qin Xiao was not afraid of anything. In comparison, Qin Xiao still felt that the outside world was more dangerous. The enchanting fire tribe did not have any emotions. Once he went out, he would definitely kill him. There might be a chance of survival in the Peach Blossom Valley. Therefore, Qin Xiao naturally would not leave. He shook his head and said, Little senior, I will definitely die if I go out. I hope you can make an exception and let me stay here for a while. Who are you calling little senior? You are the little senior. Your whole family are little seniors. How am I little? I'm no longer 3 years old. I am 7 years old now. 7 years old, okay? The little boy suddenly exploded and walked toward Qin Xiao angrily. Was he really angry? Qin Xiao looked a little nervous and involuntarily took a few steps back. With this retreat, the little boy stopped and stared at Qin Xiao with wide eyes. He pointed at Qin Xiao and said, "Oh, you're finished. You're finished. How dare you trample on the flower? This is our master's favorite. How dare you trample on it? It's over, it's over. No one in this world can save you now. Big guy, just wait for your death." Qin Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. He looked down at his feet. Just now in a hurry, he didn't pay attention at all, so he did step on a lot of peach blossoms. After being stepped on, the peach blossoms were completely shattered. The original beauty was also seriously damaged. She had only stepped on a few fallen flowers. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Although Qin Xiao thought so, he didn't dare to say out loud. He immediately said, "Senior," but didn't mean it. "I really didn't mean it. I don't care if you did it on purpose or not. You stepped on the flowers, so you stepped on the flowers. You can't change that fact. Big guy, don't run away now. I'll catch you and bring you back to Valley Master Ho's punishment," the little boy said as he stepped forward to catch Qin Xiao. At this moment, the little girl walked up and said in a sweet voice, "Tao Tao, don't be so fierce. I think this big brother is quite handsome. Don't scare him. This is the first time we've seen outsiders come in, so we should be more elegant." As she spoke, the little girl had already walked in front of Qin Xiao. She was such a cute little girl. She was quite likable. Her voice was very sweet, like a silver bell that was pleasant to the ear. Qin Xiao looked at the little girl and felt that he had found a glimmer of light. "Big brother, are you okay? Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. Although Tao Tao is a little fierce, she's actually very kind. You won't be angry, right?" The little girl blinked her eyes like flashing stars. She looked at Qin Xiao like this, which was indescribably cute. In the face of such a cute little girl, no one could be angry with her. "It's okay, it's okay. I'm not angry. Why would I be angry?" Qin Xiao immediately said. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that this place was indeed not that dangerous. "Big brother, since you're not angry, can we talk about the flowers?" The little girl Hua Hua said again. Her childish voice was actually very interesting. Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. He immediately smiled and said, "Okay, let's talk. Go ahead." The little girl Hua Hua's expression suddenly became a little serious. With a distressed look, she pointed at the flowers on the ground that Qin Xiao had stepped on and said, "Big brother, you're fine, but these flowers are all broken. They can feel pain too. Now they're all dead. So pitiful, so pitiful." The flowers were so pitiful. Qin Xiao was suddenly speechless. He vaguely had a bad feeling in his heart. This situation did not seem to be developing in the direction he had imagined. "Big brother, you've trampled so many flowers to death. Shouldn't you do something about it? Although they are not complete life forms, they still have spirituality. We usually cherish them," the little girl Hua Hua said again. Although Qin Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry in his heart, he still said, "Okay, then what do you think I should do? Just tell me directly. I'll listen to you." The little girl Hua Hua's eyes lit up and said, "When people die, they will be buried. These flowers are also dead. Then you should bury them properly. Big brother, what do you think?" The little girl looked at Qin Xiao with a watery face. It was hard for him to refuse her. But this request really made Qin Xiao speechless. It was just a few peach blossoms. They were not alive at all. Even if they had some spirituality, they were just dead things. They were not living creatures with life. Burying these flowers sounded like children playing house. So Qin Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had lived for millions of years. He really did not know how to do such a childish thing. It was too difficult for him. But looking at the little girl's face, he seemed to find it hard to refuse. Moreover, he did not know what the consequences would be if he refused. This made Qin Xiao very embarrassed. "Big brother, are you unwilling to do it?" The little girl Hua Hua saw that Qin Xiao did not answer for a while, and a trace of tears appeared in her watery eyes. It seemed that if Qin Xiao still did not agree, she would cry in front of Qin Xiao. The little boy Tao Tao was angry again. He said like an old man, "Big brother, You are unwilling to do such a small thing. It seems that you don't want to admit your mistake. You are indeed an evil person. Our Peach Blossom Valley can't tolerate you. Get out of here quickly." As he said that, he came to catch Qin Xiao again. Seeing this, Qin Xiao did not dare to hesitate. He could only say at once, "Okay, okay, okay. I'll bury them." It's not like that. You have to be sincere. If you're not sincere, it's the same as not having them. The little girl Hua Hua pouted. Qin Xiao was speechless. What was this? To bury the flowers, he had to be sincere. The point was that the two children's cultivation levels were too high. Qin Xiao did not even have the strength to resist. Although there was a pool of bitter water in his heart, Qin Xiao could only helplessly do as he was told. Qin Xiao carefully picked up the flowers that had been trampled by him. Then he found an open space and carefully dug a hole. Then he carefully put the flowers in it. Then he carefully covered it with mud and made a small mound. Qin Xiao was really speechless at this kind of childish play. However, she still had to put on a sincere look on her face. Her expression had to have a hint of sadness. This was really painful. After doing all this, Qin Xiao only felt that time passed too slowly. Qin Xiao looked at the little girl Hua Hua and asked carefully, "Is this okay?" However, Hua Hua shook her head like a rattle drum. She said, "Big brother, no. Since it's a burial, how can there not be a tombstone? Isn't it too careless to make a small mound like this?" No. Those flowers are so cute and beautiful. You have trampled them like this. You must make a tombstone. Make a tombstone." Qin Xiao almost choked on blood. It was just a few peach blossoms. Was it necessary to do this? Wasn't this a little too much? Qin Xiao had always thought that the little girl Hua Hua should be cute and easy to talk to. Now it seemed that he was too naive. These two little seniors were not easy to talk to. However, how could he not bow under the eaves of others? Make a tombstone. Then let's make a tombstone. No matter how unwilling Qin Xiao was, he could only do as they said. Soon, a tombstone was set up. He thought to himself, "This should be okay, right?" However, the little girl Hua Hua shook her head again. "No, big brother. Why don't you write the name of the person who made the tombstone? Weren't you the one who made the tombstone? You should write your name on it too. That way, it will look more like it." Qin Xiao really had a death wish. Write the name of the person who made the tombstone? What kind of joke was this? Usually, the person who made the tombstone was the descendant, disciple, or life and death brother of the deceased. What did he have to do with those peach blossoms? Wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world to write his name on the tombstone? How could Qin Xiao agree to such a thing? This was already beyond his bottom line. Therefore, Qin Xiao said firmly, "That's impossible. I can't leave my name on the tombstone." "Why, big brother?" the little girl Hua Hua asked with a pitiful look. "In any case, you can't." Qin Xiao did not know how to explain it to her, so he could only be more forceful and say no directly. The little girl thought for a while and said, "Then you can at least offer incense to these flowers and pay your respects, right?" Offer incense, pay his respects, that was even more ridiculous. What was he talking about? Qin Xiao really felt like he was being toyed with. If the other party was not a cute and naive little girl, Qin Xiao would definitely think that they were doing it on purpose. No, even if that was the case, Qin Xiao still felt that they were doing it on purpose. They were obviously making fun of him. It seemed that one really could not judge a person by their appearance. "What do you want? Why don't you just say it?" "You don't have to tease me like this," Qin Xiao said in a low voice. The little girl looked at Qin Xiao with watery eyes and an aggrieved look. She looked so weak that it seemed like she was going to cry at any moment. Seeing this, Qin Xiao really could not get angry at all. This kind of soft attack really made Qin Xiao unable to resist. "I knew you were a bad guy. Bad guy, get out of here. Our Peach Blossom Valley does not welcome you. You're a bad guy. You made Hua Hua cry. I'm going to hit you. I'm going to throw you out." The little boy Tao Dao looked angry. He walked over and directly grabbed Qin Xiao. Suddenly, a strong force grasped Qin Xiao, making Qin Xiao unable to resist. It was as if he was imprisoned. As expected of a great immortal, his strength was really strong. Qin Xiao looked at the little boy Tao Dao helplessly and said, "All right, since your Peach Blossom Valley really can't accept me, then I'll leave. Let me go. I'll go by myself, okay? No, you bad guy. Don't try to trick me. I'm going to throw you out. The little boy Tao Tao did not agree. Chapter 1823. Sigh, so be it. Since there was no way to resist, what else could he do? This was the sorrow of the weak. Qin Shao was a weakling. His strength was far too weak. No matter how strong his heart was, no matter how strong his beliefs were, he still needed time to grow. But now, was there still a chance? Yes, there was definitely a chance. He could not admit defeat until it was time for him to die. Even if he got out, he had to give it a try. The little boy, Tao Tao, grabbed Qin Shao and quickly walked toward the entrance of the tunnel. The little girl, Hua Hua, followed behind and said, "Big brother, just listen to me. Hurry up and offer some incense to Hua Hua. If Tao Tao wants to throw you out, I can't stop him." Huff, huff. If you get thrown out, you will lose your life. Bow down? Qin Shao chuckled and shook his head. Qin Shao would never do something that went against his principles. There was no room for discussion. After being humiliated like this, he might as well go out and fight. Qin Shao could die standing, but he would never live kneeling. Immediately, they approached the tunnel. The little boy, Tao Tao, did not show any mercy. He casually threw Qin Shao into the tunnel. When the little girl, Hua Hua, saw this, she shook her head with a pitiful look and muttered, "This big brother is so naughty. It's such a pity that he died like this. If only he could play with me for a while more, that would be great. After staying here for so long, it's really boring. The people outside are actually quite fun. Shao Tao, bring him to see me." Just as the little boy, Tao Tao, was about to let go of Qin Shao and throw him into the tunnel, an ethereal voice suddenly came from the sky. Hearing this voice, the little boy, Tao Tao, stopped. He stopped Qin Shao in midair and put him down reluctantly. The little girl, Hua Hua, laughed secretly and seemed to be very happy. She whispered to Qin Shao, "Big brother, you are in luck. Our Valley Master wants to see you. It looks like you're going to escape this time." The master of the Peach Blossom Valley? Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder who this master of the Peach Blossom Valley was. Why did he suddenly want to see me? If that was the case, then the Peach Blossom Valley's master must have seen everything that he had done in the Peach Blossom Valley. Although he had a lot of questions in his heart, this was a good thing. If the Peach Blossom Valley master was willing to meet him, it meant that he wouldn't make things difficult for him easily. His life could be considered to have been saved. Of course, experts with strange personalities could be found everywhere. Experts who could stay in the central area of the Nightmare Fire domain for a long time probably had strange personalities. After following the two for a while, he finally saw a courtyard amidst the sea of peach blossoms. It wasn't very big, but it looked very exquisite. The color of the courtyard was mainly light pink, which made it look very beautiful and warm. From the looks of it, it seemed like a place for women to cultivate. But Qin Shao was even more confused when she heard a man's voice just now. The two children stopped in front of the courtyard and bowed respectfully. Qin Shao also stopped and bowed respectfully. He didn't go forward. After bowing, the two children stood to the side and guarded. It was obvious that they wanted Qin Shao to stand there and not move. Junior Qin Shao greets Senior. Qin Shao looked into the courtyard and waited for the Peach Blossom Valley Master's response. Pieces of peach blossoms with a strange fragrance suddenly fell from the sky with a holy light. They looked like fairies who had descended from the 9 heavens. They danced in the air and bloomed beautifully. This scene was so familiar. Qin Shao couldn't help but think of the scene when Xiao Yu first arrived at the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. It was the same scene. Pieces of peach blossoms fell from the sky. It seemed that the Peach Blossom Valley Master had a special liking for peach blossoms. Or could it be that the Peach Blossom Valley Master had the peach blossom body like Xiao Yu? This thought flashed through Qin Zhao's mind, but he didn't think much about it. The possibility of this happening shouldn't be very high. After all, the peach blossom body was an extremely rare body constitution. It was very rare to even see one. How could there be two? Qin Zhao didn't think too much about it. He continued to wait for the Peach Blossom Valley Master's response. "My Peach Blossom Valley has been here for who knows how many epochs. No life form has ever entered my Peach Blossom Valley. That passageway can stop powerful life forms from entering, but it couldn't stop you. Your cultivation level is low, but you are not in the range of the passageway's energy activation. Therefore, you were able to enter the Peach Blossom Valley unharmed. This is my mistake. The Peach Blossom Valley Master's voice soon sounded. When they got closer, they heard the Peach Blossom Valley Master's voice. It was very gentle and beautiful. Although this voice didn't have much of a masculine aura, it was more gentle. However, it was also clear that it wasn't a woman's voice. However, this voice was very pleasant to hear. It also had a masculine charm. It was only now that Qin Shao realized why he could enter the Peach Blossom Valley, but the two Hellfire Tribe beings who were chasing after him couldn't. At first, Qin Shao thought that the two Hellfire Tribe beings didn't dare to chase after him. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. They didn't dare to, but they couldn't enter. You shouldn't have entered the Peach Blossom Valley. However, since you've entered, it could be considered as an arrangement of fate. This is your destiny. It is also a trial in your life. I established the Peach Blossom Valley here. It could be considered fate that you were able to enter by accident. This means that there is always a chance in your life. Since this is the case, I will give you a chance. I will give you a chance to live. This is the will of the heavens. I will not go against it. However, I can't completely break the rules I set. I cannot kill you, and I cannot chase you out. However, I can't let you stay here in one piece. Hearing the Peach Blossom Valley Master's words, the good news was that there was hope. Qin Shao relaxed and said, "If Senior wants Junior to do this, Junior will definitely have no complaints. No outsider has ever entered the Peach Blossom Valley. Since you've entered, I will give you a test. If you can pass it smoothly, you will be fine. However, if you can't, you may die." The Peach Blossom Valley Master's voice sounded again. Another test? If he passed, he would live. If he failed, he would die. Didn't this mean that there was still a possibility of death? However, on second thought, while there was a possibility of death, there was also a possibility of survival. It was unrealistic to expect that there would be no danger at all. The Peach Blossom Valley Master was already very kind to give him hope. If he were to ask for more, he would be too greedy. This was already the best outcome. Therefore, Qin Shao accepted it calmly. All right, I will follow Senior's arrangement. If I die in the test, I can only blame myself for not being as skilled as you. My death will not be regretted. However, I believe that I will not lose easily. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I'll do my best to fight for a way out. It's good that you have this kind of heart. However, even if you pass, I will only say that I will not kill you or chase you out of the Peach Blossom Valley. However, if you want to leave the Peach Blossom Valley, there will be another test. That test will be hundreds or thousands of times more difficult. It will be difficult for you to leave. The Peach Blossom Valley Master's voice sounded again. The Peach Blossom Valley Master stood up. There was another test to leave? Hundreds or thousands of times more difficult. It sounded scary. Did this mean that even if he could pass the first test, it would be difficult for him to pass the second test? This was killing him. This was really killing him. Sai, forget it. It is better than being killed now. No matter how difficult it is, there is always a glimmer of hope. I can always give a try. Qin Shao shook his head and comforted himself in his heart. If there was a glimmer of hope, he would give it his all. He would take it one step at a time and make sure that he could survive first. As for whether he would leave the Peach Blossom Valley, he could think about it later. For the time being, Qin Shao did not want to leave the Peach Blossom Valley. At the very least, he would have to wait for a while. Therefore, this problem would not be a problem for Qin Shao for the time being. Xiao Dao Xiaohua, take him to the Ding Valley. The Peach Blossom Valley Master said. As soon as he finished speaking, the peach blossoms in the air slowly dispersed and returned to normal. This meant that the Peach Blossom Valley Master had ordered him to leave. Qin Shao did not even get to see the Peach Blossom Valley Master's face before he was asked to leave. Qin Shao could not help but think, what kind of existence is the Peach Blossom Valley Master? Why do I feel that the Peach Blossom Valley Master is very likely to be an ancient saint? When he thought of this possibility, Qin Shao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ancient sages. How powerful were they? Would an ancient saint be hiding in the central area of the fire domain? He did not want to think about it anymore. Qin Xiao shook his head and collected his thoughts. Then he left with Tao Tao and Xiaohua. These two people's names were quite interesting. One was called Tao Tao, and the other was called Huahua. When their names were combined, they were called peach blossoms. It seemed that the Peach Blossom Valley Master only loved peach blossoms. The place where he cultivated was called the Peach Blossom Valley. The two attendants were also called peach blossoms. When they appeared, peach blossoms filled the sky. However, it was not a woman. It was a man. A man who loved peach blossoms so much gave people a very strange feeling. Big guy, you are really lucky. Our Peach Blossom Valley Master actually gave you a way out. He did not kill you or throw you out. You should be glad. The little boy, Tao Tao, seemed to be a little unhappy with the Peach Blossom Valley Master's decision. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Yes, yes, yes. I should be glad. I'm very grateful to the Peach Blossom Valley Master for not killing me. Big guy, don't be so happy too early. Our Peach Blossom Valley Master is very merciful to you. However, it does not mean that you will be able to survive. It is not easy to pass our Peach Blossom Valley Master's test. Our Peach Blossom Valley is not a back garden. Not everyone can come in and leave as they wish. You can leave. Once you come in, don't even think about leaving. The test may also take your life, the little boy, Tao Tao, said. Qin Xiao did not seem to mind. Instead, he looked very confident and said, It is fine. The test is not easy to begin with. I am mentally prepared. Since it is a test, there is success and failure. If you succeed, you will live. If you fail, you will die. It is very normal. Therefore, little senior, you do not need to worry about me. I will treat it well and do my best. Who is worried about you? Don't think too highly of yourself. I will not. I'm not familiar with you. The little boy, Tao Tao, rolled his eyes at Qin Xiao and said somewhat unhappily. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and did not say anything. He had no intention of competing with him. The little girl, Huahua, was still so cute and moving. She blinked at Qin Xiao with a playful look on her face. Chapter 1824. Looking at Huahua's sincere expression, it was hard for anyone to doubt her words. However, Tao Tao had a look of schadenfreude on her face. These two people's expressions were completely opposite. Coupled with the trauma from before, Qin Xiao did not dare to believe Huahua's words. He felt that even if it was the weakest test ground, it should not be underestimated. If it was so easy, the master of the Peach Blossom Valley would not have to do this. Big brother, don't worry. It's really easy. There's no danger at all. I won't lie to you. Look at me. I'm so cute and sincere. Do I look like someone who would lie? Huahua saw that Qin Xiao did not believe her and added, Indeed, her sincere appearance and tone made it hard for anyone not to believe her. Could the master of the Peach Blossom Valley really be so kind? Would he really not make things difficult for her? It was possible. It was just that Qin Xiao was a little surprised. Anyway, he had already prepared for the worst. It did not matter. He just had to face it bravely. As for the rest, one relied on luck, one relied on life, and the other relied on hard work. Soon, Qin Xiao was brought to an abyss. The abyss was bottomless. It was shrouded in fog. He could not see the situation below. The entrance was not long. It was only 10,000 feet. It was connected to the cliff. It was like a ferocious beast's huge mouth. Although there was not much gloomy and cold aura, this was a test ground. It was not to be underestimated. Qin Xiao immediately perked up and looked around. His gaze quickly landed on a stone tablet. There was a large ancient character carved on it. This word was a little strange. It was not the universal language of the Great Thousand World. It was an ancient language that Qin Xiao had never seen before. The writing was also a little elegant and beautiful. Qin Xiao tried hard to understand. Although he did not recognize it, he could understand the meaning. This word should be the third word. Third word. Qin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. That was not right. Senior Huahua, this is the third word test ground, right? Shouldn't we be going to the fourth word test ground? Qin Xiao asked. Is it the C character? Floey looked around blankly. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I actually went the wrong way. How'd I end up a block C? Tao Tao, Why didn't you remind me that I went the wrong way? Tao Tao shrugged her shoulders as if it had nothing to do with her. I didn't look where we were going. You were the one leading the way. I'll just follow you. Then what do you think we should do now? Wawa Athanao, Tao Tao said casually. Do as you see fit. Or do you want a salad? Floey nodded in agreement. That's right, it's so troublesome. Since we've come all the way here, it must be fate. Since this is the will of the heavens, we shouldn't force it. We can only ask Big Brother to sacrifice a little. The conversation between the two left Qin Xiao speechless. Are you sure you didn't go the wrong way on purpose? The Peach Blossom Valley was only so big. How could he take the wrong path? Well, even if he went the wrong way, it didn't matter. He just had to go to the fourth word test ground. There shouldn't be any trouble. He just had to walk a little more. Listening to the conversation between the two, Qin Xiao clearly felt that the situation was very bad. Were they trying to trick him? Sure enough, before Qin Xiao could speak, Qin Xiao felt a small foot suddenly kick him. Suddenly, a strong force came down on him like a mountain. Such a force made him unable to resist at all. His body flew uncontrollably into the abyss. Down! You tricked me! Qin Xiao, who flew into the abyss, wanted to cry but had no tears. It was fine if he was tricked, but he was tricked by such a cute little girl. What was this? Qin Xiao really wanted to believe Floey, but how did he end up tricking himself? This was definitely intentional. It was definitely intentional. Did I offend her? Qin Xiao tried hard to recall. He didn't seem to have offended Floey in any way. Of course, except for the fact that he didn't follow Floey's instructions when he buried the peach blossoms. Everything else was fine. Actually, being tricked wasn't a big deal. The main thing was that the contrast in his heart was too big. For a moment, Qin Xiao didn't know what to say. He couldn't imagine that a little girl who looked like she was only 7 or 8 years old, who looked so innocent and cute, would be so scheming. This time, he was in big trouble. He was supposed to enter the fourth word test ground, which was the easiest. Now, he was thrown into the third word test ground. He didn't know how much the difficulty had increased, but he was sure that it must have been a lot more dangerous. Originally, he had to risk his life in the fourth word test ground. Now that he was directly in the third word test ground, he could only cry but have no tears. Things had already turned out this way. There was nothing he could do to change it. Above, Floey, aren't you afraid of being punished by the Valley Master for tricking that big guy like this? Tao Tao looked at Floey, a little worried. Floey giggled and shook her head. I'm not afraid. The Valley Master loves me so much. He won't punish me. At most, he'll scold me. It's okay. I'm used to it. What if you kill that big guy? If he dies, then it's his bad luck. That big guy is actually quite handsome. There's no evil aura on him. It's a pity that he dies. Yes, it's a pity. What should we do, Tao Tao? Should we go help him? If you're not afraid of being punished by the Valley Master, then go. I can't bear the consequences. I'm leaving. Hey, don't go. Wait for me. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xiao finally fell to the bottom of the abyss. The bottom of the abyss gave people a good feeling. There wasn't much danger, and it didn't seem cold and gloomy. It didn't feel like they had entered a place of death. Qin Xiao carefully looked around and felt that it was quite safe. There was light in front. After looking around for a while, Qin Xiao's gaze turned to the front. There was a faint light coming from the front. After moving forward for a while, Qin Xiao realized that the light was coming from an island. The view in front of him was much wider. The road was cut off by a huge lake. There was a small island in the middle of the lake. The road ahead was cut off, and there was an island in the middle of the lake. Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown. What should he do next? The Peach Blossom Valley Master, Floey, Tao Tao, and the others didn't say anything to him. Qin Xiao didn't know how to face the test. He didn't know what the test was. Now, Qin Xiao felt like he was crossing the river by feeling the stones. There was no other way. He was afraid that he could only go to the island. Along the way, it was very smooth. He didn't encounter any problems. Therefore, Qin Xiao thought that the test should be on the island. Since that was the case, he would go to the island first. But how would he go to the island? It was so far away. Qin Xiao couldn't jump over it. He didn't have the ability to fly. Should he go into the water? Qin Xiao looked at the water in the lake. The water gave Qin Xiao a strange feeling. It didn't look like ordinary water. Since there is no other way, I have to give it a try. Qin Shao walked to the lakeside and put his hand into the water. The moment his hand entered the water, Qin Shao felt a terrifying force pulling his hand down. It wanted to pull his whole body into the lake. The force was so strong that it was terrifying. Every water element was strong. Qin Zhao's expression changed. He let out a roar and unleashed all of his strength before finally pulling his hand out of the water. This water is so strange. How can it be such water? Qin Shao was a little surprised as he looked at the water in the lake. Qin Shao had seen strange water before. However, it was the first time he saw something so terrifying. This water is very heavy. It's very heavy. Every drop of water feels as heavy as a mountain. I only put one fist into the water, but the strong pulling force made me use all my strength to pull my hand out. If my entire body enters this water, then I'm afraid I won't be able to come out again. I'll be crushed in a meat paste by this terrifying water, and my immortal body will be crushed. I definitely can't touch this water. If I want to enter the island, I definitely can't go by water. If I can't go by water, I can't go by air either. Could it be that I have to become an immortal before I can enter the island? Qin Shao also thought of this possibility and felt that it was very likely. After all, this wasn't the weakest test in the Peach Blossom Valley. The Peach Blossom Valley Master probably hadn't thought that a fourth-step universe-grade mortal would be able to barge into his Peach Blossom Valley. Therefore, he might not have considered this factor before. If he was an immortal, he could at least fly over. In his current state, there was no way he could go over. Becoming an immortal wasn't considered very difficult for Qin Shao. However, becoming an immortal here seemed a little hasty. After all, there weren't any conditions here. Becoming an immortal required a large amount of immortal chi to be more stable. Qin Shao didn't have any primal chaos source rocks on him now. The immortal chi here was very thin, so it was indeed not a suitable place to become an immortal. Furthermore, Qin Zhao's foundation wasn't very solid. At the very least, Qin Shao wasn't very satisfied with it. Therefore, Qin Shao hadn't been in a hurry to break through and become an immortal. If he had wanted to become an immortal, he could have done so a long time ago, given the resources of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Was he really going to become an immortal in a hurry because of this test? Furthermore, becoming an immortal without any resources wasn't a big deal. The key was that it might leave behind some hidden dangers for his future cultivation. This was also something Qin Shao didn't want. However, what else could he do? This was a choice that he had to make. There were always gains and losses. It was like a fair trade. However, this was a trade that Qin Shao wasn't willing to do. Forget it. Since I'm here, I shouldn't think about things that are so far away. I should settle the things in front of me first. This is how the gains and losses in life are. It's not realistic to expect a smooth journey. Even if the road ahead is a little harder, I can still make up for it with hard work. Since I've reached this stage in my cultivation, I'll just treat it as a hurdle. I'll just work hard to get over it. Since that's the case, I'll prepare to break through and become an immortal. Qin Shao made up his mind quickly. Once he made up his mind, he didn't hesitate and got ready to do it. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. It traversed through the void and landed on the lake, forming a rainbow that connected the shore and the island. The rainbow gradually condensed into a 7-colored stone bridge, connecting the two places. Seeing this rainbow stone bridge, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. Was it the master of the Peach Blossom Valley? However, Qin Shao didn't think too much about it. Since there was a bridge, there was no need to force himself to break through and become an immortal. Chapter 1825. Soon, Qin Shao crossed the Rainbow Stone Bridge and arrived at the small island. When he arrived at the small island, he turned around and discovered that the Rainbow Stone Bridge had disappeared. This was not what surprised Qin Shao. What surprised Qin Shao was that when he turned around, he discovered that there was a vast ocean before his eyes. Earlier, Qin Shao had only seen a large lake. No matter how large it was, in Qin Zhao's eyes, it was still only a lake. However, what he saw now was a vast ocean. It was very far away from shore. If he wanted to return to the shore, he would need to fly for a very long time. When Qin Shao looked at the small island again, he discovered that this island was very large. It was far from what he had seen earlier. A difference in vision. No, it's not just a difference in vision. Instead, it's the profoundness of space. There's another world inside this place. It's an enormous independent space. It was easy to enter such an independent space. However, it would be very difficult to leave. The rainbow bridge had disappeared. Most likely, it would not appear again. Once they entered, it would not be easy for them to leave. However, since he had already entered, Qin Shao did not think too much about it. As long as he could pass the test, he would not be afraid that he would not be able to leave. The most important thing now was to figure out what the test the Peach Blossom Valley's master had given him. Only by figuring this out would he be able to find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, he would still be in the dark without any direction. Without a direction, he would become confused and lost. Qin Shao sized up the island. The terrain was very complicated. There were all kinds of huge rocks and steep peaks. There were also many ravines and abysses. It was very complicated. Qin Shao took a step forward and walked toward the island. A relatively flat road appeared in front of him. Crash! An immortal rainbow suddenly descended from the sky. It pierced through the 9 heavens and landed on the ground. The immortal rainbow blossomed with immortal light. Immortal music was faintly played within it. The immortal path was like a swimming dragon. It swam within the immortal rainbow. It seemed to be waiting for someone to capture it. Boom! Another immortal rainbow descended from the sky. The 9 heavens opened and holy light descended. Another rainbow appeared. One rainbow after another. Soon after, 81 immortal swells descended, forming a zone of immortal swells. With so many immortal rainbows gathered together, immortal light filled the sky. Immortal music resounded. It was as if they stood above the 9 heavens and sank into the sea of immortal path. A dense mist shrouded this area, forming an exquisite immortal rainbow zone. This was the place to become an immortal. Qin Zhao's heart pounded when he saw this. Once he entered this celestial expanse, he could directly comprehend the immortal Tao. He could quickly solidify his foundation and break through to immortal ascension. Although his strength was barely enough to fight against the second step celestial venerable, his cultivation level was not enough to make up for it. If his cultivation level was too low, how heaven-defying could he be? Breaking through and becoming an immortal was something that Qin Shao had been thinking about for a long time. It could be said that it was a little urgent now. Therefore, the immortal rainbow had descended at the most opportune time. Naturally, he would think of that level. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. I can't let go of this opportunity. If I can make use of this opportunity to break through to become an immortal, it will be a good thing. I've been looking forward to this day. Now the opportunity has come. Qin Shao rejoiced inwardly for a moment, then walked towards the immortal swan. Qin Zhao's footsteps moved, and the immortal swan actually moved as well. The 81 immortal swans moved in that area. They moved? Forget it. Qin Shao rushed into one of the immortal rainbows. As soon as he entered, he heard the murmur of the great Tao. The supreme joy of the immortal Tao directly displayed the foundation of the immortal Tao. Preaching the Tao was the best way to let people comprehend it. It was like having an existence more powerful than an ancient sage preaching the Tao to you. The benefits brought about by this were naturally limitless. Under the baptism of the immortal rainbows and the immortal brilliance of the great Tao, Qin Shao clearly felt that he had gained a lot of new understanding of the immortal Tao. The great Tao had vicissitudes, and the immortal Tao had magnificence. One tree, one world, one leaf, one firmament. What was an immortal? What was the Tao? Qin Shao had previously cultivated the great Tao to become a celestial venerable. He had comprehended the true great Tao. Now he cultivated the immortal Tao. It seemed to be a brand new Tao, but in fact there were some internal connections. No matter which path of cultivation it was, it could not escape the word Tao in the final analysis. The Tao was too profound and unfathomable. It was too ethereal. Tao was a threshold for cultivators. It was a natural chasm, a long river that separated mortals and gods. Comprehending the Tao was ascension. It was a qualitative leap. It was a transformation of the soul. It was the power to transcend the long river. Those who did not become celestial venerables were ants. This was a true portrayal of the cruel way of survival in the great wide world. After entering the great wide world, those who did not become celestial venerables were no different from ants. In the sacred region, those who did not become celestial venerables only had a lifespan of one era. The immortal domain would leave traces on one's body. After an era, they would be erased. Not only could Mo bathe in the immortal rainbows comprehend the foundation of the great Tao, but his immortal body could also be nourished. His soul and were also nourished and slowly improved. This feeling was similar to when Mo bathed in the immortal pond. Moreover, the immortal rainbows were much better than the immortal pond. After all, the immortal pond only had rich immortal spirit chi. However, the immortal rainbows were the light of the great Tao that descended from the sky and contained the foundation of the great Tao. Naturally, there was no way to compare the two. It seems that the Peach Blossom Valley Master has really given me a big gift. With this immortal rainbows, I can safely break through and become an immortal. The benefits of comprehending and cultivating here are simply endless. I must grasp this opportunity well. As long as I stay here for 100 years, no, even less than 100 years, I can break through in one go. Mo bathed in the immortal rainbows, and cultivating felt wonderful. Qin Shao was soon completely immersed in it. He greedily comprehended the immortal Tao, allowing his Tao to improve rapidly. However, the good times did not last long. Soon, there was a change. Crack! A thunderbolt came down from the 9 heavens. The huge and thick lightning snake was like a ferocious and terrifying boulder. It carried terrifying lightning with it and interweaved with terrifying immortal pressure. It came down from the 9 heavens with incomparable ferocity. Moreover, this thunderbolt descended from the immortal rainbows where Qin Shao was. When this thunderbolt descended, it directly dispersed the immortal rainbows. The great Tao was no longer there, and the immortal music was no longer there. Feeling the terrifying, destructive power of this thunderbolt, Qin Zhao's expression changed. He smelled the scent of death. This was a great danger. Therefore, Qin Shao did not dare to hesitate. He immediately walked out of the immortal rainbows and dodged to the side. Fortunately, the thunderbolt did not spread out. It only moved with the immortal rainbows. This area had also become a moving maze. Everything was moving. Previously, there were 81 immortal rainbows moving. Now, with the addition of this thunderbolt, it seemed somewhat out of place. If a thunderbolt descends, it means that it will not give me a good environment to slowly comprehend and improve. Instead, it will give me a limited time. Therefore, I must be quick. I must improve myself in an extremely short period of time. Otherwise, I will not be able to become an immortal. Not only will I not be able to become an immortal, I might even lose my life here. If a thunderbolt descends, it means that there will definitely be more to come. This thunderbolt is too terrifying. If I am struck, even if I don't die, I will lose half of my life. Therefore, I must be quick. The time given to me is not much. Not only must I be quick, but I must also comprehend. If I cannot break through and become an immortal, I might not be able to improve. It seems that I have thought too simply. How could the test given by the Peach Blossom Valley Master be simple? As the saying goes, riches and honor are found in danger. If you want to obtain an opportunity, it will usually be accompanied by danger. I should have known that the great opportunity of the 81 immortal rainbows would also be accompanied by great danger. I was too happy too early. I did not consider this problem calmly. However, now that the danger has come, it is not too late to treat it seriously. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He immediately entered another immortal rainbow. These immortal rainbows were moving rapidly. Qin Shao also moved with them. As he moved, he comprehended the great Tao. Bathed in the immortal radiance, he improved himself. At the same time, he also had to pay attention at all times to guard against the arrival of thunderbolts. If it was just like the previous one, there would not be much danger. At most, he would be pressed for time. However, Qin Xiao felt that this place would not be so simple. There must be great danger. It was just that it had not revealed itself yet. Once the danger came, it would be extremely terrifying. Indeed, soon, a series of thunderbolts descended like a torrential downpour. However, these thunderbolts did not directly enter the immortal rainbows. Instead, they appeared in the empty space. However, there are not many empty spaces. Therefore, when the thunderbolts came down, they almost filled up the empty space. Moreover, they were moving. Therefore, the gaps left were smaller. In that case, it wouldn't be so easy to go to the other celestial grand palaces. If that was the case, he could still wait for an opportunity. He would definitely find a good opportunity or pattern. However, the problem was that there would also be thunderbolts in the immortal rainbows. He did not know when the thunderbolts would come. If the thunderbolts did not come, he could continue to comprehend. Once they came, they would be fierce and would not give him a chance to think at all. He had to leave immediately. Otherwise, once he was struck, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Therefore, this was a very terrifying potential danger that could come at any time. Each immortal rainbow should give me some time to comprehend. If I leave early, I may not be able to become an immortal after comprehending all 81 immortal rainbows. If that's the case, you'll miss out on a great opportunity. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it is, I can only leave when the thunderbolts come. Chapter 1826. On one hand, he had to be careful of the thunderbolts. On the other hand, he had to prevent the thunderbolt from falling on his immortal path. On the other hand, he had to comprehend the great Tao. It could be said that he had to do 3 things at once. Although the first 2 didn't require too much attention, he still had to be distracted. Once he was distracted, he wouldn't be able to devote himself wholeheartedly. If he couldn't devote himself wholeheartedly, the effect of his cultivation would naturally be greatly reduced. Therefore, this condition itself was a test. If his state of mind wasn't good enough and his talent for comprehension wasn't good enough, then these 2 disturbances alone would be enough to make him unable to comprehend and cultivate it all. The greater the disturbance, the greater the test on one's state of mind and talent for comprehension. Only if one's state of mind and talent for comprehension were strong enough could they cope with this kind of cultivation environment. This in itself was a great challenge. The other challenge was that in such a short period of time, he had to comprehend a lot of things and achieve a qualitative transformation. He had to be able to break through and become an immortal in one fell swoop. This was an even more difficult test. When the 2 were put together, it was enough to show how difficult this test was. Even for Qin Xiao, it was definitely a very frightening test. Qin Xiao continued to comprehend the great Tao. Soon, the thunderbolts finally fell from the sky. When the thunderbolts fell, Qin Xiao had to leave here without any hesitation. Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. He had some energy to keep looking outside and was ready to leave at any time, so he wasn't in a hurry. Qin Xiao's figure moved, turned into a gust of wind, and passed through the middle of the 2 thunderbolts with great precision. The distance between the 2 thunderbolts was only 100 feet. A distance of 100 feet didn't sound small. However, one had to know that the speed of those thunderbolts was too fast. The distance that they could travel in an instant was unimaginable. Therefore, one had to be extremely precise in order to be able to pass through them. If one was too slow, even for a very short moment, one might enter the thunderbolts. Once one entered, the consequences would be unthinkable. With the strength of Qin Zhao's immortal body, he felt that if he entered the thunderbolts, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. If he came here 2 more times, he would definitely lose his life here. Therefore, he had to make sure that nothing went wrong. This was completely putting his life on the line. And in that instant, he had to rush out. Whoosh! But luckily, Qin Xiao passed through it accurately and entered the 3rd immortal swan. The timing of the lightning strikes in the immortal swan is obviously irregular. For the time being, it seems to be decreasing, but it might not be decreasing all the time. Time is very likely to be irregular, so there is no way to grasp the time. From the looks of it, it's only been a little more than a month since we entered the first path of Immortal Hanyuan. If that's the case, the 81 immortal swans will only take 10 years. Without the influence of these factors, if I can fully immerse myself in cultivation, I have full confidence that I can break through to immortal ascension within a few decades. But now, with such terrifying interference and with less than 10 years, it's simply too difficult for me to break through and become an immortal. Haha, it seems that I was too optimistic. His previous idea was not challenging at all. If it's less than 10 years, then so be it. What do I, Qin Shao, have to fear? I've succeeded many times, no matter how big the challenge is. What about this time? Let's fight. Let's have another vigorous fight. I don't believe that I, Qin Shao, can't pass this test. I've never admitted defeat before, and I won't admit defeat now, and I won't admit defeat in the future. Isn't this the path of cultivation? Isn't this the path of the strong? How can one become strong without experiencing countless trials and tribulations? A rock needs to be baptized by wind and rain, polished by wind and thunder, and tempered by time to become even harder. Cultivation, continue. Under a peach tree, two small figures were carefully taking care of it. Tao Dao, how long has it been? Huahua suddenly stopped and asked. Tao Dao didn't even raise her head as she casually replied. Probably 3 to 5 years. It's not worth mentioning. 3 to 5 years, that's a bit long. That big brother isn't dead, is he? Huahua blinked and said. Tao Dao speechlessly rolled her eyes at Huahua and said, You've lived for 7 universe epochs, calling a kid who's only lived for a few million years big brother. Aren't you afraid of being mushy? You're only 7 universe eras old. You're still young. Look at Valley Master. He's lived for an entire chaos epoch, right? I only have 7. How tender are they? Floey retorted with an unconvinced look. Tao Tao ignored her and continued to take care of her peach tree. Seeing Tao Tao ignore her, Huahua said again, Hey Tao Tao, tell me, can that big brother pass the test? You're asking me? Tao Tao pointed at herself and said, Then who should I ask? Who told you to push him into Testland C? Didn't Valley Master tell you to bring him to Testland D? Testland C is more than twice as difficult as Testland D. You're the one who sent that big guy to his death, so who's to blame? I. Huff huff, I was just teasing him. It was a joke. I didn't really want to kill him. I think he's dead for sure. Is there no chance at all? No. 9 years passed quickly. There are only 3 more paths left. I don't have much time left. If I can't break through by then, I'll have failed the test. If I fail, I might not be able to leave here alive. Life and death will depend on this one strike. I feel like I've accumulated enough comprehension. Now, I'm only one step away from breaking through. A burst of thought, a single guiding line, could allow me to break through and become an immortal. Although it was the last step, it wasn't that easy to take this step. It seemed like a single step, but it was actually a huge chasm, a huge chasm. The key step of breaking through was indeed very difficult. Qin Shao had encountered such a situation countless times since he started cultivating, but each time, he still felt that it was too difficult. Every time, it would be a huge challenge. Whoosh! Qin Shao entered another path. Now, there were only 2 paths left. There was very little time left, and it could be said that it was imminent. Immortal. A sword and a heavenly cliff can make one an immortal. A dream and a mortal world can make one an immortal. A thought and a firmament can make one an immortal. An obsession can make one an immortal. A wisp of righteousness can make one an immortal. Heaven and earth are dim, and righteous are vast. Holding a sword as a thought, treading on the sky. The path of defying the heavens, ascending the heavens with each step, and becoming an immortal at the end of the road. Seeking immortality in the Tao. Immortality can be sought, but Tao must be asked. The path of Tao is an extremely long path. Immortality, on the other hand, is close at hand. It's only a step away from me, but it's like the distance between heaven and earth. How can I take this step to defy the heavens, to find this immortal, and to ask this Tao? Thoughts flashed in Qin Zhao's mind, forming waves of power. The more power he gathered, the clearer his thoughts became, and the more determined his path became. A light of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. This light of inspiration was like an immortal descending from the heavens, illuminating Qin Zhao's path of cultivation. Dong! An immortal cry sounded in Qin Zhao's mind, and the light of the heavenly Tao seemed to have descended. This was an immortal sense, a light of thought to become an immortal. Qin Zhao was overjoyed. He grabbed the immortal sense, and suddenly his whole body shone brightly. A beam of immortal light rose to the 9 heavens, communicating with the 9 heavens and activating the immortal spirit. The might of the heavens was vast and mighty, and the might of the Tao descended. A wisp of immortal light descended, illuminating this area and defeating all the thunderbolts. This was the sign of breaking through to become an immortal. The immortal light of the heavenly Tao descended to baptize Qin Zhao, allowing him to complete a qualitative transformation. It wanted to pull Qin Zhao out of the river of time, break the shackles of the immortal realm, and become immortal and exist forever. Qin Zhao also clearly felt that his immortal body, soul, will, and even heart force had been nourished a lot. They were all improving, transforming, and sublimating. This was the feeling of becoming stronger, a very wonderful feeling. This was a breakthrough. Chapter 1827. A beam of light shot into the 9 heavens, and a celestial melody filled the firmament. As the light faded, the celestial melody lingered for a long time before fading away. Qin Zhao walked out of the light. His entire being had undergone a qualitative transformation. Immortal qi lingered around him, and immortal pressure naturally emanated from him. There seemed to be the sharpness of a young man on his body. He could compete with the heavens, the earth, and the endless firmament, defying the heavens, never lowering one's head. Only when one reached the peak and looked back, one's path would be filled with a fragrance. At this moment, Qin Zhao was filled with such vigor. This isn't the first time I've broken through to the celestial venerable realm. I didn't feel anything this time. The wonderful feeling lasted only for a moment. Becoming an immortal through the immortal path. Under the nourishment of the immortal pond, just now, my vitality has completely recovered. My soul and heart force have also completely recovered. My realm of the great Tao has returned to its original state. My strength has increased greatly now. I'm afraid I can now fight against the second step celestial venerable. Now, I've finally taken the first step in the immortal realm. Becoming an immortal is only the first step in the true path of cultivation. It's a brand new starting point. The road ahead of me has become even wider. I can fly as an immortal. I can give a try. Qin Zhao's immortal consciousness moved, and he stepped into the void as if he were walking on flat ground. However, on this island, Qin Zhao could clearly feel a strong gravitational force suppressing and restraining him. Under such circumstances, flying in the air was a very strenuous task. The higher and faster he flew, the more strenuous it would be. This was the case in the entire enchanting fire realm. Qin Zhao wasn't surprised. However, being able to fly was indeed a qualitative improvement compared to before. The test has only just begun. Come, let's continue. After flying for a while, Qin Zhao landed on the ground. He looked ahead with a determined gaze, and a faint smile appeared on his face. A confident force. This was a manifestation of confidence. Soon, Qin Zhao's eyes widened. A huge island appeared in front of him. This island wasn't as desolate as the ecstasy fire realm outside. There were green mountains and clear waters here, and it was full of vitality. This place was filled with the aura of life. There weren't many gloomy, cold, murderous auras or auras of death. This place gave people the feeling that it was a safe zone, a territory full of vitality. It gave people the feeling that this place was relatively safe and there wouldn't be much danger. It's really a good place. The Peach Blossom Valley's lord is really an expert. To be able to create such an otherworldly place in the enchanting fire realm, he must be an expert who stood aloof from worldly affairs. It's rather surprising that such a figure is hiding in the central region of the Pearl Fire realm. Perhaps the expert has his own thoughts. It's not something I can figure out. This is the testing ground. Although it looks very safe on the surface, we can't be careless. The threshold to enter is already so difficult. Thinking about it, the subsequent tests will definitely be even more difficult. I have to do my best to face them in order to have a chance of passing. If I'm careless, I'm afraid I'll be consigned to eternal damnation. However, the biggest problem for me now is that I don't know the specific content of the tests. I also don't know how to enter the tests. I also don't know how to pass the tests. Everything is unknown to me. They're all waiting for me to explore. Perhaps this is also an invisible test. It's for me to explore these things on my own. There are tests in the light and tests in the dark. When all the tests are combined together, it will become scarier. Qin Shao looked around. Since everything was unknown, it didn't matter. He could just walk around casually. Qin Shao walked around casually. There were many green mountains and trees. There were streams and strange rocks everywhere. Walking among them, Qin Shao didn't feel any sense of danger. He felt as if he was playing and relaxing. Although the scenery here wasn't good, at least it was very quiet. When Qin Shao entered a strange forest, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong. Therefore, Qin Shao suddenly stopped and looked around carefully. Although he didn't feel any dangerous aura, he always felt that something was wrong. These trees were very strange. The trunks weren't very thick, and countless slender branches grew out. These slender branches swayed with the wind. At first glance, it didn't seem strange. However, if one looked more carefully, they would inexplicably feel a little strange. Something's wrong. There may be a situation. After observing for a while, Qin Shao was even more certain of his intuition. It's not good to stay here for a long time. I have to leave quickly. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. However, when he moved, the surrounding trees suddenly seemed to wake up like devils. Those slender branches, one by one, turned into long devil's hands. They strangely rushed toward Qin Shao like snakes. Countless branches rushed toward Qin Shao from all directions. It was as if they wanted to encircle and annihilate Qin Shao, wrapping Qin Shao tightly. In such a situation, Qin Shao had no chance to escape. In the face of this sudden crisis, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and directly attacked. But soon, Qin Shao was a little surprised. What? My sword is actually unable to sever these branches? These slender branches are actually so tough. Such a situation had indeed caused Qin Shao to be quite shocked. The power of his sword with all his strength was very powerful. However, there was no way to cut off these branches. Not to mention cutting them off, there was no way to even leave a trace. After a moment of hesitation, countless branches rushed in front of Qin Shao and directly entangled Qin Shao tightly. From head to toe, from hands to feet, Qin Shao was firmly tied up. They directly tied Qin Shao in the air. So Qin Shao couldn't move at all. He tried to break free with his immortal power, but he couldn't move. These branches became tighter and tighter. Qin Zhao's immortal power was completely suppressed. There was no way for him to break free. Such a situation made Qin Zhao's face bitter. This was his first battle after becoming an immortal, and he was actually in such a sorry state. He didn't even have the slightest chance to resist and was trapped. Trapped in a predicament, Qin Shao used all his strength to break free, but he couldn't. This made Qin Shao feel very helpless. What should he do? Was he going to lose just like this? If this was a test, then he felt that he had lost unjustly. If he had to rely on his strength to pass the test, then Qin Shao obviously didn't have the advantage. He had already used up all his strength, but he didn't even have the strength to resist. The difference between them wasn't just a little bit. However, Qin Shao felt that this shouldn't be the case. If this was considered a loss, then the master of the Peach Blossom Valley might as well throw him out. Qin Shao felt that this wasn't the master of the Peach Blossom Valley style. Although it was just a feeling, Qin Shao was willing to believe in it. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that there might be something else. It shouldn't have ended like this. The branches were still slowly tightening. Qin Shao resisted with all his strength, but it was also very difficult. If this continued, then his immortal body would be crushed by these branches. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's immortal body had been greatly tempered and improved on the Nine Tribulations road. With the baptism of becoming an immortal, now his immortal body was extremely strong. But even so, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Qin Shao sized up his surroundings. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his field of vision. Through the gaps between the branches, he could vaguely see it. However, that figure seemed to want to play hide-and-seek with Qin Shao. It kept dodging. Qin Zhao's vision was very poor. Moreover, the figure was dodging. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to catch a glimpse of it. Was there someone? Vaguely, Qin Shao saw that the figure looked like a child. It was very short. "Senior," Qin Shao shouted, but the figure didn't respond. "Senior," Qin Shao shouted again. The figure was still dodging. This made Qin Shao feel very helpless. He could only shout again, "Senior." Chapter 1828. This person was really a little boy. No. He couldn't be called a little boy. Maybe he was just short. In terms of height, he was about 1 meter tall. He was even shorter than the peach blossoms in the peach forest outside. However, his face didn't look as young as the peach blossoms. Of course, it was just that he wasn't that young, but he still looked very young. However, his appearance was a little unflattering. There were 2 bulges on his forehead. They were horns, but they didn't look like horns. They weren't horns, but he didn't know what to say. The shape of his inverted triangle face was really not good looking. It even looked a little scary. Was this a human? He didn't feel like a human, but his overall appearance was no different from a human. It was a little strange. Qin Shao didn't dwell on this question. There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless world, and there were countless races. It was difficult to distinguish them clearly. The human race was just a general term. It didn't mean that all humans looked the same. In fact, there were many differences between the human race. It was not surprising that there were strange humans who looked like humans. "Senior, what do you mean? Am I very old?" Being called senior by Qin Shao, the boy looked a little unhappy. Qin Shao looked a little embarrassed. Calling him senior didn't mean that he was old, right? Wasn't this a form of respect? Even if he wasn't old, he was still much older than him, right? Qin Shao also clearly sensed the aura of a third-step celestial venerable from the other party. The boy in front of him was definitely powerful. He should be a great immortal. So, shouldn't he call him senior? However, the other party was unwilling, so Qin Shao could only deal with it carefully. He hurriedly said, No, that's not what I meant." "Bah, you're still talking about Junior? I'm only 12 years old, okay?" The boy was even more unhappy. What the hell? 12 years old? The peach blossoms said that they were 7 years old, but this boy said that he was only 12 years old? What was going on? How did he calculate his age? Qin Shao was really confused. "Then, how should I address you?" "One, my name is Qin Shao." Since the other party was not willing, Qin Shao could only change the way she addressed him. "Just call me King." The boy raised his head and puffed out his chest. There was a hint of arrogance on his face as he spoke. "Your Majesty." Qin Shao almost choked on his own saliva. Is this really a name? It felt a little like a bandit. The title King was a little too much. "Why? Is there a problem?" Seeing Qin Zhao's hesitation, the boy's expression became fierce again. He glared at Qin Shao. This person seemed to be a little temperamental. Qin Zhao's experience told him that such a person was definitely not to be trifled with. Therefore, whatever he said was what it was. There was no need to argue with him. Otherwise, they would only suffer losses. Qin Shao shook his head and said, No problem. Qin Shao greets your majesty." Ha, that's more like it." The boy was happy and nodded at Qin Shao with a satisfied expression. Qin Shao felt helpless. He thought to himself, isn't this person a little too vain? Can he be so happy just by calling him your majesty? However, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. To deal with such a person, he had to cater to his fancy. If he wanted to break free and leave, he was afraid that the only way was to please the king. Was this another test? No matter whether it was or not, the most important thing now was to get out of these branches. "Your Majesty, can you put me down first?" We can talk slowly if you have anything to say. I just came here. If I have offended you, please be magnanimous and forgive me, Qin Shao said fawningly. Although he did not like to say such things against his will, he had to lower his head when he was under the king's roof. Put you down? The king gently pinched his chin and looked at Qin Shao with a thoughtful expression. Soon, he laughed again. Ha. Put you down? You're thinking too much. I can't believe you can think of such a beautiful thing. I've just caught you. If I let you go so quickly, wouldn't I lose face? Although I let you go, you still can't escape from my grasp. However, I've never liked trouble. So, I'd better tie you up first. Your immortal body is quite strong. Based on your situation, I reckon you can still hold on for 1,000 years. It's okay. You don't have to be so anxious. You won't die, right? Isn't it good to chat like this? I like to hold people firmly in the palm of my hand and do whatever I want. Ha. Sure enough, he was a difficult person to talk to. Qin Zhao's face darkened slightly. It seemed that catered to his fancy might not be the way to go. Moreover, Qin Shao was not willing to be too humble. Qin Shao could not do things like fawning and begging. But if he did not do this, what else could he do? He could not break free from this branch alone, not to mention that there was an even more powerful king standing guard there. How could he break through this hurdle? This made Qin Shao a little confused. What exactly was the test that the Peach Blossom Valley Lord was giving him? From the beginning until now, Qin Shao had not figured out this question. Boy, I feel that you should be very eloquent. Look at how ugly you are. I don't like you at all. So, you have to say something nice to coax this king. Otherwise, if I get angry, even I am afraid. Are you afraid? If you are, hurry up and say something nice. If you make me feel better, I might be merciful and let you go. Otherwise, 1,000 years will pass very quickly. Your immortal body will be crushed bit by bit. You will be hanged alive. Have you ever felt that kind of pain? It doesn't matter if you haven't. Soon, I will make you feel it personally. I will make you suffer for the rest of your life. A king who liked to listen to flattery? Because he was ugly? Qin Shao was really speechless. He had no choice but to meet such a strange person. Qin Shao realized that the people in the Peach Blossom Valley were a little strange. Other than the Peach Blossom Valley Lord, the other peach blossoms were a little strange. Moreover, why were these people so short and small? Were they from a special race? Let's not talk about this first. Qin Shao could not go against his heart and say some flattering words. Qin Shao cannot do it. Therefore, Qin Shao shook his head and said, Then you should let this branch strangle me. Using a saying from my hometown, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. If you want to say a few words to please you, then I can do it. But if you want me to flatter you, then I am sorry, I can't do it. If I say something against my heart, I will be upset. You will also be upset when you hear it. Sincere praise is the best thing to hear. Oh, you're not going to say it? When the king heard this, he was instantly unhappy. The king glared at Qin Shao angrily and said, Boy, you should know that your life is now in my hands. If I don't let you go, then you will die. You would rather die than say some nice words to this king? I don't care whether you are sincere or not. I only want to hear what you say. Why do I care so much? Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will not feel good when you are hanged. Don't refuse to give up until you see the coffin. I will not be soft-hearted. However, Qin Shao shook his head firmly and said, If you want to kill me, then kill me. If I die, I can only blame myself for not being as good as others. I can't blame others. Death is not scary. Dying in a lowly way is scary. As a person, one should have principles and bottom lines. I, Qin Shao, would rather die than submit to things that cross my bottom line. So, you don't need to waste your breath. If you want me to use such a lowly way in exchange for my life, I can't do it. If you want to kill me, then do it. I am powerless to resist. I can only blame myself for being too weak. Good. You're a good boy. Then I would like to see how hard your bones are. The king looked flustered and exasperated. After pointing at Qin Zhao's nose and saying this, he left angrily. Chapter 1829. The binding of the branches became tighter and tighter, and their strength became stronger and stronger. They were slowly straining Qin Zhao's immortal body. 1,000 years was the limit. Therefore, if Qin Zhao could not escape from this place within 1,000 years, he would definitely die under these branches. Being strangled to death was an extremely painful thing. Death was not scary most of the time. What was scary was knowing that you were going to die. You were slowly dying, and you could only watch helplessly as death drew closer and closer. There was no way to escape. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, with the passage of time, Qin Zhao could clearly feel that the twisting force was getting stronger and stronger, and he was in more and more pain. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. Qin Zhao was beginning to be unable to withstand it, and his immortal body was beginning to suffer damage. If this continued, the immortal body would start to slowly crumble. Am I really going to die here this time? Qin Zhao sighed helplessly in his heart. In the past 500 years, he had tried everything, but he could not break free from the binding of these branches. At least for now, it seemed impossible to break free from these branches. He did not even have the strength to resist. This feeling was like an ant trying to push away a huge rock. It was an impossible task. He was getting closer and closer to death. Step by step, he was getting closer and closer. What should he do? Helplessness. Qin Zhao was really helpless. There was nothing he could do. Is the test of the Peach Blossom Valley Master really so scary? The moment I came in, I immediately fell into an unsolvable predicament. If that's the case, then what's the point? I always feel that the Peach Blossom Valley Master is an extraordinary person. The test he created should not be like this. It can't be like this. It can't be. The more Qin Zhao thought about it, the more he felt that it was impossible. Therefore, a bold idea popped up in his mind. Perhaps the king was just trying to scare him. This was the only possibility that made sense. Hey kid, you're really something. Just as Qin Zhao was thinking about this possibility, a voice suddenly rang out. From a voice, he could tell that it was the king. Qin Zhao knew that His Majesty had never left and had been spying on him in the dark. His Majesty's sudden appearance further confirmed this point. Qin Zhao looked at King and calmed down. Qin Zhao felt that this possibility was very high. If that was the case, then what was there to worry about? Therefore, Qin Zhao looked at Wang De calmly and indifferently. This behavior caused Wang De to frown involuntarily. He sized up Qin Zhao with a strange gaze before saying, "You brat, you're about to die, yet you can still be so calm and composed. Your heart is really big. Are you really not afraid of death?" Qin Zhao curled her lips and said with a faint smile, "I'm not afraid of death. It's normal for cultivators like us to not be afraid of death. It's just that no one wants to die if they can live. Furthermore, this is only a clone of mine. Even if it dies, I'll only lose a clone. It's not true death. The loss is great, but it's really irreparable. There's no other way." His Majesty said, "I gave you a way out, but you didn't choose it. It's not that you're completely out of options. How is it irreparable?" Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "The bottom line principle is something that I can't do anything about. My Majesty, you don't have to test me. If you have something to say, just say it. If you want me to bow my head, that's absolutely impossible. I, Qin Zhao, am definitely a person who would rather die than submit. Before entering the enchanting fire domain, I've already prepared for the worst and made all the preparations. Therefore, you don't have to use death to pressure me. It's useless. If you don't believe me, you can try." Qin Zhao's words obviously made His Majesty very unhappy. He pursed his lips with an unhappy expression. "Is it so difficult for you to say a few nice words? Rather die than submit? Yes, rather die than submit. Hateful brat. Then you can slowly wait for your death." With that, His Majesty angrily swung his arm and left. His Majesty really did leave this time. He wasn't playing a smoke bomb with Qin Zhao. Time passed year after year. Soon, another 300 years had passed. Qin Zhao had been bound by these branches for 800 years. His Majesty had said that Qin Zhao could last for 1,000 years at most. Qin Zhao had also calculated that he could last for 1,000 years at most. Now that it had been 800 years, his immortal body, soul, and had suffered a lot of destruction and damage. At this time, Qin Shao was relying on the strength of his strong faith to support himself and fight to the death. It was getting more and more painful, more and more difficult, and he was getting closer and closer to death. When the strength of his faith completely collapsed, it would be the time of his death. No matter how much he persisted, he wouldn't be able to last for 200 years at most. Even now, Qin Shao felt that he had reached his limit. In fact, Qin Shao could completely collapse and die at any time, let alone 200 years. Could it be that I guessed wrong? His Majesty is serious. He's not using this to test me or something like that. Will he really kill me? No, it can't be like that. It can't be like that. Qin Shao also doubted his own conjecture, but he immediately rejected it. He still firmly believed that it was like that. It was precisely because of this resolute strength that Qin Shao had the strength to persevere. Therefore, Qin Zhao's heart was still as calm as an ancient well. The calmer his heart was, the stronger his strength was. In the face of fierce winds and huge waves, he could still stand firm and unmoving, as steady as Mount Tai. The strength of the heart could play a big role at any time. Kid, how does it feel? It doesn't feel good, does it? His Majesty suddenly popped up again and looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression. Qin Shao looked at his Majesty calmly, curled his lips, and said, "It's all right. Humph, humph, humph. You're so stubborn. I like to see how long you can be stubborn and still dare to deny it." His Majesty naturally didn't believe Qin Zhao's words. He knew better than anyone else what it felt like. Therefore, it was obviously nonsense to say that it was all right. However, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He didn't reply at all. His Majesty stood there, feeling a little frustrated. He originally wanted to play with Qin Shao, but who knew that Qin Zhao's counterattack would make him feel frustrated again and again. This feeling drove his Majesty a little crazy. He had been bored in here for God knows how many years. Finally, someone came in and he could play, but he didn't even have a good time. How annoying was that? Kid, if you can't stand the pain, you can beg me. As long as you beg me, I can consider not killing you. Since the hard way didn't work, His Majesty decided to use the soft way. Hearing His Majesty's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile in his heart. There was a hint of information in his words, but it made Qin Shao believe that his guess was most likely correct. This Majesty actually didn't want to kill him at all, so it was possible that this wasn't a test for him. The real test had yet to come. The binding of the branches might just be the Majesty's way of toying with him. However, even if there wasn't such a possibility, Qin Shao wouldn't lower his head. He would rather die than be so lowly. Qin Shao continued to ignore His Majesty, as if he had turned a deaf ear to his words. Such an attitude continued to provoke His Majesty, who was really going crazy. The provoked Majesty suddenly beat his chest and stamped his feet. Damn, kid, you actually don't know what's good for you. Do you believe that I can kill you with one slap? As he spoke, the king raised his hand abruptly. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. If this slap really landed on Qin Zhao's body, it was really possible to kill Qin Shao with one slap. Qin Shao absolutely didn't doubt His Majesty's strength. His realm alone was a third step heavenly venerable, and his aura was very strong, so he was definitely a third step heavenly venerable. It wouldn't be difficult for such an existence to kill him with one slap. Moreover, he didn't even have a trace of resistance now, so it would be even easier to kill him. Even so, Qin Shao still didn't lower his head and chose to continue ignoring His Majesty. Even if this slap really landed on him, he would still ignore it. Qin Zhao's heart was strong enough to face everything calmly. Life was something that couldn't be begged for. Death was something that couldn't be stopped. Knowing this, Qin Shao actually didn't need to do anything. Everything would be a waste. Whether he lived or died, Qin Shao firmly believed in his own feelings. The Majesty definitely wouldn't kill him like this. He definitely wouldn't. This wasn't a gamble, but a strong belief in his heart that made Qin Shao firmly believe. It was as if it was a truth that he would definitely agree with. If this wasn't the case, then he could only say that he was wrong. If he lost, then he would have no regrets even if he died. Wasn't the path of cultivation like this? Most of the time, It was a gamble of life and death. Now, it was a gamble of life and death. The strong must have won many life and death battles and trampled on their opponents one by one. They stepped on countless corpses to reach the peak step by step. Sure enough, the Majesty's slap stopped when it was only a fist away from Qin Shao. Although the slap hadn't landed on him yet, Qin Shao already felt a powerful force surging toward him. It felt as if they were facing a level 12 tsunami. Even if it didn't descend upon you, you could still feel the terrifying aura that came from it. Although the Majesty's slap had stopped, its face was green with anger. You're infuriating me to death. On my hand, it's so unbearable. The Majesty went crazy again. It could be seen that the Majesty really wanted to slap Qin Shao to death, but didn't dare to do so. On the contrary, a faint smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. The Majesty's action meant that Qin Zhao's guess was basically not far from the truth. This was the hope of survival. Damn brat, will you die if you beg me? The Majesty glared at Qin Shao and said angrily. There was a hint of hidden bitterness in these words. I won't die. Qin Shao shook his head honestly. That's it. You won't die if you beg me. You can even ask me to let you go immediately. Why can't you beg me? Although I won't die, I'll live a life worse than death, so of course I can't beg you. The Majesty's face was green and white with anger. It took a while before it calmed down. It didn't forget to roll its eyes at Qin Shao and said, You brat, you're as smart as a ghost. Were you sure that I wouldn't kill you from the beginning? Is that why you're so stubborn? Hearing the Majesty's words, Qin Shao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1830. Qin Shao looked at the king and said, That's not it. Although I did have a guess from the beginning, I didn't do this because I'm certain that I won't die. This is indeed my bottom line, so I won't lower my head. There's a saying in my hometown that goes like this. Everyone will die, either as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. I, Qin Shao, can die standing, but I will never live kneeling. I don't want to die, but I'm not afraid of death. If you want to use death to force me to compromise, it won't work. Everyone will die, either as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. After the king read it silently, it smacked its lips and said, What the hell is this? Who said that everyone will die? Once you become an immortal, you won't die at all, unless you're killed by others. Is a feather very light? Is a Mount Tai just a mountain? How heavy can it be? Hearing such an interpretation, Qin Shao was speechless for a moment. However, he didn't argue with the king about this anymore. It was meaningless. King, since you won't kill me, can you let me go first? Qin Shao said. The king glanced at Qin Shao with a displeased look and said with certainty, You can't. I'll let you go just because you told me to? How embarrassing would that be? I just won't kill you, but I didn't say I can't bully you. I know you're in pain now, and I like to see you in pain. So, why should I let you go in such a hurry? With your condition, it won't be a problem for you to hold on for another 1 or 200 years. No hurry, no hurry. As long as I don't kill you, you can slowly enjoy the rest. When I'm in a better mood, I might let you go in advance. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll let you go before you die. Don't worry, don't worry. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. I won't let you die. When it's time for you to die, I'll know and save you. Ha ha ha. You can continue to suffer. I'm going to drink. With that, the king really left. Qin Shao was also speechless. This guy really left. But what could he do? Wasn't it said that since ancient times, only vile people and women were difficult to deal with? Wasn't this king a complete villain? The person was small, the heart was even smaller. In the midst of extreme pain and suffering, 100 years seemed very long. 100 years later, the king held a wine pot in one hand and a greasy meat thigh in the other, eating it in big bites. A strange fragrance wafted into his nose, whetting his appetite. Fortunately, Qin Shao had a good tolerance for good wine and food, so he was not greedy for these things. Kid, how is it? Not bad, right? Do you really think that you will have a good life after offending this king? So what if you're stubborn? If I can't make you lower your head, can I make you feel good? If you can't stand it, just say it. Don't die by accident. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, Then you can rest assured, king. I, Qin Shao, am not that fragile. I won't die so easily. Isn't it just another 100 years of suffering? It's nothing. Come on, I'll take it as training my immortal body. Stubborn. The king spat. With a wave of his hand, a comfortable chair appeared behind him. He simply sat down and drank while looking at Qin Shao. From time to time, he would say a few words, try to provoke Qin Shao. But Qin Shao was unaffected. Just like that, the two of them were in a deadlock. Another 50 years passed. Qin Shao was infinitely close to his limit. He could collapse at any time. Qin Zhao's body had begun to tremble uncontrollably, as if he was about to explode at any time. He had reached his limit in all aspects. Once he collapsed, Qin Zhao's immortal body and soul would instantly shatter, collapse, and die. Therefore, Qin Shao was infinitely close to death. The king was still drinking his wine, glancing at Qin Shao from time to time. Qin Shao naturally did not have the mind to care about the king at this time. He guarded his mind to prevent it from collapsing. But it was too difficult and too painful. He could not stop it at all. He could block it for a while, but not forever. There was no way he could block it forever. The terrifying power hit Qin Zhao's last line of defense again and again. Step by step, Qin Shao was on the verge of collapse. He was on the verge of collapse, just a little bit away. But Qin Shao still refused to admit defeat. He still wanted to fight to the death. Even if he could not, he would not bow down. With his lowly strength, with the light of a firefly, he wanted to stir up the entire firmament. This kid is really stubborn. However, his temperament was indeed very good. It's no wonder that he could come here with such a weak strength. He can be considered extremely heaven-defying. But the king shook his head inwardly. It's not that easy to walk out of here alive. Forget it, forget it. I should stop. If I continue playing, I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill this kid. If the Valley Lord descends, I'll be in big trouble. I'm still very young. I've only lived for 12 years. I don't want to die. With this thought, the king waved his hand. The branches binding Qin Shao quickly retreated like the ebbing tide. The tide rose slowly, but ebbed extremely quickly. As soon as the branches retreated, Qin Shao immediately relaxed. Without the restraint of external forces, his body and mind were incomparably relaxed. However, the torment of nearly 1,000 years had seriously injured Qin Shao. He had used up 70% of his immortal power, and his entire body was somewhat paralyzed. Qin Shao sat down cross-legged and prepared to recuperate his immortal body first. Otherwise, he would not be able to participate in the test in this state. Therefore, the most important thing now was to adjust his immortal body. The king glanced at Qin Shao and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. After all, he's the one who caused it. If I let this kid recuperate like this, he won't be able to recover in less than 10,000 years. I don't want to stay here and watch over him for 10,000 years. I can only feel sorry for him, although I don't want to. With that, the king poured the wine pot in his hand onto Qin Shao. Immediately, immortal wine fell onto Qin Shao like rain. Seeing the king take action, Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. However, he could clearly sense that this immortal wine was extraordinary. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally did not resist. Instead, he took the initiative to welcome the immortal wine and let it fall onto his body and seep into his body. Sure enough, once the immortal wine entered his body, Qin Shao could clearly feel a strong surge of immortal power surging into his body. It was a source of nourishment and strength for Qin Shao. This was simply an immortal elixir that could quickly heal Qin Zhao's injuries. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He absorbed all the immortal wine and began to heal his injuries. With the help of this immortal wine, Qin Shao recovered in just a short 100 years. After regaining his energy, Qin Shao stood up and looked over. His gaze fell on the king. Although the king had tortured him for nearly 1,000 years, it was indeed very abominable. However, these were two separate matters. Qin Shao was still very clear about gratitude and grudges. Therefore, Qin Shao stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Thank you for the immortal wine, Your Majesty." Don't. The king immediately waved his hand and stopped Qin Shao. "Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. It's too late to curry favor with me now. I won't fall for it. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, maybe you're thinking too much. I'm just purely thanking you for giving me the immortal wine to help me heal. As for the pain and torment you gave me, I still remember it. So, don't worry, I won't curry favor with you. Actually, I'm not afraid of you being unhappy, but I don't have a good impression of you at all. The king was so angry that he almost lost his temper again. However, he still restrained himself. You brat, I'm a magnanimous man. I won't lower myself to your level. You'll have to suffer in the future. Brat, you should really curry favor with me. If that's the case, you'll have a much higher chance of making it out alive. If I tell you more about the situation, you'll know how to better pass the test and leave here. If I tell you less, you'll be miserable. So, brat, don't ever provoke me again. If you dare to annoy me, I'll definitely make you even more annoyed. Qin Shao did not doubt this. However, Qin Shao could not deliberately curry favor with the king. That was not something Qin Shao could do. It was okay to give him enough respect. As for the rest, forget it. Even if it was more dangerous, it did not matter. My king, you're a senior and a powerhouse. It's only right that I respect you. I'm not stupid. Why would I take the initiative to provoke you? Qin Shao said. When the weak provoked the strong, it was either because they had a grudge against them or because they were stupid. If it was neither, then they must be tired of living. Obviously, these three Qin Shao did not have any of these. That's more like it. Brat, it seems that you're not that annoying after all. Only then did the king feel a little better. I'm not annoying in the first place. The king waved his hand and said, all right, let's get down to business. Brat, first of all, I have to say that your luck is indeed very good. Very good luck? Qin Shao looked puzzled. He looked at the king and said, please enlighten me, my king. The king grinned and placed his hands behind his back. He turned around and even turned back to glance at Qin Shao from the corner of his eye. After a while, he said, if you weren't the first to reach this king's territory, I'm afraid you would be dead by now. You know nothing about the test. This in itself is a test for you. Since it's a test, there's naturally no so-called fairness. There are many accidental factors in it. Luck plays a very important role. If your luck is bad, you'll die faster. If your luck is good, you'll be closer to success. Your luck is not bad. You're the first to meet me. Qin Shao looked at the king. After listening to him say so much, he still did not understand at all. What is so good about luck? Therefore, Qin Shao could not help but ask, my king, can you be more specific? I really know nothing about the test now. I also don't know how to participate in the test, much less how to pass the test. Therefore, I hope that my king can give me some pointers and give me a rough idea. Only then will I know what exactly I have to do. Haha, if you want to know, then beg me. If you beg me, this great king will tell you everything in detail. I guarantee that you will be able to understand everything clearly right away. Then, your chances of passing the test will be much higher. The great king smiled with a smug look on its face. Qin Shao was speechless. Begging again? Couldn't he say something else? He liked people to please him and beg him at every turn. Did this king like these superficial things so much? Qin Shao was really speechless. Chapter 1831. Hey, brat. What's with that expression? The king felt like he was being looked down upon again, and a huge sense of frustration welled up in his heart. Qin Shao continued to remain silent. Sometimes, silence was the most terrifying weapon, and it was extremely lethal. Seeing that the king was a little angry, Qin Shao inexplicably wanted to laugh in his heart. He felt that the king was actually quite a fun person. On the surface, he gave people the impression that he was a little fierce and evil, but in fact he was quite nice. He would say harsh words, but he would not really do them. Therefore, he was actually very kind in nature. In the end, the king still compromised. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. It's not fun at all. You still don't know what the test for you is, right? Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. He still did not know anything and was very confused. He did not understand the situation at all. The king half reclined lazily on the chair, drank a mouthful of wine contentedly, and said, it's actually very simple. You've been in the test all this time. Since you entered here, the test for you has already begun. No matter what step it is, it's a test for you. It's just that you don't feel it. It's just a test. So, actually, what you need to understand is not the test, but how to pass the test and how to leave here. Been in the test all this time? Qin Shao was slightly taken aback, but it was not difficult for him to understand. He had already guessed that this was the case. Now, the king had confirmed that this was indeed the case. The test had already begun from the moment he entered. An invisible test was also a test, and so was the unknown. It was precisely because of the unknown that it appeared more dangerous. Everything was filled with unknowns, and within the test, there were other tests, one after another. Qin Shao was not surprised by this. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao asked again, "Then how can I pass the test and leave here?" "It's very simple. As long as you win, you can pass the test," the king said matter-of-factly. This answer made Qin Shao want to vomit blood. Wasn't this nonsense? Naturally, it was possible to win all the way. However, to what extent did he have to win? What could he do to be faster? You can't keep winning blindly, right? At least, Qin Shao didn't think it should be like this. There must be a limit. Haha. King suddenly laughed and said, "Then, this king will tell you the specifics." However, speaking up to this point, the king deliberately whetted Qin Zhao's appetite and did not continue speaking. Instead, she looked at Qin Shao with a sneaky expression. Judging from his expression, he knew that he was up to no good. After Qin Shao saw the unfamiliarity, she asked, "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no point in hiding it, right?" Hee, this king likes straightforward people, so I'll just say it. "Brat," begged this king, or at least say a few nice words. Hurry up, hurry up. Once you're done, I'll tell you everything in detail." King rubbed his hands and looked at Qin Shao expectantly. Qin Shao was really speechless. Was it so comfortable to beg and say a few nice words? In fact, given the king's current tone, Qin Shao could still reluctantly accept it. It was not a big deal to say a few words. However, due to the previous influence, Qin Shao really didn't want to bother with the king. Therefore, Qin Shao also replied straightforwardly, "No." King looked very unhappy. He glared fiercely at Qin Shao and said unhappily, "Stingy guy." These words were a bit like a child complaining. How is this manly? After complaining, the king still said, "Brat, listen carefully. This king will only say it once, and I won't say it in too much detail. If you don't hear it clearly, you can only blame yourself." Qin Shao naturally didn't dare to be careless and listen carefully. This is called the Heartless Island. There are a total of 4 islands in the Peach Blossom Valley: flowerless, treeless, heartless, and fruitless. They are divided into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. Our Heartless Island is the 3rd island in terms of danger. Our Heartless Island is divided into 9 zones, and each zone is guarded by 1 person. This area will be guarded by this great king. If you want to pass the test, it's actually very simple. You just have to have the ability to leave the Heartless Island. This is actually a test for you. Leave the Heartless Island? It did sound very simple. However, Qin Shao didn't think so. He shook his head and said, "I'm afraid there's no way for me to leave the Heartless Island. Even if I've become an immortal now and can fly, I'm afraid I can't fly out of the sea. Right?" King nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. Even I can't fly out by relying on flying, let alone you. Not only can you not fly out, but once you fall, you'll die. That's why I said this is a test for you. As long as you can do this, you can pass. You passed the test." When he heard this, he felt that it was very difficult. How could he leave the Heartless Island? It was definitely impossible to rely on strength and flying, unless he could reach the level of a 4th-step Celestial Master. But was this possible? Could he reach the level of a 4th-step Celestial Master just by cultivating in seclusion on the Heartless Island? Qin Shao felt that this was unlikely. Even if it was possible, he didn't know how long it would take. This method obviously wouldn't work. Then what should he do? Since it was a test, there must be a way. "What do I need to get to leave?" Qin Shao asked. King glanced at Qin Shao and nodded, saying, "Yes, boy, you're quite smart. You're right. If you want to leave the Heartless Island, there's only one way, and that is to get the flowing light wings. Flowing light wings? Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. It sounded like a flying-type immortal artifact. It could take him out of the Heartless Island? What kind of immortal treasure was it? Could it be a high-grade immortal treasure? Qin Zhao didn't even have a middle-grade immortal treasure on him now. He only had a few low-grade immortal treasures. Qin Zhao had never seen a high-grade immortal treasure. Generally speaking, only a fourth-step celestial master could have a high-grade immortal treasure. The power of a high-grade immortal treasure must be amazing. Yes, the flowing light wings. King nodded and continued. However, it's not so easy for you to get the flowing light wings. 3 of the 9 districts of the Heartless Island are randomly selected as your test area. Each district will have a clue. You can only find the flowing light wings if you collect all 3 clues. I congratulated you before, because this is also one of your test areas. I have a clue in my hand. As long as you pass my test, you can get this clue. Then, you can continue to look for the other 2 clues. If you collect 3 clues, you can get the flowing light wings. Do you understand? Qin Zhao nodded to show that he understood. However, Qin Zhao still didn't understand something. King, according to what you said, the 3 districts of the test are random. Even you don't know which 3 districts are, right? Yes, I don't know either. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you, King said. Qin Zhao shook his head and smiled. That's right. Even if he knew, he wouldn't tell him. So you're saying that if I barge into another area, my life will be in danger? I have to rely on luck to get through these 3 districts? Qin Zhao asked. The king shrugged his shoulders and smiled rather happily. He said, you're right about that. Everything depends on your luck. If your luck is good enough, it may be like now, where you can enter 1 district at a time. In that case, you only need to pass 3 tests to get the flowing light wings. But if your luck isn't good, you may need to pass 4 or 5, or even 6 or 7 tests to get the flowing light wings. I'll kindly tell you that not every district's guardian is as easy to talk to as me. There are a few eccentric ones who will really kill you. So kid, you're on your own now. Looking at the king's gloating expression, Qin Zhao could feel how difficult it would be for him to obtain the light stream wings. However, there was no other way. No matter how difficult it was, he still had to try. How could it be so easy to pick 3 out of 9 districts? If there was really such luck, it could only be said that it was too heaven-defying. With each additional district, there would be 1 more test and 1 more level of danger. Fortunately, the only consolation was that King had picked the right district. Although King's personality was a little eccentric, it was generally quite easy to talk to. Let's fight. Qin Zhao pursed his lips hard, his fighting spirit high. King sized up Qin Zhao with a strange gaze. After a long while, it said with interest, Hey, boy, with your little strength, how did you get thrown into our Heartless Island? Logically speaking, shouldn't you go to Fruitless Island? On Fruitless Island, you may have a chance to get out alive. Qin Zhao glanced at King. What did it mean? It was as if he couldn't get out alive on Heartless Island. Was it so difficult? However, speaking of this, Qin Zhao wanted to cry, but had no tears. If he hadn't been cheated by Hua Hua, he should have gone to Fruitless Island. This little girl had really cheated him to death, but what could he do? Now that he was here, there was no way out. He could only continue. King, you should continue with the main topic, Qin Zhao said. King spread its hands and said, I'm done. What else do you want to hear? I've already said that I won't tell you in detail. I'm already very benevolent to tell you so much. It's fine if you want to hear more, but you have to beg this king. Say something nice. That way, as long as I'm happy, I can consider it. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. I've already told you a lot. Don't push it. All right. Qin Zhao was helpless. It seemed that King was really difficult to deal with. However, knowing so much was enough. Now, what Qin Zhao had to face was how to pass the king's test. Qin Zhao believed that the king's test hadn't actually started yet. Qin Zhao became serious and said directly, King, why don't you start your test? I've already prepared for a battle. Yo, yo, yo. King made a series of strange sounds and laughed slyly. So anxious? It's not a good thing to be anxious. It's not that easy to pass my test. So what's the hurry? Why don't you chat with me? Maybe I'll be happy and go easy on you, so that you can pass the test more easily? Qin Shao didn't appreciate it. He shook his head and said, "There's no need to go easy on me. Let's do what we have to do. If you say that, I'll get angry. If I get angry, the difficulty will double." Chapter 1832. The king brought Qin Shao to a giant peak and pointed at it. With a sneaky smile, he said to Qin Shao, "Hee, Qin Shao. Here, this is your test." The king always liked to be mysterious when he spoke, and no one could understand what he meant. Hence, Qin Shao still looked at the king with a confused expression. There was only a giant peak in front of him, and he didn't say anything at all. The king chuckled and continued, "Don't be nervous. I'm actually very easy to talk to. Although you have indeed made this king unhappy, this king will not increase the difficulty of the test too much. Hence, the test is still very simple. As you can see, your task is to patrol this giant peak. Go around and check every angle of this giant peak. Once you reach the peak, you'll pass the test." How is it? Simple enough, right? Do you think even a 3-year-old child can do it? Hearing the king's words, Qin Shao was really stunned. He looked at the giant peak in front of him, then looked at the king and frowned slightly. What kind of game was this? This was the test. Why did it sound a little weird? Wasn't this test a little too simple? At least, that was what it sounded like. The giant peak in front of him wasn't too big. Even if he walked at a normal speed, it would probably take no more than a year for Qin Shao to check the entire giant peak in detail. If he walked a little faster, half a year would be enough. This didn't sound like a difficult challenge at all. No. The test couldn't be so simple. Qin Shao, don't think too much. The test is that simple. I've already said that you should be glad that you met me. This is your luck. I'm the easiest guardian to talk to in these 9 districts. I'm the most handsome here. The king's voice sounded again, as if he knew the doubts in Qin Shao's heart. However, Qin Shao wanted to retort. What did being easy to talk to have to do with being handsome? Moreover, the king's appearance shouldn't have anything to do with the word handsome, right? Even those with poor aesthetic standards wouldn't think that the king was handsome, right? Unless he was really blind. Qin Shao, I think I heard you scolding me in your mind? King's face suddenly darkened as he stared at Qin Shao sternly. Qin Shao thought to himself, can the king hear my inner thoughts? That didn't make sense, right? In any case, he had already become an immortal. Even if the king was a 3rd-step celestial venerable, she shouldn't have the ability to do that, to be able to see through his thoughts with a single glance. Most likely, only ancient sages would be able to do such a thing. No, Qin Shao replied calmly. However, the king rolled his eyes at Qin Shao in disdain. TSK, so be it if you scold him. Why are you still refusing to admit it? Do you think that I wouldn't know just because you're cursing me in your heart? Qin Shao was speechless. She really knew? She couldn't be that vicious, right? This was a little scary. Didn't that mean that he had no secrets at all in front of the king? That was impossible. No, there was a trap. Sure enough, by the time Qin Shao reacted, the king had already revealed a treacherous smile. You damn brat. You really dare to scold me in your heart? To think that I've been so good to you and didn't even show mercy and not make things difficult for you. Is this how you repay me? Look at yourself. Aren't you ashamed? Qin Zhao's face was also filled with embarrassment. His face flushed red, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. You must be jealous of my handsomeness. That's why you're like this. Jealousy often causes people to hate. But this king was born so handsome. Can this be blamed on this king? What can this king do? It's very understandable that you're envious and jealous of me. But it's wrong of you to scold me, right? Qin Shao, brat, do you know your mistake now? If you know your mistake, hurry up and apologize to me. I'll forgive you. The king preached to Qin Shao with a straight face, and Qin Shao really thought that he was wrong. However, Qin Zhao's temperament was very strong. In the face of such an attack, he naturally wouldn't be easily defeated. It wasn't that Qin Shao hadn't seen narcissistic and shameless people before. A more typical example was Brother Pure. However, no matter how narcissistic and shameless Brother Pure was, he still had the confidence to back him up. In terms of appearance, Brother Pure was indeed the standard handsome and dashing. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe him as a jade tree with an imposing appearance. When such narcissistic words came out of the king's mouth, it really made Qin Shao feel as if he was struck by lightning on the outside and tender on the inside. So, if he listened too much, he would really suffer internal injuries from holding it in. "You're really boring." Seeing that Qin Shao was silent again, the king felt bored, so he didn't say much on this topic. Instead, he returned to the main topic. "Well, Qin Shao, I'm too lazy to be long-winded with you. Hurry up and find the mountain. Let's go." Qin Shao also didn't want to listen to the king's nagging anymore. Anyway, Qin Shao felt that this test would definitely not be as simple as the king said. It would definitely be very terrifying and dangerous. It was definitely not an easy thing to pass this test. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately braced himself up and prepared to set off for the mountain with an incomparably high fighting spirit. Fighting spirit made people strong. If you want to succeed, you must maintain a superhuman fighting spirit. This was the foundation. When Qin Shao was about to take a step, he suddenly felt a heavy kick on his back. A powerful force smashed on his body like a huge rock. Caught off guard, Qin Shao didn't have time to resist at all. His whole body was directly kicked out. Moreover, this force was terrifyingly strong. Therefore, even after Qin Shao came to his senses, it was still difficult for him to stop his body. He could only watch helplessly as he smashed into the mountain rocks like a meteorite, directly smashing a big hole. Qin Shao climbed out of the big hole in a somewhat sorry state. He shook off the gravel on his body and looked back unhappily, but the king had already disappeared. The one who kicked him in the back just now was obviously the king. What a villain. I really can't offend him casually. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. It was really hard to imagine that a third-step Celestial Master Great Immortal would actually do such a despicable thing. Just thinking about it made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Shaking his head, Qin Shao collected his feelings and continued to move forward. Now, his mind should be completely focused on the upcoming test. No matter what kind of test it was, he believed that he must do his best to pass it. The mountain, it was still the same mountain. After entering the mountain, he still didn't feel any change. Was there something else hidden in it? The scenery, it was still the same scenery, with green mountains and green trees. It was a beautiful scene. Although it was not pleasant, there was also a sense of leisure, peace, and tranquility, without the slightest hint of violence. Walking in it, Qin Shao really didn't feel any danger. This walk took more than 3 months, and he had already climbed 1/3 of the height. Finally, a piece of flat land appeared in front of Qin Shao. The empty flat land didn't seem to be naturally formed, but more like man-made. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but look at it carefully. Boom! Suddenly, a strange sound came from all directions. Huge stone tablets, which were 100 feet high and 30 feet wide, appeared in the open space. There were as many as 81 of them, and they formed 3 huge circles, enclosing Qin Shao in the middle. Not only these stone tablets, but also the open space flashed with rays of light, which showed a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. The light enveloped the open space and connected it, forming a top-secret space. Qin Shao was trapped in it. He also felt that he was trapped, and there was no way out. Trapped as soon as he came, Qin Shao frowned deeply. He looked around faintly, and his eyes fell on those stone tablets. Those stone tablets were lustrous. They looked ordinary, but they were definitely not ordinary. They seemed to be standing there quietly, but Qin Shao knew that they were definitely not that simple. Above his head, the light condensed and formed a bounded domain. There was no way to fly out from it. He didn't even have to try. Qin Shao had a very strong feeling. Wahaha! Suddenly, a burst of very exaggerated laughter came. A figure in a half-black and half-white robe appeared in the air. The long robe wrapped his whole body. There was a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram on the robe, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. His hair and beard were white, and he held a whisk in his hand, which made him look more like an immortal. But that face! Qin Shao couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was a very familiar face. King. This face, if not the king's, who could it be? Therefore, Qin Shao was a little confused. The test on the mountain was also the king's? Bah, the old man is not the king. The old man's name is Great Immortal Fan Shun. The other party stared at Qin Shao and said with a dignified look. The person before him didn't just look like the king. Qin Shao could clearly feel the king's aura. It couldn't be fake. You're the king? Can't you cover it up with makeup? Also, can you disguise your aura? Qin Shao was a little speechless. Bah, bah, bah. I said I'm not the king, so I'm not the king. How many times do you want me, this great immortal, to say it? The king looked a little exasperated. He waved his hand and said, Okay, kid. Don't worry about these details. The main point is the test. After that, the king muttered, My disguise is quite good, isn't it? I think it's flawless. How did this kid see through it at a glance? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. This king's camouflage skills are very good. I must have overlooked something. Well, learn from this experience. I'll improve it next time. Although the muttering voice was low, Qin Shao still heard it. He didn't know if the king did it on purpose. Anyway, Qin Shao had the urge to vomit blood. Could it be more outrageous? Kid, in front of you is the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation. This is a test for you. It's very simple. As long as you can walk out of the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation, you'll pass the test, the king said seriously. Qin Shao had expected this test. It was indeed so. It was very difficult to walk out of the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation. Qin Shao felt it earlier. However, no matter how difficult it was, there was no other way. He could only give it a try. Kid, let me remind you again. You don't have much time. This yin-yang 8 trigrams formation has a time limit. Once the time is up, everything will be erased. Chapter 1833. 8,100 years. That did sound like a very short period of time. Qin Shao felt that this test was extremely difficult. Now that there was a time limit, it was even more difficult. Ha. Kid, take your time and enjoy it. If you really can't do it, you can always come and beg this great king. Yui, the great deity, you can say some nice words to this great deity. Perhaps if this great deity is happy, I might even let you off a little. The great king laid down lazily on his chair and drank his wine gloatingly, looking as though he was watching a good show. That despicable look of his was really asking for a beating. He was clearly the great king. Why was he acting like a great deity? To think that he had the cheek to show off with such poor acting skills. Qin Shao could not be bothered with the great king anymore as he continued to look at the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation. Qin Shao was no stranger to the yin-yang 8 trigrams and formations. The Tao of Great Tao encompassed everything, including the 8 trigrams and formations. Qin Shao had come into contact with them previously and had also cultivated many of them. Therefore, Qin Shao could be considered to have some understanding of formations. The yin-yang 8 trigrams formation before him was clearly not something that Qin Shao could compare with in the primordial universe. The yin-yang 8 trigrams formation before him contained the laws of the immortal Tao and the might of the heavenly Tao within it. It was extremely powerful and complex. Even though the formations are different and their foundations are different, there are some things that can be connected. If I want to break a formation, there are only 2 ways. One is to break through it with brute force, using brute force to break through the restraints of the formation. This is clearly not a path that I can take. It's also not a common method of breaking formations. The other way is to break through the formation through comprehension. After comprehending the formation thoroughly, one has to find the corner of the formation and seize the opportunity to break out of the formation. Without destroying the foundation of the formation, one has to find the weak point of the formation and retreat from it. This is the best way to break through the formation. If I want to pass this test, I have to break through the formation through comprehension. Only 8,100 years of time. That's really tight. Since the Peach Blossom Valley Master has given me such a time limit, it means that there must be someone who can do it. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Since it's a big test, it means that only very, very few people can do it. And I, Qin Shao, will definitely become one of the very few. Let's start comprehending the formation. Qin Shao began to move. As soon as he moved, the entire 8 trigrams array began to move. Rumble. The 81 stone tablets began to move, moving in a circular trajectory, releasing immortal light, appearing immortal might, extremely unordinary. The stone tablet didn't seem to be moving very fast. Although it had 3 layers, there was still a small gap. Qin Zhao's eyes were fixed on these gaps. Would it work if she suddenly burst out and rushed through them? Although Qin Zhao knew that the possibility of this happening was probably 0, she had to give it a try no matter what. If he didn't try, how would he know how to break this array? Just looking at it wasn't enough. He had to try it out for himself and feel the power of the array formation. Whoosh! Qin Zhao seized the opportunity. The cloud shadow technique, together with the lightning wings, instantly made Qin Zhao's speed faster than a flash of lightning. With such speed, it would only take an instant for her to rush out. It would only take a very, very short time. Qin Zhao had already calculated that the gap would be enough for him to rush out. Bang! However, the situation wasn't as good as Qin Zhao had imagined. Qin Zhao's whole body smashed heavily on one of the stone tablets. Powerful immortal might gushed out from the stone tablet and smashed heavily on Qin Zhao's body, directly rebounding Qin Zhao back into the array formation. The rebounding force was so terrifying that Qin Zhao felt a tearing pain all over his body. It was as if his immortal body had been torn apart countless times. If his immortal body wasn't strong enough, the rebounding force would have been enough to injure him badly. This situation was actually within Qin Zhao's expectations. If it was so easy to rush out, then this wouldn't be a test. It seems that it's impossible to take advantage of this situation. Qin Zhao shook his head. The king, who was lazily drinking wine in the void outside, laughed happily. Ha ha! Qin Zhao, boy, wouldn't it be a joke if it was so easy for you to get out of the yin-yang 8 trigrams array? Boy, don't think about those little tricks. Just focus on breaking the array. King, I appreciate your kindness. I know what to do, Qin Zhao said to the king. If neither soft nor hard methods worked, then if he wanted to get out, he had to understand the array formation. To understand the array formation, he had to understand the foundation of the array formation. This was a difficult task. It was extremely difficult to comprehend such a dangerous formation. In terms of array formations, Qin Zhao admittedly had some foundation, but these foundations were actually not very practical when placed here. It was very difficult to imitate. At most, Qin Zhao only had some experience. The most important thing was that the time was too short. It was almost impossible to understand a dangerous array formation in a mere 8,100 years. Unless he was a real genius in array formation and had a strong foundation in array formation. Qin Zhao didn't have a foundation. Qin Zhao had never come into contact with an array formation of this level before. Therefore, for Qin Zhao, it could be said that this was a new field. Everything was new. This meant that Qin Zhao had to start from scratch to understand the yin-yang 8 trigrams array. Moreover, he had to break the array formation and leave in a short 8,100 years. This sounded like an impossible task. The task was very difficult. Qin Zhao knew this very well. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Zhao was full of confidence. A great test was actually also a great opportunity. If he could pass it, it would be a huge improvement for him. The greater the effort, the greater the reward. This was directly proportional. It's obviously impossible for me to understand the yin-yang 8 trigrams array in such a short time just by looking at it. Since it's a test, it has to give me something to make it possible. Therefore, there must be something that gives me a hint. The stone tablets. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the stone tablets. He found that there were some patterns and runes on the stone tablets. They flowed on the stone tablets like flowing light. Those words also moved with the movement of the stone tablet. They were like little tadpoles, vivid and lifelike, constantly changing. It was the same for all 81 stone tablets. In addition to these stone tablets, Qin Zhao also found that the yin-yang 8 trigrams array on the ground also became very lively under the brilliance of the immortal light. The yin-yang twin fish seemed to be coming to life. From these things, Qin Zhao keenly perceived a hint of information. The enlightenment was hidden in this information. It was just that he had to dig it out again to be able to peel the silk from the cocoon, simplify the complexity, and reach the foundation of the formation. The foundation was like the cornerstone, hidden in the deepest part. Only by clearing out all the buildings would he be able to find the cornerstone. A formation also had its foundation and core. To fully understand formations, he had to start from many aspects. I only have some experience in formations, but I don't have any foundation in formations. I don't really understand some of the basic things about formations. If I have time to learn from the beginning, I believe there won't be any problems. But there are only 8,100 years, so I don't have the time to slowly learn. What I need to do now is to overtake others. I need to throw away the foundation and directly understand and cultivate and control formations. It's much easier to comprehend by analogy when one's cultivation level is high. But I've just broken through and become an immortal and just embarked on the true path of cultivation. My cultivation level is still very low, so comprehending formations is a great challenge for me. But I came here to take part in the test, so it's normal that the challenge is great. Whether I have to start from zero or overtake others, as long as I have a strong belief, I'll definitely succeed. If I want to become strong, I have to create one after another impossible. Miracles always belong to very few people. If I want to walk out of the central area of the bonfire domain alive, I have to create a great miracle. Compared to that, what's before me is just a small miracle. If I can't even create this small miracle, then how can I create a great miracle? Begin enlightenment. Qin Shao sat down cross-legged and let his body float 30 feet in the air. He closed his eyes slightly and immersed his mind completely in the steel. His heart moved with the lively patterns and runes. Cultivation was a painful thing, but it was also a very happy thing. If you could gain something new from it, then it was a kind of happiness. Every day, you would gain something new. This was a very happy thing. If you couldn't gain anything new and remain stagnant, then it would be a kind of pain and suffering. Pain and suffering could easily cause a person to break down. Cultivation required talent and potential, but it also required an unswerving heart and strong belief. If all these conditions were met, then one would have the prerequisites to become a strong person. But even if these prerequisites were met, it would be very, very difficult to truly become strong on the slow path of cultivation. This path was filled with countless dangers. Every time, one would have to fight to the death, improve oneself, and break through oneself. This kid's temperament is really impressive. He's completely immersed in enlightenment so quickly. It seems that there's still a lot of hope. The king drank as he paid attention to Qin Shao. Not a single detail escaped his notice. But, after taking a sip of wine, the king couldn't help but shake his head slightly and said, "But the time is too short. It's only been 8,100 years. TSK, TSK. How much of a genius does he have to be to achieve this? This kid doesn't have any foundation at all. He's completely starting from scratch. And speaking of which, there aren't many tips given to him. Without someone to teach him by example, it's difficult. I don't know how this kid entered the Peach Blossom Valley. Is it really fate? It seems that this kid is a peerless genius. If he dies here, it'll be a pity. Given time, there's still hope for him to grow to the level of an ancient sage. Let's hope that this test will be a chance for him to transform his life. If he can walk out of the Heartless Island, it'll be no less than a great opportunity for him. This will be of great help to his future path of cultivation. Humph, King. Oh, King, why do you care about a kid? Could it be that he's really been here for too long, so his temperament has changed? What's the big deal about a kid's life? Chapter 1834. Peach Blossom Valley, under a blossoming peach tree. Tao Tao, how many years has it been since Big Brother went down? Floey asked. Tao Tao replied casually. Aren't you clear about it? I see that you've been calculating it all along. Why are you still asking me? Just tell me. I just want to confirm. Floey started acting coquettishly. This trick worked on Tao Tao. Tao Tao immediately raised her hands in surrender. Fine, fine, fine. I'm scared of you. If we calculate the time, it should be around 8,000 years, right? Don't worry. That big guy is very lucky. He didn't die in there. Floey glanced at Tao Tao and said, Nonsense. Of course he didn't die. If he did, we would have known. Then what are you worried about? Tao Tao was speechless. Chloe shyly covered her bottom and said, "You don't understand this kind of thing." Hee hee. What kind of thing? Don't understand? Tao Dao was even more speechless. She felt a strange feeling in her heart. At this moment, Tao Tao and Chloe raised their eyebrows at the same time. Both of them looked towards the entrance of the Peach Blossom Valley. After taking a look, the two of them looked at each other, revealing a strange look. What's going on? Why are there so many people entering our Peach Blossom Valley? Before they could finish speaking, both of them exclaimed in surprise. They looked towards the center of the Peach Blossom Valley. That was where the Valley Master cultivated. In that courtyard, in the thick rain of peach blossoms, a somewhat cold and handsome man with delicate features sat cross-legged on a flower platform made of interwoven peach blossoms. His peach-colored clothes were even more suitable for the scene. His eyes suddenly shone with a strange light. A slight smile appeared on his cold face. Looks like I haven't paid attention to the outside world for too long. I didn't expect a peach blossom body woman to appear. I've been here for dozens of epochs. This time I'm surprised. Interesting. Looks like I really need to move around. Heartless Island. It's been 8,000 years. I don't know how much this kid has comprehended. While drinking, the king observed Qin Shao. He started to feel anxious for Qin Shao. In these 8,000 years, he hadn't been idle. Instead, he had been paying attention to Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao hadn't done anything in these 8,000 years. Most of the time, he sat there quietly and comprehended the formation. Only once in a while would it move and practice something, but that was also an extremely rare occurrence. Therefore, the king didn't know how much Qin Shao had comprehended. There were only 100 years left. If there was no way to get out of the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation, then he wouldn't be able to help Qin Shao. He would probably die in the formation. It would be a pity if he really died. He is. I want to go easy on him, but I don't have a reason. You're making things difficult for me. Forget it. If this brat really dies, I'll just collect his corpse for him. My king, I appreciate your kindness. There is no need to collect his corpse. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the king's eyes to widen in surprise. The person who spoke was Qin Shao. Qin Shao had left the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation and was standing outside talking to the king. In that split second just now, he had already broken out of the array formation. The great king also assessed Qin Shao with a strange gaze before saying, "You're really something. I was just a little careless, and you've already broken out of the formation. Not bad. You started from scratch in 8,000 years. You comprehended the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation and walked out. Although the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation is only a beginner formation, it is enough to trap most second-step celestial venerables. You are very good to be able to walk out in such a short time." Qin Shao also felt that the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation could easily trap second-step celestial venerables. If one was not a second-step celestial venerate, there was no way to break out of the formation. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "My king, don't judge me. Although I have comprehended the foundation of the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation and can walk out of it, I can only walk out of it. However, I was only able to walk out of it. For the time being, I am still unable to break this formation. There was no need to mention unleashing the spirit formation. Thus, I'm actually still quite far from being able to truly control this formation." The king couldn't help but roll its eyes at Qin Shao and said, "You really don't know how to be content. You've only comprehended it for a short 8,000 years. If you can do all this, then this king will have to commit suicide. If you can do this, you will be a beginner formation master. It took me 2 million years to become a beginner formation master. So what are you in a hurry for? You can't do it without the accumulation of time. You can slowly comprehend and cultivate in the future. At the very least, you have already taken the first step. The next 2 steps will be a matter of course. You just need to work hard, and you will be able to do it." All right then, Qin Shao chuckled to himself. He had indeed been too naive. Thinking about it, it was indeed a little heaven-defying to be able to do all this. If he could really do it, His ability to control array formations alone would be enough to suppress most second-step universe grades. Given Qin Zhao's current strength, he would probably be defeated if he faced a second-step universe grade with a little bit of experience. It was definitely not that easy to become a beginner formation master. The king raised his head and said with a proud expression, "Being an array master is a special honor. Although the path of array formations is a supplementary and not outstanding, it is still very respected. The treatment of a beginner formation master is completely comparable to that of a great immortal. The number of array masters in the Immortal Protectorate is extremely small. It can even be said that they are a rare commodity. This great king is an intermediate formation master. I can even trap an ordinary exalted immortal. In terms of the Tao of formations, this great king is quite famous in the immortal domain." Although the king spoke so mightily, Qin Zhao expressed serious doubts. Based on his aura, the king should only be a third-step heavenly venerate great immortal. No matter how strong he was, wouldn't he at most be comparable to an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate great immortal? Was his attainment in the path of array formations that deep? There was still a possibility, but Qin Zhao didn't really believe the king's words. "Qin Zhao, kid, what's with that expression? Don't you believe my words?" The king glared at Qin Zhao. "No," Qin Zhao replied. The king's eyes widened even more as he said angrily, "Hypocrite, you are really hypocritical. You obviously don't believe me, and you still say you don't. Can you be any more hypocritical?" "All right, I do." Qin Zhao could only change his words. Qin Zhao, why are you so annoying? You really dare to say you do?" The king was even more unhappy. Qin Zhao was speechless. He couldn't say no. He couldn't say yes. Then what should he do? Forget it. He was used to it anyway. So, it was better to deal with it coldly. Sure enough, after the king was angry for a while, he gradually calmed down. "Forget it. I won't lower myself to your level." The king waved his hand. Qin Zhao didn't reply. The king returned to normal and said, "Oh, right. Qin Zhao, tell me how you got out? I'm really curious. I didn't expect you to really do it." Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "Actually, there's nothing much to say, right? It's nothing more than understanding the foundation of the formation and then analyzing how to get out. Reverse thinking. Actually, at first, I thought that if I wanted to get out of the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation, I needed to find the corner of the formation, find the weak point, and then break through the weak point to get out. But later, I realized that it wasn't completely the case. Doing that was indeed a way, but it wasn't the fastest and easiest way. As my understanding of the formation deepened and my understanding of the foundation deepened, I realized that there was a faster and easier way. Reverse thinking. I knew what the structure of the formation was, so I went back in reverse and found a way to get out of the formation. So, I was able to get out without batting an eyelid." The king was slightly stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Qin Zhao in a new light. He couldn't help but nod in praise. "Qin Zhao, you're really smart. You came up with this kind of reverse thinking so quickly. Indeed, this is a faster and simpler way, but it's very difficult for the average person to think of this level, especially for someone like you who's new to the Tao of formations. Generally speaking, everyone thinks that you should find the corner of the formation, find the weak point, and then break out. But in fact, there's a better way. Your way is a better way. I didn't expect you to be able to reach this step directly. You're indeed a peerless genius. TSK, if you concentrate on the Tao of formations, you'll definitely achieve great things. You'll definitely become an intermediate array master. You might even become an advanced array master. TSK. Advanced array masters in the entire immortal region are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. If you can become an advanced array master, you'll be very popular wherever you go. Any great immortal sect will treat you as a guest of honor. Concentrate on the Tao of formations." Qin Zhao smiled faintly and shook his head. That was naturally impossible. No matter how good the Tao of formations was, it was ultimately just a side category. It wasn't a true Tao of cultivation, nor was it a true great Tao. The great Tao of cultivation, the Tao of heart force, the Tao of strength, true intent, and the Tao of immortality. These four great Taos were all true great Taos of cultivation. They were all great Taos that could lead to supreme realms. The others were all side categories, all minor Taos. They seemed glorious, but it was difficult to reach the true peak. Therefore, as a side category, he could cultivate if he had the chance. But wholeheartedly cultivating wasn't what Qin Shao wanted. At least, he definitely couldn't do that now. Therefore, no matter how well the king said, Qin Shao wasn't moved at all. The king seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts. He waved his hand and said, forget it. Looks like you're not interested. That's right. Your current thoughts should be on the cultivation of the Tao of immortality. As for the Tao of formations, it's a side category after all. You can put some thought into it, but it's not the right Tao. That's right. If I have the chance, I'll naturally cultivate the Tao of formations. Actually, I haven't really gained anything from the Tao of formations. There's still a long way to go before I can become an elementary array master. Qin Shao nodded. The king laughed and said, haha kid, work hard. You still have a good chance of becoming an elementary array master. Chapter 1835. After passing the first test, Qin Zhao's confidence improved a lot, and his strength increased a little. Qin Shao was not afraid of difficult challenges, and now he was even more calm. Qin Shao continued to move forward. After more than 3 months, a sword forest appeared at 2/3 of the height of the giant peak. Tens of thousands of swords were inserted into the ground. There were all kinds of swords, and no two of them were exactly the same. There were slender swords, giant swords, heavy swords, stone swords, broken swords. They were in different shapes. Some swords were stained with blood. Some of the swords were stained with rust. It was unknown how old they were. The tens of thousands of swords also caused the atmosphere here to become austere and bleak. There was sword chi, but the sword chi was not strong. The sword wind was slight. It would not cause any harm to Qin Shao. The second test is here. According to the situation, there should be 3 tests. Qin Shao pondered in his heart as he carefully observed his surroundings. He fearlessly entered the forest of swords. Since it was a test, there was no need to hide. He should face it with a high fighting spirit. There is sword chi. What a strong sword chi. Qin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed as he sensed a powerful sword chi suddenly appear. Qin Shao quickly looked for the source of the strong sword chi, but the sword chi seemed to be playing hide-and-seek with him. Qin Shao looked for it several times, but he could not find it. It was not until the 3rd time that Qin Shao finally saw the source of the strong sword chi. Standing on a giant sword, he stood there quietly in the air. His long cloak fluttered in the wind and flew high up in the air, making him look very majestic. Holding a sword, he stood there with his back to Qin Shao. He was quite powerful, but how could the person in front of him, who was emitting strong sword chi, be so small? He was only a little more than 1 meter tall. He looked like a child of 3 or 4 years old. Is it possible that everyone here is so short? Qin Shao couldn't help but think that this was what she had seen along the way. It was indeed a little strange. Were they all from the same race? However, Qin Shao wasn't in the mood to think too much about it. His task now was to face the second test. There were guardians in the first level, and it wasn't surprising that there were guardians in this level. However, this protector probably wouldn't get involved. Therefore, no matter how strong the protector was, it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect Qin Shao at all. Qin Shao looked at his back and thought that the second test might have something to do with swords. There seemed to be a formation here. Could it be a sword formation? The Yin-Yang 8 trigrams formation was actually a trap formation. It didn't have any offensive power, so staying in the formation was actually very safe. It wasn't dangerous at all. But if it was a sword formation, then it was different. Sword formations were mainly offensive formations. Therefore, it was definitely not safe to enter the sword formation. It was impossible to slowly comprehend the formation and break it like before. Entering the sword formation was like entering a dangerous place. Once the sword formation was activated, it would definitely launch an attack. Therefore, the second test was obviously much more dangerous than the first test. This made Qin Shao couldn't help but cheer up. He had to go all out. Kid, for you to be able to come to this sword immortal means that you are quite capable. But no matter how capable you are, you can't pass me. My sword will let you know how to write the word death. Boy, are you starting to be afraid? Oh, haha. If you're afraid, boy, you can beg me. Maybe I'll go easy on you. Otherwise, you will soon die under this sword immortal sword. The sword immortal from the back suddenly said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent, and it was not cold at all. This tone of voice, why does it feel so familiar? Your Majesty? Qin Shao frowned. He couldn't help but have a thought. He couldn't see his face clearly. The voice was different, but the tone was very familiar. The gatekeeper of the first test was the king in disguise. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if the back figure in front of him was also the king in disguise. Qin Shao tried to sense the aura, but the strong sword Qi lingered around the figure. So Qin Shao couldn't sense the other's aura at all. Even so, Qin Shao still felt that the back figure should be the king. Therefore, Qin Shao directly said, Your Majesty, you'd better tell me directly. Let's start the second test. I've been discovered? That's impossible. Is this king's disguise technique that bad? The back figure spat and then turned around. Who else could it be but the king? However, after dressing up, he looked more like a swordsman. He gave off a mighty feeling. Ha ha! Qin Shao, boy, it's me again. Are you surprised? Are you pleasantly surprised? The king smiled and said to Qin Shao, Surprised, my ass. Surprised? It was almost a shock. Hey. Qin Shao, boy, what's with your expression? Can't you give me some face? After all, I've helped you a lot. The king looked at Qin Shao unhappily. Oh, I'm surprised, Qin Shao replied casually. Really? The king rolled his eyes at Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't care anymore. Anyway, no matter what he did, the king would definitely be dissatisfied. Unless he was as good as the king. Anyway, Qin Shao really couldn't cooperate with the king's personality. Even if he cooperated against his will, the king would still be unhappy. Qin Shao, boy, you saw the sword forest in front of you. Under the sword forest is a 10,000 swords formation. Although the 10,000 swords formation is also a low-grade formation, its power is top-notch among low-grade formations. Most second-step heavenly venerables will die in this formation. Qin Shao, boy, you should be clear of your strength. Once the 10,000 swords formation is activated, you definitely won't be able to escape. I'll give you 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, the 10,000 swords formation will be activated. When the time comes, I'll be waiting to collect your corpse. This time, the king went straight to the point. However, Qin Shao felt that it was full of malice. It seemed that the king was a very vengeful person. The situation described by the king was similar to what Qin Shao had imagined. Qin Shao also guessed that this was a sword-type formation. A formation that focused on attacking would definitely be very terrifying. The truth was indeed so. Qin Shao believed that the king wouldn't lie to him. Therefore, according to the king, his only way out was to figure out a way to break the 10,000 swords formation in these 10,000 years. Only in this way could he possibly leave the 10,000 swords formation alive when it was activated. If he fought recklessly, he would obviously die. There was no doubt about this. Qin Shao didn't doubt it at all. Therefore, the only way to survive was to break the formation. 10,000 years was 2,000 years more than the first stage. However, the time was still very short. For most people, it should be an impossible task. However, Qin Shao had to complete it. Otherwise, he would die. Since that was the case, he would start to challenge the impossible. Turning the impossible into a possibility was a very fulfilling thing. Qin Shao looked at the swords around him seriously. The way to break the formation must be among these swords. Therefore, he had to find a way to break the formation from these swords first. Then he could study and cultivate. The king continued to lie on the side and drink wine. He seemed to be very comfortable. The 10,000 swords formation. Back then, it took me nearly 1,000,000 years to fully comprehend this 10,000 swords formation. Qin Shao, this kid, only has 10,000 years. Can he really comprehend it? Although he doesn't need to reach the level of complete control, He should at least be able to understand it and know how to break the formation. Okay, it's not an easy task to reach this step. Although there are many clues and revelations in the Sword Forest, he still needs to comprehend them himself. Without the guidance of an expert, it's too difficult to comprehend all by himself. If such a test had been placed on me back then, I'm afraid I would have failed. This kid, I kind of sympathize with him. Of all places, he had to break into our Peach Blossom Valley. This is fate. Alas, forget it. I hope this kid can create a miracle like he did in the first stage. In a courtyard in the nominal disciple area of the Fuda Immortal Palace. In a gazebo, the two of them sat there, drinking wine unhappily. No matter how delicious the wine was, it tasted like horse urine in their mouths. It was hard to swallow. Fatty Kai, it's been tens of thousands of years. Is there still no definite news about Brother Qin Xiao? Xiao Dao asked. Over the years, Xiao Dao didn't have much time to cultivate. He was always worried about Qin Xiao, so he asked Fatty Kai from time to time. His sister also went to the Nightmare Fire Field to save Brother Qin Xiao. How could Xiao Dao feel at ease when two of his closest relatives went to the Nightmare Fire Field? Fatty Kai understood Xiao Dao's feelings very well. He patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and comforted him. Brother, don't worry. I've been trying my best to inquire about Qin Xiao. You don't have to worry about your sister. After all, Princess Xiaoyu is the disciple of the palace master. She must have some means to protect herself. Besides, the palace master won't let anything happen to Princess Xiaoyu. If there is any danger, I believe the palace master will definitely help. As for Qin Xiao, the news I've received is indeed not good news. After saying that, Fatty Kai shook his head helplessly. Xiao Dao's fingers were almost digging into his flesh. He said in a trembling voice, Fatty Kai, did Brother Qin Xiao really enter the central area of the Nightmare Fire Field? But how could this be? If he entered the inner area of the Nightmare Fire Field, it would be normal. But how could he enter the central area of the Nightmare Fire Field? How could he go through the inner area and enter the central area? Fatty Kai, did you really figure out? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Fatty Kai sighed and said, I also hope I made a mistake. When I got this information, I couldn't believe it. It took me a long time to confirm it. I also asked my father. He also said it was possible. This information shouldn't be fake. Although I don't know how it happened, it's the truth. So, we can only believe it. Xiao Dao also knew that since Fatty Kai said so, it shouldn't be wrong. It was just that this situation was really hard for him to accept. He knew how terrible the central area of the Nightmare Fire Field was. Entering that place would mean certain death. Even superior immortals didn't dare to enter it easily. Chapter 1836. Hongmeng Universe, Nine Continents World, Qin Manor. A fairy-like figure was dancing gracefully in the peach blossom forest. The sky was filled with peach blossoms that contained the great Tao of the heavens. Gu Lingwei had been working hard to cultivate and break through to the heavenly venerate level. However, it was exceptionally difficult to take this last step. Countless attempts had resulted in countless defeats. Flowers bloomed and fell. The peach blossoms that filled the sky soon all fell. Gu Lingwei also stopped and turned around to look. She saw a figure walk out of thin air with a slight smile on his face. However, the frown between his brows wasn't that relaxed. Qin Xiao, did you encounter some difficulties in the immortal domain? Gu Lingwei stepped forward and asked gently. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, There are some difficulties, but it's nothing much. I believe that I will definitely be able to break through. Lingwei, you don't have to force yourself too much. Although you have already reached the 4th step universe grade and are only one step away from becoming a heavenly venerate, it is still not easy to break through. Don't worry, it's not that easy to take this step. You haven't cultivated for a long time, so your accumulation in various aspects might not be strong enough. You won't be able to accumulate enough and succeed when the conditions are right. Therefore, you still need time to accumulate. What we don't lack the most now is time. Gu Lingwei smiled, but didn't say anything. Wasn't she in a hurry? She really didn't care about strength. She didn't have the heart of a powerhouse, nor did she have any ambitions or dreams. However, she wanted to catch up with Qin Xiao's footsteps. She didn't want to fall too far behind Qin Xiao. She didn't want to be ashamed to stand next to Qin Xiao one day. She didn't want to be separated by a chasm between her and Qin Xiao. Therefore, she had to work hard. She had to work hard and try to catch up with Qin Xiao's footsteps. Although she knew that it was impossible for her to catch up with Qin Xiao, she still had to work hard to keep up with Qin Xiao. She didn't want to be left further and further behind until she couldn't even see the back of Qin Xiao's shadow. This was the stubbornness in her heart. She didn't cultivate for anyone. She only worked hard for Qin Xiao. This was the power of love. Suddenly, the entire Hongmeng universe shook as divine light overflowed in all directions. The power of the universe's origin source gushed out uncontrollably. Such a huge commotion caused Qin Xiao and Gu Lingyue's expressions to change. Qin Xiao, what's wrong? What happened to the primordial universe? Gu Lingyue looked at Qin Xiao worriedly. Qin Xiao was the origin master of the Hongmeng universe. Logically speaking, a universe with the origin master of the Hongmeng universe should be invincible and extremely safe. It was impossible for an external force to cause such terrifying turbulence in the primordial universe. Unless, of course, an ancient sage had made a move. Although there was such a possibility, it should be extremely small, so Gu Lingyue was very worried. This was the only possibility she could think of. However, Qin Xiao's face immediately showed a trace of joy. Good news. That's great. Our Grand Mist universe finally has a joyous occasion. Joyous occasion? Gu Lingyue looked at Qin Xiao in puzzlement. She had thought that something was going to happen. She hadn't expected Qin Xiao to say that it was a joyous occasion. What could make Qin Xiao say such a joyous occasion? Someone had become a heavenly venerate? Let's go, Lingyue. You'll know when I take you there. Qin Xiao smiled and didn't explain further. Instead, he waved his hand and led Gu Lingyue away. At the same time, the entire Hongmeng universe shook and countless powerhouses flew out, wanting to know what had happened. The universe grades of the celestial realm naturally flew out one by one and transmitted their voices to Qin Xiao, asking anxiously what had happened. Qin Xiao quickly gathered all the universe grades. Qin Xiao's clone had left the Hongmeng universe millions of years ago. Besides the Heavenly Court Master, the Desolate Land Master, 9 Dragons, Jiangzhu, and the Starry Sky Master, some other universe grades had also been born. The Kuan-Peng ruler had been trapped in the ruler realm for nearly an epoch. His clone had died not long after leaving the Hongmeng universe. His original body had successfully broken through to the universe grade with the help of Qin Xiao. Gu Lingyue had also broken through to the universe grade a long time ago. Her growth speed was so shocking that it was comparable to Qin Xiao's. She had advanced triumphantly all the way to the 4th step universe grade. However, she had been trapped later on, and it had been very difficult for her to advance any further. Besides Gu Lingyue and the Kuan-Peng ruler, 3 other people had also broken through to the universe grade in the past millions of years. Now that the celestial realm had Qin Xiao's help, it was naturally much easier to break through to the universe grade. Furthermore, the Hongmeng universe had become much more stable with the presence of the universe origin master. There were no longer any restrictions. Therefore, it was much easier to break through to the universe grade than before. Of course, this was only easier, but it didn't mean that it was extremely easy. It was still very, very difficult to break through to the universe grade. These 2 people were Master Qingye, Villain Master Yao, and Brother Pure. The relationship between the 3 of them and Qin Xiao was self-evident. Therefore, it was understandable that Qin Xiao had helped the 3 of them the most. Of course, the 3 of them had great talent and potential, so they had all broken through to the universe grade smoothly. Therefore, there were now as many as 10 universe grades in the celestial realm. Together with the heavenly venerate Qin Xiao, it was also a very powerful force. The increase of 5 universe grades was indeed gratifying. The increase in the ruler realm was even greater. Over the past few million years, the development of the almighty ruler realm had been like a geyser. Yi Junhe, Lord Danshun, and Qin Zhao's disciple, Shi Jian, had all grown to the 4th step ruler realm. They were just one step away from the universe grade. Based on their situation, breaking through to the universe grade was a foregone conclusion. It was just a matter of time. It was worth mentioning that Qin Zhao's younger brother, Qin Yi, had also grown to the fourth-step ruler realm. However, his personality was still playful, and he lacked some tempering. Otherwise, he might have broken through to the universe grade as well. However, Qin Yi's talent and potential were too astonishing. He could break through to the universe grade at any time. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong were walking the same path as Qin Xiao. If they didn't break through to the universe grade, they would either become heavenly venerates or remain at the fourth-step heavenly venerate level. However, there was no doubt about their strength. They were definitely at the universe grade level. They didn't make a sound, but once they did, they would definitely shock the world. The overall development of the Hongmeng universe was still very rapid. A few million years was enough to match the development of a previous universe. Now that so many universe grades had gathered, everyone asked anxiously, Qin Xiao, what's going on? Could it be that an ancient sage has descended upon the Hongmeng universe? Yes, a power that can shake the Hongmeng universe is extremely terrifying. Could the Hongmeng universe be in danger again? Bah, Nine Dragons, you jinx. Don't you know how to say nice things? Hey, where's Brother Pure? Why hasn't he come out? This kid has become a universe grade, yet he is still so sloppy. He doesn't seem to be able to shoulder any responsibility. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Don't worry, everyone. It's not that an ancient sage has descended. The Hongmeng universe isn't in danger. This is good news. This is great news for the Hongmeng universe. Great news? Everyone looked at Qin Xiao doubtfully. Could it be that Qin Yi is about a breakthrough? That can't be right. Even if Qin Yi breaks through to the universe grade, it's just one more universe grade. It's not that great news, right? That's right. Then, could it be that either Tian Lingzi or Lord Huayong is about to break through and become a heavenly venerate? Heavenly Court, Desolate Land. Do you know about the situation? The Heavenly Court Master and Desolate Land Master shook their heads. They didn't know about this situation, so it shouldn't be the case. If there was such a situation, then they should know about it. So, what kind of great news could it be? Haha, you don't have to guess. It's Brother Pure. Qin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Let's go and take a look. We'll know. Chapter 1837. Qin Xiao brought everyone and teleported directly to the extreme depths of the endless sea of darkness. A figure was radiating with a supreme holy light, illuminating a huge territory. The might of this sacred light was actually able to shake the origin source of the primordial universe. It was obvious there was a terrifying threat. If Qin Xiao hadn't suppressed it, the origin intent of the primordial universe would have definitely gushed out and expelled the person emitting the supreme sacred light from the primordial universe. It's Brother Pure. What a powerful aura. This is a heavenly venerate. It's the aura of a heavenly venerate. Oh my God, Brother Pure actually broke through to the heavenly venerate level? This. Wasn't he just a one-step universe grade? How did he break through to the heavenly venerate level so quickly? Isn't this too inconceivable? Yeah, he actually skipped a few minor levels. What's going on? How long has it been? How'd he do it? After seeing Brother Pureness and the supreme holy light, everyone was extremely shocked, and they couldn't help but exclaim. Even though it was a joyous occasion, it still left everyone in disbelief. They really couldn't believe it. Therefore, everyone stared wide-eyed at Brother Pure. Only Qin Xiao was slightly calmer. After all, Qin Xiao was also a heavenly venerate. However, Qin Xiao was also rather surprised. He had never expected that Brother Pure would actually break through to the heavenly venerate level. Furthermore, what puzzled Qin Xiao the most was that he could sense that Brother Pure's aura was still rising rapidly and was still becoming stronger. This aura had already surpassed that of a heavenly venerate. What was going on? This situation wasn't simple. It was extremely complicated. The origin intent of the primordial universe was also keenly aware of this. Therefore, it warned Qin Shao time and time again, requesting to expel Brother Pure from the primordial universe. However, it was suppressed by Qin Shao time and time again. How terrifying was a power that could make the origin intent of the primordial universe feel threatened? At the very least, an ordinary first step or second step heavenly venerate shouldn't be able to do so. Therefore, Qin Shao was also very confused. What was going on with Brother Pure now? Brother Pure was still bathing in the holy light and did not stop. Qin Shao, something's not right. His strength is still skyrocketing. We can't let him stay in the Hongmeng universe any longer. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Heavenly Court suddenly said with a solemn expression. Desolate Land immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Shao, quickly move him out of the primordial universe. We can't afford to take this risk." Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure. In fact, he had also considered this, but he hadn't made a decision yet. At this time, everyone proposed to do so, so Qin Shao had to think about it carefully. Even though he was the master of the primordial universe, it would still be very dangerous if his terrifying power entered the primordial universe. The best way was to move this power out of the Hongmeng universe first. In this way, it would be much easier to defend. One had to know that when Supremacy Gallon had come in person, she had been forced to retreat by Qin Shao. As long as the ancient sages didn't appear, the primordial universe's origin will power could withstand it. Qin Shao, move him out of the Hongmeng universe first. It's okay, it won't affect me. While Qin Shao was hesitating, Brother Pure's voice suddenly sounded. Upon hearing Brother Pure's voice, Qin Shao didn't hesitate anymore. He had been a little hesitant previously because he was afraid of affecting Brother Pure. Since Brother Pure said that it wouldn't affect him, then he would do it. Qin Shao immediately mobilized the powerful primordial universe's origin will power and moved Brother Pure out of the Hongmeng universe. Brother Pure didn't resist and cooperated very well, so it didn't consume much power. Everyone also followed Qin Shao to the Endless Universe Ocean. In the Endless Universe Ocean, the sacred light on Brother Pure's body was even brighter, like a scorching hot planet. The speed of the crazy increase in power became even faster, so Qin Shao and the others could feel the changes in Brother Pure at all times. This speed of growth was too shocking, and it was enough to make people envious. This was simply enlightening. This didn't make sense at all. Brother Pure had already become a heavenly venerate. So how could his power be increasing so rapidly? Where was the source of the power? The Hongmeng universe obviously couldn't give Brother Pure this power. Since this powerful power didn't come from the Hongmeng universe, where did it come from? This strange situation really made people feel a little uneasy. The Hongmeng universe had won stability and peace with great difficulty, ushering in a blowout development, and gradually becoming more prosperous, so the AI naturally didn't want to see anything happen to the Hongmeng universe. If the Hongmeng universe was given a few more universe epochs to develop, the Hongmeng universe should grow to an extremely powerful level, right? This was something that everyone looked forward to, and this beautiful vision couldn't be broken by anyone. Qin Shao, you know Brother Pure the best. What's going on, do you know? Desolate Land looked at Qin Shao with a solemn expression and asked. Qin Shao shook his head truthfully and said, "Brother Desolate Land, I know Brother Pure very well, and he doesn't have a password in front of me. But I really don't understand the situation in front of me. I've checked, but I can't find any clues." Before he broke through, there were no signs. He suddenly ran to the depths of the endless dark ocean, then began to break through, and directly became like this. There should be a terrifying source of energy hidden in his body to support him like this. It's just that I don't know what's going on with this source of energy. But as far as I can tell, this source of energy is overwhelming righteousness, and it shouldn't be an evil power. So the situation shouldn't be that bad, and we don't have to worry so much. Now, we can only wait for Brother Pure to stop, then we can ask Brother Pure properly. There should be some unknown password in his body. Everyone looked at each other, but this was the only thing they could do at this time. If Qin Shao couldn't figure it out, then they couldn't figure it out either. After a few thousand years, the holy light slowly dissipated, and Brother Pure finally walked out of the holy light. Brother Pure, who walked out, was obviously different, and his aura was extremely powerful. While he was walking in Universe Ocean, he could clearly feel that this part of Universe Ocean had submitted to him and was avoiding him. With a light step, he could cause a wave in the cosmic ocean. His divine power was unparalleled. This divine power even made the Master of Heavenly Court and the others have the urge to kneel down and worship him. What a powerful aura! This is the aura of a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Brother Pure's body. After sizing him up carefully, he also exclaimed in surprise. What? The aura of a fourth-step heavenly venerate? Everyone exclaimed when they heard Qin Zhao's exclamation. Was this still Brother Pure? He had broken through from a first-step universe grade to a fourth-step heavenly venerate. He had advanced by 7 small grades in a short period of time. How is this possible? What kind of heaven-defying feat was this? Qin Zhao's heaven-defying feat was simply child's play compared to this. This was unbelievable, too unbelievable. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't come back to their senses for a while. Brother Chuanjia walked over with a smile. He still had that frivolous look and frivolous attitude. He curled his lips and said, Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? Don't you recognize Brother Pure? Isn't it just a few small breakthroughs? It's no big deal. I'm still that lovable Brother Pure. His words made everyone feel a sense of familiarity. However, this situation still shocked everyone so much that they couldn't come back to their senses for a while. Even Qin Zhao took a while to calm down a little and said, Brother Pure, what's going on with you? Even if you have a great opportunity, you don't have to do this, right? Your actions are really too frightening. Ha ha ha. What else can scare a freak like Qin Zhao? I don't believe it. After all, you are the origin master of the Hongmeng universe. You have to do this. Brother Pure joked and even stepped forward to pat Qin Zhao on the shoulder. Chapter 1838. Was it that serious? This power was a threat to the primordial universe's origin will. This was definitely a power that was not inferior to Honorable Lord Gallant's. How could Qin Zhao not be worried? Seeing that everyone was looking at him with puzzled eyes, Brother Pure became serious and said, This matter is rather complicated and involves many secrets. Therefore, there are many things that I can't tell you for the time being. Don't worry, I'm still Brother Pure, still a member of the primordial universe, and I'm still your brother. I won't harm the primordial universe. However, I've awakened a memory, an ancient memory, a powerful memory. So, to be honest, I'm not just the Brother Purity, you know. I'm also someone else. Reincarnation? Rebirth? Hearing Brother Pure's words, some thoughts appeared in everyone's mind. In fact, this kind of situation was common in the primordial universe. Many fourth-step heavenly gods who had no hope of reaching the Tao integration stage would choose to reincarnate before the end of their lives in order to achieve a breakthrough. Of course, those who succeeded were very rare. However, who in the primordial universe's reincarnation could make Brother Pure reach such a high level? If a reincarnated person could reach the level of a fourth-step heavenly venerable, then he should have reached the same level before his reincarnation. The Lord of Death? Brother Pure seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts. He shook his head and said with a smile, Stop guessing. I'm not the reincarnation of the Lord of Death. I'm a member of the sacred region. Due to some accidents, I was forced to use a secret technique and a sacred object to seal some of my soul. After that, I was able to live for a long time and awaken. You could just call me Brother Pure. A name is just a code name. It doesn't matter what my name was in my previous life. This is all I can tell you for the time being. When we meet again, I'll definitely tell you in detail. A sacred region expert? In fact, Qin Zhao had also vaguely guessed that if Brother Pure said that it was an ancient memory, then it must be from a very long time ago. It shouldn't be the Lord of Death. Qin Zhao said, Brother Pure, it sounds like you're leaving the primordial universe now. Brother Pure nodded and said, Yes, since I've woken up, it's time for me to leave. I'm going to search for my ancient memories, to find what I've lost, and to complete my mission. My true body and avatar will be leaving at the same time. Since everyone is here, it's a good time to say goodbye. I don't know when we'll meet again. I really can't bear to part with you." Both the original body and the avatar left at the same time. Qin Shao couldn't help but slightly frown. This was tantamount to leaving completely. Speaking of which, Qin Shao was somewhat reluctant. Brother Peerless was his brother from the origin world. Needless to say, the bond between the two of them was deep. However, Qin Shao also knew that Brother Pure definitely had his own things to do. Since he had made up his mind, then let him be. He could only wish him good luck. Brother Pure didn't want to say much, so Qin Shao didn't ask any more questions. There must be some password that couldn't be known to others. Everyone had their own password, and Qin Shao was no exception. When some things couldn't be told to others, it wasn't because he didn't believe it, but because he couldn't say it. "Brother, I'm weak now, and there's nothing I can help you with. But no matter what, I hope we'll always be brothers. If there's anything you need me for in the future, just say the word. I can't give you anything else. I can only wish you a safe journey. We'll meet again." Qin Shao gave Brother Pure a bear hug and said solemnly, "Ha, good brother, don't say much. Everything is in your heart. Brother Pure is lucky to have a brother like you in this life," Brother Pure said with a smile. After that, Brother Pure patted Qin Shao. After letting go, Brother Pure said, "Brother Qin Shao, there's something I want to discuss with you." Qin Shao nodded. "Just say it." Brother Pure grinned and said, "Well, I want to take away your brother Qin Yi's avatar." "Take away Qin Yi's avatar? What do you mean?" For a moment, Qin Shao couldn't figure out what Brother Pure was up to, so naturally, he didn't nod and agree for a while. "Haha, don't think too much. I didn't kidnap him. I just think he's a promising person with some specific potential, so I want to take away his avatar and give him a great opportunity. If he can grasp it well, his future will be limitless. Moreover, Qin, he has this talent potential. It's a waste to trap him in the small pool of the Hongmeng universe. So I want to take him out. If he can grasp that great opportunity, maybe his future achievements will be above you." Qin Shao, haha. Listening to Brother Pure's explanation, Qin Shao was relieved. For Brother Pure, Qin Shao still fully believes in him, and he can rest assured that Qin Yi's avatar will be handed over to him. If there's a great opportunity, it is indeed a good thing. Moreover, the problem that Brother Pure said, in fact, Qin Shao has always thought about it. Indeed, Qin Yi's talent potential is there. Although it seems that he is not as good as Qin Shao for the time being, he is not worse than anyone else. What Qin Yi lacks is still some tempering. Although Qin Shao is trying his best to make up for it, after all, there's still many factors that affect it. Now, in the peaceful environment of the Hongmeng universe, there are not so many real hardships for Qin Yi. Qin Shao wants to bring Qin Yi into the sanctuary, but he is still just starting out, and his feet are not firm. Naturally, he can't bring anyone into the sanctuary. When Qin Shao has the confidence to bring people into the sanctuary, I'm afraid he doesn't know how long it will take. If Brother Pure can take Qin Yi away, it is indeed his blessing. At least, Brother Pure is now a fourth-step celestial venerable. Even in the great world, he is a master. It is safer to follow Brother Pure. Thinking of this, Qin Shao said with a smile, "As a brother, of course, I fully agree. Such a good thing, I can't wait. But, you know Qin Yi's character, he may not listen to all my words. You want to take him away? I'm afraid he won't listen to you, and you can't control him. So I think it's better to let Qin Yi decide for himself." "Ha ha!" Brother Pure laughed and waved his hand. "Qin Shao, you don't have to be so troublesome. My avatar has already talked to Qin Yi. He dares to act coquettishly in front of you, but he dares not to act coquettishly in front of me. Since I have decided to take him away, I must be able to subdue him. Otherwise, I don't want to bring trouble with me. He is very willing to go with me. Whether it is sincere or has other purposes, it doesn't matter. I can control him." Talked about it? Qin Shao was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "It seems that you have the idea of Qin Yi for a long time. Since you have already talked about it, then let's do it. It's not a big deal to bring his avatar out. His true body is still in the primordial universe, so I have nothing to worry about. Well, Brother Pure, are you going to set off? However, I want to know, how are you going to go? Are you going to fly in the endless universe sea with your speed? You look down on me? Brother Pure smiled mysteriously and raised his eyes at Qin Shao. With a wave of his hand, an ancient palace flew out and landed in the universe sea. An ancient and powerful aura emanated from the palace, which shocked the Lord of Heavenly Court and the others and made them retreat quickly. Just this terrifying aura alone was enough to make them feel very uncomfortable. They could smell the scent of danger. Qin Shao took a look at the ancient palace and remarked in astonishment, "What a powerful aura! It's even stronger than the aura of MT Skyrent. What a powerful aura! Could this palace be a high-grade flying celestial artifact?" One had to know that the Mountain of Transcendence was only a middle-tier flying artifact. A mid-grade flying celestial artifact was worth an entire city. An upper-grade flying device? At least, Qin Shao had never seen one before. He didn't expect that Brother Pure would have an upper-grade flying device. This made Qin Shao wonder what kind of existence Brother Pure was in his previous life. To be able to possess a high-grade Heaven Ascension artifact, one's background must be extraordinary. How could a fourth-step celestial venerable own an upper-grade flying device? One should know that his master, Old Man Lu He's God Mountain, was only a middle-grade flying device. Therefore, Qin Shao vaguely felt that Brother Pure might have some secrets that he didn't know or didn't dare to guess. However, Qin Shao didn't think of asking about this. He would find out one day. My previous life left me some good things. Without a flying device, how can I leave? If I rely on flying, I don't know how long it will take for me to reach the Saint Domain. All right, brothers, let's not talk too much. After bidding farewell to all of you, it's time for me to leave. All good things must come to an end. I think there will be a day when we gather again. I'm looking forward to the next time so many of us gather together. What kind of scene will it be? At that time, all of you will probably be celestial venerables or even ancient sages. I'm really looking forward to it. After Brother Pure laughed, he was the first to look at Qin Shao. He smacked his lips and said, "Brother, you've already said goodbye. Let's not talk about it anymore." After saying that, Brother Pure's gaze swept over to Gu Lingyue, who was standing beside Qin Shao. He smiled and said, "Beauty Gu Lingyue, we'll meet again. Shouldn't you give me a hug to send me off?" With that, Brother Pure even opened his arms like he was waiting for Gu Lingyue to give him a hug. Gu Lingyue unceremoniously kicked Brother Pure and scolded, "Go away. I can't be bothered with you. I don't want to meet you again. It's best if we never meet again. Seeing your cheap appearance, even I want to hit you." Beauty wants to hit me? How big of a deal is that? You should have said so earlier. Come, I'll let you hit me once. You won't be able to hit me again in the future. Brother Pure was indeed cheap enough. He leaned over and really allowed Gu Lingyue to hit him. However, Gu Lingyue was not just joking. Brother Pure delivered himself to her door, so she unceremoniously took it all and gave Brother Pure a few more kicks. "Damn, Gu Lingyue, you're really hitting me. You're a gentle girl. How can you be so rough? If you do this, be careful that my brother Qin Shao doesn't want to see you again." Brother Pure said with an aggrieved expression. Gu Lingyue raised her chin and said confidently, "Of course not. Qin Shao will definitely see me again." Chapter 1839. Soon, everyone had said their goodbyes. Tian Lingzi and Huayang Jun looked like they wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. After saying goodbye, Brother Pure looked at Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang and said with a smile, "I know what you're thinking. You probably wanted to take one of your avatars with me. If you really want to come with me, I can take you with me. However, what I can do is bring you to a sacred region. Then, you'll have to rely on yourselves. As for the rest, I can't help you. I still have a mission and a mission. I have to go through many dangers myself, so I definitely can't take care of you. If you really go with me, it'll be very, very difficult for you to survive. When Qin Shao and the others left the primordial universe, you chose to stay. If you want to follow me now, we'll be back to the previous problem. So, you have to think carefully. However, I actually think that you should wait until you break through to the heavenly venerate level before going to the sacred region. The sacred region isn't as sacred and beautiful as you think. I believe Brother Qin Shao is very clear about this. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. Before going to the sacred region, everyone was full of fantasies about the sacred region. They saw it as a sacred place and yearned for it endlessly. This was something that everyone dreamed of. However, when they really went to the sacred region, they realized that it wasn't the case. The sacred region was much more difficult than the primordial universe. Therefore, without any guarantee, it was indeed unwise for Lord Huayang and Tian Lingzi to go to the sacred region. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang looked at each other for a while. The passion in their hearts quickly cooled down. In that case, it was better to give up on this idea. All right, Brother Pure was about to leave when Qin Shao suddenly called out to him. Wait, Qin Shao said. Brother Pure, you're leaving just like that? What about your wife and your descendants? Brother Pure was leaving with both his original body and avatar, so he probably wouldn't bring anyone else with him. Although his wife had become a powerful being, she would definitely not be able to stay by Brother Pure's side. As for Brother Pure's descendants, none of them seemed to be particularly talented. Brother Pure shook his head helplessly. I can't take her away. I can only leave her in the primordial universe. Forget about my descendants. You know what they are like. In this life, just take it that I owe her. If I return in the future, I will definitely compensate her. I've already spoken to her. Brother, you don't have to worry about this. Brother, if you really want to worry about her, then take care of her for me in the future. Thank you. All right, I'm leaving. Until we meet again, haha. After a long laugh, Brother Pure boarded his flying device, transformed into a beam of light, and disappeared into the endless universe ocean. What incredible speed! No wonder it was a high-grade flying device. Its speed was frightening. Brother Pure was gone. Everyone stared blankly in the direction of his departure, unable to take their eyes off him for a moment. Everyone was still somewhat shaken. For a long time, the shock lingered in their hearts. This kind of thing was like a dream to everyone. Life is really a pot of dawblood. All of a sudden, an explosive piece of news comes out of nowhere. Nine Dragons sighed. Star-Lord shook his head. That's not what I'm saying. That's life, you know. No matter how hard you work, sometimes you can't make up for it. I never would have guessed that Brother Pure was the reincarnation of a powerful celestial master. Brother Pure became a fourth-step celestial master in an instant, surpassing all others. Qin Shao said, Don't think about it. We have our own path to walk. There's no point in thinking about anything else. All right, everyone, let's go back. No matter what, this is a good thing for the primordial universe. Even if Brother Pure is a reincarnation, he was born and raised in the primordial universe. His heart will always be with the primordial universe. Brother Pure is a man who values friendship. I'm sure he'll always treat the primordial universe as his home. No matter where he goes, he'll always be a member of the primordial universe. The stronger he is, the more accomplished he is. That's a good thing for the primordial universe. His wife and descendants are all still in the primordial universe. If anything good happens in the future, he'll definitely think of the primordial universe. With him around, perhaps the primordial universe will establish a power in the sacred realm sooner. With a territory, it'll be easier to bring people from the primordial universe to the sacred realm and slowly carve out a path. I'm working hard. I'm sure Brother Pure will work hard in this direction as well. Everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone was quite fond of Brother Pureness. The Lord of Death was the first person to leave the primordial universe. However, no one knew where the Lord of Death was now. No one knew if he was still alive. However, 8 universe eras had passed, and the Lord of Death hadn't returned to the primordial universe. This meant that even if he was still alive, he hadn't reached the point where he could establish a power in the sacred realm. Therefore, the Lord of Death hadn't returned to the primordial universe. He hadn't come to bless the primordial universe. Now, the primordial universe's hopes were placed on Qin Shao and Brother Pure. With the two of them working together, their chances of success would be much greater. Everyone dispersed. The significance of this matter to the primordial universe was no less than when Qin Shao had led everyone to search for the sacred realm. In the endless universe ocean, in an ancient palace, Brother Pure stood in front of the palace. His gaze was fixed in the direction of the primordial universe. He was so far away that he couldn't see the primordial universe anymore. However, he couldn't bear to retract his gaze. Brother Pure had his hands behind his back. There was a rare solemn look on his face. For Brother Chuanjia, who had always been cheerful and cheerful, this was indeed very rare. How long has it been? How long have I been asleep? It's been too long. Countless universe eras. It should be a chaos era, right? I've been asleep for so long. I don't know if anyone else in my clan is still alive. How desperate and tragic was the battle back then? How tragic and moving was it? My clan's warriors died one by one. My life was only saved by the patriarch's clan treasure. Even so, I've been asleep for so long before I finally reincarnated and woke up. I'm lucky to have entered a small universe. This greatly increased my chances of reincarnation. If it weren't for my good luck, I might not have been able to reincarnate. The battle back then, Kacha. Thinking of the terrifying battle back then, Brother Pure's body couldn't help but tremble violently. Even his heart was trembling. There was a nameless fear and a nameless anger. Monstrous hatred filled his chest. I'm going back this time to investigate the battle back then. I'm going to find the enemy who annihilated my clan. It's been so long. I don't know if the enemy still exists or if I can find them. No matter how difficult it is, I have to find them. Brother Pure, I have to be strong. I have to make them pay a painful price. I will definitely avenge this blood feud. That's my life's great wish. I was born to take revenge. Since I've reincarnated, I'll definitely grow up. Countless ancestor spirits of my clan. My Brother Pure won't let you wait for too long. Kacha. Brother Pure clenched his fists again. His resolve was incomparably strong and firm. This was his life's wish. This was a mission he had to complete, even if he had to risk his life. He carried the deep hatred of the sea of blood on his shoulders. This was his life's responsibility. It was something he had to complete for the rest of his life. Otherwise, there was no point in living. Brother Pure knew it was very, very difficult. However, he was also filled with strong obsession. He had to do it. He had to do it regardless of the cost. He had to work hard in this direction. This was the driving force for his growth. After countless twists and turns, countless years, he reincarnated and came back to life only for revenge. Even 10 years of drinking ice couldn't cool his endless hot blood. Qin Shao, I hope we'll always be brothers in life and death. I won't implicate the primordial universe. I won't drag you guys into my blood feud. If I die, I alone will be enough. If I can live, my light will definitely illuminate the entire primordial universe. Qin Shao, your talent, potential, and luck are good. I hope you can reach the peak of your cultivation. I wish you good luck. Goodbye for now. Brother Pure's deep eyes flickered with light, looking incomparably distant. His mood soon calmed down. His gaze fell on another direction. It fell on the fallen god palace at the edge of the primordial universe. However, Brother Pure just looked at it and didn't say anything. After looking for a while, Brother Pure retracted his gaze. His expression became more solemn and serious. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Suddenly, countless images surged into his mind. The terrifying scene made him tremble all over and break out in cold sweat. Oh, no. Brother Pure couldn't help but let out a tearing roar as he looked into the depths of the cave. Brother Pure suddenly opened his eyes. His face was covered with cold sweat. His face was a little pale. Bang! Brother Pure was so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger. He punched the ground heavily, causing the palace to explode like thunder. This hatred was monstrous. This great enmity could make one's blood boil for eternity. The endless universe ocean and the vast thousand domains would be his battlefield. Strength. I need to be strong, stronger than the patriarch. There's a big secret hidden in the treasure of my clan. After investigating the enemy, I'll take this big risk. For the countless ancestor spirits of my clan, I must succeed. I must succeed. Chapter 1840. 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The king rolled to his feet and put away the flagon. His eyes lit up as he looked at the 10,000 swords formation. Hum, 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 hum. Sword wind howled, sweeping away the clouds and darkening the sky. The chilling light turned into a terrifying hurricane that enveloped the entire forest. All the swords broke out of the ground and flew into the void, covering the entire sword forest. Countless swords filled the entire sword forest. The 10,000 swords formation had been activated. The chilling sword light, the terrifying sword energy, and the surging power of the law were all extremely frightening. Even a great immortal would have to tread carefully when facing such a destructive force. The 10,000 swords formation was an extremely dangerous killing formation. If a great immortal was careless, it was very likely that they would fall into the myriad swords formation. Once the formation was activated, it was irreversible and would not stop until blood was shed. The whistling swords and the chilling light became like demons from the abyss under the power of the law. They were ferocious and terrifying, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Qin Xiao, don't die. I would like to help you, but I don't dare to do it too obviously. Sigh, you're on your own now. The king stared at the formation and sighed inwardly. Now, the moment of life and death had arrived. If there was no way to walk out of the 10,000 swords formation, then Qin Xiao would definitely die inside. Could he really comprehend the formation in just 10,000 years? Did he really have any hope of walking out? Hiss, 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 hiss. 10,000 swords moved in unison. The surging sword energy wanted to obliterate everything. This was the supreme power of the law and immortal, sharp and unstoppable. The void seemed to be sliced into countless pieces under the simultaneous movement of 10,000 swords. If even the space was about to shatter, what could survive? Everything was about to be destroyed and turned into nothingness. The myriad swords formation was a top-notch killing formation amongst low-grade formations. Its might was naturally needless to say. Within the formation, Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up like two shining stars in the darkness. He could see through the entire firmament with a single glance. The formation has been activated. 10,000 years of comprehension and cultivation will depend on this moment to prove myself. Everything is a sword, and so am I. Once the sword formation is activated, I will transform into a sword and merge with the 10,000 swords formation, becoming a part of it. Therefore, I will also become a part of the formation and wait for an opportunity to escape. With a thought, Qin Xiao turned into a sword and merged into the 10,000 swords of I. Fusing with the 10,000 swords and joining the formation was a risky step. At this step, Qin Xiao was not confident, but he could only go all out. Very soon, Qin Xiao felt that he had truly become part of the 10,000 swords formation, becoming a part of the formation. He felt like he was connected to the formation by blood and flesh. Of Qin Xiao, his whole body moved with the movement of the formation. He was not repelled by the formation, so he was not in any danger. Ha, I did it. My 10,000 years of comprehension and cultivation were not in vain. My risk was not in vain. It turns out that it can be done. Everything can be a sword, and so can people. When the king, who was still worried about Qin Xiao, saw this scene, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He couldn't help but stare at Qin Xiao with widened eyes. After a long while, the king sighed and praised, "This kid is really a genius. I can't help but admire him. I thought that he might be able to break out of the formation, but I didn't expect him to do it so well. It's really amazing. In just 10,000 years, I didn't expect him to do it. I really didn't expect him to do it. TSK, TSK, TSK. He has passed 4 tests in a row. It seems that the last test should not be a big problem. It's a miracle that a boy who has just broken through and become an immortal can walk out of the Heartless Island. If this boy doesn't change in the future, he will definitely have great achievements. Maybe he can really set foot on the ancient road and become a saint." In the end, the king shook his head and smiled. But it's too early to say this. It's not that easy to become a saint on the ancient road. I don't know how many monstrous geniuses have been stuck at the last step. In the end, they lost their minds and couldn't take that step. It's too difficult to become a saint. Soon, a sword broke out of the 10,000 swords formation and landed in front of the king. The sword shook its body and turned into a figure. It was Qin Shao, who walked out of the 10,000 swords formation safely. He did it. A slight smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face as he looked at the king. This time, the king nodded generously and said, "Qin Shao, boy, you're really good. You can walk out so well. I'd like to know, how did you do it?" Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "I've actually thought of countless ways to break out of the formation. After 10,000 years of comprehension, I do have a lot of understanding of the 10,000 swords formation. There are indeed other ways to get out, but they may be more risky. I thought of this method in a flash of inspiration. I've always liked swords, and my cultivation has always been inseparable from swords. I used to like swordsmanship, and now I still like swordsmanship. Different cultivation paths have different foundations of swords, but the sword intent is interconnected. There are many similarities. It's just that the energy that drives the sword is different, the path is different, and the laws are different. But there are many things that can be used interchangeably. Everything can be a sword. Sword is actually just a code name. It's just that people are used to calling this form of weapon a sword. But in my understanding, everything can be a sword. A branch and a leaf can be a sword. A stone and a wood can be a sword. Water can be a sword. Wind can be a sword. My hand can be a sword. Similarly, I can also be a sword. So, why don't I transform into a sword, reverse my thinking, and directly enter the formation, find a way to integrate into the formation, and let the formation treat me as a part of it. In this way, the formation will not attack me, nor will it repel me. I can walk in the formation as I wish, and then find an opportunity to leave the formation. Then, I can easily walk out of the formation. I made many deductions about this idea, and in the end, I risked my life. Facts have proven that my way is feasible. So, I can walk out of the 10,000 swords formation without losing a single soldier. Thinking about it, it's indeed a very wonderful thing. I've never thought that breaking the formation could be done this way. The king nodded in admiration and said, "Haha, don't say that you haven't thought of it. Actually, I haven't thought of it either. Not bad, not bad. It seems that your understanding of swords is indeed very deep. Everything can be a sword. You transformed into a sword and cleverly integrated into the 10,000 swords formation. It's wonderful. It's this wonderful that you can walk out of the 10,000 swords formation so easily, as if you've cheated. This method is indeed the simplest and lightest. If you use any other method, it'll be much more difficult, and there'll also be a lot of danger. You've opened up a new path with this move. It seems that your talent in the Tao of formations is also at the level of a demon. If you concentrate on the Tao of formations, you'll definitely have a bright future." Qin Shao shook his head. No matter how bright his future was, it was impossible for him to concentrate on the Tao of formations. No matter how good the Tao of formations was, it still had its limitations, and it could not reach the true peak. After all, it was just a small category. It was still possible to cultivate by analogy, and it could be used as an assistant. Concentrating on a small category was not what Qin Shao wanted. If he could cultivate to a high level in the Tao of formations, he would also be very popular, and his status would also be extraordinary. If he didn't have any big ambitions, it was still possible. For example, an intermediate array master status was extraordinary and definitely not inferior to an exalted immortal. An advanced array master was enough to make exalted immortals obey him. The role of an advanced array master to an immortal sect might be greater than 10 exalted immortals, or even more. If he could really reach the level of an advanced array master, he would basically be equal to an exalted immortal. Not exactly equal, but half was about the same. But this was probably the limit. Obviously, this was not what Qin Shao wanted at all, so Qin Shao naturally would not consider it in the slightest. The Tao of formations is indeed not bad. It's very broad and profound, and has endless wonderful uses. If used well in battle, it'll be a surprise weapon. I'll continue to cultivate the Tao of formations. Qin Shao pursed his lips. When he had time, he could still cultivate. But his main energy was definitely still on the immortal Tao. Now, it was not just the immortal Tao. Now that his vitality had completely recovered, the great Tao was the cultivation path that he was best at. Both the great Tao and the immortal Tao had to be cultivated. As for the heart force and the true meaning of power, these had to be put aside. After all, energy was really limited. Therefore, it was really difficult for Qin Shao to find the time and energy to cultivate the Tao of formations. He could only think about it in the future when he encountered a bottleneck or when there was a special need. For now, he would not think about it too much. Qin Shao, boy, think carefully. If you can concentrate on cultivating the Tao of formations and have some guidance, then I feel that you will definitely be able to become a beginner array master within 500,000 years. Even if you don't concentrate on the Tao of formations, you can still consider taking 500,000 years to become a beginner array master. Don't miss this opportunity, the king said again, as if cherishing talent. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. King, thank you for your kindness. But for the time being, I think I'd better continue to break through. If I can't pass the test of the Heartless Island, I won't even be able to get out, let alone talk about other things. But after thinking about it, Qin Shao felt that the king's reminder was still worth considering. However, it might not be impossible to take out a few 100,000 years of time to cultivate. If he could really become a beginner array master, the benefits were naturally needless to say. In a battle, the means of formations were of great help, enough to improve his strength a lot. Anything that could improve his strength was worth doing. Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. Of course, the most important thing at this time was to pass the test first. This was the most important thing. If he could not pass the test, then everything would be in vain. Ha ha ha, yes, yes, yes. Boy, you are very calm and clear-headed. Not bad, not bad. Business is more important. If you can't pass the test of the Heartless Island, then everything will be in vain. Let's go, let's go. You can continue on your journey. The king laughed loudly and waved at Qin Shao. Chapter 1841. So fragrant. Peach blossoms. As soon as Qin Shao stepped on the peak, the scenery changed drastically. What appeared in front of him was a peach blossom forest. Peach blossoms were flying in the air, and their fragrance was overflowing. The ground was covered with peach blossoms. It was very beautiful, like a bride's red dress. There was a hint of sacredness in the beauty. The atmosphere was not right. Wasn't this a test? The first two tests were already very difficult, so the last test should be very, very difficult as well. However, the scene in front of him made Qin Shao unable to associate it with the test. He could not feel any dangerous aura from it. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. This kind of beauty, this kind of fragrance, could only make people feel relaxed. I can't be fooled by the scene. It can't be that simple. Qin Shao did not dare to be careless. He was fully alert. He looked around carefully and did not rush into the peach blossom forest. Someone's here. Qin Zhao's eyes moved. He saw a figure suddenly coming out of the peach blossom forest. However, when Qin Shao saw the figure coming out of the peach blossom forest, he was stunned on the spot. He was quite surprised. Sister Xiaoyu? The person who came out of the peach blossom forest was none other than Princess Xiaoyu. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Her beauty had been greatly magnified by her peach blossom body. At this moment, she walked out of the peach blossom forest. It was as if she was taking a bath in the peach blossoms. It made her holy temperament even more charming. Even Qin Shao could not resist Princess Xiaoyu's beauty. The magic of the peach blossom body was indeed terrifying. No, it's impossible. How could Xiaoyu be here? It doesn't make sense. This is the central area of the enchanting fire territory. How could Xiaoyu find me? Qin Shao shook his head hard. A thought came to his mind, and Qin Shao suddenly quivered. But Qin Shao looked carefully and found that the aura was right. The person was indeed emitting Xiaoyu's aura. Looks could be deceiving, but aura could not. If the aura was not bad, then it was not fake. Could it be an illusion? Qin Shao carefully examined it again, but she didn't realize that it was an illusion. What's going on? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He felt that something was wrong. He couldn't understand why Xiaoyu would appear here. Moreover, there was a voice in Qin Zhao's heart that kept reminding him that this should be the last test, so it couldn't be this scene. Was all of this caused by the king? But if it wasn't a fake Xiao Yu, and he couldn't sense any illusions, then what was going on? Haha, what's wrong, Qin Xiao? We haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years. Don't tell me you don't recognize your elder sister? Xiao Yu walked over to Qin Xiao with a smile that was as beautiful as a flower. As she walked, peach blossoms fell on Qin Zhao's body. Qin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, No, it's just that elder sister Xiao Yu suddenly appeared here. I really can't come to my senses for a while. Haha, I think it's not that you can't come to your senses, but that you've been confirming my identity, right? Princess Xiao Yu covered her face and laughed. She put her hand on Qin Xiao and said, Oh, you. Looks can deceive people, but aura can't. You're so experienced. Can't you confirm it? Aura, indeed, couldn't deceive people, but if the difference in realm was too big, it could still be covered up to the point where the fake could be mistaken for the real one. Of course, if it was just a great immortal, or even a superior immortal, it might not be able to deceive Qin Xiao, unless it was an ancient sage. But if it was really an ancient sage, why did he have to do this? An ancient sage could easily kill Qin Xiao with a thought. If he really wanted to deal with Qin Xiao, why did he have to use such a small trick? In theory, there shouldn't be any problem after confirming the aura. However, in Qin Zhao's heart, he still felt that something was not quite right. He kept feeling that this matter was not so simple. He came to take the test, not to be reunited with elder sister Xiao Yu. This was not right. Elder sister Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? Asked Qin Xiao. Lil Yu said, After I found out you went to the burned fire region alone, I was very worried about you. I wanted to ask my teacher to help you, but the phoenix refused to let me disturb her. She restricted my freedom. Thus, I gave up on it. But later, I learned that you somehow entered the central area of the enchanting fire domain. I want to ask Phoenix again, but she still refused to help me. So, I found an opportunity to sneak out and directly entered the enchanting fire domain. What? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Qin Xiao felt both warm and guilty. He was very embarrassed to let elder sister Xiao Yu do this for him. It was tantamount to disobeying master's order. How could Qin Xiao not be moved by the fact that a woman could do this for him? Of course, what worried Qin Xiao the most was, Elder sister Xiao Yu, how dangerous is it for you to enter the enchanting fire domain alone? How did you come to the central area of the enchanting fire domain and find me? You shouldn't have been here for long, right? How did you find me in such a short time? The enchanting fire domain is incomparably vast. Looking for a person is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, I'm trapped here and have no contact with the outside world. Could it be that the palace master helped me? That can't be right. If the palace master really helped me, he should have directly rescued me from here. There's no need for this. At this moment, Qin Zhao's heart was filled with many questions. Xiao Yu shook her head and said, It's not my master who helped me. I snuck out, so I don't think he would help me. I have some powerful immortal treasures, so I used a greater shift talisman and directly came to the central area of the enchanting fire domain. Then perhaps I was lucky. It didn't take me long to find this place. So that was the case. Qin Xiao felt somewhat relieved. After all, Xiao Yu was the palace master's personal disciple, so it was normal for her to have some powerful immortal treasures. It was completely possible for her to enter the enchanting fire domain with a greater shift talisman. Elder sister Xiao Yu, the palace master and the phoenix should know that you've come to the enchanting fire domain. Didn't they come to take you back? Qin Xiao asked again. Xiao Yu shook her head and said, No, they didn't even send me a voice transmission. It seems that Master didn't care about me at all. In fact, Master should have known as soon as I left the Fu Tan Immortal Palace. Since he didn't stop me, it should be equivalent to acquiescing to my actions. I have a lot of immortal treasures on me, so Master should know that I shouldn't be in any danger. That's why he's so assured. Moreover, Master probably knows my character. If I insist on doing something, if he doesn't let me do it, then he might get what he wants. Qin Xiao nodded. That was indeed the case. If a person insisted on doing something, the more you try to stop him, the more it would have the opposite effect. Therefore, at this time, the best way was to let him do it. Otherwise, if he kept suppressing it, it might give birth to an inner demon. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. Alas, elder sister Xiaoyu, you really don't have to do this. You've taken such a big risk for me. I really don't know how to thank you. Fortunately, you're fine. If something had happened to you, how could I be at ease? I know what I'm doing and won't easily take risks. Since I dare to enter the enchanting fire domain, I've made sufficient preparations. Elder sister Xiaoyu, it's not wise for you to come in so rashly. It's better not to do such things in the future. Qin Xiao shook his head, feeling both grateful and guilty. Letting a girl take such a big risk for him really made Qin Xiao feel guilty in his heart. Xiaoyu shook her head firmly and said seriously, "You're worth me risking everything. As long as I can save you, I'm willing to die." These words were full of a strong sense of ambiguity. For a moment, Qin Xiao didn't know how to respond, and he couldn't help blushing a little. No matter if it was a man or a woman, when they said this to the opposite sex, there was probably some ambiguity in it. Therefore, for a moment, Qin Xiao was indeed a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to respond. In fact, he didn't have that kind of interest in Xiaoyu. Moreover, Qin Xiao's heart had always been occupied by Gu Lingyue, and other women couldn't invade it. He had always thought that he, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Dao should be very good friends and didn't think of anything else. But now, it seemed that something was wrong. Xiaoyu also seemed to be very embarrassed. Her face was red to the tips of her ears, and she lowered her head slightly without saying a word. The atmosphere became even more awkward. "Xiaoyu, what happened after you entered the Peach Blossom Valley? Why did you appear here?" After a while, Qin Xiao changed the topic. Xiaoyu said, "I'm not too sure. After I entered the Peach Blossom Valley, I met two strange children. One was called Tao Dao, and the other was called Hua Hua. Then, they directly imprisoned me and said that they would take me to a place. Then I came here. They told me to wait here, and that the person I wanted to see would come here. I guess that the person they were talking about was you, so I waited here. I didn't expect that you really came." Qin Xiao. What was going on? Xiaoyu was waiting for him here? Wasn't this supposed to be a test for him? How did it become like this? What was going on? Qin Xiao was confused for a moment. He felt that there was something very complicated going on here. There should be something that he didn't understand. Other than asking you to wait here for me, was there anything else? Qin Xiao asked again. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then said, "Oh, I think they said that I should stay here and not leave. They said that as long as I don't leave the Peach Blossom Valley, I won't be in danger." "You won't be in danger if you don't leave the Peach Blossom Valley?" Qin Xiao's frown deepened. What did that mean? Could it be that they were not allowed to leave the Peach Blossom Valley forever? Qin Xiao looked around and tried to walk out. But just as he was about to walk out of the Peach Blossom Valley, he was blocked by an invisible barrier, and there was no way for him to walk out. Qin Xiao's heart turned cold. It seems that we really can't walk out of here. We are trapped in the Peach Blossom Valley. Could it be that this was a test for him? The third test was to find a way out of the Peach Blossom Valley. But how could he get out? Obviously, it was impossible to rely on force. Qin Xiao already felt how terrifying the power of the imprisonment was. There was no way to break through it by force. What should he do? Chapter 1842. We can't be trapped here forever. There must be a way out. I don't believe it. I have to try again. Qin Xiao shook his head. He didn't believe it, but he had to try. Qin Xiao walked out again. This time, it was different from before. Qin Xiao burst out all his strength and rushed out with all his strength. The more strength he burst out, the stronger the rebound force. Qin Xiao was directly bounced back. Qin Xiao tried again with his sword. The result was the same. No matter how strong Qin Xiao's strength was, it was still bounced back. The stronger he was, the stronger the rebound force, and he would hurt himself. After trying again, Qin Xiao had to confirm that there was no way to get out by force. The confinement power of this enchantment was too strong. Perhaps even a great immortal might not be able to walk out of it, let alone Qin Xiao. It was obviously impossible to get out so easily. After all, this was the third test. It couldn't be more difficult than the previous two tests. If he couldn't get out by force, he could only think of other ways. Qin Xiao calmed down immediately. He was indeed a little anxious just now. Qin Xiao, you don't have to try. I've already tried. I can't get out, Xiaoyu said. Qin Xiao nodded and said, I was a little reckless just now. If I could get out so easily, it wouldn't be a test. But I believe that we can get out of here. It's just a matter of whether we want to or not. This is a test for me. Since it's a test, it naturally won't be a dead end. No matter how difficult the test is, there will always be a glimmer of hope. I'm in the dark now, but I think I'll figure out one day. Now, I need to calm down and sort out everything here. I need to think of a way to get out of here. Xiaoyu, you take a rest here. I want to look around. After saying that, Qin Xiao walked around in the peach blossom forest. It was not big at all. He could walk around in a few steps. He could almost see everything at a glance. Therefore, after a careful examination, Qin Xiao had to come back in less than a day. With a deep frown and a grave expression on his face, he lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. He still shook his head helplessly. Nothing at all. I can't find any clues. I can't feel anything unusual. What do I need to do to leave this place? How can I break this barrier? A barrier is different from a formation. A formation can be broken by comprehending the formation through ingenuity. However, the barrier is like a wall that can only be broken by force. Could it be that I'm really going to be trapped here until my strength grows to the point where I can forcefully break this barrier? No. It can't be like this. If it is, then it can't be called a test. It shouldn't be like this. Great king, come out. Where are you? Come out. Qin Xiao shouted in all directions. The great king was present in the previous two stages. Therefore, Qin Xiao also wondered if the great king was also present. It was just hiding in the dark and did not come out. However, after he shouted a few times, the great king still did not come out. It was as if the great king was deliberately hiding from Qin Xiao. After waiting for a while, the great king still did not come out. Qin Xiao could only feel helpless. This guy, at the crucial moment, he wanted to come out, but he did not come out. Qin Xiao, don't be anxious. Calm down first. Xiaoyu pulled Qin Xiao and said. Qin Xiao could only give up for the time being. He did not want to think about this matter. He sat down under a peach blossom. Xiaoyu's hands gently waved in the air, bringing up pieces of peach blossoms. They danced in the air. It was very beautiful. Xiaoyu's face bloomed with a sweet smile. She said to Qin Xiao, look at these peach blossoms. How beautiful. Don't you think this place is very beautiful? It's very quiet, and no one will disturb us. It's simply a peach garden. Away from the disputes of the secular world, we don't have to worry about any troublesome things, and we don't have to think about cultivation. Here, we only need to admire the flowers, dance, drink wine, and talk. That's all. Don't you think this is actually quite good? Quite good. Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Xiaoyu. The latter seemed to be in a very good mood. She did not seem to be unhappy about being trapped here. In fact, she was even happier than when she was outside. Xiaoyu's good mood made Qin Xiao feel a little strange. Therefore, he could not help but ask, Sister Xiaoyu, aren't you afraid of being trapped here? Don't you want to leave? However, Xiaoyu looked at Qin Xiao and smiled. Her smile was so bright, like a blooming peach blossom, bright and beautiful. It was very pleasing to the eye and very moving. Not many men would be able to resist such an appearance, right? At this moment, Qin Xiao was so close to Xiaoyu. The beauty smile was even more alluring, and it made Qin Xiao's heart beat uncontrollably. This was completely out of his control. Qin Xiao did not know why he was like this, but he was very sure of one thing. He did not have any special feelings for Xiaoyu. In his heart, there was only Gu Lingwei. He could not even tolerate Yao Xuelian. So how could he tolerate Xiaoyu? But for some reason, every time he faced Xiaoyu, he really had an indescribable feeling. Her every frown and smile could make people fall head over heels for her. Perhaps this should be the power of the peach blossom body. As long as you're here, I'm not afraid. Even if I'm trapped here, I'm not afraid. I think that being trapped here with you is actually a very happy thing. This way, I can always be with you. We can admire flowers together, chat together, drink together, and cultivate together. Just think about it. It's a very happy thing. So, I'm naturally not afraid. It doesn't matter to me whether I leave or not. I don't have the heart of a strong person, and I don't have any goals or ambitions. I've never thought of becoming a strong person, and I've never thought of cultivating hard. To me, that's actually not the life I want. Perhaps it's because I'm a woman, so I don't have so many ambitions. As for cultivation, I actually don't care much about it, and I don't have many pursuits. Xiaoyu shook her head and said with a smile. She said it very casually, and it could be seen that she really said it from the bottom of her heart. However, when Qin Xiao heard this, she did not know how to answer for a moment. Clearly, he could hear a hint of ambiguity in Xiao Yu's words. It was just that he really had no way to respond to this kind of thing. Qin Xiao really did not know how to say hurtful words, and he could not say it out loud. As for responding, he naturally could not say it out loud. Therefore, Qin Xiao was there at this time, embarrassed. What's wrong, Qin Xiao? You seem to be very embarrassed. You're blushing a little. Did I say something wrong? Or, Xiao Yu looked at Qin Xiao, bit her jade lips, and looked a little shy. Ahem, no. Sister Xiao Yu, I'd better continue to check. I keep feeling that I've missed something. I believe that I'll definitely find a way to get out of here. After saying this, Qin Xiao got up and left as if he was escaping. Seeing Qin Xiao like this, Xiao Yu could not help but laugh out loud. She laughed so hard that the branches trembled and the peach blossoms danced in the sky. It was really a beautiful scene. Phew! Qin Xiao tried hard to adjust his mood and let himself calm down quickly. He could not be affected by Sister Xiao Yu's words. That's not right. Am I really that attractive to let Sister Xiao Yu treat me like this? Qin Xiao shook his head hard and got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his heart. Fortunately, Qin Xiao's state of mind was really good, so he quickly got rid of all the distracting thoughts, and his heart was completely calm. Qin Xiao's heart was completely immersed in this peach blossom forest. He seriously did not let go of any corner, any detail, any possibility. Often, the key point of matter was in the details. It was just a matter of whether you could find it or not. This search took him 100 years. 100 years was not a long time, but for this peach blossom forest, which was so small in the back garden, it was indeed long enough. Every inch of the land, and even every peach blossom, had probably been seen by Qin Xiao several times. I still haven't found anything. If I want to find it by looking at the details, it seems that this path is not going to work. The path of strength is also not going to work. The king has not appeared yet. It seems that he is not here for this stage. Then how on earth can I get out of here? What on earth have I overlooked? Qin Xiao sat down cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and meditated. He thought of countless possibilities and calculated them one by one. Everything has a law, and everything has a spirit. If it is a test, there is a way. It is definitely not a dead end. Although everything here looks normal, and there is nothing unusual, I feel that something is wrong. But I still feel that something is wrong. But what exactly is wrong? Perhaps the key to the problem is here. I have to think about it carefully. What exactly do I feel is wrong? 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Xiao Yu. This thought suddenly exploded in Qin Xiao's mind like thunder. Yes, I have always felt that something is wrong with Xiao Yu. Although Xiao Yu looks normal, her breath is right, and there is no flaw in her speech, I always feel that there is something wrong with Xiao Yu. Intuitively, she is a little different from the Xiao Yu I know. This feeling can't be concealed no matter how hard I try. But what's wrong with Xiao Yu? The breath is right. The person should be Xiao Yu. Could it be that Xiao Yu is being controlled by someone? That's why I feel like something's not quite right. There is this possibility, but it doesn't feel right. What is going on? What is the problem? The key to the problem should be Xiao Yu. But what is the problem? Grasping a point of the problem, he continued to go deeper along this point. The appearance is born from the heart. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved, and an idea came to his mind. The appearance is born from the heart. This is the fundamental Tao of illusion. All illusions were actually born from the heart. In other words, What you see is actually what you think in your heart, and it is not real. What the illusion confuses is your heart. As long as your mind is strong enough, you can break the illusion. This is definitely not an illusion. Otherwise, it is impossible for me to not notice it at all. The appearance can be born from the heart, but the appearance can also be born from the outside. The appearance is born from the outside. I have never come into contact with it before. The appearance is born from the outside. It does not confuse your heart. What you see is what you think is real. But in fact, it is not real. The appearance is born from the outside. It confuses what you see and what you perceive. Chapter 1843. Appearance is born from the outside. Everything is false and confuses the senses. What you see and feel is not necessarily true. This should be the key to the problem. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became extremely bright. He suddenly saw the light, pulled out the pervasive dark clouds, and saw a strange light. This ray of light was like a sharp sword, cleaving apart the darkness in front of Qin Zhao, breaking through the layers of obstacles and returning a ray of light. Everything should be like this. Qin Zhao's heart became more and more determined. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoyu with a fierce look. He walked toward Xiaoyu with firm steps. Seeing Qin Zhao's appearance, she looked a little flustered. She said, "Qin Zhao, what's wrong with you? What do you want to do?" Appearance is born from the outside. Everything is false. Only when you break everything can you return light to me. So break it for me, Qin Zhao said coldly. After that, he attacked Xiaoyu with all his strength. He directly attacked Xiaoyu as if he was dealing with an enemy. Xiaoyu was even more anxious. "Qin Zhao, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Appearance is born from the outside? I'm Xiaoyu, your sister Xiaoyu. What are you doing? Stop it. How can you be so crazy to attack me so ruthlessly?" Xiaoyu said anxiously. She hurriedly dodged but did not fight back. However, Qin Zhao turned a deaf ear to her. He ignored her and continued to attack with all his strength. The sharpness of the sword momentum was going to break all the darkness. This was the darkness in his heart, so he was no longer confused by the appearance. What he saw in front of him was not true. "Qin Zhao, what's wrong with you? Don't you even recognize Sister Xiaoyu? Are you going to kill me? Stop it. Calm down. If you continue like this, I will really fight back. With your strength, you may not be able to defeat me. Stop it. I don't want to hurt you. Qin Zhao, wake up. Stop." However, no matter what Xiaoyu said, Qin Zhao ignored her and continued to attack her fiercely. This peach blossom forest was too small. Even if he wanted to hide, it would be very difficult to keep hiding. Therefore, in the end, Xiaoyu was forced into a corner and had no choice but to retaliate. Xiaoyu struggled again and again, but it was to no avail. In the end, she could only fight back. The moment she retaliated, the entire peach blossom forest began to shake violently. The entire space seemed to explode as it began to shatter inch by inch. Space was shattering, and the peach blossoms were about to be annihilated. Everything in this world was collapsing and being destroyed. Seeing this, Qin Zhao was very happy. There was a slight smile on her face. "It's a success. It seems that what I thought was right. It turns out to be like this." Everything before his eyes had changed. After the strange phenomenon disappeared, its original appearance was revealed. In front of him was a rocky peak. There were no peach blossoms, no beautiful scenery, and no beautiful scenery. Xiaoyu also ceased to exist and was replaced by a familiar figure. Who else could it be but the king? There was no peach blossom forest here. There was no Xiaoyu. There was only the king. Everything that happened just now was just an illusion that was born from the outside. Everything was originally very simple. It was just that those involved in the strange phenomenon could not see clearly. It was too difficult to walk out of it. Clap, clap, clap. The king looked at Qin Zhao with a face full of admiration and praise. She could not help but clap her hands. She walked forward and said with a smile, "Qin Zhao, brat, you're really too experienced. TSK, TSK. I thought that you might be able to break free from the physiognomy. However, I did not expect that you would be able to break free from the physiognomy in just over 1,000 years. According to my estimation, You should need at least 10 to 20,000 years to break free. However, you only used a little over 1,000 years. This greatly exceeded my expectations. Indeed, you are experienced. I have no choice but to admire you. You can actually break free from such a powerful physiognomy in such a short time. You are really heaven-defying. Physiognomy? Qin Shao looked at the king with a puzzled expression. He understood that the appearance was born from the outside, but he did not know what this method was. In fact, Qin Shao had not encountered it before. Previously, he had encountered illusions. However, illusions were born from the outside. What confused was one's heart. The king explained, "You should know about illusions. Illusions are born from the outside. What it confuses is one's heart. However, illusions are relatively low level. As long as your mind is strong enough, you will be able to resist such confusion. Illusions can confuse one's heart. However, they cannot confuse one's eyes, senses, and willpower. Therefore, illusions are still very easy to see through. Once you know that it is an illusion, it will be much easier to break free from it. This is the limitation of illusions. That is precisely the case. Therefore, illusions are not difficult to cultivate. Everyone can cultivate illusions. Moreover, there are many illusionary immortal techniques that can be cultivated. It is not considered a brilliant method, unless your illusions have reached an extremely high level. Otherwise, illusions are actually only effective on some weak people. It can only be used as a small auxiliary method. It is difficult to be of much use in a battle. Qin Shao nodded. He knew quite a bit about illusions. In the primordial universe, Qin Shao had also cultivated illusions. He had some attainments in illusions. Illusory techniques were indeed a very common auxiliary technique. It could barely be considered as a parasitic technique. However, compared to array formations, illusions were much weaker. Illusions and physiognomy are actually of the same kind. It can even be said that they are the same. Physiognomy is a higher level of manifestation of illusions. It is more than 100 times harder to cultivate. Illusions are born from the inside. Physiognomy is born from the outside. Physiognomy is not to confuse your heart. It is to confuse your senses, your vision, your willpower, and your everything. Everything I showed you is real. Even if you can find something wrong, you will not be able to walk out of it. The difficulty of breaking the physiognomy is much higher than that of illusions. However, physiognomy is also very rare. There are also very few people who can cultivate physiognomy. Therefore, it is indeed a heaven-defying move for you to be able to break the physiognomy. The king continued to explain, and only then did Qin Shao feel more at ease. It turned out that this was called physiognomy. Illusions were originally one. This was not difficult to understand. The essence of the two was actually somewhat similar. If illusions were regarded as a beginner, then physiognomy was a manifestation of great mastery. It started from shallow to deep. Only when the illusions were combined could it be called a branch. It could be comparable to an array formation. Paraphrasing as a combat method was still worth cultivating. If one could cultivate a branch to a high level, it would definitely be a great trump card. However, Qin Shao did not have so much energy to think about it. Of course, there was indeed no good opportunity to cultivate it. Cultivating a branch was not like cultivating the Great Tao. The Great Tao could be completely comprehended from heaven and earth and cultivated on its own. However, there was no way to cultivate a branch behind closed doors. There must be guidance to cultivate it. It was either a good immortal cultivation method or a good master to guide it. If there was no such thing, it would be difficult to progress. He would think about these later. There was no need to think about it now. Walking out of the physiognomy was considered to have passed the third test, right? My king, I have passed the test of your district, right? Qin Shao asked. The king nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. You have successfully passed all 3 tests. Of course, you have passed the test of my district. After receiving the king's affirmative answer, Qin Shao breathed a sigh of relief. His efforts were not in vain. In retrospect, these 3 tests were indeed very scary. However, he had successfully passed them in the end. When he looked back, he did feel a sense of accomplishment and joy welled up in his heart. Haha, Qin Xiao, congratulations. Let's go. I will take you to the next station. The king laughed brightly again and said, Congratulations? Wasn't it a little too early to say that? Qin Xiao did not think much and said, By the way, I have another question to ask you, my king. Illusions are born from the heart. Physiognomy is born from the outside. The Xiao you just now should be transformed by you, right? The king nodded and did not deny it. This made Qin Xiao even more puzzled. Since Xiao Yu was transformed by you, I would like to know how you could disguise it so well. Whether it was from words and actions or some private things, you knew everything clearly. It could be said to be flawless. There was no way for me to detect any mistakes. Therefore, in the physiognomy just now, I only intuitively felt that something was wrong, but I couldn't find any flaws. There are some things that even I'm not very clear about, but you were able to prepare and explain them. Therefore, in the physiognomy just now, some of the things in my mind were not presented. I don't understand. How can you know so clearly? It doesn't make sense at all. Qin Xiao had this question just now. Even if the king could read the secret in his mind, it should not be like this. The king laughed and said, I knew you would ask this question. Ha ha ha, don't be anxious. There is naturally a reason. For now, I won't tell you. When you can walk out of the Heartless Island, you will naturally know the reason. I believe that this reason will definitely surprise you. For now, don't ask. You'd better concentrate on continuing to pass the test. Passing the test is what you should do now. The most important thing is, it's not too late to talk about the rest later. Qin Xiao looked at the king. It sounded like there was more to it. However, since the king was unwilling to say, Qin Xiao did not force him to say anything. He would just go and pass the test first. He would know what he should know eventually. It was just a matter of time. It did not matter. According to the king, he had to pass the test of at least 3 areas. Now, he had only passed the test of the first area. There were at least 2 more areas to go. If he was unlucky, he might pass a few more areas. The test of one area was already so difficult. If there were a few more areas, it would be a headache just thinking about it. The king was relatively easy to talk to. If he encountered a gatekeeper who was not easy to talk to, it would be even more of a headache. However, he had no choice. He could only bite the bullet and go and fight. The only thing he could do now was to pray in his heart that his luck would not be so bad. If he passed 3 or 4 areas, it would be fine. If there were more, the danger would increase exponentially. No matter how difficult it was, Qin Xiao had the firm confidence to fight. All right, Qin Xiao, it's in front. I'll send you here. You can go there yourself. After walking for a long time, the king suddenly stopped and pointed to the front. Chapter 1844. What appeared in front of Qin Xiao was a pair of exquisite wings. They were like the wings of a divine phoenix and exuded a sacred aura. The rainbow-colored wings looked especially beautiful. There was a divine aura flowing within the wings, making it look especially mystical. The wings exuded a powerful aura, which made Qin Xiao not dare to approach them easily. This aura made people feel as if there was a powerful living creature hidden in the wings. Once they got close, the powerful living creatures would run out from within. This is seeing the pair of wings in front of him. Qin Xiao was really stunned. He stared at them for a long time before saying, Streamer wings? If he wanted to leave the Heartless Island, he needed to get the streamer wings. Only the streamer wings could take him away from the Heartless Island. Therefore, his biggest task was to get the streamer wings. Previously, the king said that he needed to pass the tests of 3 areas. Moreover, he needed to be lucky and choose the right areas. This would be an extremely difficult test. However, Qin Xiao did not expect the king to bring him to the streamer wings now. What was the meaning of this? Qin Xiao also looked at the king with a puzzled expression, wondering what the king was up to this time. Qin Xiao could not be blamed for thinking this way. The king was really eccentric and unpredictable. Qin Xiao could not understand the king at all. Moreover, Qin Xiao felt that the king was capable of doing this kind of thing. Therefore, he could not help but feel a little suspicious. Qin Xiao, brat, why are you looking at this king like that? Don't you think that you should be looking at me with gratitude? You're right. This is the streamer wings. I've already brought you here and saved you a lot of trouble. Hurry up and get the streamer wings, the king said with a smile. Qin Shao already knew that this was the streamer wings and did not need the king to confirm it. However, Qin Shao did not understand. King, didn't you tell me that I need to pass the tests of 3 specific areas? Are you sure I can do it like this? Ha ha ha. The king laughed heartily. With a smug look on his face, he said, Congratulations, you've been fooled. What? Had he been cheated? What did he mean? Qin Zhao's frown deepened. He was even more puzzled by the king's words. What exactly did he mean by being cheated? After laughing, King continued. Actually, I was lying to you before. You don't need to pass all 3 zones tests. You only need to pass my zone. I've given you 3 tests, and that's enough. If you really want to pass the tests of the 3 specific areas, you might not be able to walk out. The dangers of the other districts are not something a fierce beast like me can compare to. However, the condition I told you before is effective for other people. As for you, because your realm is too low and you were thrown in by Floey, you naturally won't be given that condition. Otherwise, the possibility of you passing is infinitely close to 0. Do you understand what I'm saying now? Qin Shao looked at the king and said, Are you sure you're not lying to me this time? After being cheated, he naturally became more cautious. In fact, Qin Shao knew that the king was quite a good person. It was just that his personality was a little more interesting, but his nature was not bad. Not bad was not bad, but Qin Shao absolutely believed that the king would do something like lying to him. Perhaps it was not called lying, but toying with him. The king would definitely be very happy to do this kind of thing. He had to be careful, lest he was played by the king again. Seeing Qin Shao like this, the king laughed even more happily. I want to play with you, but when it comes to major matters, I still have to take it seriously. This is my duty. Therefore, if I fail in my duty, I will be punished by the Valley Master. Okay, Qin Shao, this is the situation. Go, this is the last test. If you can successfully control the flowing light wings, then you can leave this heartless island. Don't be careless. The difficulty of this test is definitely much more difficult than what you've encountered before. Whether you can pass or not will depend on your own ability and luck. However, I believe that you will definitely have no problems. So, do your best and good luck. Qin Shao looked at the king. For the first time, he felt that the king was so sincere that Qin Shao could not have a trace of doubt. Qin Zhao's intuition told him that the king should not be lying to him this time. It seemed that the situation was indeed true, and Qin Shao thought about it carefully. In fact, it was not necessary. Everything in front of him was real. This could not be faked. It was not that he had entered the physiognomy again. Just now, Qin Shao could walk out of the physiognomy because he had come into contact with it and also walked out of it. Naturally, he had a certain understanding of physiognomy. If it was physiognomy, then he would definitely be aware of it. This was obviously not the case in front of him. Therefore, there was no doubt that it was true. Thank you, my king. After being relieved, Qin Shao thanked the king. Ah, what did you say? Did I hear wrongly just now? Hearing Qin Zhao's thanks, the king was stunned. He did not quite dare to believe his ears. Previously, no matter how he forced Qin Shao did not say a single good word or beg for mercy. Therefore, now that he heard Qin Zhao's thanks, the king was naturally overjoyed. Looking at the king's exaggerated reaction, Qin Shao smiled and said, You didn't hear wrongly, my king. If you want to hear it, then I will say it a few more times. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My king, you are a good person. Ha ha. The king was as happy as a child who had received candy. He laughed heartily. Qin Shao could not help but shake his head and laugh. Was there a need to be so happy with a word of thanks? How long had it been since he heard this? Can you say it twice more? After laughing for a while, the king asked again. Cough. Qin Shao almost choked, but he still did as the king wished. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, 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 you're welcome. Ha ha. No. Let me laugh for a while more. The king nodded in satisfaction and continued to laugh heartily. After laughing for a long time, the king finally stopped. By the way, my king, you said that this is my last test, a test that is scarier than the previous tests. What do you mean? Is this flowing light wing very dangerous? If I'm not wrong, this flowing light wing should be a middle-grade immortal artifact. A middle-grade immortal artifact of extreme danger might be close to a high-grade immortal artifact. But is an immortal artifact that dangerous? Qin Shao asked with a serious expression. He had already felt that the aura emitted by this flowing light wing was much stronger than his lightning wing. The lightning wing was a low-grade immortal artifact. Based on the aura, the flowing light wing should be a middle-grade immortal artifact of extreme danger. It should not be a high-grade immortal artifact. A middle-grade immortal artifact. A high-grade immortal artifact was very hard to imagine. It should not be left here for him to obtain. Therefore, it was most likely a middle-grade immortal artifact. To refine an immortal artifact did require some power. Refining a low-grade immortal artifact was naturally not difficult for Qin Shao. Refining a middle-grade immortal artifact was a little difficult, but it should not be too difficult. Therefore, Qin Shao was very puzzled by the king's words. However, he felt that there should be some secret hidden in it. Otherwise, it would not be like this. The king nodded and said, "Yes, it's very dangerous. It's a very big test. You're right. The flowing light wing is indeed a middle-grade immortal artifact of extreme danger. In terms of value, it is not inferior to many high-grade immortal artifacts. It can be said to be a priceless immortal artifact. If the flowing light wing was outside, it would be enough to make the exalted immortals green with envy. Qin Shao, you have to know that once you obtain this flowing light wing, it will belong to you and will not be taken back. Therefore, how can I let you take it away so easily? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Therefore, I naturally have to give you an extremely difficult test. If you can pass the test, it will be reasonable for me to give you the flowing light wing, right?" What? Hearing the king's words, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. Belong to me? Qin Shao was very clear about the value of a flying-type middle-grade immortal artifact. It was indeed not inferior to some high-grade immortal artifacts. According to Qin Shao's knowledge, a high-grade immortal artifact would cost at least a few million Chaos Source Stones. Therefore, the flowing light wing's value must be at least a few million Chaos Source Stones. Most exalted immortals would not be able to take out so many Chaos Source Stones. As long as he passed the test, the flowing light wing would belong to him. Just this alone was extremely tempting. "King, are you sure you're not wrong?" Qin Shao still asked. The king nodded and said, "How can I be wrong about such things? I wouldn't dare to speak carelessly about such things. Since you've refined it, it's naturally yours. Are you going to forcibly take it back? It's not that easy to forcibly take back something you've refined." That was true. Once a treasure was refined, it was indeed not easy to take it away. One could kill the owner. However, for Qin Shao, he did not even kill his doppelganger. After all, his original body was still alive. Another way was to forcibly erase the soul imprint. However, to forcibly erase the soul imprint, one would need to be extremely powerful. Ordinary exalted immortals would definitely not be able to do it. Only extremely powerful exalted immortals would have a chance. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and go over. Don't be happy too early. It's not that easy to smoothly obtain the flowing light wing. Haha, Qin Shao, I wish you good luck. Go on, the king said again. Qin Shao nodded. Without any hesitation, he walked over to the flowing light wing. Soon, Qin Shao arrived in front of the flowing light wing. When he approached it, he felt waves of powerful energy surging toward him. Qin Shao did not dare to get too close. Although it did not have a sharp edge like a sword, the streaks of light flowing through the flowing light wing also released a powerful immortal might. Qin Shao sized up the flowing light wing. He did not feel that it was too dangerous. Qin Shao could not help but think to himself, what exactly is the danger that the king is talking about? I don't feel it. However, the king should not be lying to me. It shouldn't be that easy to take away the flowing light wing. There must be a great test waiting for me. However, what exactly was this test? At the very least, Qin Shao did not find anything wrong with it. Apart from the flowing light wing, there was nothing else here. What was the test? Forget it. I'll take the flowing light wing first. Chapter 1845. However, just as Qin Zhao's hand was about to reach the flowing light wings, a beam of light surged toward Qin Zhao's hand. This beam of light was unusually sharp. Even though Qin Zhao reacted quickly and quickly withdrew his hand, it still left a deep cut on his hand. If Qin Zhao's reaction had been just a little slower, his hand would have been directly cut off. What a fierce beam of light! My immortal body is so strong, but it directly cut a big hole in it. If my body had approached it, wouldn't I have been directly cut into pieces? Qin Zhao was inwardly shocked. Only now did he understand why the king said there would be great danger. This was the greatest test. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. It was indeed not an easy task to take away the flowing light wings. Taking it directly was definitely out of the question. The beam of light was so powerful that it made Qin Zhao's heart palpitate. Given Qin Zhao's strength and immortal body, there was no way he could resist it. Therefore, if he wanted to take it by force, he would be courting death. Since he couldn't take it directly, why not try to make it recognize him as its owner? Although Qin Zhao knew that this path was obviously difficult to traverse and there were bound to be great obstacles and dangers, he had to give it a try no matter what. Otherwise, how would he know how to get the flowing light wings? Since it was a test, he had to face it. With this thought in mind, Qin Zhao seeped his spiritual strength into the flowing light wings. Spiritual strength was an intangible object, so it was not affected by the beam of light and did not encounter any obstacles. However, when Qin Zhao's spiritual strength came into contact with the flowing light wings, a powerful force directly and violently struck Qin Zhao's soul, causing Qin Zhao to turn pale with fright. He took a few steps back before he came to his senses. However, a trace of cold sweat appeared on Qin Zhao's face. The scene, just now, was a little too dangerous. If this force had been a little stronger, it would have been able to directly destroy Qin Zhao's soul and kill Qin Zhao on the spot. Thinking about it, it was a frightening thing. The flowing light wings couldn't be touched. Souls couldn't be touched. It was like a forbidden item. No one could get close to it. Then what should he do? If he wanted to obtain the flowing light wings, what would he have to do? As expected, it wasn't that easy. Qin Zhao could completely understand why the king had said that the last test was much more difficult than the previous ones. It was indeed true. Qin Zhao stared at the flowing light wings that were close at hand, thinking about what could be done. Ideas came to her mind one after another, but they were rejected one by one. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly moved. He saw characters flowing in the light of the flowing light wings. Along with the light of the wings, the characters were faintly discernible. They were like naughty little elves, playing and moving freely. They were very happy. This is, Qin Zhao thought carefully. A thought came to his mind. Mental cultivation method incantation? How could there be mental cultivation method incantation on the flowing light wings? Could it be that the test for him wasn't the flowing light wings, but the set of immortal cultivation method or secret technique on it? The information displayed in the flowing light wings is a little messy. I can't understand it at all. Qin Zhao frowned deeply. He stared at the wings seriously, trying to understand the characters that flashed out over and over again, and memorized every character. This should be the test for him. The key to whether he could obtain the flowing light wings or not was definitely in this. Since the test was out, he naturally had to do his best. Hundreds of years passed. Qin Zhao memorized all the characters, but he still felt that it was very messy. It was like a ball of hemp. There was no way to decipher the meaning of these chaotic messages. These characters should have been deliberately messed up. Judging from the current situation, these characters should be the mental cultivation method incantation of a secret technique. And this secret technique should be called the flowing light incantation. If my guess is right, this flowing light incantation should be used in conjunction with the flowing light wings. In other words, only the flowing light incantation can activate the flowing light wings. A treasure needs to be activated by a secret technique. This is also very likely. In fact, I have encountered such a situation in the primordial universe, so it is not a novel thing. If this is the case, then everything becomes reasonable and can be explained. The test for me is to sort out the correct mental cultivation method incantation from this messy information, and then cultivate this secret technique to refine the flowing light wings. Only by doing all this can I get the flowing light wings and fly out of the Heartless Island. Only then can I pass the test. This chain of events is indeed brilliant, but it is also very difficult. Everything is easy now that the path is clear. Next, I just have to continue working in this direction. The most important thing is the direction. Although this test was very difficult, Qin Xiao was still full of confidence to fight. Now that the path was clear and the direction was right, the next thing would be much easier. The most difficult thing was to figure out the direction. The most difficult thing had been solved by Qin Xiao. So what was the rest? As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as this beginning was good, then everything would not be difficult. Therefore, Qin Xiao was now very clear about what he should do. The first step was obviously to sort out this messy information correctly. This step should also be the most difficult one. This step was definitely much more difficult than cultivating this secret technique. It was almost equivalent to creating a secret technique. Of course, it was certainly not as difficult as really creating a secret technique, but it should be 20 to 30% as difficult. This was equivalent to providing some information and some ideas. The rest needed to be created. How could it be easy to create a secret technique? Qin Xiao dared to say that it was definitely not easier than creating a dangerous immortal technique. Qin Xiao was now a one-step celestial venerable. If he was asked to create a low-grade immortal technique, he might be able to do it if he was given time. However, it definitely required time and inspiration. Creating something was not something that could be done just because one wanted to, unless Qin Xiao was asked to create some extremely ordinary cultivation methods. Then there would definitely be no problem, and he would be able to do it easily. When I was in the primordial universe, I created some cultivation techniques and secret manuals. My creations have always been ahead of my realm. That was the explosion of inspiration, the accumulation of time, and the sublimation of cultivation. It was not the result of deliberate effort. It's true that I have this experience. Now, I need to deliberately create this secret technique. This is not an easy task. Besides, I can only stay here and create a cart behind closed doors. This is not an easy task. This is indeed a huge challenge for me. It's a terrifying test. However, I have no other choice. I can only fight. I can only take a gamble. I believe that I can definitely do it. Perhaps this time, I will take a longer time. However, I will definitely win this battle. The strength of Qin Xiao's conviction was still incomparably strong. He was still fearless. He had to work hard. If I want to restore this chaotic information, the information in the flowing light wings should be able to give me a lot of ways to do so. Let's see if I have a way to keenly detect it. The flowing light wings and this secret technique are one. Therefore, there will be a mutual effect. This technique activates the flowing light wings. This is a kind of application of the immortal Tao nomological laws. The immortal Tao has 5 elements. The 5 elements are the foundation of the Tao. The 5 elements correspond to the Tao of the 5 elements and the nomological laws of the 5 elements. Flowing light is the wind. The Tao of the wind is speed. However, it is not just the Tao of the wind. The Tao of metal, wood, water, and earth are also included. However, the Tao of the wind is the main Tao. The other Taos are secondary. The Tao of the 5 elements are used very well. It creates a special balance and brings out the full power of the immortal Tao nomological laws. Speed is a kind of pinnacle. Using the immortal Tao nomological laws to the extreme is what I need to comprehend. The cultivation of the immortal Tao is to comprehend the immortal Tao nomological laws and the Tao of the 5 elements. From the Tao of the 5 elements, I need to painstakingly comprehend the operation of the nomological laws. This path is very difficult and very long. However, it will be of great help to my future cultivation. Now that I have broken through to immortality and embarked on the path of the immortal Tao, this is the path I need to take. I need to comprehend the immortal Tao and cultivate the nomological laws. This cultivation can be comprehended from heaven and earth. It can also be comprehended from immortal techniques and secret techniques. In comparison, the second method is more practical. After comprehending everything in his mind, Qin Shao also began his path of comprehension and cultivation. Moreover, it was not only about comprehension and cultivation. He also needed to have a very strong reverse thinking and creative thinking. Those who could achieve this were very rare as phoenix feathers and cheetah horns. This was where the difficulty lay. Qin Shao sank into his comprehension and cultivation. The king did not leave. Instead, he sat there and continued to drink his wine. A figure suddenly emerged from the ground and stood beside the king. This person's appearance was a little strange. His head was very long and sharp like a cone. It was a little strange. Other than his head being a little strange, everything else was more normal. His height was about the same as the king. However, his face was completely expressionless. It was as if a piece of paper was stuck there. He looked a little pale. "Wuching, what are you doing here? Why didn't you stay in your territory? Why did you come here to join in the fun?" The king looked at him and said jokingly, "I was too bored, so I came to take a look. All the good things have been taken by you, the king. Our brothers are not convinced." The cone-shaped man said, Is this the king's fault?" The king looked a little proud. He looked at Wuching and said, "My luck is just that good. You can't be envious. This heavy responsibility has fallen on my shoulders. What else can I do? Wuching, I think you'd better go back quickly. Otherwise, if the Valley Lord blames you, you'll have to bear the consequences." Wuching looked at the king emotionlessly and said, "I'll just take a look and leave immediately. Why are you in such a hurry? This kid is quite capable to be able to make it here. However, I think this is as far as he can go. He won't be able to pass this test." "Bah!" The king spat and rolled his eyes. He said, "Wuching, what do you know? Qin Shao will definitely pass this test." "Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not." Chapter 1846. Time continued to fly by. In the blink of an eye, it had been 100,000 years since Qin Shao left Linfu City. News about Qin Shao would spread from time to time in Linfu City, and Qin Shao gained a lot of attention. Qin Shao had always been known as a peerless genius. Since the selection of the nominal disciple, he had frequently appeared in people's eyes, and there was always big news. Step by step, he became a well-known celebrity in Linfu City. Qin Zhao's situation in the enchanting fire territory naturally attracted a lot of attention. At first, it was all true news, but there was only so much true news. After Qin Shao entered the central area of the enchanting fire territory, he was completely isolated from the outside world. Moreover, he quickly entered the Peach Blossom Valley, so he was even more isolated from the outside world, and no news came out. No matter how good the intelligence organization was, it would not be able to find out accurate information about Qin Shao. Therefore, there would always be some rumors coming out. Most of the so-called rumors could not be trusted. Rumors such as Qin Shao had died in the Bonfire Realm, a peerless genius of a generation had fallen, Qin Shao was trapped in a secret realm, and so on and so forth, could be heard everywhere. In addition to the rumors about Qin Shao, there were also rumors about Princess Xiaoyu. The news that Princess Xiaoyu left Linfu Immortal Palace and entered the enchanting fire territory to save Qin Shao could not be concealed and was quickly dug up. Then, a lot of rumors and slanders started to spread. Some of them even seemed to be true. Linfu Immortal Palace, Outer Gate. In a courtyard, a young man was practicing. The young man was surrounded by immortal qi, which shone brightly. The immortal qi was condensing into the shape of a dragon, but it seemed very difficult. Bang! The immortal qi suddenly exploded, scattering in all directions. The condensation failed. A pained expression appeared on the young man's face. He waved his fist dispiritedly and shook his head. "I failed again. I've tried so many times, but I still failed." This young man was none other than Xiao Dao. In the past 100,000 years, he had almost never left Linfu Immortal Palace. He had been practicing in his own courtyard, but the results were very poor. "Xiao Dao, you failed again?" A figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of Xiao Dao. Seeing this meatball, Xiao Dao immediately knew who it was. It was none other than Fatty Kai. After 100,000 years, Fatty Kai had changed. He had become an immortal and transcended the mortal world. However, even though he had become an immortal, Fatty Kai's body didn't change at all. He was still as fat as a big meatball. At first glance, it was really a bit scary. Seeing Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao was even more to failure. To failure. To time. Fatty Kai, you broke through and became an immortal 20,000 years ago. As for me, I haven't been able to break through. I've tried so many times, but without exception, I've failed. As soon as Xiao Dao finished speaking, Fatty Kai suddenly slapped Xiao Dao's shoulder. He looked at Xiao Dao with a serious face and said, Xiao Dao, you're becoming more and more useless. If you don't have confidence, how can you do it? Becoming an immortal is not so easy. Without a firm belief, a strong state of mind, and a fearless heart, how can you break through and become an immortal? Becoming an immortal is a transformation in your life, a sublimation. What happened to you all these years? I've already told you once before. Are you still not listening? Look at you now. What have you done to yourself? Xiao Dao shook his head and sighed again. His face was full of pain, and he said, Fatty Kai, I know you are criticizing me. I don't want to be like this, but I really can't help it. I really can't help it. It's been 100,000 years. There is still no news of Big Brother Qin, Xiao, and my sister. How can I cultivate in peace? Every time I want to cultivate wholeheartedly, I think of Big Brother Qin, Xiao, and my sister. I wonder if they are safe now. I can't help it. I really can't help it. Fatty Kai gently patted Xiao Dao and said, I can understand your feelings as a brother, but I already told you. Princess Xiaoyu and Brother Qin Xiao are still alive. They are not dead. If they are dead, Fusu Immortal Palace will know. They will send out the news. Also, Princess Xiaoyu is the Palace Master's only direct disciple. Do you think she will die? If she is really in danger, the Palace Master will definitely save her. It's been 100,000 years. There is no news of Brother Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu in the center of Baihui Domain. Maybe they have already met and just haven't come out. Since they are still alive, it means they are at least safe for now. What's the use of thinking so much? Can you help? We can't do anything now. The only thing we can do now is to wait for news here. No matter what the result is, we can't change anything. So what's the use of worrying so much? I know, but how could Xiao Dao not understand this logic? However, even though he understood the principle, it was still very difficult to do it. Xiao Dao didn't want to do this, but he couldn't control himself. He knew it was his heart that was causing trouble, but he didn't know what to do. Fatty Kai shook his head and said, Xiao Dao, all I can do is to tell you this. I can't help you with anything else. There is something wrong with your heart. The only one who can correct it is yourself. As a brother, I can only tell you this. I hope you can work hard to correct it. This may be a tribulation for you. If you can restrain your heart, then your state of mind will become even more powerful. A tribulation is also a sudden improvement. You can only rely on yourself to get through this. Xiao Dao, do your best. Believe in yourself. You can do it. With Brother Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu there, you must also do it. You must use them as your role models and make them proud of you. What you need to do now is to try to calm your heart and devote yourself to cultivation. Think about it. When Brother Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu come back and see that you have broken through to immortality, how happy will they be? You should be the pride of your Xinhua clan. Behind you, the whole clan is watching you. You should be the one to shine with unparalleled glory. Brother, if you want to become a strong person, you must overcome everything. Your biggest enemy now is yourself. You must overcome yourself. Only in this way can you achieve greater success. Xiao Dao was silent. Fatty Kai's words were like thunder in his mind. He knew this, but it was especially powerful when it came from Fatty Kai. It was like a warning bell trying to wake him up. A surge of power suddenly surged from the depths of Xiao Dao's heart. Like a clear spring, it flowed through his body in an instant. Kacha! Kacha! Xiao Dao clenched his fists tightly. His strength was erupting, his blood was boiling, and his fighting spirit was burning. Calm down, calm down. I can do it. I can do it. Xiao Dao was also cheering himself up. His heart became incomparably firm. The reason why he was able to walk step by step to where he was today was because of his strong and resolute heart. The power of his mind allowed him to create a miracle that he had never dared to imagine before. The heart could change everything. Chapter 1847. Unknowingly, Qin Shao had been comprehending the flowing light incantation for 100,000 years. It had only been 120,000 years since he entered the Heartless Island. In the first 20,000 years, he had passed those tests. The last test had taken 100,000 years. He was still far from passing this test. Fortunately, there was no time limit here. Otherwise, it would be really difficult. After 100,000 years of immersion and comprehension, Qin Shao had made countless deductions and countless attempts. Step by step, he was approaching the final success. Creation was definitely more difficult than cultivation. In fact, it was much more difficult. Although Qin Shao could not be called a complete creation now, it was at most a small-scale creation. However, it was still much more difficult than cultivation. This difficulty tested Qin Zhao's ability in all aspects. His ability to fit together was not as simple as his talent and potential. Talent and potential were mainly reflected in the comprehension of cultivation. Creation, on the other hand, was another level up on this basis. It was difficult. It was very difficult. It's really hard for this boy. It would be very difficult for a great immortal to complete this test, let alone a boy who has just broken through and become an immortal. The king took a sip of wine, glanced at Qin Shao, and shook his head with a sigh. He had some sympathy for Qin Shao. However, no matter how sympathetic he was, he could not help. He did not dare to disobey the Valley Master's orders. It's been 100,000 years. I don't know if this boy can succeed. The longer it drags on, the worse it will be. 100,000 years is not a long time. As long as it's within 1,000,000 years, there is hope for success. If it's more than 1,000,000 years, the possibility of a great immortal will come. For the time being, it's still early. Qin Zhao's possibility of success is still very high. Thinking like this, the king happily drank his wine again. Bah, the possibility is high. I've already said that he definitely can't pass. Don't have any illusions. He's just a brat who just broke through and became an immortal. How could he possibly pass this test? Even if you, the king, were to go to such a test, it would take some effort. Even an ascendant immortal might not necessarily succeed. This boy has no chance at all. Before the king could drink the wine, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground and spat at the king. The person who had come was none other than Wu Qing. Seeing Wu Qing come out again, the king was so angry that he jumped up. He glared at him and scolded. Wu Qing, are you bent on going against me? Are you done yet? Why aren't you staying in your territory? What are you doing here? Hurry up and scram. This king doesn't want to see you. Seeing you annoys me. I just want to hit you. Do you have to go against this king for you to feel good? Why are you so annoying? Can you be any more annoying? Wu Qing said expressionlessly. I'm not annoyed. I'm fine. Don't I only come out once every 10,000 years? This is my 10th time coming out. If you want to annoy me even more, I'll come out once every 1,000 years. I don't have any problems with that. It's up to you whether you want me or not. King Wong was so angry that he cursed. F***ck off. Scram as far as you can. Stingy. Anyway, it's still the same thing. It won't pass. After Wu Qing said that, he left again. King Wong wanted to hit him, but he couldn't. After sending Wu Qing away, King Wong smacked his lips in displeasure. He looked at Qin Shao and muttered to himself, Qin Shao boy, you have to work hard. For you, I'm going to go all out with Wu Qing. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Humph, it's not that easy to watch me fail. Qin Shao, whether or not this king can vent this anger depends on you. You must succeed. You must. I believe in you. You can definitely pass. Yeah. King Wong had just finished speaking when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Shao in surprise. His eyes quickly widened. Qin Shao, who hadn't made a move for 100,000 years, finally made a move. Qin Zhao's move made King Wong see the dawn of victory. Phew, my 100,000 years of hard work have not been in vain. I've finally completed the mantra of the flowing light art. Qin Zhao's expression changed, and a slight smile appeared on his face. His 100,000 years of hard work had finally succeeded. His hard work had paid off. This was a very satisfying thing. Only Qin Zhao himself knew how difficult it was to comprehend and cultivate for 100,000 years. Only Qin Zhao knew how difficult it was to achieve this. This was a heaven-defying act. If it were anyone else, not to mention 100,000 years, even 10 universe epochs wouldn't be of any help. Although the flowing light art was a cultivation method that complemented the flowing light wings, it was actually comparable to a mediocre immortal technique. Just cultivating a mediocre immortal technique was an extremely difficult task for Qin Zhao, who was only a first step heavenly venerate. Needless to say, this was almost equivalent to creation. It was more than 10 times harder than cultivation. From this, one could see how difficult it was. Qin Zhao was able to succeed in 100,000 years because of his talent and potential. Secondly, his powerful mental strength. Thirdly, there was also a bit of luck involved. Many factors combined to achieve such a success, and it was not by chance. Qin Zhao had already succeeded in the most difficult step. In fact, success in this step meant that he had basically passed the test. Success in this step accounted for 70% of success. Next was the second step. The second step was to cultivate this cultivation method. This cultivation method was comparable to a mediocre immortal technique and was quite profound. However, Qin Zhao had already succeeded in the first step, so the second step was a matter of course. Naturally, it became much easier. Qin Zhao did not hesitate. Striking while the iron was hot, he immediately calmed down and began to cultivate the flowing light art. As expected, cultivating the flowing light art was very smooth. There were no obstacles. It only took Qin Zhao 30,000 years to cultivate this cultivation method, and he had already cultivated it to the stage of perfection. A first step heavenly venerate used only 30,000 years to cultivate a cultivation method comparable to a mediocre immortal technique to perfection. This was simply unbelievable and unimaginable. This kind of cultivation was originally harder than ascending to the heavens. It was extremely difficult to achieve. However, Qin Zhao did it. Moreover, he did it in such a monstrous manner. Even if a second step heavenly venerate or a third step heavenly venerate great immortal were to cultivate it, it would be very difficult to cultivate it to perfection in 30,000 years. Qin Zhao did not feel anything when he reached this step. In his opinion, it was a matter of course. He had completed the first step. The second step was also completely within his expectations. There were no surprises. After completing the second step, there was only one step left. The third step was to refine the flowing light wings. Success or failure depended on this. Although, according to his expectations, he should be able to refine the flowing light wings once he cultivated the flowing light secret art to the perfection stage. However, whether or not this was the case was still unknown. Qin Zhao stared at the flowing light wings again. He took a deep breath and resolutely made his move. He activated the flowing light art. A stream of light energy gushed out from Qin Zhao's body and gushed toward the flowing light wings. Soon, the stream of light energy enveloped the entire flowing light wings, forming a flesh and blood connection. Qin Zhao was delighted by this result. He knew that he had basically succeeded. It seemed that this step was correct. There were no surprises. In that case, everything was right. Since that's the case, let's begin the refinement. With a thought, Qin Zhao's soul energy gushed out. This time it was very smooth. It was not repelled by a force like last time. The soul energy smoothly entered the flowing light wings. Qin Zhao integrated his soul energy into the flowing light of the flowing light art. Following the flowing light, it was branded into the flowing light wings. This step was very smooth. Qin Zhao's soul was slowly branded. The feeling of flesh and blood connection was getting stronger. Qin Zhao knew that he was slowly refining the flowing light wings. He was getting closer and closer to success. The refining process did not take too long, but it still took 300 years before it was finally completed. The moment it was completed, Qin Zhao's soul shook violently. He felt that the flowing light wings had become a part of his body. It was as if his blood flowed through it. This feeling was too wonderful. Chapter 1848. How wonderful! Although he had never experienced such a feeling before, it was at least a feeling that other treasures had never given him before. Treasures were originally external objects. Even if they were refined, there shouldn't be too much of a feeling. At most, he could refine it and use it as he wished. However, Qin Zhao had never encountered something that could truly connect with his heart and flesh. How should he describe this feeling? It was like a treasure that had been dependent on each other since childhood, raised with spirit, and always followed by his side. After a long time, the feelings were too deep. Perhaps he would have such a feeling. Therefore, Qin Zhao once again felt the extraordinariness of this flowing light wing. This flowing light wing was definitely not something that ordinary middle-grade immortal treasures could compare to. Brat Qin Zhao, I have to congratulate you again. A voice was heard, and the king walked over with a happy smile. Seeing the king, Qin Zhao couldn't help but feel grateful in his heart. Thank you. Although the king liked to hear nice words, he was surprisingly humble this time. He waved his hand and said, "Why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything this time." "That's not true. King, haven't you always encouraged me and firmly believed that I could pass?" Qin Zhao smiled faintly. Obviously, he had heard the conversation between the king and Wu Qing over the years. The king smiled. In fact, he didn't think much of it. However, he was still very happy that Qin Zhao thanked him. "This is a small matter, but you are indeed heaven-defying. I originally thought that if you could pass within 1,000,000 years, it would be extremely amazing. It's just that I didn't expect you to pass it in just a short 100,000 years. It's really too unbelievable. Even if I were to take this test, I might not be able to complete it within 100,000 years. Your monstrous talent is indeed somewhat heaven-defying. I, the king, have never admired anyone in my life, but you have really made me admire you. With your monstrous talent and potential and such a strong temperament. As long as you're given good cultivation conditions, it is impossible to estimate how far you can go. You're a very good seedling. It's a pity that our clan has never accepted outsiders. Otherwise, speaking of this, the king stopped abruptly. He shook his head and said, "Well, let's not talk about this. Well, Qin Zhao, you should leave the Heartless Island as soon as possible." The king did not continue speaking, and Qin Zhao did not ask either. He did not want to pursue the matter. Qin Zhao nodded. "Okay, then I'll take my leave first. See you later." After saying that, Qin Zhao moved his mind and flapped his wings of light. He turned into a stream of light and charged into the sky. This speed was so fast that it was a little frightening. Even Qin Zhao herself was a little surprised. He was fully prepared, but when the speed of the flowing light wings burst out at full power, it was indeed too fast. It somewhat exceeded his expectations. With such speed, even a great immortal would find it difficult to catch up with him. "See you later?" The king shook his head and smiled. "I'm afraid we won't meet again. Life is really as lonely as snow. Hee, I almost forgot one thing. Wu Qing insisted on arguing with me. This time, I'll make fun of him." After that, the king moved his body and disappeared. On the other side, Qin Zhao, who had put on the flowing light wings, broke through the restraint of the void and quickly flew out of the Heartless Island, returning to the Peach Blossom Valley. When he landed on the ground, he smelled the fragrance of peach blossoms again and saw the field full of peach blossoms. A sense of familiarity arose spontaneously. This time, he had gone down for 120,000 years. After going through several dangers and tribulations, he finally managed to walk out successfully. This trip was indeed fruitful. The biggest gain was the flowing light wings, a priceless, immortal treasure. Tao Dao, I told you that Big Brother would pass the test. Look, didn't Big Brother come out unscathed? You're just envious and jealous. That's why you said that. Actually, there are some things that can't be envied. As soon as Qin Zhao came up, he heard Huahua's bell-like laughter. It was like the sound of nature, very pleasant to the ear. After not seeing each other for 120,000 years, hearing it again was indeed a kind of beautiful enjoyment and incomparable familiarity. As soon as his voice fell, Hua Hua, like a lively little girl, skipped over to Qin Shao. Her innocent and cute little face made people unable to resist the urge to pinch it. However, Qin Shao was somewhat wary of Hua Hua. This cute little girl was sometimes not cute. When she was two-faced, she could also trick people to death. This time, Qin Shao was badly tricked. However, with every sip and bite, a disaster turned into a blessing. Therefore, to a certain extent, Qin Shao still had to thank Hua Hua. However, these are two different things. He still had to be vigilant. Tao Tao pursed her lips and looked a little unhappy, but she did not say anything. Qin Shao could pass the test and come out alive. In fact, he was a little happy. It was just that Hua Hua's words made him unhappy. Was she jealous? He did not know much about these things. Big brother Qin Shao. Hua Hua blinked her eyes and looked at Qin Shao. She stood in front of Qin Shao and raised her head, as if she wanted to put her face in front of Qin Shao. This look was beautiful and cute, but also pitiful. Ahem, Miss Hua Hua, what can I do for you? Qin Shao looked at Hua Hua and was a little unaccustomed to this. Uffed. Hearing Qin Zhao's serious words, Hua Hua held her stomach and laughed. Her laughter was so beautiful that it could be imagined. She had the temperament of a child. After laughing, Hua Hua said again, Big brother Qin Shao, why are you so serious? Last time was my mistake. It was an accident. Are you still angry with me? Was it really a mistake? Was it really an accident? She was obviously doing it on purpose. Okay, I know I was wrong. I was just joking with you. I promise I won't do it again. Big brother Qin Shao, don't be angry with me, okay? Hua Hua immediately acted coquettishly. It had to be said that when a woman acted coquettishly, it was more effective than anything else. It was definitely an extremely lethal move. A woman's tears, a woman's coquettishly, was definitely a killer move for men. Qin Shao could not withstand such an attack. Although he was indeed a little wary of Hua Hua, he did not really blame Hua Hua. Therefore, when Hua Hua acted coquettishly, Qin Zhao's heart naturally softened. I'm not angry with you, Qin Shao said. Hua Hua said again, Really? Big brother Qin Shao, I'm still young. Don't lie to me. But looking at your expression, you don't look like you're not angry. I see that you're unhappy. You must still be angry with me, right? I've already apologized to you. Can't you calm down? I'm really not, Qin Shao said again. If you don't believe me, then smile, Hua Hua said. Qin Shao was really speechless. He was not in the mood to force a smile. Besides, he did not like to smile. Unless there was something really happy, he would smile from the bottom of his heart. It was too forced to smile. Qin Shao was not willing to do such a thing. Boo-hoo, big brother Qin Shao. Look at you, you don't even want to smile, and you say you're not angry. You're obviously angry. Boo-hoo, if you don't calm down, I'll cry in front of you. Hua Hua looked like she was about to cry. Qin Shao was completely convinced. He was really helpless against Hua Hua. This little girl, looking at her, was she really going to cry in front of him? Qin Shao was really afraid of this kind of lethal weapon. Therefore, Qin Shao could only smile helplessly. Big brother Qin Shao, your smile is so fake. It's obviously not sincere. However, Hua Hua was still not satisfied. Qin Shao really did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he did not smile, he would not smile. If he smiled, he would say that it was too fake. Wasn't this making things difficult for him? This little girl who looked innocent and cute was really hard to please. Forget it. Qin Shao was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore. He simply remained silent. Silence was often a man's best weapon. At this moment, a voice, like a ray of light in the darkness, came to Qin Zhao's rescue. Qin Shao, you finally came out. Hearing this voice, Qin Zhao's heart could not help but shake violently. It was probably because this voice was too familiar. Sister Xiao Yu's voice? Qin Shao frowned deeply in an instant. How could he hear Xiao Yu's voice? Auditory hallucination? Physiognomy? No, none of them were right. Qin Shao quickly looked over. Sure enough, not far in front of him, a familiar and beautiful figure was walking over. Peach blossoms paved the road and filled the sky. Like a queen descending, heaven and earth surrendered. peach blossoms scattered in the 9 heavens. Her holy power deterred the firmament. Who else could it be but Xiao Yu? He had seen Xiao Yu on Heartless Island before, but that was the king's physiognomy, which was fake. Seeing Xiao Yu again at this time, Qin Xiao could not help but be a little vigilant. He looked at her seriously and did not dare to recognize her for a while. Xiao Yu quickly walked to Qin Xiao. Seeing Qin Xiao's appearance, she could not help but ask, "What's wrong, Qin Xiao? We haven't seen each other for more than 100,000 years. Don't you recognize Sister Xiao Yu?" After looking at her for a while, Qin Xiao dared to confirm that the person in front of him was indeed Sister Xiao Yu. "Sister Xiao Yu, why are you here?" Qin Xiao asked with a little excitement. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "It's a long story. Let's sit down and talk about it slowly. Come, let's go over there." After saying that, Xiao Yu waved her hand. Under a peach blossom, a jade table and jade chair appeared out of thin air. The two of them walked over there. Hua pouted and wanted to walk over, but was pulled back by Tao Tao. Tao Tao shook her head at her, indicating that she could not go over. Hua hesitated for a moment and stopped. She did not continue, but her mouth pouted even more. Sitting under the peach blossom tree, Qin Xiao looked at Xiao Yu and asked again, "Sister Xiao Yu, you're here to save me?" Xiao Yu did not deny it and nodded, saying, "Yes. Fortunately, I found you. Even more fortunately, not only did you not die, but you also obtained a good opportunity. You've already broken through to immortality and obtained a powerful immortal treasure. It seems that your harvest here is very good. It's a blessing in disguise. It could be considered a happy thing." Qin Xiao nodded, saying, "Yes, it's indeed a blessing in disguise. I also did not expect that I would be able to obtain so many things here. This is often the miraculous thing about life. You may never know if something is good or bad for you. Sometimes you feel that you're going to die, but it's actually an opportunity." Chapter 1849. I also said those words to you? Xiao Yu's face was flushed red, and she looked very shy. The two chatted and naturally talked about Qin Xiao's situation on the Heartless Island. Qin Xiao talked about the physiognomy in detail. When he talked about what Xiao Yu said to him in the physiognomy, Xiao Yu was naturally very shy after listening to it. Although she wasn't the one who said those words, they seemed to have come from her heart and touched her soul. This made Xiao Yu feel like she was completely seen through by others, and there were no secrets in her heart. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "It wasn't you who said those words. It was you in the physiognomy who said those words. But the you in the physiognomy was not you, but the king. So, those words have nothing to do with you. What I'm a little puzzled about is, how did the king know so much about you?" Xiao Yu looked even more shy. Her eyes were somewhat evasive as she shook her head and said, "I don't know either. Indeed, many of the situations that the king said, after comparing with Xiao Yu, Qin Xiao was right." Then what was going on? This meant that the king knew many of Xiao Yu's real situations, so it was possible to do this. "Okay, Qin Xiao, let's not talk about this. Let's think about how to leave here." Xiao Yu changed the topic. Qin Xiao nodded. He didn't want to continue on this topic. It would be very awkward. That's right. The main problem now was how to leave this place. That was the way to go. Qin Xiao asked, "Sister Xiao Yu, when you entered the Peach Blossom Valley, did you find any Hellfire Tribe beings outside?" "No." Xiao Yu shook her head. It seemed that the two Hellfire Tribe beings had already left. It seemed that after guarding for a while, they didn't want to continue guarding. There were no Hellfire Tribe beings guarding outside, so it was easy to deal with. However, the current Qin Xiao was no longer the Qin Xiao of the past. He wouldn't be as embarrassed as last time. Even if there were Hellfire Tribe members guarding outside, it would not be difficult. After all, Qin Xiao now had the flowing light wings. It was easy for her to shake off those fire race beings. It's easy to do things. The dangers outside no longer posed a threat to him. Therefore, there was no pressure to go out now. If that was the case, it would be easy to handle. "Big Sister Xiao Yu, let's bid farewell to the Peach Blossom Valley Lord and leave," Qin Xiao said. Lil Yu nodded, and the two of them got up and walked over. Hua and Tao Tao also came up to greet them. "Hee, big sister, big brother, are you going to find a Valley Master?" Floey looked at Qin Xiao and Xiao Yu with a smile. Previously, Qin Shao had suspected Tao Dao and Hua Hua's ages. Later, he understood that the 1 year they spoke of was actually a universe epoch. 7 years old meant that he had lived for 7 universe eras. To Qin Shao, this was an extremely long period of time. It was simply unimaginable. Qin Shao had only lived for a few million years until now. It was far, far from even an epoch, let alone a universe epoch. Therefore, these two people were clearly much older than him. Hearing Floey call him Big Brother, Qin Shao felt really awkward. Lady Floey, can you not call me Big Brother? Otherwise, you can also call me Little Brother, Qin Shao said. Floey looked at Qin Shao with a naturally dazed expression. She blinked and said, No, you're older than me. That's why I'm calling you Big Brother. How am I older than you? Qin Shao said helplessly. Floey said seriously, Your body is bigger than mine. Liu, who was at the side, could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Qin Shao was speechless. His body was bigger than hers. How could he refute that? Therefore, Qin Shao could only stop talking. It seemed that it was impossible to change Floey's way of addressing him. Since that was the case, then forget it. He would just bite the bullet and listen. He told himself that when he thought of Floey's young face, he would just treat her as a little girl. Lady Floey, can you take us to see your Valley Master? Qin Shao asked with a smile after calming down. No. However, Qin Zhao's answer was firm. No. Qin Zhao's brows instantly furrowed. A big question mark was written on his face. Why not? Why? Qin Shao frowned and looked at Floey. Was this woman trying to play some tricks again? To be honest, Qin Shao was really afraid of Floey. Because your smile is too fake. It's not sincere at all. So when I'm unhappy, I can't do it, Floey said. Qin Shao had the urge to vomit blood. Was his smile that fake? Floey, stop teasing Qin Shao. Take us to see the Valley Master first, Xiaoyu said as she stepped forward. Xiaoyu's words were quite effective. After Floey made a face at Qin Shao, she looked at Xiaoyu and said, Big Sister Xiaoyu, it's not that I don't want to bring you guys. It's just that our Valley Master has instructed us not to bring you guys. What did she mean? The Valley Master didn't want to see them? Qin Shao and Xiaoyu looked at each other. They didn't understand what the Valley Master meant. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, Floey, does the Valley Master mean that we can leave the Peach Blossom Valley directly? Actually, Qin Shao didn't care whether he met the Valley Master or not. He just wanted to leave this place. He only wanted to politely say goodbye to the Valley Master and express his gratitude. If the Valley Master didn't want to meet them, then Qin Shao naturally wouldn't mind. But from Floey's words, it didn't seem to be that simple. Sure enough, Floey shook her head and said with a troubled expression, No, Big Brother. Our Valley Master doesn't want you to leave the Peach Blossom Valley. Hearing this, Qin Zhao's brows immediately furrowed deeply, and his face sank slightly. What did she mean by not allowing them to leave the Peach Blossom Valley? She didn't want to see them and didn't want them to leave the Peach Blossom Valley. Wasn't that the same as trapping them in the Peach Blossom Valley? This made Qin Shao completely unable to understand what the Peach Blossom Valley Lord meant. Then what does the Valley Master mean? He doesn't want to see us and doesn't want us to leave. There has to be an explanation, right? He can't just lock us in here without knowing why, right? Xiaoyu asked. Floey said, Sister, Big Brother, don't be anxious. There will naturally be an explanation. Sister, this is what the Valley Master means. He can let you leave the Peach Blossom Valley. But there is a condition. Our Peach Blossom Valley has never been invaded by outsiders before. If there are any foreign races, we will kill them on the spot. Our Peach Blossom Valley also has the meaning of a peach garden. You are very lucky to be able to come in here. But this is not a back garden. You can't come in and leave as you please. So, if you want to leave the Peach Blossom Valley, you will have to pay some conditions. Conditions? Qin Shao asked, What conditions? Floey looked at Qin Shao and then at Xiaoyu and said, Sister, the Valley Master has given you 2 options. The first option is relatively simple. You can stay in the Peach Blossom Valley for 3 million years. Then, you can let Big Brother leave. I can even personally send Big Brother out of the enchanting fire domain to ensure his safety. After 3 million years, if you're willing to stay in the Peach Blossom Valley, you are very welcome. If you're not willing, you can leave. 3 million years in exchange for your freedom. This is the first option. No. Without waiting for Xiao Yu's reply, Qin Xiao directly rejected it. Using 3 million years of Xiao Yu's freedom in exchange for his safety was such a selfish thing. Qin Xiao cannot do it. Therefore, Qin Xiao firmly disagreed. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and did not reply. But she had made a decision in her heart. If there was no other way, she would choose this option. Using 3 million years of her freedom in exchange for Qin Xiao's safety, she felt that it was worth it. Moreover, staying in the Peach Blossom Valley did not mean that she would lose her freedom completely. In fact, she could still enjoy a lot of things here. She could even gain endless benefits. It was just that she could not leave the Peach Blossom Valley. This path was actually not an unacceptable path. At the very least, Xiao Yu could accept it. However, she was the disciple of the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace. If she stayed here for 3 million years, she would be letting her master down. But if she really had to choose, she would still choose to accept it. But there was no hurry. There were other options. What about the other option? Qin Xiao asked directly. Hua Hua said, Big brother, the second option is more difficult. It's very difficult. So, I think you should not choose the second option. The first option is quite good. Little sister, you will only stay here for 3 million years. It will be over soon. If that's the case, I can play with you every day. You definitely won't be bored. Moreover, there are a lot of good things in the Peach Blossom Valley. If you cultivate here, you will definitely gain endless benefits. This is equivalent to a great opportunity. So, little sister, big brother, I think you should consider the first option. Xiao Yu was about to say something, but Qin Xiao beat her to it. Hua Hua, tell us about the other option first. No matter what, you have to give us a choice. Hua Hua pouted and could only say, Okay, big brother. I'll tell you. As for the second path, you'll need to pass some tests. If you can pass them, you can leave. What kind of tests are they? Qin Xiao asked again. Hua Hua said, I can't tell you the details. Big brother, you'll know later. In any case, this test is very, very difficult. Moreover, it might even be life-threatening. This test is definitely more difficult than all the tests you've faced in the Heartless Island. So, big brother, do you want to think about it again? Qin Xiao said with a serious face. What about Sister Xiao Yu? Little sister. Hua Hua shook her head and said, Little sister, you don't have to take the test. The test is only for you. The first option is up to little sister. The second option is up to you, big brother. So it's up to you to choose. Of the two paths, I'm telling you to choose the first one. Big brother, just listen to me. Choose the first option is the best. Xiao Yu also said, Yes, Qin Xiao. Choose the first option. It's only 3 million years. It will pass quickly. This option is the safest. You can leave safely and go back to the Fuda Immortal Palace. That's enough. No. Qin Xiao still shook her head resolutely. Sister Xiao Yu, how can I let you be trapped here for 3 million years and go back alone? Chapter 1850. No, Qin Xiao, don't be rash. Even Hua Hua said that this test is very difficult and dangerous. You don't have to take this risk. It's too dangerous. The first option is the safest. It's just 3 million years. We've already become immortals. To us, 3 million years is a very short period of time. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yu firmly disagreed. She wanted to choose the first option. 3 million years was indeed very short for immortals. Actually, even to ordinary mortals, 3 million years was not too long. It would pass if they could bear it. Speaking of which, this path was indeed nothing special. No, Qin Xiao said again. Hua Hua, choose the second option. Listen to me. No matter how difficult the test is, it won't be difficult for me. Hua Hua, listen to me. Choose the first option. Hua Hua, choose the second option. Qin Xiao and Xiao Yu continued to argue, unable to reach a consensus for the time being. Hua Hua raised her hand and gestured for them to stop. She looked at the two and said, Enough. You two don't need to fight anymore. There's no point in fighting anymore. Little sister, I forgot to tell you. The Valley Master said that you don't have a choice. So, I can only listen to Big Brother. If he said to choose the second option, then I'll choose the second option. No choice. Xiao Yu was stunned. She did not even have the right to choose. Xiao Yu looked at Qin Xiao and said, Qin Xiao, don't do anything stupid. Listen to me. Don't take the risk. I don't want you to take the risk. I don't want you to be in any danger. I don't want anything to happen to you. Qin Xiao, just listen to me, okay? Towards the end, Xiao Yu was already begging. I'm sorry, big sister Xiao Yu. I can't listen to you this time. This is my own matter. Big sister Xiao Yu, you came to save me. I, Qin Xiao, will remember this kindness in my heart. I will never forget it. Big sister Xiao Yu has done enough for me. You've sacrificed enough. How can I let you be trapped for another 3 million years because of me? Even if there's no danger, I still can't accept it. This is my business to begin with. I have no reason to back down. Since it's a test for me, I should face it bravely. I'm not afraid of any test. For me, this could be a chance for me. As long as I can pass this test, I believe that I will undergo a great transformation and sublimation. So, big sister Xiao Yu, don't try to persuade me. Let's just treat this as part of my cultivation. And this kind of opportunity is very rare. Cultivation has always been like this. If you want to reap great rewards, you must pay a great price. Riches and honor come from danger. This is an unchanging principle. I've long been prepared. Believe me, I won't fall so easily. I have enough confidence and strength to pass this test. Xiao Yu looked at Qin Xiao. Her red lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something. In the end, he nodded helplessly and said, All right, Qin Xiao, since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. But you have to be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you. I came here to bring you back safely. For you, I'm not afraid to risk my life this time. Qin Xiao knew about Xiao Yu's friendship. Qin Xiao also completely believed that Xiao Yu would not hesitate to risk her life for him. Qin Xiao did not know whether this friendship was between friends or family, or even something beyond these two things, and he did not want to think too deeply about it. Qin Xiao was indeed rather dull when it came to some things. He had already made up his mind on this matter, and he would not change it again. What did he have to be afraid of? Opportunities were often obtained through hard work. Gains were also obtained through hard work. The greater the risk, the greater the possible gain. Cultivation was often proportional. So, many times it depended on whether you dared to fight. If you didn't succeed, you would die trying. If you succeeded, you would have a great gain. If you didn't succeed, you would die. One side was life, and the other side was death. It was indeed frightening. Big brother, have you really thought it through? Have you decided? You won't go back on your word? Hua blinked and looked at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded and said with certainty, Yes, I've thought it through. Since I've decided, I naturally won't go back on my word. All right. Big brother, since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. In that case, come with me. I'll take you to the place of the test. Hua did not say anything more. Xiao Yu also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Tao Tao. Miss Xiao Yu, I'm sorry you can't go with us. That test is for that big guy, and it doesn't include you. The Valley Master has invited you. Come with me to see him. The Valley Master had invited her? Xiao Yu was slightly taken aback. After looking at Tao Tao, she thought for a moment and nodded her head in agreement. On Qin Zhao's side, Hua led Qin Xiao through the peach blossom forest. There was a winding path with peach blossoms falling on both sides. It was like a beautiful rain, and it was very beautiful and pleasant. Although the scenery was beautiful, Qin Xiao was not in the mood to appreciate it. Hua was not in a hurry. As she walked, she admired the beautiful scenery on both sides. From time to time, she would pick a few peach blossoms to admire and praise. Big brother, you're so cute. Hua suddenly said out of nowhere, and even smiled at Qin Xiao. So cute? Hearing such an adjective, Qin Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not like such compliments. It was really weird to describe a grown man as really cute. At least, Qin Xiao could not accept it. Yes, you're so cute. You're really wooden, too wooden. As for the wooden ones, they were usually quite cute. So, you're also very cute. Hua continued to smile. Wooden? There was clearly a hidden meaning in her words. Qin Xiao was not stupid. He naturally understood some clues. Hua was probably saying this on behalf of Xiaoyu. What was the hidden meaning in saying that he was wooden? Could it be that Hua could also tell that Xiaoyu had special feelings for him? That friendship that went beyond friends? But even so, it might not necessarily be romantic, right? Xiaoyu and Xiao Dao had lost all their relatives since they were young. The two of them depended on each other. Although they had clansmen, they were not close relatives after all. They had saved Qin Xiao, and Qin Xiao had helped them. So, Qin Xiao felt that big sister Xiao, you should treat him as family. Lil Yu and Xiao Dao were both people who valued friendship and loyalty. Therefore, they treated friendship very seriously. Qin Xiao smiled and did not say anything. He would just pretend that he was wooden. He did not want to think about the matters between men and women, nor was he willing to touch them. This thing was very hurtful. Besides, Qin Zhao's mind was now full of cultivation, and there was no room for other distracting thoughts. After walking for a while, Hua stopped in front of a very small thatched hut. She pointed to the small thatched hut and said to Qin Xiao, "Big brother is here." "Here it is." "Here?" Qin Xiao frowned slightly and could not help but look at the small thatched hut in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was too simple and crude. It was just a shabby little thatched hut. No matter how he looked at it, he could not see anything special. It was very dim. However, this was the place of the test. Wasn't this a little too strange? Qin Xiao looked at it very suspiciously, but he still could not see anything. After looking at it for a while, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on a piece of wood in front of the thatched hut. A few words were written crookedly on it. Mechanical array armor. Mechanical array armor? Qin Xiao was puzzled. What was this? Qin Xiao could understand the mechanical array, but how could he understand it? Array armor and mecha? That shouldn't be right, right? Don't look, big brother. This is the place of your test. All right, big brother, I can only send you to here and tell you this much. As for the rest, you can only solve it yourself, Hua said again. Although Qin Xiao had a lot of doubts, he thought that he would not be able to get any information from Hua. Since that was the case, then forget it. He would go in and find out what was going on, whether it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Then he had to go in and take a look. Mechanical array armor. He wanted to see what this thing was. Qin Xiao did not hesitate and strode towards the thatched hut. Soon, he arrived at the door of the thatched hut. The incomparably simple wooden door was unlatched, as if it was waiting for someone to open it. Creak! Qin Xiao did not hesitate and used both hands to push open the unlatched wooden door. There was no resistance, and the wooden door was directly pushed open. After the wooden door was opened, a strange light shot out from inside the thatched hut. The reason why this light was strange was because it completely cut off Qin Zhao's vision. He could not see clearly what was inside. He could only vaguely see that there was an empty space inside. But other than this empty space, there seemed to be nothing else. It was very empty, but it was very strange. This strange feeling made people inexplicably vigilant. Qin Zhao's heart could not help but thump. It was as if a strange force had hit him, causing his heart to instantly turn cold. Although he did not smell any danger, Qin Xiao felt that there was something unusual about this place. Moreover, Floey had already said that this test was much harder than all the previous tests combined. So, he could not be careless. Qin Xiao was always alert and walked in. As soon as he entered, the wooden door of the thatched hut automatically closed. Qin Zhao's eyes quickly sized up the thatch hut. The array around it was indeed very simple and crude. The inside was also very small and could be seen at a glance. Although the array was very simple and crude, there was almost nothing and the space was very narrow. No matter how he looked at it, this place did not look like a place for a test. He could not see anything at all. However, after Qin Xiao took a closer look, he realized that something was wrong. The array in this thatched hut feels a little strange. It looks simple and ordinary, but it doesn't seem so ordinary. Every tree, every piece of wood, every beam, they don't feel simple. Mechanical array armor. Judging from a name, there should be a lot of things in this thatched cottage. So, what I see in front of me is probably not real. For Huijin, it was just a matter of expression. The real thing has been hidden. Chapter 1851. Qin Xiao looked around seriously, not letting go of even the tiniest detail. The crux of the problem often lay in the details. The thatched cottage was very small, and the array was very simple. It was impossible to tell what was inside. Therefore, no matter how carefully Qin Xiao looked at it, he was able to see through it very quickly. However, Qin Xiao did not find anything strange. He did not find even the tiniest detail. It was very strange. The mechanical array armor was definitely not that simple. Qin Xiao's hand touched a wooden pillar. The moment his hand touched it, it was as if he had touched a mechanism. The entire thatched cottage began to change. This change was very strange. The entire thatched cottage was constantly changing. It was a huge visual impact. It was as if countless mechanisms were being activated. The space and the thatched cottage were all changing. The walls, the stone pillars, and the spaces were all changing as if they were magic. Everything was changing rapidly. It was very strange and dazzling. Just by looking at it, Qin Xiao was deeply shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a wonderful change. Destruction, rebirth, construction. It was just a small thatched cottage a moment ago. Once the mechanism array was activated, it immediately turned into a huge maze. At this moment, Qin Xiao was in a small room. It was surrounded by cold walls. There was only one exit, which was connected to a passage. There were several passages above the passage. He did not know where they led to. After the space had completely stabilized, Qin Xiao looked around carefully. There were cold stone walls all around. Other than the stone walls, there was nothing else. Everything was about the location. Perhaps this is a secret test given to me by the master of the Peach Blossom Valley. Just like before, there are overt tests and covert tests. The open tests can be seen in front of me. As for the secret tests, I have to figure them out myself. Now that everything is unknown, first of all, I have to figure out the situation of the test. As long as I know the specific content of the test, I will know how to pass the test. Only in this way can I focus my efforts on the test. Everything is unknown. There are no hints at all. Therefore, I have to figure it out myself slowly. Figuring it out is definitely not an easy task. It may be a very long and slow process. Since he had to figure it out, he had to figure it out slowly. This was the most important task now. Qin Xiao also understood that this test was very, very difficult. It was more difficult than all the tests he had encountered before. Therefore, it would take a lot of time to pass this test. He also needed time to figure it out slowly. After carefully looking at the small stone room again, Qin Xiao made sure that he did not discover anything. Then, he walked out of the room and walked along the passage. Soon, Qin Xiao was faced with a choice. He encountered a fork in the road, and there were 3 paths. Should he continue forward, or should he go to the left or to the right? Different choices will definitely lead to different outcomes. To a certain extent, the choice. I can't sense anything for the time being. I don't know which path is better to take. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao did not think much about which path to take. He continued to move forward. 1 fork, 2 forks, 3 forks. Qin Xiao kept moving forward. He went through 3 forks in a row. At the 4th fork, the road ahead was blocked. There were only 2 forks, left and right. Therefore, Qin Xiao had to make a choice. To the left or to the right. For Qin Xiao, it was the same. Although the choice might decide something, it could only be left to fate. Regardless of whether it was left or right, what determined the final outcome was mostly luck. Therefore, Qin Xiao's choice was actually very simple. He could not think about it. Once he thought about it, it would be a mess. Therefore, the best choice was to follow your instincts and follow your instincts. If the first feeling was left, then it would be left. If the first feeling was right, then it would be right. Everything should be done according to his feelings. After making the choice, he had to firmly believe in it. He could not have any hesitation. If he didn't believe in himself, then he would have already failed halfway if he had any hesitation in his heart. At this time, Qin Xiao's first feeling was to go left. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not hesitate to go left. After moving forward for a while, he saw a stone room. Seeing the stone room, Qin Xiao did not hesitate at all. He directly entered the stone room. This stone room was not big. It was about the same size as the small thatched hut. The stone room also seemed to be empty. There was nothing in it. However, Qin Xiao noticed a detail. There were many protrusions on the stones on the wall. There were not many protrusions, but they could be clearly distinguished. Moreover, there were some patterns and characters carved on those protruding stones. It seemed that they were expressing something. Qin Xiao approached those stones and looked at them carefully. After a while, he carefully looked at all the protruding stones. There were a total of 108 protruding stones. The patterns and characters on each stone were different. What do these patterns and characters mean? Qin Xiao frowned and pondered. These patterns and characters were very strange. Qin Xiao had never seen them before. Therefore, he could not figure out what they were trying to express. But I feel that the messages on these protruding stones must be trying to express something. It's just that I can't understand what they mean for the time being. He could not understand it, let alone read it. So now, they could only rely on guessing. At this point, Qin Xiao had no way out. He could only fight to the end. What do these patterns and characters mean? I've made a detailed comparison of all the patterns and characters on these 108 protruding stones. After the comparison, I found that there are many similarities. There seems to be a certain pattern in it. Although I can't fully understand it, I understand a little. It's just that the pattern is still a little messy. It's hard to sort it out. I just feel that there's a certain pattern, but I can't determine what the specific pattern is for the time being. These protruding rocks should have something to do with my test. How my test will develop next. I'm afraid it has something to do with these protruding stones. These stones should be buttons or mechanisms. Every stone represents a choice and an unknown. Maybe there are good unknowns and also dangerous unknowns. So, how to choose is very important. These patterns and characters should be a hint of information. Unfortunately, I can't understand the information on them at all, so I don't know how to choose. If I can understand the information on them, it will be easier to make a choice. The key problem now is that I can't figure out at all. I can only roughly guess what it means. But a guess is a guess after all. The degree of risk is too high. The choice this time should be more critical. Since there's a hint, we can't place our bets on luck anymore. So this time, I have to test it well and study it well before I make a choice. Qin Xiao was not in a hurry. The idea in his mind was very clear. He began to carefully look at each protruding stone again, trying to understand the patterns and characters on it. He made a series of assumptions, trying to guess the meaning of the patterns and characters on it. Even if he couldn't guess, it was also possible to make a rough guess. However, it was difficult, very difficult. Qin Xiao looked at each stone one by one. It took him at least a year to look at each stone. 108 stones. It took him more than 100 years just to look at them. After looking at them, he organized them in his mind for more than 100 years. He thought about it repeatedly, but he still didn't make any progress. He still felt a little helpless. It's really difficult. There aren't many things, but I can't understand it. It's difficult to guess something. My mind is a little confused. If I continue to study like this, I'm afraid there won't be much result. So it seems that I have to change my way of thinking. Since this way of thinking doesn't work, I'll rely on luck to choose one first. Now the test has just begun. It shouldn't put me in terrible danger immediately. I believe there will still be room for improvement. Chapter 1852. Since he was relying on luck, he could not hesitate at all. He randomly picked a stone and pressed it down. As soon as the stone was pressed down, it was as if the switch of a mechanism had been turned on. Kacha! 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 The sound of machinery operating could be heard. This small room was changing rapidly, making people feel as if they had fallen into a chaotic space. Qin Xiao's feet also changed from time to time, making Qin Xiao have to deal with it carefully. The space changed rapidly. After a long while, it became quiet. Qin Xiao appeared in another room. This room was much larger than the previous one, but it was still a closed room. Unlike the previous room, there were not many protruding stones in this room. There were only 9 of them. In addition to the 9 protruding stones, there were many runes on the surrounding walls. This should be some important information. At this time, what Qin Xiao needed the most was this information. Only by understanding something from this information could he be able to get out smoothly. These runes are very strange. I can't understand them at all. It seems that it will be very difficult to understand these runes. If I can't understand them, then I can only try to understand them. In fact, it was easier for a celestial venerable to understand some unfamiliar things. For example, Qin Shao only needed to take 2 glances to understand some unknown symbols. Although there was a universal language in the great wide world, various clans and forces might have their own language. There were also some ancient languages. Although he did not recognize many of them, he could still understand their meaning. However, Qin Shao felt that these runes in front of him were too profound. It was difficult to understand their meaning. It was very difficult. He could only try to understand them slowly. This was the key to passing the test. After carefully studying the runes on the surrounding walls, Qin Shao roughly understood something. The meaning of these runes should be something about the mechanical array. Although my main task now is to figure out what this test is and what I need to do to pass this test, I'll be able to do it. However, in order to understand all of this, what I need to do now is to understand some things about the mechanical array armor. I'm sure that the mechanical formation armor is similar to the formation Dao and the illusion Dao. I need to comprehend this parallelism, cultivate this parallelism. Only by comprehending this can I understand the things inside. If I can't understand it, then I won't be able to understand this test. These runes on the wall should be the first hint to me. Therefore, I have to figure out the meaning of these runes. The protruding rocks in the previous room also had many runes on them. I want to connect those together and understand them by comparison. There were countless ways to understand a strange thing, and now Qin Shao was going to try all kinds of methods. Qin Shao quickly immersed himself in comprehending these runes. Time flew, and soon 1,000 years had passed. After using all kinds of methods, doing many eliminations, and comprehending for 1,000 years, Qin Shao still couldn't help but shake his head. The information I have now is too little, so it's impossible for me to be completely sure of all the information with confidence. Some of it is still very ambiguous, and there are many possibilities. Based on the information I have now, I am now in a space created by the mechanical formation armor. There are opportunities everywhere. As long as I trigger a mechanism, there will be a corresponding change. Just like when I triggered a mechanism just now, all the mechanical formation armor also had some changes, allowing me to enter this space. And in this space, it gave me a hint, which allowed me to understand it further. This is because my luck is good, so the mechanism I triggered just now was a mechanism that was beneficial to me. It was correct. If my luck is bad, then I might trigger a dangerous mechanism, putting me in danger. In the mechanical formation art, there are countless possibilities, countless changes, and countless mechanisms. Every mechanism will correspond to a different result. Countless mechanisms, countless results, countless combinations, and countless changes. There are countless changes, so there are also countless possibilities. Under such circumstances, choice and luck are both equally important. Other than these things, of course, the more important thing is one's own ability. In this process, one has to understand the mechanical formation armor, comprehend the mechanical formation armor, cultivate the mechanical formation armor, and finally reach the level of controlling the mechanical formation armor. This is a process of testing and also a process of cultivation, a process to improve oneself. This process will be very difficult and also filled with countless dangers and possibilities. There are countless steps to take, and it is impossible to take all the right steps. There will always be times when one takes a wrong step. If one takes a wrong step, then there will be many dangers. One has to face these dangers and improve oneself through tribulations. The many factors are all tests. One after another, they were all tests. If one took a wrong step, it might have a huge impact on the later tests, so one couldn't take a wrong step. However, in this long process, there were countless small tests, countless steps, countless possibilities, countless dangers, and countless unknowns. If one didn't take a wrong step, it was too difficult and the possibility was infinitely close to zero. It was impossible to be completely right, and one had to try to control oneself and not take a wrong step. This meant that one had to understand the correct meaning from the provided information and make the right choice. The small room in front of Qin Shao was a small test. 9 protruding stones, 9 choices, 9 possibilities. There's the possibility of danger, the possibility of benefits, and the possibility of being trapped. There are 9 possibilities, and each one is different. They all lead to different results and different responses. But these 9 choices, these 9 protruding stones, should have some hints on them. It just depends on whether I can guess the information on them correctly. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the 9 protruding stones, and there were some runes on them. These runes were also very difficult to understand. The information on each stone is very deep, and I feel that there are many possibilities in the meaning expressed. But what is the specific possibility? These runes are not very directly and accurately expressed, and they all feel a little vague. Is there any other relevant information? Qin Shao continued to look at other situations and continued to understand. Just like that, another 3 years passed. After 3 years of understanding and making countless comparisons, exclusions, and imaginations, Qin Shao still frowned. As far as I know, these 5 stones should be relatively safe. These 5 paths should all be the right path, but it's hard to say which one is better. 5 possibilities. Since there is no more information to understand, I'll just rely on luck. After making up his mind, Qin Shao did not hesitate at all. He directly chose one of the 5 stones and pressed it down. As soon as the stone was pressed, the mechanism was immediately activated. The entire space began to change again. The walls and stones began to change one by one. The space seemed to be overlapping one by one, forming an extremely chaotic space. What Qin Shao saw in front of him was a chaotic and extremely complicated chaotic space. It made Qin Shao feel that he was in many different spaces, and it was extremely chaotic. What a chaotic space. There are countless directions in every direction, and every step seems to be countless steps. What I see in front of me is also countless spaces. Now, I'm trapped in this chaotic space. It seems that it won't be easy to get out of this chaotic space. It seems that my previous understanding was wrong. I thought that this would be a more correct path, and it would be relatively safer and easier, and I would get some hints about the mechanism array. But now it seems that I was wrong. This is a dangerous path. I fell into this chaotic space. Although it doesn't seem to be very dangerous for the time being, I am now trapped. If I can't get out of this chaotic space, I may be trapped here forever. Now the test for me is to find a way to get out of this chaotic space. Everything here is a test. Since it is a test, there should be a chance of survival. But how can I find this chance of survival? The test was very difficult. Qin Shao looked around seriously and walked in this chaotic space. Every step he took, he would enter a different space. It was very strange. Different spaces, different structures, different feelings, and they were all connected to countless other spaces. Every step he took, he felt as if he had stepped through an endless void and arrived in a foreign world. Every point was like an endless latitude junction, connecting countless spaces. This chaotic space was too magical. When people were trapped in it, they would feel as if they had fallen into an endless cycle. Qin Shao looked at each space as he walked, trying to find some information about this chaotic space. If he wanted to get out of this chaotic space, he had to understand what was going on in this chaotic space. Then, he had to find a way to get out. As he walked through each space, thoughts flashed through his mind, but they all seemed very chaotic. It was like this chaotic space. There was no trace of a pattern to be found. There was no information that could be understood. Everything seemed to be very secretive. This chaotic space is really a little scary. After walking for so long, I still haven't found any useful information. I can't even take half a step to get out of this place. It is too difficult to get out of this chaotic space. In this chaotic space, there are only some patterns and characters occasionally, but they are relatively rare. So, it is difficult to understand the meaning. Then, how can I get out of this chaotic space? The test has just begun. If it is so difficult, then how can I pass this test? No matter how difficult it is, I can't just admit defeat. I must overcome all the difficulties and pass all the tests. Chapter 1853. Confidence was the strength of determination. Emotional understanding was the strength of growth. With absolute confidence and a strong sense of comprehension, anything was possible. What Qin Xiao needed now was these things. He needed to comprehend the root of this disordered space. Only then could he walk out of this disordered space. Mechanical array armor. Everything here should be related to mechanical array armor. I've never heard of this Tao before. In Fudu Fairy Palace and Linfu City, I have never heard of the mechanical array Tao. Perhaps only a few people know about this small path. It is a very special small path. What I am coming into contact with now is a brand new thing, a brand new Tao. Everything is brand new to me. I have to start from scratch. Every comprehension is a kind of understanding of the mechanical array Tao. When the understanding accumulates to a certain extent, it is possible for one to truly enter the door of this Tao and even master the mechanical array Tao. What is the purpose of the Peach Blossom Valley Master to test me in the mechanical array Tao? Could it be that he wants me to cultivate the mechanical array Tao? I have no energy to focus on the array Tao. What is the Peach Blossom Valley Master trying to do? The mechanical array Tao, although I feel that it is indeed extraordinary. However, I'm still not too willing to devote myself to cultivating paralogs. It is just that I am in the middle of the test now. I have to put my heart and soul into comprehending the mechanical array Tao. When encountering problems, one had to be calm and collected. One had to comprehend everything in detail. One could not let go of any details. Qin Xiao was also trying hard to comprehend everything in this disordered space. He did not let go of any information. He would think carefully to see if he could comprehend any useful information. This process was obviously very difficult. Time continued to pass. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years in the disordered space. He was trapped for 10,000 years. In 10,000 years, Qin Xiao had walked through so many spaces that he could not even count them. It was too much. From the countless disordered information, he had to extract useful information. Then, he had to comprehend it in detail and analyze it strictly. Finally, he could comprehend the Tao. This was a process of gradual improvement, a process of transformation and sublimation. This feeling was like teaching a child how to practice the sword, and then letting the child slowly explore and create his own sword Tao. Such a process was naturally very difficult. In 10,000 years, Qin Xiao had gained a lot of insights and understanding. He had also comprehended a lot of things and had a certain idea about the mechanical armor technique. Of course, these thoughts were all thought out by himself. Whether they were completely correct or not was another matter. The mechanical array armor actually involves 3 small paths. First of all, there are all kinds of mechanisms. They are vast and boundless, broad and profound. The path of mechanisms cannot be underestimated. It's true that the mechanism of the trap can easily kill people. Moreover, the mechanism is also very mysterious and has many wonderful uses. As for mechanisms, Qin Xiao had a good understanding of them. After all, he had come into contact with them before. In the primordial universe, one would often encounter some mechanisms. Moreover, he could be considered to be more proficient in mechanisms. He could set up all kinds of mechanisms. The mechanical armor technique was extremely exquisite. It was a very mysterious and profound knowledge. It was a knowledge that integrated great wisdom. Of course, this was the immortal domain. Everything could no longer be measured by the standards of the primordial universe. Everything had risen by a big step. It had transformed and sublimated to a big level. The mechanical armor technique here was complex and exquisite. It was naturally far from being comparable to those in the primordial universe. Of course, although it was far from being comparable, some things could still be connected and could be borrowed. Therefore, it would be much easier to understand it. After all, the mechanical armor technique was not like the cultivation Tao. The great Tao had its own foundation. If it was fundamentally different, it would be completely different. However, the Tao of the mechanical armor technique was interconnected. It was just that the mechanical armor technique in the primordial universe was very crude, very simple, and very weak. If the mechanical armor technique in the primordial universe was regarded as a child's play, then the mechanical armor technique here could be said to be the intrigue between adults. This was the difference. However, no matter how big the difference was, there were still many things that could be connected. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao borrowed his own experience and deduced step by step. He also had a lot of understanding of the mechanical armor technique. This disordered space was actually integrated with many mechanical armor techniques. It was just that it was perfectly integrated with other Daos. Therefore, it was difficult to find the shadow of the mechanical armor technique alone. However, if one tried to understand it carefully, it would be obvious. In addition to the mechanical armor technique, the most important thing in the disordered space was the formation technique. Qin Shao was no stranger to the formation technique. In the Heartless Island, he was also caught in the formation technique test. In the end, he successfully passed the test and walked out. The reason why this disordered space could present such a complex and wonderful disordered space was mainly because of the formation technique. In the formation technique, it was ingeniously integrated with the mechanical armor technique, so it presented such a strange disordered space. Qin Shao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Mechanical armor technique, formation technique. These were the first three words in the mechanical armor technique. As for the last word, Qin Shao hadn't confirmed it for the time being. For the time being, he guessed that it was something like a mecha, a puppet, or something like an attack method. When these three Daos were perfectly fused together, the mechanical array Dao that appeared would naturally become extremely terrifying. The power of the integration of the three Daos was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 3. There must be a full sublimation. After 10,000 years of comprehension, Qin Shao had also come up with a bold idea. If you want to get out of this disordered space, I think you should either completely comprehend this Dao and be very familiar with the disordered space. Then, you should attack the root and break the Dao to leave. But if you want to take this path, it's too difficult. It requires a major breakthrough in the mechanical armor technique and a certain degree of mastery of the mechanical armor technique. Only then can it be possible. The information presented here is still too little. It's obviously impossible for me to master the mechanical armor technique just by relying on this information. So this path is definitely not feasible. If you don't take this path, then I think you should treat it with the principle of breaking the formation technique. What was the principle of breaking the formation technique? For example, when Qin Shao was on the Heartless Island before, breaking the formation technique was to be familiar with the foundation of the formation technique and then use the most ingenious method to get out of the formation technique. It was not to say that you should forcibly break the formation technique. So Qin Shao felt that there should be a more ingenious method here. As long as he could find this more ingenious method, it would be much easier to get out. It was almost impossible to reach the point of forcibly breaking this disordered space. It would be unwise to try something like that. In response to this, Qin Shao also made countless assumptions and finally finalized one. Since this space is extremely disordered, then if I want to get out, I have to go against it. If it's disordered, then I'll pull it out. Anyway, I'll solve this problem from the opposite direction. So, the problem for me now is, how can I pull it out? Things often seemed very easy to say, but when it was done, it would be very difficult. Solving problems had always been a difficult process, a process of gaining a sense of accomplishment. After confirming the idea and having a direction, at least when he did it again, he would not be blind. Following this direction, Qin Shao continued to work hard. Let's start a try. I'll find a way. Qin Shao did not hesitate and began to try. At this time, there were actually thousands of ways of thinking in his mind, but he was not sure which way of thinking was effective. Therefore, he could only try them one by one. Through the trial, he would try to find more information to further understand and confirm. Qin Shao tried a method and failed. The second method failed. The third method failed. The fourth method failed. All kinds of methods failed, but Qin Shao was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. This was because every failure would give Qin Shao some inspiration. He would have some new thoughts, ideas, and understandings. After repeated failures and accumulations, he would have more ideas and widen his horizons. In this way, many wrong things would be eliminated, new things would be added, and new inferences would be made. This was a manifestation of progress. Continuous failures meant continuous progress. In this way, the gradual accumulation would naturally bring him closer to success. Gradually, the correct things would appear. As more and more correct things accumulated, the path would become more and more correct. This time, another 1,000 years had passed. Qin Shao kept correcting mistakes and making correct steps. Under such a slow accumulation and improvement, he finally walked on the right path. Haha, I finally succeeded. I straightened out a disordered space. After doing this, it's equal to half the success. What I have to do next is to completely straighten out the disordered space. I now know how to straighten out the disordered space. It's nothing more than going in the opposite direction. It's the opposite of its root. I've already understood a lot about the root of the disordered space. Many of the chaotic spaces were actually connected to each other. At most, there will be some small differences, but this will not affect me from straightening them out. Anyway, it will just take some time. Qin Shao had taken the most important step. Then the following things would be much easier. Qin Shao continued to correct the space and straighten it out. One by one, the disordered spaces were corrected. At first, it took some time, and it also required more comprehension and understanding. The further he went, the more proficient he became, and the easier it became to operate. Therefore, the speed became faster and faster. The faster the speed, the greater the impact on the disordered space, and the greater the correction. It was as if there was a large amount of light attacking the darkness. The darkness was slowly dispelled, and the light was increasing. If this went on, the light would soon completely conquer the darkness. At this time, Qin Zhao's situation was the same. Chapter 1854. The path became clearer and clearer, and the disorder was quickly straightened out. Soon, all the disordered spaces were completely straightened out, and the space was restored to a small room. A door opened, and a passage appeared in front of Qin Shao. Obviously, Qin Shao had passed the test of the disordered space and could continue to move forward. Qin Shao was happy with this success. Although it was only a small success, it was an important first step. With this important first step, the rest of the journey would be much smoother. This first step of success was like a light that led the way. It was worth it to spend more than 10,000 years. Qin Shao did not think about how much time it would take. Now that he had become an immortal, he did not need to care about time. No matter how much time it took, he had always been cultivating and improving himself. He continued to move forward, and soon, he entered a new room. There were new choices and new notifications. Qin Shao basically understood the meaning of the first 3 words, mechanical formation armor. In general, Qin Shao now had a good understanding of the mechanical formation armor. If he understood the last word, A, he should be able to understand some of the most basic things about the mechanical formation armor. White. Understanding the exact meaning of the mechanical array armor, the benefits to Qin Shao were naturally endless. Time continued to fly. In the blink of an eye, it had been 100,000 years since Qin Shao entered the mechanical formation armor. In this way, Qin Shao had left Linfu City for almost 250,000 years. Such a long period of time was truly not short. It should be known that Qin Shao had not stayed in Linfu City for tens of thousands of years. When he was just in his prime and famous, he was trapped in the central area of the fire domain for more than 200,000 years. However, the news about Qin Shao had never stopped in Linfu City. It had always been a hot topic in Linfu City. From time to time, there would be news of Qin Zhao's death. In the beginning, Futu Immortal Palace would release some news to refute the rumors. However, there were too many such rumors. Every few days, Futu Immortal Palace was too lazy to refute the rumors anymore. In the beginning, the Immortal Court and the Purple Mountain House also tried their best to refute the rumors and spread the news that Qin Shao was still alive. But as time passed, the Immortal Court and the Purple Mountain House didn't say anything. After all, they weren't sure. Although in theory, they were willing to believe that Qin Shao was still alive, this was only a theoretical thought after all. It was hard to say whether Qin Shao was really alive. After all, that was the central region of the enchanting fire domain, a place where not even exalted immortals dared to enter. It was a forbidden zone for humans. Who knew how many exalted immortals had died in there? The central region of the bonfire domain was infamous since ancient times. No one dared to underestimate it. After all, Qin Shao didn't have a doppelganger outside. Therefore, no one knew whether Qin Shao was still alive or not. Although Princess Xiaoyu also entered the central region of the bonfire domain to save Qin Shao, she didn't have any definite news. Moreover, Princess Xiaoyu was the only personal disciple of the master of Futu Immortal Palace. Perhaps the master had secretly brought Princess Xiaoyu back to Futu Immortal Palace. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine that Princess Xiaoyu could survive in the central region of the bonfire domain for more than 200,000 years. It was simply unimaginable. Even an exalted immortal would have a slim chance of survival after such a long time, let alone a little immortal. No matter how many treasures Princess Xiaoyu had, it was impossible for her to survive in the central region of the bonfire domain for such a long time. Therefore, the news about Qin Zhao's death was getting louder and louder. Many people were willing to believe this rumor. They were willing to believe that Qin Shao had really died in the central region of the bonfire domain. When Qin Shao had entered the central region of the bonfire domain, he had only been a fourth-step universe grade. He had been a mortal being who hadn't even become an immortal. Wasn't it the same as an ant entering an ocean of lava when a mortal being entered the central region of enchanting fire domain? Therefore, countless people also began to feel sorry for Qin Shao. This peerless, monstrous genius was truly a talent that the heavens were jealous of. It was truly a pity that he died so young. Many of Qin Zhao's admirers were also very pained and hateful. While some people were sad, some people were happy. The happiest people were naturally Dao Hefeng and Hao Guixian. These two were Qin Zhao's sworn enemies. They couldn't wait to kill Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's death, to them, was a great piece of news. As the saying went, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Therefore, Dao Hefeng and Hao Guixian were on the same side. Of course, Dao Hefeng had latched onto Hao Guixuan's thigh and become one of Wu Guixuan's followers. At the table in the pavilion, Big Brother Xian, since we are so happy today, let's drink a few more cups. Come on, let me propose another toast to Big Brother Xian to celebrate Qin Zhao's death in the central region of the bonfire domain. Dao Hefeng said flatteringly. His words and actions showed that he was trying to curry favor with Hao Guixian. Hao Guixian, who was clearly enjoying this, chuckled sinisterly as he drank. Of course we are happy today. Let's drink a few more cups. That brat Qin Shao is finally dead. I spent a lot of effort to kill him, but I still couldn't kill him. This time, he brought about his own death. He can't blame anyone else. He should be proud that he died in the central region of the bonfire domain. That sort of place isn't a place where ordinary people can die just because they want to. But it's too easy on him. It's too easy for him to die without being able to kill him with my own hands. Anyway, he's dead. That's a good thing. This young master's resentment has finally been vented. I've never suffered a loss in anyone's hands in my entire life. Qin Shao thought he was a peerless genius and an official disciple of the Fuyu Immortal Palace. How dare he talk to me like that? He's courting death. Yes. Dao Hefeng immediately began to flatter him. Didn't you say that no one in Linfu City dares to disrespect Big Brother Xian? Qin Shao was blind. How dare he disrespect Big Brother Xian? He's courting death. Big Brother Xian is a big shot in Linfu City. Even great immortals have to show him some respect. Whoever dares to disrespect Big Brother Xian will not have a good ending. Therefore, that brat Qin Shao must die. Otherwise, Big Brother Xian will lose face. But Big Brother Xian, although Qin Shao is dead, we can't just let it go. If we want revenge, we have to be thorough. Hee. Hao Guixian looked at Dao Hefeng and smiled sinisterly. He pointed his finger at Dao Hefeng and said, "You little brat, did you guess what I was thinking? Looking at your appearance, it seems like you already have some good plans." Chapter 1855. Linfu City, Purple Mountain House, Dark Tower. Dark Tower was the most mysterious and secretive place in Purple Mountain House. Even the members of Purple Mountain House only knew of its existence, but not its location. In the entire Purple Mountain House, the number of people who knew where Dark Tower was could be counted on 2 hands. Only the core members of Purple Mountain House were qualified to enter Dark Tower. Dark Tower was naturally guarded by Purple Mountain House Lord himself. It was his usual cultivation place, and also the place where he made decisions on important matters. At this moment, in a secret chamber of Dark Tower, 5 figures were sitting together. The one sitting at the head was a man shrouded in a mysterious aura. Even if one stood in front of him, they couldn't see his appearance clearly. It was very mysterious. The supreme immortal aura emitted from his body could make the world submit to him. This person was obviously none other than Purple Mountain House Lord, an extremely mysterious expert. Even in the entire Linfu City, only a handful of people had seen Purple Mountain House Lord's true appearance. The Purple Mountain House Master sat there, his invisible majesty completely enveloping the entire secret chamber, making the atmosphere incomparably solemn. Below him sat 4 people, all emitting powerful auras. On the right was Immortal Lu Run, the immortal who had been in contact with Qin Shao. 5 people were gathered in Dark Tower, which represented the highest level of Purple Mountain House's meeting. House Lord, Qin Shao has been in the central area of the enchanting fire domain for more than 200,000 years. I'm afraid he's already dead. I think our Purple Mountain House's actions should all be stopped immediately. We can't hold on to any hope. Over the years, we've paid a great price to earn Qin Zhao's favor. We've sacrificed a lot. This is a huge gamble. I didn't agree with it from the beginning. Now it seems that we've lost this gamble. A man sitting at the end of the left said coldly. Immediately, the man sitting at the head of the right nodded and said, "Yes, we've lost this gamble. Therefore, I also think that we should stop immediately and stop thinking about whether Qin Shao is still alive." After being trapped in the center of the bonfire domain for more than 200,000 years, even an exalted immortal would have a very low chance of surviving, let alone Qin Shao. Therefore, I also think that Qin Shao must have died in the central area of the Nightmare Fire Domain. Even the Fuyu Immortal Palace hasn't said anything. The 2 on the left had already expressed their views. The 2 on the right remained silent and did not open their mouths. The Purple Mountain House Master suddenly said, "Lu Run, aren't you 2 going to express your opinions?" Lu Run wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he glanced at the man seated below him. The man in the lower seat shook his head and said, "I don't have any opinions. I don't agree or disagree. You could decide. I've always been easy to talk to." The 3 of them had already expressed their opinions. Only Exalted Immortal Lu Run remained. After a moment of silence, Exalted Immortal Lu Ran said, "House Master, I don't think this is a big gamble. We saw Qin Zhao's limitless potential from the start, so we wanted to befriend him while he was still weak and earn his favor. This is an investment with great returns. I'm sure the 10 factions of Linfu City would be very keen on such an investment, but not all of them would be willing to invest. Our Purple Mountain House was fortunate enough to be chosen. This is our fortune to begin with. We're just saying that something unexpected has happened. However, I still firmly believe that Qin Shao isn't dead yet. I don't think the Fuyu Immortal Palace would sit idly by and watch a peerless genius like Qin Shao die. Even if Qin Shao doesn't have enough influence, Princess Xiaoyu is more than enough. Princess Xiaoyu has a rare peach blossom physique, an unprecedented genius with an immortal king physique. Her potential is limitless. She's the only personal disciple of the Fuyu Immortal Palace's master, and has the potential to walk the ancient path and become an Empyrean sage. I think the Fuyu Immortal Palace's master might not care about Qin Zhao's life, but he definitely wouldn't ignore Princess Xiaoyu's. Princess Xiaoyu is still in the central region of the bonfire domain, which means she's fine. Therefore, I think it's very likely that Qin Shao is still alive. Exalted Immortal Lu Ren's analysis made sense, but the two on the left disagreed. Exalted immortal Lu Run, it's only possible that Princess Xiaoyu is fine. Moreover, how do you know whether or not she's been taken back by the Fu Yu Immortal Palace's master? The man on the left said. Exalted immortal Lu Run said, I've investigated, and indeed found no traces of Princess Xiaoyu returning to the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Of course, that's possible, but I don't think it's very likely. Therefore, I'm still very certain. The man on the left said, even if Princess Xiaoyu didn't return to the Fu Yu Immortal Palace, we can't be sure that Qin Shao is still alive. At most, we can be sure that Princess Xiaoyu is still alive. These are two completely different things. It's understandable that Princess Xiaoyu is still alive. After all, she's the only personal disciple of the Fu Yu Immortal Palace's master. She must have many precious treasures on her. It's not strange that she's still alive. But Qin Shao definitely doesn't have any immortal treasures on him. How did he survive? The central region of the bonfire domain is so vast and dangerous. Princess Xiaoyu might not be able to find Qin Shao smoothly. Therefore, this investment is no longer necessary. Yes, I also think it's no longer necessary. We've already paid such a huge price, we can't continue to pay. The man on the left agreed. Zishan House Master waved his hand and said, all right, stop arguing. I've already made my decision. Hearing the Zishan House Master's words, the four of them looked at him, waiting for his decision. The possibility of Qin Shao dying in the central region of the bonfire domain is indeed very high. It's no longer worth it for us to continue paying such a huge price. Our Zishan House has already paid a huge price in the past 200,000 years. Therefore, it's time to stop everything. If this continues, I'm afraid the foundation of our Zishan House will be damaged. Then, the losses will outweigh the gains. The reason why we're trying so hard to be on good terms with Qin Shao is because we want to get a huge return. Since there's no hope for a huge return, we can't continue. It's time to stop. Immortal Dais of the Immortal Court. On the 9-level Immortal Dais, a figure with white hair and beard was sitting cross-legged. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and his aura was ethereal, as if he was an otherworldly being. Court Lord, the voices in our immortal court have been getting louder and louder recently. They all feel that we shouldn't continue to help Qin Shao. We should stop immediately. Immortal Ming Yang stood there and said respectfully. On the 9-level Immortal Dais, the Immortal Court Lord slowly opened his eyes and looked at Immortal Ming Yang. He said calmly, Ming Yang, tell me your thoughts. Immortal Ming Yang nodded and said, Court Lord, for the past 200,000 years, we've spared no effort in helping Qin Shao. We've also achieved some results. Although we've received a favor, we've also paid a huge price. As time goes by, the price has become bigger and bigger. Now, the price is indeed too high. Therefore, it's understandable that there are a lot of complaints in the Immortal Court now. After all, Qin Shao has been trapped in the central region of the bonfire domain for 200,000 years, and there's still no news of him. 200,000 years. Indeed, even an immortal might not be able to survive after entering, let alone Qin Shao. Moreover, the news about Qin Zhao's death has been spreading like wildfire in Linfu City recently. The whole city knows about it. Many people have already accepted this rumor. Indeed, many people in our immortal court have also accepted this rumor. They feel that Qin Shao must have died in the central region of the bonfire domain. That's why there's so many voices saying that we should stop everything immediately and stop helping Qin Shao. In particular, there's news from the Purple Mountain House that they've stopped everything. Therefore, the voices of our immortal court are even louder. The white-haired old man nodded slightly, but his expression was still as calm as water. He said, Ming Yang, do you think that our immortal court should follow the example of the Purple Mountain House and stop everything? Immortal Ming Yang nodded and said, Yes, Court Lord. This is also the reason why I'm here. I'm here to ask for an order on behalf of the immortal court. The voices are too loud. If we continue like this, I'm afraid there will be complaints in our immortal court. And I also think that Qin Shao is most likely dead. It's impossible for him to be alive after being trapped in the central region of the bonfire domain for 200,000 years. Therefore, there's no need for us to continue. Besides, the Purple Mountain House has also stopped everything. I believe they have the same considerations. Court Lord, for the sake of our immortal court's foundation, please give us an order. Humph. The white-haired lord of the immortal court chuckled and looked at immortal Ming Yang meaningfully. He said, Ming Yang, you're as short-sighted as the others. What the Purple Mountain House does is their business. Why should our immortal court do the same as them? Do you think that our immortal court is inferior to the Purple Mountain House? So if the Purple Mountain House stops, we have to stop as well? Immortal Ming Yang was surprised and looked at the Lord of the Immortal Court in confusion. The Lord of the Immortal Court didn't wait for immortal Ming Yang to speak. He continued, what others do is their business. It has nothing to do with our immortal court. Our immortal court wants to be on good terms with Qin Shao, but we also want to exchange sincerity for sincerity. We're not playing around. Qin Shao may be dead, but no one can say for sure that he's dead. I'm more inclined to believe that he's not dead. Therefore, our operation can't be stopped. We should continue. At the very least, even if Qin Shao is really dead, since we promised him, we should finish what we started and do it. Therefore, no matter how great the price is, since our immortal court has done this, we should complete it to the end. We shouldn't be half-crippled and become untrustworthy villains. Such a thing isn't something our immortal court can do. I don't think you can do such a thing, either, immortal Ming Yang. You need to reflect on this point. Immortal Ming Yang was stunned and stood there in a daze. He was thinking about the words of the Lord of the Immortal Court and felt a little ashamed. After thinking about it carefully, what the Lord of the Immortal Court said was indeed very reasonable. As a man, he should finish what he started. Chapter 1856. The first palace is Kan north, the second palace is Kuan southwest, the third palace is Zhun east, the fourth palace is Sun southeast, the fifth palace is Zhong vassal to Kuan, the sixth palace is Qian northwest, the seventh palace is Dui west, the eighth palace is Jin northeast, and the ninth palace is Li south. This space is based on the 9 palaces as the framework and position, and the arrangement is based on the 3 wonders and the 6 instruments. These things are mentioned in the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams. They are very mysterious and profound, and there are many subtle things in them. What's shown in front of me is only a small part. The 9 palaces' 8 trigrams is a foundation and a core of the art of mechanisms. With the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams as the core, and with the strange gate armor and many other things, it finally becomes the art of mechanisms. It is profound and mysterious. The art of mechanisms is as vast as the ocean. I don't know much about it now, but it gives me the feeling that it is a vast ocean. The 9 palaces' 8 trigrams and the strange gate armor. I have only learned a little. The space in front of him was a strange space formed by the 9 palaces as the framework and position, and the 3 wonders and the 6 instruments as the arrangement. If he wanted to break open this space, he had to understand the secrets of the 9 palaces to find the way to break open this space and leave this 9 palaces space. Qin Shao knew a lot about the 9 palaces space, but it was still difficult to break open this 9 palaces space. From the 9 palaces space, he had to comprehend the 9 palaces and understand the secrets of the 9 palaces space. The secrets of the 9 palaces space were as vast as the ocean. It was naturally very difficult to fully understand it. There was no way to have a deep understanding of it in a short time. Of course, to break open this 9 palaces space, he didn't need to have a deep understanding of it. He just needed to know some basic things. More or less, he just needed to know the basics of a 9 palaces space. The 9 palaces space was just a branch, and it wasn't too difficult. After 1,000 years of comprehension in the 9 palaces space, Qin Shao also had a basic understanding of the secrets of the 9 palaces space. He directly broke open the 9 palaces space and walked out. After walking out of the 9 palaces space, Qin Shao went into another space. There were 8 doors in this space, and each door had some strange patterns and characters on it. It was a little strange. The 8 doors in 8 directions. However, these 8 directions were separated by different spaces. Although they could see it, they couldn't directly walk over. This space felt a little like a chaotic space. The visual effect it gave people also felt that this space was a little chaotic. Qin Shao carefully studied this somewhat disordered space and understood what was going on. The space of the 8 gates contains the Daos of the 8 gates. Rest gate, life gate, pain gate, limit gate, view gate, death gate, alarm gate, and open gate. Of the 8 gates, only the life gate, the body gate, and the gate of opening are safe. The other 5 gates are extremely dangerous. If I walk into the wrong door, then I might be doomed eternally. You have to comprehend these 8 gates before you can leave this space. Qin Shao earnestly searched for the hints left behind in this space in order to comprehend the 8 gates. Open Door Residence is located in the Northwest Qian Palace, belonging to the metal element. The Qian hexagram is the head of the 8 trigrams. It is the father of the heavens and the leader of society. Qian contains the Jiaoren. The Qian position has the high position. The high position is the place of firstwood. The Jia is also the head of the 10 stems. The open gate symbolizes the beginning of all things. It is the gate of great luck. It is safest to find the open gate. But among these 8 gates, there are the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. It is extremely complicated. The rest gate is located in the Qin Palace in the north. The life gate is earth. It is located in the Jin Palace in the northeast. All things recover. Yang energy circulates. Earth gives birth to all things. This is the so-called life gate. The pain gate is located in the Jun Palace in the east. The 5 elements belong to wood. Quantity makes it easy to break. The Jun hexagram is active. Movement makes it easy to be injured. The Ji and the Mao are Xing causes injury. Therefore, it is called the pain gate. The limit gate is located in the Sun Palace in the southeast. The view gate is located in the Li Palace in the south. The death gate is located in the Kuan Palace in the southwest. The alarm gate is located in the Kuang Palace in the west. The 8 gates and the 5 elements each have their own attributes. The open gate, rest gate, and life gate are the 3 auspicious gates. The death gate, shock gate, and injury gate are the 3 ominous gates. The stop gate and the view gate are the 3 evils gates. The 8 gates have the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, the 9 palaces, the heavenly stems, and the earthly branches. They are more profound and difficult to understand. And even if you know the location of the 8 gates, you have to learn a lot if you want to enter the 8 gates and come out of the 8 gates. And these things are what Qin Shao needs to understand now. Everything needs to be explored by Qin Shao himself. He has to comprehend it. He has to work hard to find all the hints and clues to walk this road. This was a very difficult test in itself, extremely difficult. One test after another is pressed on Qin Shao. He is a little out of breath, but Qin Shao is still very determined to work hard. This was a huge test, but it was also a huge opportunity. If he can rely on his own efforts to do so, it is a kind of transformation in itself. If he can really master the mechanical armor technique, it is also an extremely dangerous method. It can be used as a trump card. Therefore, to put it simply, Qin Shao is practicing an extremely dangerous method at this time. This process will be very difficult, but if he can pass this test, the benefits are endless. Then, in the future, it would be much easier for him to cultivate on the path of mechanical arrays. Studying cultivation is an extremely painful process, but also a happy process. For Qin Shao, challenging the impossible and gaining something from it is the joy of victory. After studying cultivation for 1,000 years, Qin Shao found the life gate. He also has some confidence in the strength to break through this life gate. Although the life gate is life, it is still difficult to break through this life gate. It is just that once you enter the life gate, you will be safe and can come out safely. But the premise is that you want to enter the life gate. Although the life gate is there, it is not so easy to enter. Jiajin Jili, Yi Ding Kun, Bingwu originally Sun, Gung Quang Exen, Ren Zhuzhen, Gui Feng, Qin, Xiu Min. As long as one enters and exits the life gate, auspicious things will happen. If there is an ominous star, one must strive for wealth and success. Qin Shao chanted the incantation as he walked in a strange pace and entered the gate of life. Every step must be taken correctly. It must be very precise, and there must not be any mistakes. One wrong step, and it will be the end of everything. Qin Shao walked very carefully with every step. He used all of his comprehension and put it to use. This process is a process of breaking through and also a process of familiarizing oneself with the comprehension of cultivation. After walking for a while, a clear light appeared and space froze. An ancient and heavy door appeared in front of Qin Shao. Seeing this door, Qin Shao showed a slight smile on his face. Here is the life gate. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao reached out and opened the life gate. Suddenly, a fresh breath rushed out. Qin Shao took a step out of the life gate, and with another star transposition, she entered a mysterious space. There were many spaces in this space. It was like a small world with no end in sight. The whole space was shrouded in fog. However, the fog was not thick, so it did not affect the line of sight. It just added a bit of hazy beauty to this world. Qin Shao carefully observed his surroundings. After observing for a while, his brows furrowed deeply. What kind of space is this? It is not the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, 3 wonders, and 6 instruments, 8 gates, or 9 stars. It is a strange space. It is empty, and I can't see anything. What kind of space is this? There are no hints, and I can't see any ominous signs. How can I break through this space? Although the previous few spaces were very dangerous and difficult, at least there was a way to find. He could comprehend it and find his way out. If there was a way to find, then it was not a difficult challenge for Qin Shao. If there was no way to find it, then it would be the most difficult. But it should not be. There must be a way to find it. Otherwise, it would not be a test. He did not know yet. It could only be said that he had not found it yet. Qin Shao walked carefully and looked carefully. He did not miss any details. At the same time, he thought of all kinds of possibilities in his mind. 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, strange gates, 8 gates of 5 elements, heavenly stems, and earthly branches. Qin Shao knew a lot about them. However, the situation in front of him was obviously not one of them. What is that? After walking for a while, a tablet appeared in front of Qin Shao. On the tablet was a ferocious tongue snake. The so-called tongue snake was a fierce snake that could ride the clouds. It was ferocious, cruel, and bloodthirsty. It was an ancient, fierce beast. Seeing this tablet, Qin Shao's heart skipped a beat. A thought suddenly came to him. Is this the space of the 8 gods? The 8 gods were Zhifu, tongue snake, Taiyin, Luha, Gaochen, white tiger for escape, Zhuke, black tortoise for escape, Jiudi, and Jiotian. The tablet in front of him had a ferocious tongue snake carved on it. It should be the tongue snake of the 8 gods. Not good. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, before Qin Shao could make any preparations, the tongue snake on the tablet came to life. It walked out of the tablet and turned into a huge tongue snake. The tongue snake rose into the air and flew directly into the void. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out its bloody tongue. It was like a terrible lightning flashing in the air. It was very scary. Bark! The soaring serpent let out an earth-shattering roar at Qin Shao. An incomparably dense, gloomy, bloody aura assaulted Qin Zhao's face like a raging sea. Danger! Qin Shao quickly retreated. If he faced the tongue snake head-on, he would definitely die. In order to break out of the space of the 8 gods, he had to understand the foundation of the space of the 8 gods. Only then could he leave safely. But now danger had come. The tongue snake had shown its power and was going to deal with Qin Shao. Whoosh! The tongue snake's huge tail swung at Qin Shao like lightning. Qin Shao had nowhere to retreat and could only brace himself to face it. Qin Shao attacked with all his strength. He did not hold back at all. Bang! The soaring serpent's huge tail smashed heavily on Qin Zhao's body. Qin Shao had no way to block the terrifying power. All of his power collapsed in an instant. He could not withstand a single blow. The destructive power smashed heavily on Qin Zhao's body, as if it wanted to tear Qin Zhao's immortal body into pieces. If Qin Zhao's immortal body was not strong enough, this power would definitely have shattered Qin Zhao's immortal body. Qin Zhao was sent flying by the tail. His qi and blood churned, and he almost vomited blood. What a powerful tongue snake. If I fight with it, my immortal body will be destroyed in less than 10 rounds. Chapter 1857. The 9 Palaces and 8 Trigrams, the 8 Gates of the 5 Elements, the mystical shield armor, and the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Qin Shao quickly thought about these things. He wanted to find a solution. If he couldn't meet force with force, then he could only find a solution from these things. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, and the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams also had many elements that reinforced and restrained each other. Therefore, Qin Shao believed that he should be able to find a way to deal with these 8 gods. The soaring serpent belongs to the water element. The gate of rest belongs to the water element. The northern palace of water. Wood restrains water. The gate of stop belongs to the wood element. The southwest palace of earth. Wood restrains water, bam. The soaring serpent smashed heavily into Qin Shao and sent Qin Shao flying again. This whip made Qin Shao feel like his flesh was about to be ripped apart. What a powerful force. Qin Zhao's immortal body was already slightly damaged. I can't let the soaring serpent hit me again, or I won't be able to withstand it and will really die here. I can't worry about that for now. I'll use the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams and a mystical shield armor to deal with the soaring serpent. I hope it works. Qin Shao had been comprehending and cultivating the art of mechanisms. He'd been making breakthroughs in the art of mechanisms, but hadn't really put it to use in battle yet. This time, he was going to put to good use. Bark! The soaring serpent roared again, its momentum soaring to the sky. Qin Shao quickly formed hand seals with his fingers and murmured incantations. He used his immortal force to construct a formation, framework, and position. A magnificent palace of earth appeared out of thin air and fell from the sky onto the soaring serpent, trapping it inside. The soaring serpent roared and thrashed wildly within the palace of earth. The palace of earth was on the verge of collapse. Qin Shao could also feel the terrifying force of the soaring serpent's attack. But Qin Zhao's immortal force naturally couldn't contend with it. However, the palace of earth belonged to the wood element, which was the perfect counter to the soaring serpent. With the power of the 5 elements and the assistance of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, the palace of earth was able to trap the soaring serpent. However, Qin Shao also felt that the Earth Palace could only trap the soaring serpent, but it would not be able to trap it for long. Qin Shao could clearly feel that his immortal power was weakening. If this continued, the Earth Palace would be destroyed by the soaring serpent before long. Therefore, the power of the Kuan Palace alone was not enough. The Earth Palace could restrain the soaring serpent, but Qin Zhao's mastery of it was still too weak. Her own strength was also relatively weak, so the strength of her control was also limited. The soaring serpent's strength was probably on par with a great immortal. 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, mystic gate shield. The level of my mastery is still too low. If I want to defeat this soaring serpent, then my understanding of mechanisms must be more mature and higher. Only then will it be possible. Actual combat is the best way to test a person. That's because you don't have much time to think. When you're facing a life and death situation, you have to make a breakthrough. Since it's a test, bring it on. I, Qin Shao, am not afraid of a fight. Qin Shao was full of fighting spirit and confidence. His heart was filled with great power. This great power would push Qin Shao forward rapidly and break all obstacles. It was indeed easier to improve and make a breakthrough in practice. Only by using it in a real battle could one know where one's shortcomings were and how to improve oneself. Qin Shao used the Earth Palace to trap the soaring serpent, but he could clearly feel that his Earth Palace was not strong enough, stable enough, and did not have much lethality. Therefore, Even if he could trap the soaring serpent for a short time, there was no way to defeat it. If he could not defeat the soaring serpent and could not trap it, he would only end up with a grievance. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao was forced to improve himself and make a breakthrough. Only in this way could he get out of this crisis. Therefore, the biggest problem for Qin Shao now was how to improve himself. While fighting with the soaring serpent, Qin Shao summarized his experience, understood what he lacked, and studied Tao to improve himself. The effect was really very good. Qin Zhao's comprehension of Tao was obviously improving rapidly. Previously, Qin Shao found that his understanding of Tao was wrong, and there were some deviations. Now, correcting it in practice was a kind of improvement. Every small improvement was a kind of big accumulation. Slowly accumulating, the boat would naturally rise with the tide. Only by accumulating silicon could one become 1,000 miles. The 9 palaces are of the wood element. The 8 trigrams are of the wood element. The 8 gods are of the wood element. And the heavenly stems and earthly branches are of the wood element. I blindly added the power of the wood element into the earth palace to slowly increase the trapping ability of the earth palace so that the soaring serpent can't break the earth palace. But even if the soaring serpent can't break the earth palace, it is still in the earth palace and has not died. I am now using my immortal power to maintain the operation of the earth palace. Once I withdraw my immortal power, the earth palace will collapse. Therefore, I am also trapped here and can't leave. If this goes on, my immortal power will be exhausted one day. Once my immortal power can no longer maintain the operation of the earth palace, that will be the day I lose. Therefore, just trapping the soaring serpent is not enough. I have to kill the soaring serpent. To kill the soaring serpent, just the power of the wood element is not enough. Wood is the nemesis of water, but its offensive power is not strong enough. Therefore, I need the power of the metal element. The gate of opening is metal, and so is the gate of wonder. The gate of opening is the gate of great fortune, while the gate of wonder is the gate of danger. In comparison, the power of the metal element of the gate of wonder is more domineering and dangerous. It is more suitable for killing enemies. But controlling the power of the metal element of the gate of wonder is obviously much more difficult than controlling the gate of opening. The ferocious aura will also inevitably affect me. If I don't have a strong state of mind, I will definitely be devoured by the gate of wonder. Then, the gains will not make up for the losses. The gate of wonder is located in the west. Qin Shao pondered and immediately decided on a countermeasure. His fingers formed a seal and immortal power surged. The gate of wonder opened and the power of the metal rushed in. The powerful force turned into terrifying rays of light that surged toward the soaring serpent. The influx of murderous power made the soaring serpent roar with fury. Sensing the real threat, the soaring serpent roared even more wildly and charged at the palace of earth without regard for anything else. Qin Shao was in charge of the palace of earth. The power of confinement was so strong that it could not be broken. The soaring serpent was unable to break out of the palace of earth. No matter how strong the soaring serpent was, it was fighting like a trapped beast in a cage. If it could not escape, it would only be tortured to death. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao had the upper hand and had plenty of time to kill the soaring serpent. He attacked again and again, increasing the power of his attacks and controlling the palace of earth. Finally, after 100 years, Qin Shao killed the soaring serpent. Phew, it's finally dead. Qin Shao was so tired that he almost slumped to the ground. He heaved a long sigh of relief and relaxed all of a sudden. Killing a soaring serpent had not been easy. It had not been easy at all. He had almost been tormented to death. No matter what, he had finally succeeded in killing it. Being able to successfully kill the soaring serpent was of great significance to Qin Shao. It had given him a lot of improvement. To Qin Shao, such an improvement was more meaningful and rewarding than his tens of thousands of years of comprehension and cultivation. Cultivation and practice needed to be combined, so fighting was an indispensable condition. Without the baptism of battle, no matter how good one's cultivation was, it would not be mature enough. Only after experiencing the baptism of a big battle would there be some qualitative changes. Obviously, Qin Zhao's mastery of the art of mechanisms had some qualitative changes at this time. It could be said that he had entered the door. According to Qin Zhao's understanding, the art of mechanisms was divided into several levels. From low to high, they were elementary, small mastery, great mastery, control, and perfection. In terms of the art of mechanisms, Qin Zhao had reached the small mastery realm. However, it was only in terms of the art of mechanisms. As for the art of mechanisms, Qin Zhao had not reached the small mastery realm. If he reached the small mastery realm, he should be able to pass this test. In terms of the art of mechanisms, the master of mechanisms at the small mastery realm could trap and kill a second step celestial venerable cultivator. Therefore, it was easy for Qin Zhao to trap and kill an ordinary second step celestial venerable with the art of mechanisms. Qin Zhao had reached a certain level of mastery of the art of mechanisms. It would be too difficult for him to improve further. It would also require a lot of time. Qin Zhao naturally did not have the time to spend a lot of time on the art of mechanisms. For Qin Zhao now, the art of formations and the art of shields were the key. He had some understanding of both and had almost reached the elementary mastery realm. However, this was not enough. It was far from enough. He had to reach the small mastery realm before he could pass the test of the art of mechanisms. Therefore, what he needed to improve next was the art of formations and the art of shields. Finally, he had to completely integrate the three together. That would be a great success. The success of the mechanism technique gave Qin Zhao even more confidence and strength, and even greater encouragement. After recuperating for a while, Qin Zhao continued to move forward. Since this is the 8-god space, there should be tests for the 8 gods. There are a total of 8 tests. Teng Shi, I only passed the first test. However, the 8-god space still belongs to the category of the art of mechanisms. My art of mechanisms has now reached the small mastery realm. Therefore, the next test shouldn't be too difficult. Qin Zhao moved forward confidently. As he expected, the next 7 tests, although the difficulty was different, they were still the same. Qin Zhao had a firm grasp of the art of mechanisms. He would always think of a way to crack the tests and break them easily. It only took him 10,000 years to pass all 7 tests. Qin Zhao also passed the 8-god space. From the 9 palaces space to the 8-gate space, and then to the 8-god space, Qin Zhao had broken through again and again. Now, the realm of the art of mechanisms should be very stable. The art of mechanisms is indeed full of endless wonders. It's as vast as the sea of smoke and as big as icebergs waiting for me to explore. There are endless unknowns. All kinds of subtleties have indeed brought me into a new world, but I've only taken the first step. There are 2 more steps waiting for me. I believe that the art of formations and the art of shields are also full of endless mysteries. It's as vast as the sea of smoke, waiting for me to explore. Isn't cultivation just a process of exploration? In the process of exploration, I'll slowly harvest, improve, and make myself stronger. It's like a seed, slowly absorbing energy in the sea of knowledge of the great Tao. It will slowly germinate, grow, and finally grow into a towering tree. However, I'm still too far away from a towering tree. This is the direction I'm working towards. It's my grand goal, the direction I'm going. Chapter 1858. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. It had been 1,000,000 years since Qin Zhao left Lin Fu City. 800,000 years had passed since the news of Qin Zhao's death spread. Although there were still a lot of voices talking about Qin Zhao, it had already cooled down. There were only some occasional discussions in the restaurants and alleys. Most of the discussions were about how it was a pity that a peerless genius of a generation had died in the central area of Baihua Domain. After 1,000,000 years, almost no one believed that Qin Zhao was still alive. That was indeed the case. After 1,000,000 years in the central area of Baihua Domain, even an exalted immortal would be dead by now, let alone Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's death had been accepted by most of the people in Lin Fu City. Only a few blind worshippers were still unwilling to believe it. Even many of the Xianhua clan's people were convinced of this fact. Qin Shao was dead, and there was no news of Princess Xiaoyu for 1,000,000 years. Therefore, some people in the Xianhua clan had a hard time. Many of them were caught by how Guxian and taught a lesson. In the end, they simply learned their lesson and stayed in their own clans. After 1,000,000 years, there were still some changes in Linfu City. A few batches of nominal disciples of Fu Tu Immortal Palace had been eliminated, and those who were left had all become immortals. Xiao Dao did not disappoint. In the 500,000 years after Qin Shao left Linfu City, he had also become immortal, becoming the second immortal of the Xianhua clan. After becoming immortal, he was promoted from a nominal disciple to an official disciple and joined the ranks of the official disciples. At this point, there were no more nominal disciples in Fu Tu Immortal Palace. No one knew when the next election of nominal disciples would be held. Being promoted from a nominal disciple to a Zheng clan disciple was a shortcut for everyone. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to be accepted as an official disciple of the Fu De Immortal Palace. It was much easier to take the path of a nominal disciple. In Xiao Dao's batch, there were more than 30 people who successfully became official disciples. In less than 1,000,000 years, more than 30 nominal disciples had become official disciples. One could imagine how large the ratio was. Therefore, many powers were eagerly waiting for the Fumu Immortal Palace to hold another selection of disciples in name. Many universe-grade martialists who wanted to break through had been suppressing themselves. However, there was no news, as if the Fu Tu Immortal Palace had never considered holding another in-name disciple selection meeting. It was worth mentioning that Man, the 9 dragons, and Mo Wangbei had all ascended to immortality. Although Man and Mo Wangbei had joined a faction in Linfu City, they were still valued by the faction. With the full support of the faction, it was very normal for them to break through to immortality within 1,000,000 years. Speaking of which, the two of them could be considered to have more potential. The 9 dragons were considered to be at the bottom of the primordial universe's group of people. However, in the immortal realms, it was still acceptable. It wasn't too good, but it definitely wasn't bad either. With the resources to nurture him, the 9 dragons naturally displayed his talent and potential. It was not strange for him to break through and become an immortal. No matter how lively Linfu City was, the Peach Blossom Valley was still incomparably quiet and secluded. Staying in the Peach Blossom Valley for more than 1,000,000 years meant that Xiaoyu didn't idle around. Since she couldn't accompany Qin Shao to participate in the test, she cultivated alone. The Peach Blossom Valley Master treated her well and never made things difficult for her. Not only did he not make things difficult for her, but he also gave her pointers on her cultivation from time to time. It wasn't just the Peach Blossom Valley Master who gave her pointers. Hua Hua and Tao Dao also gave her pointers from time to time. With the careful guidance of the 3 of them, coupled with the fact that Xiaoyu was the personal disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace Master and possessed the supreme Immortal King physique, her cultivation speed was naturally ferocious and rapid. In 1,000,000 years, Lilyu's improvement was simply far too great. In 300,000 years, Lil Jade had broken through to the 2nd step Celestial Master Realm. Now, after 1,000,000 years, Lil Jade had cultivated to the limit of the 2nd step Celestial Master Realm. If she took another step forward, she would reach the great immortal realm of the 3rd step Celestial Master. This kind of speed was truly a little too shocking. Peach blossoms danced in the sky, and the entire Peach Blossom Valley's peach blossom forest seemed to be dancing, blooming with unparalleled beauty. Xiaoyu cultivated in the midst of the peach blossoms. When Hua Hua and Tao Tao were bored, they started chatting again. Tao Tao, how do you think Big Brother Qin Shao is now? Hua Hua was still concerned about Qin Shao. Tao Tao couldn't be bothered to roll her eyes at Hua Hua anymore. She replied weakly, "This is the 963rd time you've asked." "Ah, only over 900 times? It's not even 1,000 times. Looks like I don't care much about Big Brother Qin Shao. I should care more about him in the future." Hua Hua blinked her eyes and said. Tao Tao didn't want to speak anymore. But even if he didn't speak, Hua Hua wouldn't let him off. Tao Tao, tell me quickly, how do you think Big Brother Qin Xiao is? He won't die, Tao Tao replied calmly. Tao Tao pouted at Tao Tao and said, Tisk, do I need you to say that? He definitely won't die. If he had died, we would have known long ago. It's precisely because we know he's not dead, but we don't know the situation that I'm asking you to say it. Otherwise, why would I want you to say it? Seriously. I don't know either. Tao Tao replied again. Hua Hua was so angry that she had the urge to change from a bright and beautiful girl to a dark and beautiful girl. But in the end, she held it in. Obviously, she wouldn't be able to get anything out of Tao Tao. Hua Hua actually knew this, but she couldn't help but want to ask. Tao Tao, what do you think of Big Sister Xiaoyu? Hua Hua was someone who couldn't keep quiet. After a while, she asked again. Tao Tao's interest was piqued at the mention of Xiaoyu. She looked over and said, How monstrous is the talent and potential of someone with a peach blossom body, with the Valley Master's guidance. The speed of her cultivation is naturally frightening. If she can't even do this, then she's too weak. If it's Miss Xiaoyu, her cultivation is considered normal. It's in line with the speed that a peach blossom body should have. All in all, it's all right. But she has the peach blossom body, so it's nothing. If she continues to cultivate here, she should be able to break through in another 1,000,000 years. She should be able to become an exalted immortal in 5,000,000 years. If she wants to break through after becoming an exalted immortal, it'll depend on her luck. It's hard to say. For now, there's nothing much to say. After all, this is someone with the immortal king body. It would be strange if she didn't have this bit of monstrous talent. Break through in 1,000,000 years? Aren't you underestimating Big Sister Xiaoyu too much? Why do I feel that she can break through at any time? Hua Hua said. Tao Tao shook her head and said, You think too simply of breaking through. How can it be so easy to break through from a second step heavenly venerable to a third step heavenly venerable? Although Miss Xiaoyu is already on the verge of breaking through, it's still very, very difficult to take this last step. I said that 1,000,000 years is a more normal period of time. Of course, it might be faster, but it's impossible to break through at any time. Her talent and potential are indeed strong, but her foundation and accumulation are still lacking by a lot. Hua Hua nodded thoughtfully. That's true. If it was possible to break through from a second step heavenly venerable to a third step heavenly venerable in a few 100,000 years, it would be too frightening. Who knew how many geniuses would be scared to death? A few 100,000 years was too short. 1,000,000 years was just a flick of a finger. Dang! Suddenly, a bell rang. The sound of the bell reverberated. Tao Tao and Floey instantly looked over at the same time, landing in the direction of the test area of the mechanical array. He, Big Brother Qin Xiao passed the test and walked out of the mechanical array. He walked out in less than 1,000,000 years. I thought it would take at least a few 100 years. Looks like I seriously underestimated Big Brother Qin Xiao. This monstrous talent, I feel like he can compete with people with the body of an immortal king. Paul was very excited, but just as she finished speaking, Tao Tao disagreed. He's a little monstrous, but compared to people with the body of an immortal king, he's far from comparable. The difference is too great. How can a mortal body be compared to an immortal body? It's like comparing a pheasant to a phoenix. How can there be a comparison? I don't want to talk to you. You're just jealous that he's taller and more handsome than you. Floey pouted. After saying that, she quickly rushed over, leaving behind Tao Tao, who had suffered a heavy blow to her heart. Tao Tao pursed her lips and followed him. Phew! After walking out of the mechanical array space, Qin Xiao came outside. He breathed in the fresh air outside, smelled the strange fragrance of peach blossoms, and looked at the beautiful scenery of peach blossoms. It made Qin Xiao feel as if he had returned home. It was very intimate and wonderful. Beautiful scenery always put people in a good mood. Moreover, Qin Xiao had walked out of the test and gained a lot. After almost 1,000,000 years, I finally walked out of the mechanical array. This is the longest time I've cultivated. 1,000,000 years of hard work can be considered to have gained a lot. It's very worth it. A great test is actually also a great opportunity. It's very difficult to grasp this opportunity, but if you grasp it, the benefits are endless. The harvest is very rich. The path of mechanical array is indeed too mysterious and profound. It's also very powerful. It's very good. Now that I've reached the level of small success in the path of mechanical array, just with the power of mechanical array alone, I'm afraid that I'm not afraid of ordinary great immortals at all. Not to mention trapping and killing them, but at least I'll have the power to fight. I've never heard of such a powerful Permitha before. After all, Permitha is just a Permitha. It's a small Tao. But I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful Permitha and such a powerful small Tao. It feels like the Tao of mechanical array is not inferior to the Tao of immortals. However, Qin Shao still shook his head and immediately rejected this idea. No matter what, a Permitha was still a Permitha. No matter how powerful a small Tao was, it was still a small Tao. Even if it was a small Tao of a Permitha, it could not be a true master and could not be compared to a great Tao. The laws of the immortal domain were set by the immortal Tao. Everything was for the immortal Tao. How can mechanical array be compared to the immortal Tao? Hee, big brother Qin Shao, congratulations on passing the test. Your strength has also made a big breakthrough. Congratulations, congratulations. Hua Hua walked up with a smile and congratulated Qin Shao. Tao Tao stood there and looked at Qin Shao. She did not say anything. She and Qin Shao did not seem to have much to talk about. Chapter 1859. Big brother Qin Shao, I feel that you've become even more handsome. Hua Hua blinked her eyes and looked at Qin Shao with a serious expression on her face. Although it was pleasant to hear praises, it was still a little embarrassing. When such words came from a girl's mouth, there was still a hint of ambiguity in it. This ambiguity made Qin Shao feel a little shy, so he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Hua Hua smiled happily and said, Yo, big brother Qin Shao, your face is red. Are you shy? Hee, I'm so young, but I'm not shy. You're a big man, so what's there to be shy about? However, you're quite cute when you're shy. Qin Shao was speechless, and his face turned even redder. For some reason, Qin Shao felt a little uncomfortable when facing women. In order to ease the awkwardness, Qin Shao changed the topic and said, Hua Hua, where's big sister Xiaoyu? Big brother Qin Shao, why are you looking at me and thinking about other women? Is it because I'm not as pretty as big sister Xiaoyu? Is she cute? Do you like big sister Xiaoyu? Hua Hua looked a little sad, and she looked at Qin Shao with a serious expression. I don't like big sister Xiaoyu, Qin Shao said helplessly. Hee, I knew it. You don't like big sister Xiaoyu, right? You like me, right? Hua Hua became happy again, and she said with an excited expression. Qin Shao was even more speechless. What was going on? How could she tease him like this? However, in front of women, Qin Shao was naturally clumsy with words, and he didn't know what to say at this moment. Especially when he saw Hua Hua's innocent and cute little face, Qin Shao couldn't bear to say anything to hurt her. However, Qin Shao also knew that Hua Hua was joking. It was just that this joke was a little too much. Qin Shao didn't say anything, and he used silence to deal with it. Let's go. Tao Tao, who was at the side, finally couldn't help but speak up and lead the way. After being exposed, Hua Hua pouted at Tao Tao. Soon, Qin Shao saw Princess Xiaoyu, who was so beautiful that she could take one's breath away amidst the fluttering peach blossoms. What a powerful aura! Slightly startled, Qin Shao immediately came back to her senses. She was also secretly shocked. After not seeing each other for nearly 1,000,000 years, Lil Yu's aura was clearly much stronger than before. This speed of improvement was truly unimaginable. In less than 1,000,000 years, Lil Yu actually went from a first-step Empyrean to the limit of a second-step Empyrean. Is she trying to break through to the third-step Celestial Venerable Realm? Qin Shao was both surprised and happy for Xiaoyu. But this kind of speed of improvement really scared Qin Shao. It was too fast. Although Qin Shao had been going through tests all these years and had been cultivating the mechanism Tao, he didn't have much time to cultivate the immortal Tao. However, Qin Shao was also very clear that it was impossible for even him to break through to the second-step Empyrean realm in 1,000,000 years, unless there was a great opportunity. How monstrous was it to break through to the next realm in a million years? In the Empyrean realm, every realm was extremely difficult to break through. Countless first-step Empyreans couldn't break through to the second-step Empyrean realm in their entire lives. Those who could break through within a universe era were already considered good. Those who could break through within a single era were absolute geniuses with absolute potential. For example, the disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace could generally do it. However, in the history of the Fuda Immortal Palace, it was hard to find someone who could break through within a million years. Perhaps only a prodigy could do it. However, there was only one prodigy in the entire history of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Moreover, not only did Xiao Yu break through to the second-step Empyrean realm, but she had also reached the limit of the second-step Empyrean realm. Therefore, Xiao Yu didn't need a million years to break through to the second-step Empyrean realm. Terrifying, too terrifying. As expected of the peach blossom body, an unprecedented prodigy with the immortal king physique. No wonder the palace master accepted Xiao Yu as his personal disciple. Such talent and potential is indeed terrifying. Compared to Xiao Yu, I'm really nothing. Under normal circumstances, it's already heaven-defying to break through to the second-step Empyrean realm in 5 million years. I'm afraid it's a great opportunity. If there isn't any opportunity, I'm afraid 10 million years would be considered not bad. A million years. Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head secretly. It was too short. He had been in the mechanism array for almost a million years. It was because of many pointers, many tests, and many opportunities that he had such a harvest. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to break through even if he cultivated for 10 million years. However, in terms of the mechanism array Dao, Qin Zhao's talent and potential were indeed very shocking. Originally, Tao Dao also thought that Qin Xiao would definitely not be able to walk out without 5 million years. However, what he didn't expect was that Qin Xiao actually used less than a million years to walk out. He couldn't help but admire him. Big brother Qin Xiao, your big sister Xiao Yu has been through a lot. She's been through a lot more than you. So, big brother Qin Xiao, you have to work harder. Otherwise, you'll be far from being able to catch up to your big sister Xiao Yu in the future. That would be awkward, said Hua Hua. What did she mean by your big sister Xiao Yu? Qin Xiao was really speechless. She even forcefully added their relationship. However, Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with Hua Hua. If she wanted to say it, then let her say it. Qin Xiao also had to admit that in terms of talent and potential, he was indeed far inferior to Xiao Yu. This was a fact. He had to admit it. However, there was nothing to compare with. He didn't need to compare with Xiao Yu. His current goal was still to be a Heaven's Pride. He just needed to compare with Heaven's Pride. There was no end to comparing with people. Comparing with people was just setting a goal for himself, a direction to work towards, and a motivation to move forward. Based on his relationship with Xiao Yu, there was no need to compare with her. After a while, Xiao Yu walked out of the peach blossoms. She was like a beauty who had just come out of the bath. It was an extremely beautiful scenery. It was enough to make people's hearts ripple and their souls fall in love with her. The higher the realm, the stronger the strength, the greater the power of the peach blossom body, and the more charming Xiao Yu was. Although Qin Zhao's realm had also increased, and his strength had increased a lot, Xiao Yu's improvement was greater. Therefore, when Xiao Yu walked towards him leisurely, Qin Xiao could clearly feel his heart pounding, as if there was a deer running around. His state of mind was indeed greatly affected. Even if Qin Xiao tried his best to control himself, it was difficult for him to completely calm down. He tried hard for a long time before he could completely calm down. At this moment, Xiao Yu's lethality to men had increased by at least 10 times compared to the previous Xiao Yu. Just based on the aura of her beauty, it was enough to kill many men. This kind of beauty soaked into the depths of one's soul. It was enough to make people unable to extricate themselves. Lost your soul, right? Hua Hua pushed Qin Xiao with a sneaky smile on her face. Qin Xiao retracted his gaze and looked at Hua Hua awkwardly. He was indeed a little lost just now. It seemed that his mental state was still a little weak. Seeing Qin Zhao's awkward look, Xiao Yu smiled sweetly. Her charm was instantly born, and she was even more charming. Qin Xiao, congratulations. You passed the test. Xiao Yu looked at Qin Xiao, and her red lips moved slightly. Her voice was like the sound of nature, as beautiful as a poem. This kind of beauty made Qin Xiao a little afraid to look at Xiao Yu directly. He was afraid that if he looked at Xiao Yu too much, he would really be rude. That would not be good. Elder sister Xiao Yu, congratulations to you too. We haven't seen each other for nearly 1,000,000 years. Elder sister Xiao Yu's strength has increased a lot. Qin Xiao said. Xiao Yu smiled sweetly. That's right. After cultivating for 1,000,000 years, her harvest was indeed too great. However, what made her happiest was that Qin Xiao had successfully walked out of the test of the mechanical array. Qin Xiao was fine. That was the best thing that she had gained. Suddenly, there was silence again. This silence seemed a little awkward. Qin Xiao turned to look at Hua Hua and said, Hua Hua, now that I've passed the test of the mechanical array, can we leave the Peach Blossom Valley as promised? Hua Hua nodded and said, Yes, you can leave the Peach Blossom Valley, but... Hearing these two words, Qin Zhao's brows immediately furrowed again. Why are there still conditions? Could it be that there was another change? He could not play like this anymore. He had been trapped in the Peach Blossom Valley for 1,000,000 years. Qin Xiao had only been in the immortal region for tens of thousands of years. He had been trapped in the Peach Blossom Valley for 1,000,000 years. Elder brother Qin Xiao, don't you want to stay a little longer? Spend more time with me. Look at how beautiful the Peach Blossom Valley is. It is also an excellent place for cultivation. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay and cultivate for a few million years? Wouldn't that be better? Elder brother Qin Xiao, why don't you stay in the Peach Blossom Valley to cultivate? It won't be too late to leave when you break through to the second step of the celestial venerable realm. If you leave now, elder brother Qin Xiao, your cultivation level is not high, and your strength is not strong enough. If you go out, you will definitely be bullied. Also, if elder sister Xiao Yu stays for 1,000,000 years, she will definitely be able to break through. It won't be too late to leave the Peach Blossom Valley after both of you break through. Our Peach Blossom Valley is so good. You can't find such a good place to cultivate outside. Now, we can let you cultivate for free. Don't you want it? Hua Hua blinked her eyes at Qin Xiao. She looked at Qin Xiao with a longing expression, as if she really wanted Qin Xiao to stay. However, Qin Xiao was not very willing to stay. Although Qin Xiao knew that Hua Hua's words made sense, he could not stay. He still had many things to do. He could not stay in the Peach Blossom Valley forever. His master and the others were waiting for him to find them. Therefore, he could not stay any longer. As for Xiao Yu, it was up to her to decide. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao shook his head firmly and said, Thank you for your kindness, Miss Hua Hua. However, I really have many important things to do. Therefore, I cannot stay in the Peach Blossom Valley any longer. I must leave. Elder sister Xiao, you could decide for herself. Xiao Yu also shook her head and said, Master is still waiting for me. I have been out for 1,000,000 years. It has been long enough. Therefore, I have to go back. I won't stay any longer. Qin Xiao and Xiao Yu both said that they would not stay. Hua Hua looked like she was about to cry. She looked at Qin Xiao and Xiao Yu pitifully. You really don't want to think about it? We really don't want to. Thank you. Hua Hua pursed her lips and looked unhappy. After a while, she said, all right. Since you're determined to leave, I will not force you to stay. However, before I leave, the Valley Master wants me to ask you some questions. After that, you can make a decision. Qin Xiao nodded, then asked, You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.